Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 2362 to Chapter 2436. At the location of Life Tao Field, space distorted and rumbled loudly. It was like a germinating seed that broke out of the ground, affecting the primordial dragon vein underground and forming a visible primordial chi whirlpool. The entire underground space shook non-stop, interrupting Gu Chen and Fang Yuan's thoughts of killing each other as they looked around in bewilderment. The primordial chi in the dragon vein is being drawn towards Life Tao Field. What is going on? Fang Yuan's expression was grim. As a Genesis master, he could sense the overall flow of the primordial chi in the dragon vein. The range of the primordial chi fluctuation had already exceeded the normal range. Didn't you say that Life Tao Field would stabilize? Gu Chen frowned as he asked Heaven Clan Saintess in his mind. Heaven Clan Saintess was 300 li away from them. She was still outside Feng Yuanwu realm, but right now, her feeling was much more intense than Gu Chen and the rest. Life Tao Field seems to have awakened, she said in bewilderment. Everything originated from her instincts in her bloodline. Awakened? What does that mean? The Tao ancestor's expressions changed slightly. It is calling me. It seems to want to say something. Heaven Clan Saintess closed her eyes as she mobilized the revival power of Heaven Clan in her body, trying to communicate with Life Tao Field wholeheartedly. Earlier, at such a distance, she could only sense Life Tao Field vaguely, but now, her senses were rapidly intensifying. It is saying, it wants me to leave this place as soon as possible? Heaven Clan Saintess suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock as she said in panic. What? Gu Chen and the rest were shaken. The commotion underground was getting bigger, all the primordial chi was boiling, and Life Tao Field was moving upwards. Gu Chen, it seems that Life Tao Field is about to appear. Fang Yuan quickly regained his senses as he looked at Gu Chen with flickering eyes. Life Tao Field was almost assimilated with the primordial dragon vein. Now that it is appearing, it has caused a huge commotion in the underground primordial chi. The primordial dragon vein is connected to countless branch veins and supplementary veins. Now that the primordial chi is erupting, it will definitely affect other places. In this situation, even you can't suppress it, right? Gu Chen quickly understood Fang Yuan's meaning, but could not refute it. He had planned to seal this place and kill Fang Yuan without alerting the outside world. With his current strength, he was confident he could suppress Fang Yuan's primordial spirit. However, the abnormality of the Life Tao Field had destroyed all of this. An incomparably vast amount of primordial yuan chi surged in the underground dragon vein, intertwining with each other and sending it to all the branch veins and auxiliary veins. This vast amount of primordial chi was like underground magma, and the place they were in was a volcano. Because of the unusual movements of the Life Tao Field, the volcano here had erupted. If he forcefully suppressed it with his great divine power, even if he could stop the volcano here from erupting, the underground lava would still gather in other places and erupt in other places. In other words, any interception would be meaningless. The commotion here would soon spread. Originally, the situation was disadvantageous to Fang Yuan, but now, it was disadvantageous to everyone. Now that the Life Tao Field has appeared and entered the sights of the sovereigns, your plan won't be able to be realized. Gu Chen looked at Fang Yuan gloomily. He was very unwilling to give up the chance to kill him here. Who knows, there might be variables. Fang Yuan was very calm, his ancient gaze swept across the Tao ancestors. What? Do you want to continue fighting with me, or do you want to all escape? The underground world's tremors were getting more and more intense. Heaven Tribe Saintess' words were still ringing in their ears. They were not fools. If they stayed here, even if they killed Fang Yuan, they would definitely be exposed and die at the hands of the sovereigns. Go. Gu Chen made a prompt decision. The enormous golden blood chi was withdrawn into his body. The 14 Tao ancestors heard his words and gave up on surrounding Fang Yuan's group, retreating slowly. Fang Yuan also snickered coldly. He glanced at Life Tao Field with an unresigned expression, and then flew away from Gu Chen. Wait. Are we giving up on the chance to reconstruct our bodies? If we miss this chance, we won't have another chance to revive. Many experts were furious. They were only a step away from reviving. How could they be willing to retreat? However, Fang Yuan's Book of Heaven appeared and directly swept them in, not giving them a chance to object. Gu Chen stayed behind, watching Fang Yuan and the Book of Heaven escape, in case the other party suddenly attacked his companions. Seeing that Fang Yuan had really escaped, Gu Chen immediately turned around and chased after his companions. The sovereigns can appear at any time, enter the dominating cauldron world. Gu Chen summoned the dominating cauldron of origin, the cauldron spun around and flew towards the Tao ancestors. This place was not the karma world, nor was it a spatial chaotic flow. The sovereigns who controlled the primordial heavenly Tao would definitely notice it faster than last time. Once they arrived, they would definitely seal this place. At that time, with so many Tao ancestors, they would be like fireflies in the dark night, they would be noticed immediately. Everyone was aware of the severity of the matter. They nodded and did not reject the dominating cauldron world's offer, disappearing one after another. "I'll run with you." Heaven-equaling immortal emperor refused to enter. He knew that someone had to bring the dominating cauldron to a safe place, only then would everyone be safe. Previously, for the sake of safety, Gu Chen had placed the dominating cauldron in an unknown, safe place. This way, they could enter the dominating cauldron world with their thread Tao bodies. It would be absolutely safe. But this time, in order to deal with Fang Yuan, they had brought the dominating cauldron here. To truly avoid danger, someone had to bring the dominating cauldron away from this place, preferably out of the fourth mountain and sea. Heaven-equaling immortal emperor was worried about Gu Chen moving alone. If they were unlucky enough to encounter a sovereign, both of them would die together. It was better than being alone. Gu Chen did not reject heaven-equaling immortal emperor. The two of them arrived at Heaven Tribe's Sanctus and Fang Shiji in the blink of an eye. Boom boom boom. The moment they returned to the ground, the mountains were shaking, and 300 li away, there was a jade light soaring into the sky. Life Tao field was really going to appear. From below Xianxia sect and some other Tao sect's sacred grounds, Gu Chen could clearly feel a huge monster tearing through space, breaking out of the ground. This change caused the forces on the ground to be affected for no reason. Countless cultivators were alarmed. Why did Life Tao field appear on its own? Why did it not want my Heaven Tribe's bloodline to get close? Heaven Tribe's Saintess looked at the jade light far away, slightly dazed. This place will soon become a gathering place. You two should enter the dominating cauldron world. Gu Chen said. He suspected that Life Tao field's abnormality had something to do with his battle with Fang Yuan. Heaven Tribe's Saintess had many thoughts about Life Tao field, but she knew that since it was exposed, she could only give up on it. Fang Shiji only wanted to kill Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had already escaped. He was disappointed and did not persist. The two also entered the dominating cauldron world. Gu Chen brought heaven-equaling immortal emperor and used great spatial teleportation, quickly leaving Life Tao field. When they were far away from the eye of the storm, and were about to leave the fourth mountain and sea, Gu Chen handed the dominating cauldron of origin to heaven-equaling immortal emperor, saying that he wanted to stay behind. Life Tao field has appeared. The sovereigns and primordial mist group will come. This time, I want to get closer to them. Gu Chen's eyes shined brightly. His so-called closer to them was not to use his Tao clone to investigate the situation, but to use his main body to observe. He could not miss this opportunity. He had a vague premonition that the abnormality of Life Tao field this time might be a sign that the era of great competition that Great Prophet had mentioned was about to arrive. He wanted to measure the gap between him and the sovereigns. You want to take this risk? Immortal Emperor Heaven's Equal knew Gu Chen well. Although he had become more cautious over the years, he had never lacked courage. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Fine, I'll go with you." Gu Chen shook his head. "Someone has to take Tyrannical Cauldron to a safe place, and you are the one I trust the most." According to the Great Prophet's prophecy, when the Great War came, his companions would all die a violent death. Gu Chen didn't believe in fate, but he had to do his best to prevent that from happening. Immortal Emperor Heaven's Equal wasn't happy. This job could be left to Gu Chen's thread clones. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Tyrannical Cauldron will be under your protection. If I'm in danger, I can escape into Tyrannical Cauldron. The more thread clones there are, the slower it will be for my main body to escape. And when I'm targeted by a sovereign, every breath of time is precious." Gu Chen lied. The more thread clones there were, the more distracted he was. But if there was only one, it would have a negligible effect on his teleportation ability. Immortal Emperor Heaven's Equal's understanding of thread clones was limited, but after hearing Gu Chen's words, he agreed reluctantly. "Fine, I'll take Tyrannical Cauldron to a safe place. Be careful. If things get worse, retreat as soon as possible. If I think you're in danger, I'll come back." Immortal Emperor Heaven's Equal left the fourth mountain and sea with tyrannical cauldron. After Guchen saw him off, he used a mystique. 100 Beast Wonder Art, Hidden Sword Sheath. Guchen's body rumbled as his bones, flesh, and blood began to move. The 100 Beast Wonder Art was one of the 9 mystiques. It was about learning the strengths of all living things, changing one's body structure, and activating the hidden gates within one's body to gain advantages over others. Guchen had cultivated in Xianxia's arcane realm for 600 years. During that time, he had not only mastered the 9 mystiques, but he had also mastered the original ones to perfection. The biggest weakness of the 100 Beasts' mystic art was that it consumed a lot of blood qi. But now, Guchen could reduce the consumption of blood qi to the greatest extent and prolong the duration of the art. In addition, since the 100 Beasts' mystic art could activate the hidden door in one's body by altering the body's structure, it could also make the original hidden door disappear by altering parts of the body. Guchen had comprehended this divine art to the extreme. When he executed it, even if a ruler came personally, no matter how strong his consciousness was, he was confident that his identity as the overlord body wouldn't be exposed. The huge golden blood energy in his body seemed to have disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Guchen's ability to conceal his strength had improved by many levels. Even his Dao Ancestor level thread clone was protected by the 100 Beasts' strange door because it had fused with his true body. Now, he looked like a person without any Taoist power, which made him stand out. Guchen slightly unsealed the Tibetan gate and let the energy of the secret method of the thread Taoist body flow out and turn into cultivation. The first layer of disguise was the cultivation of the sevenfold state. The second layer of disguise was a Saint King realm cultivation. Guchen deliberately added 2 layers of disguise. It was normal for cultivators to conceal their cultivation when they traveled outside. Cultivators above the Great Sage realm could easily see through his first layer of disguise, let alone rulers. He made use of people's psychology. Those who had been seen through would not easily attract attention. Guchen turned into a fat Taoist. He wore a loose robe and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He looked very kind. He used Qian Darong and Yuan Gongyi's appearance as a reference, then swaggered toward the place where the life dojo had appeared. Along the way, many cultivators were attracted by the restless world essence qi and were rushing in the same direction. From afar, they could see a huge tree that they had never seen before standing between heaven and earth. It had a majestic aura and was full of vitality. Guchen was shocked. The green light that broke through the ground had turned into a towering tree. Its body was filled with the same aura as the life dojo. A golden light flashed in Guchen's eyes. He clearly saw that 70% to 80% of the righteous profound sect's blessed land had been destroyed under the giant tree. The sect's cultivators were in a mess. He looked up again and saw that the crown of the giant tree had pierced through the clouds. The silhouette of the life Taoist field was vaguely visible in the green and glistening divine light. It was like the 9 heavens, a paradise beyond the mortal world. A rare treasure has appeared. Haha, it belongs to the fated. I planted this tree 100,000 years ago. Now that it has bloomed and borne fruit, I should take it. Tui. Last night, my ancestor appeared in my dream and told me that our ancestral land will reappear in the world today. This belongs to my clan. Many sages who were attracted by the shocking commotion had fiery eyes. They did not know the cause of this phenomenon, but they wanted to be the first to seize the opportunity. They turned into long rainbows and rushed toward the clouds, fighting to be the first. Suddenly, wind and clouds gathered in the void. Countless talismans appeared out of thin air and blocked the path. It was accompanied by a clear shout. The inheritance land of the righteous profound sect has appeared today. Whoever dares to trespass will be killed without mercy. The powerful energy of a Dao ancestor spread out. The rune ancestor of the righteous profound sect, who had not shown his face in front of others for many years, appeared righteously. The sages who were coveting the treasure were shocked. Is it the inheritance land of the righteous profound sect? The giant tree grew from the territory of the righteous profound sect. It's really possible. Is it important? The situation is beyond our control. Run. The sages were afraid of the Dao ancestors' authority. They cupped their fists and turned to leave. They did not dare to stay any longer. Many cultivators quickly gathered in all directions of the Life Dojo. However, they were all stopped by the cultivators of the Righteous Profound sect. In addition, the Rune Ancestor was personally guarding the place. The void was filled with thousands of talismans. Everyone only dared to watch curiously from afar. This Rune Ancestor is really thick-skinned. Gu Chen could not help but laugh when he saw the Rune Ancestor sitting upright. Others might not know the details, but he knew very well that the Life Dojo had nothing to do with the Righteous Profound sect. It was obvious that the Life Dojo was a great opportunity. No wonder the Rune Ancestor would be tempted and say such shameless words. However, he had underestimated the value of the Life Dojo. He might not be able to control what was going to happen next. Gu Chen's eyes widened slightly after watching the situation from afar. 5 powerful divine wills swept across the entire sky and rapidly approached the Life Dojo. The cultivators did not sense anything when the divine will swept past. Only the Rune Ancestor's expression changed. He hurriedly flew into the clouds and trembled in fear. He did not have the slightest bit of his previous arrogance. The 5 powerful divine wills turned into blurry shadows and landed on the branches of the giant tree. The Rune Ancestor hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Xianxia of the Righteous Profound sect greets the 5 rulers. The scene of the Rune Ancestor kowtowing to the 5 martial sovereigns was witnessed by Gu Chen, who was far away and had seen everything with his Dharma eyes. Gu Chen's lips curled up slightly. The rulers were a little slow. Furthermore, they were only divine will clones. Although they were only divine wills, they were so powerful that it was terrifying. The rulers' divine wills were connected to the primordial Tao law. They did not need to reveal themselves to use the power of heaven and earth to kill most existences in this world. They were the heavenly Tao. Xianxia, is this the land of inheritance of your Xianxia sect? Hejem and Linjiao said calmly. His divine will transformed into a hazy gray light that gave off a brutal and cold aura. The symbol ancestor didn't even dare to raise his head. He hurriedly said, reporting to the ruler, this place has nothing to do with my Righteous Profound sect. It just happened to appear in the territory of my Righteous Profound sect. What I said to the outside world just now was just to intimidate the troublemakers and ensure that this place is intact so that it can be handed over to the Hongmeng Group and Hongying Villa. Hejem and Lank laughed and scolded, you're quite quick-witted. I'll give you credit for this. You can leave now. The Rune Ancestor heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his fists. Understood. He immediately retreated from the crown of the giant tree, not daring to stay any longer. After he left, the 5 majestic figures stared at the Life Tao Plaza in front of them and conversed. Ling Long, didn't you kill the Tsang Empress? If I remember correctly, you said that the Life Tao field was destroyed by the Dark Empress. Lin Jiao sneered. After the battle on the peak of the second mountain, the 5 of them had marched through the 9 mountains and seas, collecting their own great Taoist techniques. The Sky Queen's great life art had caught the attention of the Sky Queen. Later on, the Dark Empress was killed by Linglong Tian. According to her, the Dark Empress had destroyed the Heaven Clan's Life Tao field before she died in order to prevent her from obtaining the Great Life Art. She had not been able to find the inheritance of the Great Life Art from the Dark Empress soul, because Sky Linglong hadn't mastered the Great Life Art when she became a sovereign. The other 4 sovereigns firmly believed her words. But today, the Life Tao field had appeared. Although Linglong's silhouette was blurry, one could still make out her beauty. She coldly replied to everyone's doubts. You've already guessed it, so why bother asking? It's true that I wasn't able to obtain the Great Life Art from the Azure Queen, but I've never seen the Life Taoist field. Hejem and Lanka shook his head. Then, in order to prevent us from targeting the Greater Life Art, you intentionally said that the Life Taoist field had been destroyed? It's just that after so many years, you still haven't found the Life Tao field. His words had undoubtedly touched the heaven of Linglong's sore spot, and she snorted coldly. Back in the day, we were all fighting to be the first to become a ruler. Since the Great Life Arts clues were lost, I didn't put too much effort into it. After I became a sovereign, I used my divine will to communicate with the primordial Taoist laws of primordial chaos. I searched the entire 9 mountains and seas, but I couldn't find the Life Taoist Right Temple. Although you guys don't know that the Life Tao Court still exists, you must have explored every corner of the Tao world, right? I didn't see any of you discover this place. The hegemons fell silent. Today's events had indeed surprised them. It seemed that after the appearance of the primordial ancestor, accidents began to happen more frequently. The aura of the Life Dojo is much stronger than I remembered. Logically speaking, with the Azure Queen dead, this place should be gradually declining. Tai said. Supreme Chi Palace's previous incarnation was the Tai clan. Like the Heaven clan, they were one of the 10 clans of the ancient underworld. Back then, he had entered the Life Dojo more than once, so he was familiar with it. The birth of the Life Dao ground was accompanied by the eruption of the Dragon Vein essence energy. I'm afraid that it has been quietly absorbing the nutrients of the Dao world all these years. But how did it do that? We each control a primordial Dao law and understand the workings of this world. This is equivalent to stealing vitality from right under our noses. It was not easy for the hegemons to accept that they had been tricked by a dead loser like the Azure Queen. Perhaps you guys have forgotten, but the Azure Queen was one of the main people who ended the ancient netherworld and established the Dao world. Lan Ming rarely spoke, and the 4 hegemons looked at him. After understanding the mighty power contained in the 9 seeds, the ancestors of the ancient netherworld had the idea of creating a stable world that was not affected by the Chaos Sea. They had the source of power, but it was not so easy to turn the theory into reality. One of the thorny problems was how to ensure that after the fusion of the various primeval Dao lands, the newborn world would have vitality and not quickly dry up. Tai nodded in agreement with a look of reminiscence. The Azure Queen was the one who solved this problem. That's right. She established the primordial dragon vein and continuously absorbed chaos power from the Chaos Sea, turning it into primordial essence energy. This ensured that the newborn Dao world's essence energy would never dry up. As long as the essence energy did not dry up, life could exist. Hence, the Dao world became a safe and stable cultivation holy land for billions of races to reproduce. The primordial chaos dragon veins were personally created by the Dark Empress. It wasn't difficult for her to replace them with the Life Dao field without our knowledge. Lan Ming analyzed calmly. He was especially persuasive when he mentioned the secret history of the end of the ancient netherworld. The 4 hegemons knew very well how this fellow was born. In this world, no one was more special than him. Since the Life Dao field has been hidden under our noses for so long, why would it appear today? There should be some reason. We'll know once we go in and take a look. The hegemon's eyes flickered. The reason they stood outside and did not go in directly was to guard against others. After all, it was the great life art, and it was quite attractive. In the past, it was not rare for them to fight over a great Dao art. Such a result was often strenuous and unrewarding. Although they were all hegemons, they could not stop the other party from escaping, let alone kill the other party. It was precisely because the 5 of them could not do anything to each other that they finally compromised and ruled the Dao world together, using the negotiated system to achieve a delicate balance between all parties. This was not the first time they had experienced such a situation of fighting over a great Dao art. They had a tacit understanding with each other. The 5 of us go in together. If we find the great life art, how about we share it together? The celestial Ling Long made a seemingly fair proposal. The great life art is much more valuable to you than to us. If we share it equally, won't your strength increase by another level? Lin Jiu immediately objected, and the other hegemons did not say anything. Although the 5 of them had each mastered a primordial Dao law, because of their different orthodoxies, the value of different great Dao arts to them was also different. There were some things that ordinary Dao ancestors did not know. Some great Dao arts could multiply one's strength by cultivating them at the same time, while others would hinder each other and cause their realm to improve slowly. Linglong Tian was most proficient in the great life art. If she could obtain the great life art, her strength would increase far more than others. The 5 hegemons had compromised with each other for a long time. All of them wanted to break this balance and become a true paragon, but none of them wanted the other to break this balance first. Therefore, it was impossible to share the great life art. They could either monopolize it or isolate Linglong from sharing it. Why? Are you guys going to exclude me? Linglong Tian's phoenix eyes were murderous. She was not worried that the 4 of them would join forces against her. Over the years, it was not rare for 4 of them to join forces against the remaining one. It was precisely because each of them had the strength to escape the other four's pursuit that this situation had always been maintained. If the four of them turned against her today, she would indeed not be able to obtain the great life art. However, once she escaped, she would start a massacre. Apart from the creation immortal sect, the four major forces of the primordial group would suffer heavy casualties. The four of them could ignore the deaths of their disciples and descendants, but the system they had built together would fall apart, and no one would benefit in the end. Looks like we can only follow the old rules, Lan Ming said as the atmosphere turned cold. Atop the towering tree, the life Daoist field towered in the clouds. Gu Chen hid in the crowd of onlookers, observing the movements of the five sovereigns with his Dharma eye. The five sovereigns stayed outside the life Daoist field, seemingly having no intention of entering. It was unknown what they were discussing. Most of the onlookers knew nothing about their existence. After an unknown period of time, the sovereigns' boundless divine will suddenly dispersed, and their figures disappeared from the treetops they had left. They did not enter the life Daoist field. Gu Chen was extremely surprised. What was going on? He did not move, worried that the sovereigns would return. He was also curious about how things would develop. Not long after, a large group of cultivators from the Swan Shadow Mountain Villa arrived at the territory of the Righteous Profound Sect. They took over the responsibility of guarding the place from the Righteous Profound Sect, and the rune progenitor was very cooperative. When the onlookers saw that the treasured land had been taken over by the Dao Court, they immediately realized that it was not the legacy land of the Righteous Profound Sect, and that they had been tricked by the rune progenitor. What a great Righteous Profound Sect! They actually wanted to keep the treasured land to themselves. Luckily, the Dao Court intervened in time. Since the Dao Court has intervened, as one of the powers present, do we have a chance to enter the treasured land to search for opportunities? The intervention of the Dao Court caused many of the spectating cultivators to become restless. After all, the phenomenon of the treasured land was too shocking, especially the boundless vitality that was constantly being released from the crown of the tree. There must be a great opportunity there. Such a strange phenomenon. Could it be that the legendary Lost Life Daoist field has reappeared? Even if it's not, I'm afraid it's not far from it. There must be a great Dao technique hidden in the treasured land. In less than a day, some cultivators had guessed the origins of the treasured land, and the news quickly spread. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. The strange phenomenon was shocking to begin with, and all sorts of rumors were spreading, attracting more and more attention. The various empires, holy lands, and Daoist sects of the Fourth Mountain and Sea were the first to arrive, and all the teleportation portals in the Fourth Mountain and Sea lit up. In just a few days, one superpower after another came from all over the 9 mountains and seas. Gu Chen saw one Dao ancestor after another appear. After observing the life Daoist field, he did not dare to advance any further. Instead, he set up camp in place, as if he were waiting for something. With the life Dao field as the center, within a radius of several thousand miles, a series of magnificent treasured ships hovered in the air, with flags belonging to various major forces fluttering in the wind. On the land below, countless cultivators surged into the various cities. All of them had come for the life dojo. All the restaurants and tea houses were full, and it was getting more and more lively by the day. Something is not right. News of the Life Dao Plaza's emergence has spread too quickly. It doesn't seem like the Dao Court has any intentions of stabilizing the situation. Instead, they are trying to lure more cultivators over. There were as many cultivators as there were stars in the sky, dragons and snakes mixed together, making it convenient for Gu Chen to hide. However, he still frowned and became vigilant. He had wanted to get a closer look at the hegemon's power, but he hadn't expected that the hegemons hadn't even made a move. Instead, they had only sent divine will clones here, and they had quickly left. After a few days, he vaguely guessed what the hegemons were thinking, but he didn't dare to be certain. Thus, he asked his Daoist clone of the hegemon Cauldron World to ask Dao Ancestor Void Mirror and the others. His companions were all very concerned about the Life Dao Plaza's situation, and they had been waiting for news from Gu Chen for the past few days. Upon hearing that the Fourth Mountain and Sea was already bustling with activity, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror sighed with emotion. It seems like the hegemons of the Life Dao Plaza haven't reached a consensus. Next, it will probably be the primordial formations fight. What do you mean? The young Dao ancestors didn't understand. If the hegemons are fighting over a great Daoist art, and they can't come to a stalemate, what do you think will happen? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror asked instead of answering. The hegemons are similar in strength. If they fight, both sides will definitely suffer heavy losses. In the worst case, it might even shake the foundation of their rule. Chen Daolin pondered. That's right. That's why the hegemons have come to an agreement to restrain each other. All 5 hegemons want the great life art. If they aren't willing to share it, they can only fight amongst themselves. However, they won't attack each other, so they can only leave it to the primordial formation. The primordial formation will send people to compete with each other, and it will belong to whoever manages to snatch it. After Dao Ancestor Void Mirror finished explaining, everyone understood. The primordial formation hasn't appeared yet, but a large number of forces have already gathered around Life Dao Plaza. I suspect that someone is adding fuel to the fire. Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's words verified Gu Chen's guess and resolved one of his doubts. He spoke of another idea. You mean Fang Yuan? Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's eyes shone brightly. That's right. Gu Chen nodded. When Life Dao Plaza appeared, before we left, I mocked Fang Yuan's plan for failing, but he said that there might be variables. Now that I think about it, maybe he guessed that the 5 hegemons would have conflicts, so he didn't give up and spread the news of Life Dao Plaza's appearance, trying to muddy the waters and take advantage of the situation. Gu Chen's guess was shocking. He was being targeted by the hegemons, but Fang Yuan still didn't want to give up on Life Dao Plaza? Is it worth taking such a huge risk just to reconstruct the bodies of those 12 guys? Even if those 12 guys recover to their peak strength, Fang Yuan can't resist a hegemon, right? Dao Ancestor Xiaoyao said in confusion. A hegemon was a hegemon after all. The difference in strength between a peak Dao ancestor and them was too huge. Even if Fang Yuan's companions were all resurrected, including himself, they might not be a match for a hegemon. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Fang Yuan's previous actions could be explained. But now, if Fang Yuan really didn't give up on the great life art, it would be a little confusing. Do you remember that I said Fang Yuan's great transformation technique is not perfected yet? I also deduced that every time Fang Yuan plunders a perfected great Dao technique, it will put a huge burden on his body. Gu Chen said. Everyone could not help but nod. They had come up with this conclusion together. Because of this wrong deduction, they didn't expect Fang Yuan's great transformation technique to be perfected, so they were deceived and fell into his trap. What if the original deduction was not wrong? Gu Chen's thread path body had a calm and wise gaze. Earlier, I noticed that the ceiling source infinite boundary formation core that Fang Yuan used to trap us had gathered a large amount of origin cores from the Book of Heaven. Among them, there was also a great Dao technique origin core like the Great Seal technique. He extracted all of them from the Book of Heaven and poured them into the trap, just to trap us for a period of time. Maybe because he released a large amount of origin cores to lighten his burden, he was able to plunder the great transformation technique to perfection. Gu Chen's analysis was reasonable, and everyone had noticed it. Moreover, when Fang Yuan's plan failed and he was flustered and exasperated, he did reveal some information. For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought, and the more they thought about it, the more moved they became. Fang Yuan gave up so much origin cores and even great Dao techniques, just to help those 12 guys reconstruct their bodies? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? A cultivator's strength comes from himself. No matter how strong a supreme expert is, his help is limited. Everyone sensed something was wrong, and they looked at Gu Chen solemnly. Gu Chen nodded solemnly. Yes, this is the reason why I stayed in the 4th mountain and sea, besides wanting to see the rulers up close. Behind all of this, Fang Yuan has an even greater scheme. And this scheme might allow him to shatter the heavenly Dao and stand shoulder to shoulder with the rulers. Gu Chen's idea was shocking, but it was also very logical. If he did not have such a grand plan, why would Fang Yuan spend so much effort to plan to this step? But including the great transformation technique, Fang Yuan only has 5 complete great Dao techniques. He is still a long way from becoming a ruler, right? Mo Xiaoyun said in disbelief. The threshold to becoming a ruler was 9 great Dao techniques to perfection. Ever since the 5 rulers monopolized the source of great Tao techniques, this had become an impossible dream. Fang Yuan definitely had this ambition, but no matter how he thought about it, he could not think of what Fang Yuan was going to do to cross this chasm in such a short time. Every great Tao technique required months and years of comprehension. Even the 5 sovereigns had spent a long period of time on it. I can't say for sure what Fang Yuan's plan is, but I'm afraid it has something to do with the great life technique. He sacrificed a lot of his origin source and is prepared to fight to the death. Even with a ruler here, he will not stop. It would be best if he dies at the hands of a ruler. But if he survives and achieves his wish, it will be the end of us. Gu Chen's gaze was dark. He had fought with Fang Yuan to this extent. If Fang Yuan became a ruler, the first thing he would do was kill him. Everyone shuddered. That kind of situation was something that none of them wanted to see. Right now, Life Tao Field has turned into a contest between the primordial group. If Fang Yuan really predicted the conflict between the rulers, his next step is likely to be to follow the primordial group and sneak into Life Tao Field. Isn't he afraid of being discovered by the rulers? Don't forget, he has already cultivated the great transformation technique to perfection. As long as he doesn't use his full strength, the rulers might not discover him. If that's the case, let's sneak in as well. We have to stop him no matter what. Sneak in? We don't have the great transformation technique to perfection. Besides, the more people there are, the higher the chance of being seen through. Everyone discussed spiritedly. They all felt that the situation was tricky. Leave this place to me for now. If you come and are exposed, the situation will become even more troublesome. If I am alone, if I encounter a situation I cannot resolve, or if I am discovered by the rulers, I can quickly return to the domination cauldron world. There won't be too much risk. In addition, in this situation, Fang Yuan does not dare to summon his ghost companions. He is also restrained. All I have to do is stop his scheme. That's much easier than him. Gu Chen smiled. He already had everything planned out. Everyone fell silent. It had to be said that Gu Chen's choice was the safest. However, would he really be able to escape when the sovereigns discovered him? Could it be that for their safety, he chose to bear all the risks alone? Let's directly leak the news of Fang Yuan coveting Life Tao Field to Hongmeng Group. The dwarf emperor gritted his teeth and said. Why is this Fang Yuan so hard to deal with? If we do that, our only tacit understanding with Fang Yuan will be gone. He will expose us to the Hongmeng Group. Gu Chen shook his head. Once he did that, the descendants of Chen Daolin, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, Sword Ancestor, and the others present would be annihilated. After we leak this information, in order to capture Fang Yuan, Hongmeng Group will definitely be very tight-lipped. They will make arrangements carefully. Fang Yuan might die before he can expose us. The dwarf emperor felt that it was risky no matter what he did. He might as well give it a try. Don't forget, Hongmeng Group has Fang Yuan's men. If you leak this news to Hongmeng Group, can you guarantee that it won't reach the ears of spies? Moreover, as long as there is a mistake, countless heads will roll. I have already made my decision. There is no need to say anything else. There will definitely be a storm of blood at Life Tao Field. Don't get close. If there is any new news or I need your help, I will inform you. After Gu Chen finished speaking, his thread Dao body disappeared and hid in the depths of dominating cauldron world. The Dao ancestors looked at each other. They understood the situation, but this feeling of not being able to help was very frustrating. The situation is changing rapidly. It might be our turn to fight at any time. Let's get ready. After saying this, Dao Ancestor Mirror entered his cave abode. After getting used to staying in dominating cauldron world, the Dao ancestors had built their own residences. The primordial energy here was abundant and pure. If they did not need to consider the situation outside, it was a good place to cultivate in seclusion. The other Dao ancestors did as they were told. This was the best choice for now. After withdrawing his consciousness from dominating cauldron world, Gu Chan's main body walked into a city not far from Righteous Profound Sect. After talking with everyone, he had already determined the direction of the situation. What he needed to do was simple. Gu Chan casually walked into a restaurant. The restaurant had a total of 5 floors, and all 5 floors were filled with cultivators. It was extremely noisy and lively. After finding a seat with much difficulty, Guchen ordered a pot of wine and a few dishes, looking calm and composed. With his foresight, which could cover a range of 50,000 li, he did not need to look around to see the movements of the people around Lifedao Field. He was waiting for the 5 forces of Hongmeng Group to arrive. He was also probing for anyone who could be suspicious of Fang Yuan. However, given Fang Yuan's cautiousness, if he really planned to sneak into Lifedao Field, he would definitely do something that the rulers could not detect. Naturally, he would not be able to foresee it either. The first mountain and sea's 1,000-hand Buddha Heart Palace has already sent people. I also saw the second mountain and sea's Blue Sea clan. There's also the mystical Wood Flower sect and the River Buklu clan. All the major forces of the mountains and seas have come. This is an extremely rare event in the Dao world. The cultivators in the restaurant were talking enthusiastically. At every moment, famous ancient sects and everlasting families would come from all the mountains and seas of the Dao world. With so many people coming, conflicts were inevitable. In the past few days, they had seen a lot of excitement and seen many big shots fighting. Even the Dao ancestors, who were usually out of reach, had a glimpse of them. As Guchen drank, he casually listened to the discussions around him. Most of them were worthless drunken bragging or baseless rumors. The cultivators of the major forces either occupied a nearby mountain or had their treasured ships parked in the void. Most of the people who would rush into the city were cultivators of small forces and itinerant cultivators. This place was a mix of all sorts of people, making it a good hiding place. Most of Guchen's mind was outside the city, so he would immediately sense the arrival of every Dao ancestor. However, these Dao ancestors did not notice his spying. On the vast land, countless mottled auras were surging. The number of cultivators had long since surpassed 1 million. Suddenly, the crimson serpent in Guchen's body emitted a warm current, alerting him. Guchen raised his eyebrows. Following the crimson serpent's warning, his mind extended to the depths of the land hundreds of kilometers away. In the depths of the land, there was an extremely obscure aura. If he had not been warned in advance and paid more attention, Guchen might not have discovered it. Ancestor Mu? I didn't expect to see you again. Guchen teased. Patriarch Mu had once been a peak Dao patriarch of the second mountain and sea, but had been defeated by the combined forces of the Sword Patriarch and Shen Daolin. He had fled, wounded, and had lost the Mu imperial dynasty. On the other hand, it was the Crimson Silk Grace that was reputed to be the strongest ancestral divine weapon that had heavily injured him. Crimson Grace's divine flames would never be extinguished. When Ancestor Mu's primordial spirit was injured back then, the divine flames were still burning in his body. That was why Crimson Grace could sense that he was nearby and warned Guchen. Your soul has suffered the pain of being burned by raging flames, and you're besieged on all sides. Everyone wants to get rid of you as soon as possible. It really isn't easy for Ancestor Mu to live until now. He has been searching for this life Dao ground for a long time. Now that it has finally appeared, it is not strange for him to take the risk to come here. He poses no threat to me. Let him be. Guchen had sensed Ancestor Mu, but Ancestor Mu hadn't sensed him. He thought that by relying on the great fusion technique and the ability to assimilate all living things, he had hidden himself flawlessly. Right now, Guchen's focus was on Fang Yuan and had no intention of attacking Ancestor Mu. He also didn't want to attract the attention of the rulers, so he pretended not to notice anything. The Dharma Comprehension Battle Dragon clan is here too. It's in the western sky. The passionate discussions of the cultivators continued to echo in his ears, and one of the topics slightly aroused Guchen's interest. The cultivator who spoke saw that many customers in the restaurant were looking at him, and he immediately beamed with joy. The Wufa Battle Dragon race is one of the 23 royal bloodlines of the dinosaur race. This race is naturally proficient in all kinds of techniques, and they are brave and good at fighting. Rumor has it that during the ancient underworld era, they once fought with the Tyrant dragon race for the position of the supreme dinosaur race. Now, they are the most powerful of the dinosaur tribe. They control the grand primal chaos magic, and are extremely influential in the seventh mountain and sea. Guchen didn't pay attention to the latter part of the conversation. His mind directly extended to the west side of the sky to search for the treasured ship that Wufa had used to battle the dragon race. Not long after, he indeed found traces of this race. Enlightened battle dragons were generally taller than hidden dragons. Their bodies were covered in 5-colored scales, and there was a ball of flame constantly burning on their tails. They didn't have many clansmen, but all of them were elites. It wasn't that Guchen didn't notice their arrival, but he only noticed the Dao ancestor-level auras on the ship, so he didn't pay much attention to them. So this is the enlightened battle dragon tribe. Their strength is indeed much stronger than the other royal bloodlines of the dinosaur tribe. Guchen muttered. When he had just entered the Dao world, the unbounded Tyrant dragon had mentioned that there was a branch of the dinosaur clan's royal bloodline that had never gone into seclusion and was still a first-rate force in the Dao world. Back then, he wasn't strong enough, so unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't say much to him, only saying that he would think of a way to recruit him in the future. It turned out that they had once fought with the Tyrannosaurus tribe for the position of supreme dinosaur. The aura of the Dao Father comprehending the art of combat dragons is as deep as the abyss. I wonder how powerful that great primal chaos art is. Wei Chuan might not be his match. Guchen checked the Dao ancestor of the battle dragon race and compared him with the unbounded Tyrant dragon and Wei Chuan. In terms of bloodline strength, the unbounded Tyrant dragon was undoubtedly the strongest among the three. However, the Dao ancestor of the battle dragon race and Wei Chuan were much older. One had mastered the great primal chaos art, while the other had mastered the great calamity art. Although the unbounded Tyrant dragon also cultivated the great essence energy art, it was much weaker than them. Guchen suddenly foresaw what was about to happen thousands of miles away, and his face turned slightly gloomy. At that moment, thunder clouds rolled in the sky thousands of miles away, and a dark purple battleship rode on lightning and flew over unhindered. Its speed was so fast that people couldn't react in time. Therefore, some unlucky cultivators of sacred grounds were directly crushed in the airspace ahead of it. Cultivators' corpses turned into black charcoal and fell from the sky, but the dark purple battleship didn't stop at all. It didn't care and went straight to the Life Dao ground. Which force is this? How impressive! How dare they be so arrogant? Shoo! That's the Sacred Family's battleship. The nearby cultivators were discussing it. Many of them were originally filled with righteous indignation, but when they saw the flag fluttering on the battleship, they immediately quieted down and even quieted down their voices. The overlord of the Sixth Mountain and Sea, a sect with 2 Dao ancestors, couldn't be provoked. What's going on with the Sacred Family? They seem to be quite angry. What's so strange about it? Below the primordial group, they have the most special background. They have the capital to be domineering. Some of the Dao ancestors who had arrived earlier quietly transmitted their voices to each other. The Sacred Family was a very conspicuous existence. On the dark purple battleship, a middle-aged man in a python robe and a group of old men with one foot in the grave stood together at the bow of the ship. Their imposing aura was majestic and overbearing, their eyes were cold as they looked around, as if they were looking for something. Guchen watched them from afar. The aura emitted by the disgusting sacred bloodline was enough to tell him who these two were. Sacred Cry, Sacred Ancestor, the 2 masterminds behind the Ian Mountain Rebellion. How is it? Have you found any traces of the Qin clan? The Sacred Ancestor was extremely old, and his back was hunched. His voice was hoarse and sinister. We haven't found Qin Daolin yet. Sacred Cry's voice was filled with killing intent. What about the Sword Pavilion? You can find anyone related to Qin Yunfei. I understand. The 2 Dao ancestors of the Sacred Family were very aggressive. Many forces could clearly feel it. After the Sacred Family's battleship approached the Life Dao field, they maintained a tacit understanding with the other forces and didn't dare to collide with the Swan Shadow Villa's border. However, they didn't find a place to stop. Instead, they wandered around, as if they were looking for something. Seeing the Sacred Family's attitude, Guchen had some guesses. The news of Sacred Glory's death hadn't spread, but the 2 Dao ancestors of the Sacred Family had probably confirmed the truth. The last time Divine Glory appeared in front of people before disappearing was during Wei Qi Lu's appraisal session. After the appraisal session, Sacred Glory invited Qin Yunfei and the two left together. With the Sacred Family's connections, it wouldn't be hard to find this information if they wanted to investigate. Since the only clue is pointing to Qin Yunfei, it's very clear where the sacred family should vent their anger. Gu Chen doesn't know how long it has been since the sacred family found out about the patriarch's death. However, the Qin clan's territory is far from the sacred families. Furthermore, the Qin clan is allied with the Sword Pavilion. Even the sacred family wouldn't dare to casually slaughter their way into the second mountain and sea. Now that the Life Dojo has appeared, many major powers from the various mountains and seas have come. The sacred family is probably looking for the Qin clan. This is a good opportunity. If the Qin clan comes, the sacred family will be able to vent their anger. If he made a move in the fourth mountain and sea, he wouldn't have to worry about the complicated situation in the second mountain and sea. Although there are many forces here, the sacred family's connections and background are stronger than the Qin clan's. If things really get out of hand, they still have the advantage. Gu Chen understood the intentions of the two Dao ancestors of the sacred family. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since he did it, why would he be afraid of the sacred family finding trouble with him? If it weren't for the juggernauts watching from the shadows, he wouldn't mind slapping the two of them to death with just a flip of his palm. Qin Daolin and the Sword Ancestor were in Hegemony Cauldron World, while the Qin clan and the Sword Pavilion did not have a Dao ancestor to lead them. Naturally, they could not come to the fourth mountain and sea to stir up trouble. Therefore, the sacred family's actions of seeking revenge will inevitably end in failure. Gu Chen can only treat it as a joke. The appearance of the Life Daoist Rite Temple turned into a grand occasion in the cultivation world. Over the following days, powerful groups from all over the 9 mountains and seas arrived one after another. The forces that didn't come were either too far away, lacking in strength, or were delayed by various circumstances. For example, after the destruction of the cemetery of gods and devils in the second mountain and sea, the imperial lords had decided to reshuffle the power structure. Various major powers were openly fighting each other, but also in secret. The situation was very complicated. Under such circumstances, most of the powers of the second mountain and sea had no interest in coming here. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare to send too many people. This indirectly helped Gu Chen, so that the absence of the Qin clan and the Sword Garret was not suspicious. Instead, it was quite normal. Many major forces had come, but they were all very well behaved, waiting outside the Life Dao arena. This was because the true 5 overlord forces of the 9 great Dao courts had yet to arrive. The primordial group was a super force that had veto power in the Dao court. Only with their permission could one enter the Life Dojo. Anyone who trespassed would be killed in the name of the heavenly Dao. Even the powerful sacred family understands this logic. The 5 great forces of the primordial group arrived late, but coincidentally, they arrived at the same time. The first to arrive was the Slaughter sect. The cultivators of this sect were all clad in blood-black armor, and their bodies were filled with a cold, ruthless, and bloodthirsty aura. The Slaughter sect was founded by Lin Jiu, one of the 5 rulers. It was said that when the rulers fought for the mandate of heaven, the Slaughter sect killed the most. How many cultivators had died at the hands of the Slaughter sect? It was said that there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, mountains of the 9 mountains and seas, seas of the 9 mountains and seas. Before the men of the Slaughter sect arrived, the sky was filled with dark clouds, formed by the gathering of their pure and condensed killing intent. After their arrival, rows of iron curtains were lined up in an orderly manner. Their murderous aura filled the air as though they were a world-destroying army. Next was the Fortune Immortal Gate. Completely different from Lu Zong's temperament, the Fortune Immortal Gate's cultivators were handsome and confident, while the women were beautiful enough to put the moon to shame. All of them had the air of immortals, and their temperament was so extraordinary that it was hard to believe. The Supreme Qi Palace that Gu Chen was familiar with was the third to arrive. Compared to the eye-catching temperament of the Fortune Immortal Gate, the cultivators of the Supreme Qi Palace gave off a feeling of returning to their natural state. The Great Qi Palace was led by Palace Lord Taijin. Gu Chen noticed that Zhang Hao had arrived. The proud daughter of the Tai race, Tai Wei, whom he had seen on the second mountain, had also arrived. The fourth to arrive was the Winter Temple. The Winter Temple's uniform was dark blue, and there weren't many cultivators. The leader of the Winter Hall was a man, and he gave Gu Chen a very strange feeling. Although he was standing there, his spirit, qi, and spirit seemed to be in another space and time. There was a strong sense of incongruity, and it was indescribably strange. The last to arrive was the Heavy Cloud Pavilion, the most low-profile power in the primordial group. Although the High Barrier Tower possessed great authority, it had never exercised its veto power in the Dao Court for countless years. It was said that the High Barrier Tower rarely interfered with the factions under them, and it could be said that they ruled by doing nothing. The cultivators of the High Barrier Tower were all dressed in sky-blue robes and dressed like scholars. They looked cultured and refined, and they stood out from the crowd. The 5 major factions of the primordial group had all arrived. They had different numbers of people, but generally, the weakest disciples were at the sage level, and the elders were all at the Dao ancestor level. As for the leaders, they were either sect masters or historical figures. Below the ruler level, there were few who could rival them, although there were many people from the various factions. Compared to the primordial group, they were like stragglers. They were uneven, and there was a clear gap between them. After the primordial group arrived, the leaders of the 5 major factions gathered together to discuss many matters regarding the Life Dao ground. Many Dao ancestors went to visit them, but they were all rejected. Gu Chen watched from afar, curious about what the upper echelons of the primordial group were talking about. No matter what they were talking about, the 5 rulers were definitely behind it. The final outcome of their discussion would also affect the direction of the Life Dao ground. The upper echelons of the primordial group were talking, and the disciples below were gathered together. Those who could be chosen by the primordial group's factions were all talented and had outstanding strength. Although some of them were not ranked on the legend list, it was not because they could not do it, but because they were not interested. And this time, those who were chosen to come here to compete for the opportunities of the great life art were the outstanding talents of their respective factions. It was inevitable that they were arrogant and had thoughts of competing with others. Who was the pinnacle of the primordial Dao world's younger generation? The primordial group had gathered the top geniuses of the Dao world. These geniuses finally had the opportunity to gather together, and their suppressed hot-bloodedness was stirring. They all wanted to prove their strength and make a name for themselves. Therefore, be it a momentary quarrel or past grudges, the geniuses quickly clashed. The elites of the Winter Hall sought out the elites of the High Barrier Tower. The legacy disciples of the Supreme Chi Palace sought out the legacy disciples of the Immortal Gate of Creation. The disciples of the Slaughter sect temporarily had no opponents, so they simply sought out the experts of the various major factions, regardless of whether they were young or old. This action was tacitly approved by many of the primordial group's elders. They also wanted to see how their disciples' actual combat was, and at the same time, it was also a warm-up for the competition after entering the Life Dao field. The elites of the primordial group, who could not usually be seen, displayed their divine abilities and fought. How rare was this opportunity! Countless cultivators gathered around the various battlefields to witness the intense clashes between the great Dao techniques. Among them, the Supreme Chi Palace's Tai Wei sought out an extremely burly man from the Immortal Gate of Creation. Tai Wei had the bloodline of the Grand Race and cultivated the most authentic connate 5 grand forms. Facing her enemy, she used the Grand Prime and Tai Chi divine forms to suppress him and quickly gained the upper hand. Boom! A terrifying chi explosion actually blasted the burly man from the Immortal Gate of Creation into pieces, shocking many cultivators. Kill him directly? Was Tai Wei so reckless? The bloodline that has been passed down from ancient Netherworld to this day is indeed extraordinary. I can't fight back at all. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a crisp female voice sounded, startling the surrounding audience. Don't give me that. I heard that the Immortal Gate of Creation has recruited a disciple who is known as the most talented in history. In just a few decades, her great creation technique has already reached the transcendent stage. This time, when she enters the Life Dao field, she has high hopes for the entire sect. That's you, right? I think your name is Xianxia? As the smoke and dust settled, a young girl with purple eyes entered everyone's sight. No one would have thought that the burly man from before was just a disguise. The Real Immortal Gate Heaven's Pride was actually such a young and cute girl. Looks like you purposely picked me as your opponent. Since that's the case, are you prepared to be beaten up by me? Xianxia smiled and raised her jade-white palm. That pair of hands flashed with the holy light of creation. Tai Wei snorted, her great saint-level cultivation exploding. She wanted to see just how capable this genius from the Fortune Immortal Gate who had recently risen to fame was. A part of the sky was swallowed by the yin and yang energies. The Tai Chi divine form was far stronger than before. Great Yin Yang art, Tai Wei used a great Dao art. Combining it with her powerful extreme race bloodline, the battle power she could display was enough to let her fight quasi-Dao ancestors. Over the years, most of the 10 races of the ancient underworld had declined, but the extreme race was still strong, even developing into the supreme Qi palace of the primordial group. This was all thanks to the great Yin Yang art. The bloodline of the extreme race's Khanate 5 Tai was naturally compatible with the powerful great Yin Yang art. Thus, after the birth of the Dao world, the extreme race did not fall behind in the golden age of the 88 great arts. Instead, they relied on the great Yin Yang art to rise to the next level. The bloodline of the 10 races of the ancient underworld and the great Yin Yang art were assets that ordinary cultivators could not have. This powerful advantage caused the hearts of the spectating cultivators to waver. Could that little girl from the Fortune Immortal Gate be a match for such power? Facing the surging yin and yang energies, Xianxia did not choose to dodge. Mainly, it was difficult to dodge, so she allowed herself to be submerged. She was within the vast yin and yang energies. The two energies turned into Tai Chi, like a millstone of heaven and earth, rolling over. Most cultivators could not see what was happening on the battlefield. Xianxia's expression did not change as she faced the danger. She casually raised her hands and slapped the void around her. Her hands released endless power. The yin and yang energies that had already turned into the Tai Chi divine form actually disintegrated and fled. Xianxia walked towards Tai Wei. The yin and yang energies were twisted by her hands. All the divine techniques lost their effect. They could not even get close to her. Heaven's chosen one. Not simple indeed. Tai Wei took a deep breath, her eyes filled with wariness. Supreme Qi Palace had interacted with the Fortune Immortal Gate many times. How could they not know how special the Great Creation Art, which was the foundation of the Fortune Immortal Gate? The Great Creation Art was the creation and evolution of nature. It disintegrated and reconstructed the attributes of all things. The hegemon of the heaven of Twinkle had relied on the grand art of creation to carve out a bloody path through the group of Dao Fathers. As for the chosen ones, it meant that their bodies were naturally compatible with a certain great Dao technique. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were born for this great Dao technique. The heavens chosen would cultivate a suitable great Dao technique at lightning speed. Their comprehension would be deeper than others, and their power would be stronger than others. The great art of creation could decompose and reconstruct the attributes of all things, which was a great threat to ordinary cultivators. It could be said that there was an innate suppression, and it was not uncommon for cultivators to kill enemies of a higher level. But the yin-yang qi was very special. It was not an ordinary element. Furthermore, she had a special very race bloodline to support her. Ordinary Fortune Celestial Gate disciples using this technique on her would not have much of an effect. However, as soon as Xianxia's hands touched it, her divine form disintegrated. It could be seen how high the grade of her power of creation was. This was an ability that only the chosen ones could possess. No wonder the Fortune Immortal sect has placed such high hopes on this person. If she enters the life dojo and luckily obtains the great life art, it would be a disaster. Tai Wei had a strong killing intent. The great creation art was heaven-defying. It could freely break down and reconstruct the attributes of all things, and then create life. If the Fortune Immortal sect obtained the great life art and understood the true meaning of life, then the complicated ancient underworld bloodline like the very race would no longer be unsolvable. This was especially true for a chosen one like Xianxia. Once she obtained the great life art, as long as she had a specimen, she could, in theory, mass-produce very race bloodlines or other powerful bloodlines. Tai Wei had a plan. If she could accidentally kill Xianxia in a spar, then she would eliminate a potential enemy for the Great Qi Palace. Even if she got into trouble because of this, it did not matter. Xianxia could feel Tai Wei's killing intent. Her eyes became more serious, and the light in her hands moved faster. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The Tai Chi divine form kept collapsing and reforming. The battle between the two was very intense, and it was very loud. This battle that everyone was watching was naturally seen by Gu Chen. Others could not see what was happening on the battlefield, but he could. Not only could he see it clearly, but he was also very focused. He was a little nervous, which was rare. Crazy girl, don't try to be brave, Guchen muttered to himself. Feng Yaya and Feng Yaya were the same person. When the two had started fighting, Guchen had noticed this Fortune Immortal Gate's proud daughter and recognized her. After her disguise had been destroyed, Feng Yaya's true appearance was no different from when she had been baptized by the primordial chaos. All these years, even the Hidden God Army's intelligence network had not been able to find out where she had gone. It was unexpected that she had joined the Fortune Immortal Gate, one of the primordial group. They had not seen each other for a long time, but she was fighting someone from the Great Qi Palace. This girl was really worrisome. Guchen paid close attention to Feng Yaya's battle. Although he knew that even if there was danger, it would not be his turn to act, he was still instinctively on guard. Feng Yaya and Tai Wei's battle was getting more and more intense. Feng Yaya was under a lot of pressure, and she found an opportunity to get close to Tai Wei. The creation divine hand slapped towards her. In an instant, Tai Wei's flesh, organs, bones, and all her attributes were disintegrated. Her body collapsed, but she did not die. She transformed into the Tai Su real form that Yu had used before. She slipped away like a cloud and reformed somewhere far away. You have been trying to get close to me. From your actions, I can infer that you think that as long as you touch me, you will win. What a pity. It seems that the Tai Su Dao of the Great Qi Palace is the perfect counter to your hands. Tai Wei, who had reverted to her real form, mocked. She had taken a risk to take a hit from her opponent and was fine. This meant that her opponent's creation power was not enough to deal with her. Bloodline. Potential was just potential. Her opponent was still too young. Since that was the case, she had to go all out and find an opportunity to kill her even if she was seriously injured. Well, it's not completely useless, is it? Feng Yaya stared at the indescribable part below Tai Wei's neck and teased. Tai Wei then realized that something was wrong. She looked down. Even if it was not a mountain ridge, it should have been a hill. But now, it was a flat grassland. Tai Wei's face flushed red, and her beautiful eyes revealed a murderous intent. How dare you make fun of me? I will kill you. Tai Wei lost control of her emotions and was about to go berserk. Just then. It's about time. Stop. A voice was heard. At the same time, a terrifying aura locked onto Tai Wei, causing her to calm down. Feng Yaya stuck out her tongue, turned around, and ran away. She ran towards the person who spoke. The person who spoke was the gate master of the fated immortal gate, Chu Jin. She had finished her meeting with the higher-ups of the Hongmeng group. Tai Wei was unwilling, but she had heard of the gate master of the fated immortal gate for a long time. She could only give up. Looking at the smug look on Feng Yaya's face, she suddenly realized that she had become a sparring partner for nothing. It looked like she was the one who initiated the provocation, but in reality, the elders of the fated immortal gate wanted to use her to accumulate experience for the juniors they had high hopes for. The timing was really good. She had just suffered a loss, and the other side called for a stop. How despicable. The sparring session ended. Feng Yaya did not suffer any losses and even gained the upper hand. When Guchen witnessed all this, the corners of his mouth curled up. He was sincerely happy for her growth. Feng Yaya went to Sect Master Chu's side with an obedient look. Sect Master Chu did not reprimand her mischievous pranks and seemed to dote on her. Chu Jin was dignified and generous. Although she was a woman, her skin and figure were well maintained. Compared to a silly little girl, she had a different charm. Because she was the beloved daughter of the ruler Linglong Tian, Chu Jin was the moon that everyone revolved around among the higher-ups of the Hongmeng group. The quarrel between the younger generation was just a small matter. After the higher-ups ended their meeting, Chu Jin glanced at the countless cultivators and spoke as the representative of the Hongmeng group. After the unanimous agreement of the 9 Dao courts, the birth of the Life Dao field is a grand event in the Dao world. The opportunity should belong to everyone in the world. However, the Life Dao field is filled with unpredictable dangers. Fighting alone is tantamount to suicide, so the Dao court has made a decision. Only 5 teams can enter the Life Dao field, led by the 5 members of the Hongmeng group. Cultivators who are willing to enter the Life Dao field can register with the Hongmeng group. You can join the team if you pass the assessment. As for which team you want to join, you are free to decide. The registration period is only 3 days. Chu Jin's voice passed through the void and spread to the treasure ships of the major forces and the restaurants and teahouses of the major cities, causing countless cultivators to be excited, because too many first-rate forces had gathered around the Life Dao field. Many people, especially itinerant cultivators, felt that the opportunity had nothing to do with them. Unexpectedly, the Dao court announced that everyone would have a chance. Although they had to be assessed, it was better than being directly excluded. All of a sudden, countless cultivators started to feel lucky and scrambled to sign up. Everyone will have a chance? Gu Chen frowned when he heard this decision. He felt that things were developing in the direction that Fang Yuan hoped for. Logically speaking, the rulers could not take action. It was enough for the 5 forces of the Hongmeng group to compete. Why did they have to involve so many people? Could it be that the Hongmeng group was worried that the world would say that they wanted to monopolize the opportunity for the sake of their reputation? That was obviously impossible. They already had veto power, so why would they care about the opinions of others? If that was the case, why did they do this? The registration craze began, and a large number of cultivators flocked to the Hongmeng group's forces, hoping to be selected. However, most of the cultivators were eliminated in an instant, including some Sage Realm cultivators. As Gu Chen listened to the discussions of those who had failed to sign up, he gradually saw a pattern. The primordial group didn't choose people based on their cultivation or status in the sect, but their inheritance and bloodline. Those who cultivated in the orthodoxy, or whose bloodline talent was compatible with the Life Dao field and the Heaven race, had a much higher chance of being chosen. So that's how it is. The reason why they recruited so many talents was to increase their chances of obtaining the Great Life Art. Gu Chen realized that he had made a mistake. Entering the Life Dojo didn't necessarily mean that he would be able to obtain the Great Life Technique. Back when the Azure Empress was killed, it could be seen from the fact that the Life Dao arena was hidden that she had made sufficient preparations. If that's the case, wouldn't the Dark Empress guard against the enemy finding the Life Dojo? Even if he wasn't an enemy, there would definitely be strict criteria for inheriting the Great Life Art. It was never easy to obtain the recognition of a Great Path technique, and those with the relevant talent would have a higher chance of obtaining it. Although the primordial group had many experts, they might not be able to obtain the Great Life Arts recognition. They might even be targeted by the Dao field. Thus, the best method was to cast a wide net, gather as many cultivators as possible. As long as one of them obtained the Great Life Art, the primordial group would naturally be able to obtain it from them. Fang Yuan truly understands people's minds. The moment the Life Dao field appeared, he already thought of this situation. This way, it will be much easier to sneak in. Some people would think of their next move in advance when playing chess, but Fang Yuan had clearly thought of many moves. Gu Chen had guessed that Fang Yuan would sneak into the primordial group, but he thought that he would use the relationship of the traitor in the primordial group to use the Great Transformation technique to transform into someone from the primordial group. Who could have thought that there was no need to go through so much trouble now? As long as he passed the test, he would be able to join the group. Gu Chen's number of suspects had increased greatly. It would be even more difficult to find Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan can join any of the 5 groups. There are many good people mixed in. He also has the Great Transformation technique to perfection. It seems that it is impossible to stop his scheme outside the Life Dao field. I can only follow him into the Life Dao field and destroy his plan when he gives himself away. Gu Chen's gaze turned cold as he made up his mind. He had taken the risk to stay here to stop Fang Yuan's plan. Be it inside or outside the Life Dao field, the risk of being discovered by the ruler was the same. There was no need to hesitate. Which of the 5 groups should I join? Gu Chen's gaze flickered. Great Qi Palace, Slaughter Sect, Fortune Immortal Gate, Winter Hall, and Heavy Cloud Tower. Among them, he had the least understanding of Slaughter Sect and Heavy Cloud Tower, so he did not consider them. The one with the most understanding was Great Qi Palace. This ally Zhang Hao was clearly going to enter the Life Dao field, joining. Great Qi Palace's camp was a good choice. But Fortune Immortal Gate, Gu Chen thought of Feng Yaya. Although he was happy to see her again, it was not the right time for her to come to the Life Dao field. If Fang Yuan joins Fortune Immortal Gate's group, with his sharp insight, he might recognize Yaya's identity. At that time, he will definitely choose to use Yaya to restrain me. If that happens, I will be too passive. It seems that I can only remind Yaya to find an excuse not to enter the Life Dao field. Gu Chen decided to contact Feng Yaya first and chat with her before deciding which group to join. Immediately, his divine sense spread out, searching for Feng Yaya's location. A portion of Fortune Immortal Gates people had settled down in a large city. They were in charge of registration. Feng Yaya also followed them. But this girl was not interested in these matters. She was strolling around the city, eating and drinking. This is a good chance to get in touch. Gu Chen had an idea. He leisurely pretended to enter the same city by chance. He had been disguised as a fat Taoist priest for many days, holding a horsetail whisk in his hand, his face full of kindness, but his eyes were a little restless. He wandered around the streets, and after more than 2 hours, he met a girl with purple eyes. "Miss, please wait a moment." When the two brushed past each other, Gu Chen called out to Feng Yaya, but his eyes were shining, and his smile was a little wretched. "What's the matter?" Feng Yaya frowned slightly. The other party's lecherous look made her a little uncomfortable. "This poor Taoist is good at reading faces and palms. We are fated to meet today, so I want to read your fortune." Gu Chen struck up a conversation in an old-fashioned way. It was obvious he had bad intentions. "No need." Feng Yaya's pretty face turned cold. She had seen this kind of people many times. She did not want to waste time, so she turned around and left. "Hey, little girl, are you sure you don't want to read my fortune? This poor Taoist is not a swindler. This poor Taoist knows everything, be it in my career or marriage. I can read my fortune. Even the great prophet of Luo sect does not have my foresight." Gu Chen stuck to her like a dog's skin plaster, and in the eyes of others, he was a scoundrel. Feng Yaya originally wanted to ignore him, and even had the urge to beat him up, but when she heard the name of the great prophet of Luo sect, she subconsciously stopped in her tracks. "This lass, she's become smarter." Gu Chen nodded to himself. It seemed that this girl had heard his hint. "You can really read my fortune?" Feng Yaya hesitated and asked. Gu Chen was somewhat taken aback by the anticipation in his eyes. "Of course. Can you let me take a look at your palm?" Gu Chen said with a chuckle, looking impatient. "Hey, little girl, don't be fooled by this quack. This fatty doesn't look decent at all. What does he know about numerology?" The surrounding cultivators could not bear to watch any longer. Feng Yaya was too pretty and cute, and Gu Chen's image was too poor. They could not bear to see her being fooled. "Of course you can. But let me make this clear. If you are right, I will naturally reward you. If not, you will suffer." Feng Yaya stretched out her hand with her palm facing upwards. She no longer needed to wear white gloves like she did in the past. She could now use the power of the divine hands of creation perfectly. This young lady looked somewhat familiar. Could she be? Some cultivators with sharp eyes recognized Feng Yaya. Their expressions changed and they distanced themselves, not daring to speak again. They were worried that a heaven's favorite of the deity gate would be fooled. They were overthinking things. That fatty was really bold. He did not have any eyesight at all. If he was right, it would be fine. But if he angered this heaven's favorite, he would probably die a horrible death today. "Miss, your hands are very delicate." Gu Chen smiled and placed his hand on Feng Yaya's palm. Feng Yaya's eyes turned cold and she was about to explode. She let him read her palm, not touch her. However, before she could act out, she suddenly felt an extremely familiar aura from the place where her hands touched, causing her to be startled. "I'm afraid this fatty will not live to see tomorrow's sun." Tomorrow? It would not be surprising if he was killed on the spot. The surrounding cultivators broke out in a cold sweat for Gu Chen. They did not know whether to say that the ignorant were fearless or that the lustful were too bold. "Miss, what do you want to ask?" Gu Chen's eyes were exceptionally calm as he reminded Feng Yaya. Feng Yaya quickly hid her emotions and her eyes became a little hot. "Marriage. I have a sweetheart. I want to know if it's possible for me and him." It seemed to be an answer to deal with the situation, but it also seemed to come from the heart. At least in the eyes of the people around, Feng Yaya indeed looked like she was trapped by love. Hee, everything is determined by the heavens. Marriage cannot be forced. "Miss, you are as beautiful as a fairy." As long as you follow your heart, everything will naturally come true. Gu Chen told the standard fortune-telling routine, and the surrounding cultivators looked at him with disdain. He was indeed a fraud. As long as you follow your heart, you will be able to achieve what you want. Are you sure? Feng Yaya smiled and looked at Gu Chen teasingly. Gu Chen was silent for a while. He hadn't seen this girl for a long time. Why did he feel that she wasn't easy to deal with? Forget it, you're just an idiot. It's pointless to have your fortune read. You only know how to say nice things. I'll let you off today. Feng Yaya snorted coldly and withdrew her hand, leaving like a proud peacock. This fatty is quite smart. His answers are quite reasonable. Sure enough, everyone loves to listen to good words. I wonder who's so lucky to be admired by the Fortune Immortal Gate's proud daughter. The surrounding cultivators discussed for a while and then dispersed, not noticing anything out of the ordinary. The little girl's temper isn't very good. Gu Chen shook his head, looking depressed. He left in a direction completely different from Feng Yaya. Feng Yaya continued to shop. Everything seemed normal on the surface, but within her consciousness, a thin strand of heaven-winding silk had floated into her. The heaven-winding silk turned into a small person, and it looked like Gu Chen. Uncle Gu, long time no see. What are you doing here? Why is it so troublesome to talk to me? Feng Yaya asked excitedly. There was no need for any disguise in her consciousness. She had used this as a pretext to make a fuss, but she pretended that nothing had happened to avoid awkwardness. She had always been very smart. The sovereigns are secretly monitoring this place, and some of the great mediums have no lack of means to spy on divine sense transmissions. This is the safest way to communicate with you. Gu Chen explained. It was better to be safe than sorry. Not to mention the sovereigns, even Fu Tian Pavilion had methods like the Great Sound Spell that could break secret transmissions. He had to be on his guard. So that's it. Are you also here for Life Dao Field? How have you been all these years? What about your other companions? Where are they? Feng Yaya had a lot of questions she wanted to ask. She could talk about anything with Gu Chen, and she could even talk for 3 days and 3 nights without getting tired of it. It was unlike in the Fate Immortal sect, where she needed to think carefully about everything she said and did. Yaya, listen carefully. Fang Yuan has his eyes on Life Dao Field. It's going to be filled with danger, you better not go in. Gu Chen went straight to the point. He told Feng Yaya the main reason for his visit, including the ins and outs of the matter. He told her everything truthfully. After learning that Gu Chen had already fought with Fang Yuan, and that heaven-equaling Immortal Emperor and the Dwarf Emperor had participated, but she knew nothing about it, she immediately became angry. I'm not leaving, she shouted. Why? Gu Chen frowned. Uncle Gu, you want to deal with Fang Yuan alone again, I'm worried. I've already prepared a way out, no need to worry about me. That won't do, I want to help. Moreover, at this point, I can't just not enter Life Dao Field even if I want to. What do you mean? Feng Yaya calmed down and explained patiently, this time, the Fortune Immortal Gate is determined to obtain the Great Life Spell, and they think that with my talent, I have the highest chance of obtaining the Life Dao Field's recognition. The Fortune Immortal Gate's arrangements all revolve around me. Do you think I can find an excuse not to enter? Gu Chen could see that Feng Yaya was not lying, and immediately felt a headache. To think that the Fortune Immortal Gate placed so much importance on Feng Yaya. The more important she was, the greater the risk she would face in Life Dao Field. The Fortune Immortal Gate's orthodoxy uses the Great Life Spell as its core. If we can obtain the Great Life Spell and see through the true meaning of life, our orthodoxy will rise to the peak, and we might be able to suppress the other 4 great forces of the primordial group. According to my master, the ruler Ling Long Tian is determined to obtain the Great Life Spell, and the other 4 rulers would rather destroy the Great Life Spell than let Ling Long Tian get it. Thus, the 5 rulers could not come to an agreement and decided to let the primordial group compete. But even so, the other 4 great forces of the primordial group will target the Fortune Immortal Gate together, and that is already a foreseeable scenario. Uncle Gu, since you have to enter Life Dao Field anyway, and I can't leave, why don't you join the Fortune Immortal Gate and protect me, how about that? Feng Yaya requested. She understood Guchen too well. If she told him that she also wanted to kill Feng Yuan, he would definitely not agree. But if she asked him to protect her, he would not be able to refuse, right? She was not lying, she had to enter Life Dao Field no matter what, and by then, the Fortune Immortal Gate would definitely be targeted by the other primordial group, and her situation would not be optimistic. If she could be in the same team as Gu Chen, they would be able to fight side by side again, and she could even borrow the Fortune Immortal Gate's strength to help Gu Chen deal with Feng Yuan. This way, Gu Chen would not be easily exposed. If he rejected the Fortune Immortal Gate, it would not be easy to join the other primordial group's team. The primordial group would screen his identity. Although the Fortune Immortal Gate would be heavily targeted, it was still better than fighting alone. In the end, Gu Chen agreed to Feng Yaya's request. There were 5 factions in the Hongmeng group, and he had to pick one of them anyway. Since Feng Yaya could no longer back out, the fated Immortal Gate was obviously a better choice. My identity is unknown. How are you going to help me sneak into the fated Immortal Gate team? The two began to discuss the details. Identity is not a big problem. Even if you are wanted by the Dao Court, as long as you have a chance of obtaining the Great Life Art, none of the factions in the Hongmeng group will reject you. Feng Yaya said confidently. Oh? You are so sure? Uncle Gu, think about it and you will understand. No matter who sneaks into the dojo and obtains the Great Life Art, how can they leave alive? The Hongmeng group will not let them go. All the factions in the world will not let them go. Even the rulers above the clouds are watching everything. The only way to survive is to hand over the Great Life Art to one of the factions in the Hongmeng group in exchange for their protection. Registering with the Hongmeng group is a tacit acceptance of this choice. The Hongmeng group has nothing to fear, and they are not worried that someone will steal the inheritance. What they want is someone who is more likely to be favored by the Life Dojo. It is not a big deal for them to lower their status. Gu Chen understood the true thoughts of the Hongmeng group's higher-ups from Feng Yaya, and he suddenly had an idea. If the fat Taoist's identity did not work, he could only use the identity of Qin Yunfei. But that would be a lot more burdensome, and it would be hard to avoid being restrained. Now it seemed that this was not a problem. Uncle Gu, the energy of your secret art can be converted into the source of life, right? Disguise as someone with a Taoist root that is compatible with the Great Life Art, and it will not be difficult to pass the registration. How about this? Tomorrow I will pretend to be on a whim and join the team in charge of the registration. When the time comes, you can come over and I will pick you. That will be foolproof. Feng Yaya suggested. Gu Chen had no objections. The two agreed on a time the next day. Gu Chen's heaven-winding silk's energy was almost depleted, and he ended the connection. The next day, the fat Taoist that Gu Chen was disguised as came to the fated Immortal Gate registration area as promised. Feng Yaya had arrived before him, and had already gone through hundreds of cultivators. Beside her was the Fortune Immortal Gate's gate chief, Chu Jin. Gu Chen followed the crowd and lined up calmly. Sect Master Chu noticed him and spoke. You, come here to take the test first. Gu Chen was not surprised at all. He hurried forward with a smile. What the hell? That fat Taoist is only at the 7 Mahayana realm, how can he cut the queue? Maybe it's related. Keep your voice down. This is not a place where you can be impudent. Someone in the team complained in a low voice, but after someone reminded him, he quickly shut up. Gu Chen grabbed his horsetail whisk and approached Feng Yaya. Then, he bowed to her. Miss, we meet again. You know him? Chu Jin was surprised. Master, this Taoist priest told my fortune yesterday. Feng Yaya looked like she didn't want to talk to Gu Chen. I see. Chu Jin didn't think too much about it. He looked at Gu Chen and said coldly, Saint King Realm Cultivation, barely passable. What's your name, and who is your master? This humble Taoist belongs to no sect, and is a rogue cultivator. Those who know me call me Desolate Taoist. Gu Chen replied in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. It's not easy for a rogue cultivator to cultivate to this realm. Chu Jin was expressionless. He didn't have any intention of chatting. He reached out his hand for a routine check. Gu Chen was very calm, allowing Chu Jin to check his body. The secret technique energy in his body had already turned into life energy. Feng Yaya looked on from the side, feeling a little nervous. She was very clear about her master's strength. She might be able to see through Uncle Gu's disguise. If she saw through something, it would be troublesome. Her master wasn't in the city yesterday, but who would have thought that she would come here early in the morning and not leave? This made it difficult for her to help Guchen even if she wanted to. What kind of Taoist technique do you cultivate? Chu Jin quickly retracted his hand and looked at Gu Chen with a more serious gaze than before. This humble Taoist mainly cultivates the law of life, and I also know some other Taoist techniques. Chu Jin nodded after getting a definite answer. You passed the test. Gu Chen revealed a joyful expression and expressed his gratitude. Chu Jin waved his hand, indicating for him to stand aside. After today's test ended, the Fortune Immortal sect would make arrangements. Feng Yaya finally felt relieved when she saw that Gu Chen had passed the test. Smoothly. Gu Chen was waiting not far away. Beside him were cultivators who had also passed the test. Compared to the long queue, the number of people was pitifully small. I wonder which team Feng Yuan will be in. Gu Chen pondered in his heart. Everyone he saw could be Feng Yuan in disguise. If he could deceive Chu Jin, it would be even easier for Feng Yuan, who had the great transformation technique perfection. Important news. Important news. The Tao world is in a huge commotion. Have you heard? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the city. Some cultivators were discussing something, interrupting Gu Chen's thoughts. What news? Could it be that some big shot has set his eyes on the Life Tao field again? Even the primordial group is here. Who else could be more important? Don't try to be mysterious. These days, influential figures of the Tao world had arrived in the fourth mountain and see one after another. Many cultivators were already numb to it. It's the glorious ancient overlord body. Legend has it that the strongest physique of the entire ancient underworld era, the 10th generation of the Tyrant clan, has appeared again. The person who spread the rumor was so excited that he spoke incoherently. Such remarks immediately caused a stir in the restaurants and tea houses. Tyrant clan? Didn't this clan perish long ago? They didn't perish. It seems that they were expelled into the chaotic sea a million years ago. This clan used to be one of the most powerful clans in the ancient underworld era. The 9th generation of the glorious ancient overlord body suppressed 9 eras. The legendary invincible physique has appeared again? Is this news true? It's absolutely true. Rumor has it that the Tyrant clan's supreme leader came to the Revolutionary Army's general meeting not long ago and incorporated the various Revolutionary Army of the Tao world. He formed a huge force and threatened to destroy the 9 great Tao courts. Destroy the 9 great Tao courts? The glorious ancient overlord body that has been lost for countless years has returned again? The earth-shattering news quickly spread throughout the city, causing countless cultivators to gasp in astonishment. The Revolutionary Army was an organization that fought against the 9 great Tao courts. It was not that people did not know about them, but they had never been publicly discussed. No one thought that they had the power to threaten the Tao courts. But now, as the news of the legendary invincible physique spread rapidly, the influence of this organization was suddenly magnified. The sacred and unshakable 9 great Tao courts had been publicly challenged. The news spread extremely quickly. People at the registration area of the Fortune Immortal Gate also began to discuss it. When Chu Jin heard the news, his face darkened and he hurriedly left. Uncle Gu, Feng Yaya's heart trembled as she looked at Gu Chen worriedly. This was the biggest secret that they had been trying their best to hide. At this critical juncture of the gathering, they were caught off guard and exposed. What's going to happen has finally happened, Gu Chen muttered to himself as he listened to the discussions all over the place. After the Revolutionary Army's General Alliance meeting, he knew that his identity would be exposed one day. Did someone in the Revolutionary Army get caught and leak the secret, or was it Feng Yuan who was playing tricks again? The secret could not have been revealed earlier or later. It just so happened that he was about to enter the Life Dojo. If he chose not to enter the Life Dojo because of this matter, or even stayed away from this place, then Feng Yuan would have one less obstacle. Are you the one who made the move? Unfortunately, I won't retreat. Gu Chen's eyes were cold and firm. What invincible physique! The ancient underworld is a thing of the past, and the tyrants have been eliminated by history. Whoever dares to spread rumors, don't blame the sacred family for being ruthless. Amidst the heated discussions, the higher-ups of the sacred family appeared in public and declared that the tyrants were complete losers, and they would pursue the rumor-mongers. Suddenly, many cultivators were intimidated by the sacred family's power and didn't dare to discuss it openly. However, in private, the discussions became even more heated. When the tyrants were banished to the chaotic sea, it was rumored that the sacred family was the instigator. Now, the world is saying that the glorious ancient tyrant has appeared. The sacred family looks strong on the surface, but I'm afraid they are secretly restless. The enmity between the two clans can be traced back to before the birth of the Tao world. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are irreconcilable. The sacred family has been domineering all these years. It's good if someone can teach them a lesson. Speaking of which, have you heard? The new patriarch of the sacred family, Divine Splendor, seems to be missing? Missing? According to insider news, he's dead. Dead? Who dares to kill the patriarch of the sacred family? Could it be the glorious ancient tyrant body? If it's the tyrant sovereign, why would he only kill Divine Splendor? These days, the sacred family has been targeting the cultivators from the second mountain and sea. It should be related to a powerful force in the second mountain and sea. All kinds of rumors were circulating in private. On the sacred family's treasure ship, Xianxia and the divine ancestor were extremely gloomy. The Qin clan and the Sword Pavilion didn't send anyone here. Obviously, they have a guilty conscience. At this critical juncture, rumors about the glorious ancient overlord body are spreading in the outside world. Patriarch, do you think it's possible that it's true? Divine Ming asked. He already had some idea of the truth of the matter. The higher-ups of the Hongmeng group gathered as soon as they heard the news. Although I don't know what they discussed, it's obvious that it's not as simple as the rumors. The divine ancestor clenched his teeth, a deep loathing in his eyes. Didn't we already exterminate them back then? Why did the 10th glorious ancient overlord body appear? Holy Him received a definite answer, and its entire body tensed up. Then, what should we do next? This tyrant sovereign has obviously grown up and isn't easy to deal with. No matter how strong he is right now, it's not up to us to worry about it. The sacred patriarch chuckled coldly. In the past, when the tyrant supremacy was invincible in the Tao world, the current rulers all experienced that feeling. Although they have become rulers now, their tolerance is much worse than the tyrant supremes of the past. They will not allow anyone to threaten their position. Xianxia understood what the old ancestor meant. The tyrant sovereign wouldn't be able to live for long. With the magnanimity of the rulers, they wouldn't be able to tolerate him. Let's put these messy matters aside for now and wait for the old man to return from the life dojo. If the old man can obtain the great life technique and successfully get out of his second lifetime of youth, then the remnants of the tyrant race will have nothing to fear. The sacred patriarch spoke again, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Is the great life technique really that strong? Xianxia was a little puzzled. His great thunder technique was also a Tao technique, but the patriarch hadn't paid much attention to it. This time, when he returned to the life dojo, he thought more about finding the Qin clan to take revenge, while the patriarch mainly came out of seclusion to obtain the great life technique. The 8 great techniques each have their own merits, and there is no absolute one who is strong or weak. However, everyone's innate bloodline talent is different. The sacred patriarch's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence, and he said unwillingly, the bloodline talent of the sacred family was no weaker than that of the Tai clan back then. Why did they become a member of the Hongmeng group, but not the sacred family? The key is that the Tai clan obtained the great yin-yang technique back then, and this Tao technique was compatible with the Tai clan's bloodline. It made them even stronger, and in the end, the gap between them and us was widened. In the same era, the ancestor of my clan was despicably killed by the second overlord. As a result, the sacred family missed the best opportunity to develop a Tao technique. Although you obtained the Great Thunderbolt technique and revived my sacred family, the Great Thunderbolt technique is not the best choice for my sacred family. The best choice was the Great Creation technique. This Tao technique can decompose and reconstruct everything, and it is very compatible with the mutation ability of my sacred bloodline. Unfortunately, the heavens did not fulfill our wishes. This Dao technique was obtained by the current ruler of the sky of Linglong, and we missed the opportunity to obtain it. The Great Life technique is the second best choice. Although the bloodline of the sacred family can cause all things to mutate, we cannot determine the direction and quality of the mutation. If we can obtain the Great Life technique and see through the true meaning of life, we will have a chance to grasp the secret key to life, allowing our descendants to mutate even stronger and create an even stronger mutant army. As long as we continue to develop like this, there will be a day when the sacred family will no longer be controlled by the Sky Tower. We will be able to truly rise and become a member of the primordial group. The sacred ancestor said many things in a meaningful and heartfelt manner. Shen Ming's heart jumped as he listened. Whether it was ruler Lan Ming from the sacred family or the sky of Linglong, he clearly had no respect for either of them. It would be bad if outsiders heard this. Ancestor, since the Great Life technique is so important, why don't I enter the Life Dojo with you? Shen Ming hurriedly changed the topic. No need. You have already obtained the approval of the Great Thunder technique, so you are most likely not fated to obtain the Great Life technique. Furthermore, the primordial group's fight for the Great Life technique will be extremely intense. Anything can happen in the dojo, and it will be extremely dangerous. You and I cannot both enter. The old man's vitality is already declining, and he doesn't have much lifespan left. If he is lucky enough to obtain the Great Life technique and regain his vitality, then the rise of the sacred family will not be far away. Without that luck, the old man will adapt to the situation, and his old life will not be wasted. The sacred ancestor had already made up his mind, so Shen Ming did not try to persuade him anymore. The patriarch had just passed away, and the hearts of the people in the family were not stable. It was indeed inappropriate for him to enter the Life Dojo. HM? The cultivators of the Heavenly Pavilion are here. It seems that they are here for the remnants of the Tyrants. The sacred ancestor sensed something and suddenly looked into the sky in the distance, gloating. There, a group of cultivators in sackcloth were flying through the sky, and their auras were as deep as the sea. Gu Chen, who was in the city, also sensed them immediately and looked into the distance. The cultivator leading the Heavenly Pavilion had silver hair and thin eyes. His face was so familiar, Gu Chen's pupils involuntarily contracted, and he clenched his fists. Even when he heard the news of the birth of the Yaogu Tyrant body, he was not as nervous as he was now. The people from Fu Tian Pavilion had arrived. They descended upon the temporary residences of various sects and families in various cities. Without saying a word, they captured a large number of cultivators in front of everyone. Some people were dissatisfied and questioned the reason, but the people from Fu Tian Pavilion did not give them any explanation. Some confiscated their possessions, while others exterminated their sects. Some cultivators who were targeted went to the Hongmeng group and tried to seek redress from the Dao court, but all they got in return was silence and alienation from the Hongmeng group. Suddenly, the ruthlessness and strength of the Fu Tian Pavilion, a force unknown to most people, became known to everyone, and no one dared to stop them. Beside the cultivators from Fu Tian Pavilion, people from the Divine Wander sect also appeared. They were responsible for providing intelligence support, and most of the captured cultivators were on their list. Soon, the reason for the capture was guessed by many forces, and the captured cultivators all made statements about the glorious ancient overlord body and the revolutionary army. The Fu Tian Pavilion was tracking down the person who leaked the news of the glorious ancient overlord body's birth, vowing to find the source of the rumor. For this, they did not hesitate to go to war, causing a huge uproar. Among the waves, the silver-haired young man who led the Fu Tian Pavilion was the most eye-catching. He had the token issued by the 5 rulers, and with a single word, he could mobilize all the cultivators from Fu Tian Pavilion, Swan Shadow Villa, Divine Wander sect, and Crystal Line sect. Even the Hongmeng group could not refuse his request. When he opened his mouth, the wind and clouds surged. When he closed his mouth, heads rolled to the ground. The area around the Life Dojo became livelier because of his arrival, and the situation became more tense. Uncle Gu, isn't that Sui Chuanxiao? At night, in her own sea of consciousness, Feng Yaya asked Gu Chen's clone worriedly. The 3-day registration period had ended, and the cultivators who passed the Celestial Fortune Gate's test were now staying in the same house as the people from the Celestial Fortune Gate, waiting to set off for the Life Dojo. The desolate Taoist that Gu Chen was disguised as did not live far from Feng Yaya's, but out of caution, the two still communicated in this way. The clone this time was much more solid than before, and it was equivalent to a smaller version of the Taoist body. It would not run out of energy as quickly as before, and it could communicate with Feng Yaya during the rest of the journey, and it could even protect her at critical moments. Gu Chen, who was in another room, was silent when he heard Feng Yaya's worried question. From the moment the people from the Fu Tian pavilion appeared, Gu Chen had been in a state of tension. It wasn't because everyone in the Fu Tian pavilion was a Dao ancestor, but because their leader was Sui Chuanqiu. Back on the second mountain, Sui Chuanqiu had been taken away by people from the Fu Tian pavilion, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Gu Chen had been worried about him. Although the great prophet's divination showed that he would turn misfortune into fortune, Gu Chen was still worried and took the risk to ask Zhang how about Sui Chuanqiu. However, there wasn't any useful information after that. Gu Chen never expected that when he met Sui Chuanqiu again, he would actually become a member of the Fu Tian pavilion. What were the people of Fu Tian pavilion like? They had accepted the heaven subduing seals of the juggernauts and were unable to hide anything from the juggernauts. They were unable to do anything that would harm the juggernauts. They were completely loyal slaves and fighters. What did it mean for Sui Chuanqiu to join the Fu Tian pavilion? This meant that the juggernauts should already know everything about him. Sui Chuanqiu knew about Feng Yuan's past and knew that Gu Chen was Qin Yunfei. He could naturally deduce that the so-called glorious ancient overlord body who appeared in the Revolutionary Army's General Alliance meeting was him. Since Sui Chuanqiu could not defy the juggernauts, did the juggernauts already know about Qin Yunfei's hidden identity? This concerned the entire situation of Gu Chen. The answer was enough to cause a series of terrifying consequences. So when Gu Chen saw Sui Chuanqiu, he could not control his emotions. After the people of the Fu Tian pavilion arrived, Gu Chen asked his Taoist body to contact the Ninja clan and the Chen clan. After confirming that the Pei dynasty, the Yu dynasty, the Mu dynasty, and the Sword dynasty were all fine, Gu Chen felt a little relieved. If they had confirmed that the glorious ancient overlord body's disguised identity was Qin Yunfei, Fu Tian pavilion would have already taken action. The fact was that he had been safe until now, which meant that Sui Chuanqiu did not expose his secret. It seemed like he was safe for the time being, but Gu Chen could not figure out how Sui Chuanqiu could keep his secret if he had no choice. He could not find an answer to this question for the time being. Gu Chen could not interact with Sui Chuanqiu under everyone's watchful eyes, so he could only suppress this knot in his heart. You and I both know Sui Chuanqiu, he has never been a simple person. Gu Chen sighed and did not say much to Feng Yaya. No need to worry about him, just prepare for the trip to Life Dao Field. Sui Chuanqiu's appearance was a variable that needed to be guarded against. But Gu Chen was very clear about the current situation. Understood. Feng Yaya nodded, she would do whatever Gu Chen said. The day to enter Life Dao Field for treasure hunting finally arrived. 5 teams gathered on the treetop outside Life Dao Field. The recent turmoil in the Fu Tian pavilion did not affect their plans. Gu Chen mixed in with the Immortal Fortune Gates team and assessed the strength of the 5 teams. The Hongmeng group must have discussed beforehand that the number of people in each team was exactly 300. Among them, the members of the Hongmeng group were naturally the mainstay, and their average strength was obviously higher than that of the selected members. In addition to the number of people, the configuration of the higher-ups was also particular. The 5 major forces of the Hongmeng group each sent 3 Tao ancestors, and the strength of these 3 Tao ancestors was also particular. The leader was either a sect leader or a historical sequence hidden from the world. His strength was obviously stronger than the average Tao ancestor, and it was not difficult for him to fight 1 against 3. Such a clear configuration was obviously to avoid meaningless internal friction. The standards of the members of the Hongmeng group were generally the same, but the selection of members had their own merits, showing the influence, vision, and understanding of Life Dao Field of the Hongmeng group. Gu Chen counted a total of 30 Tao ancestors and 500 saint-level cultivators. If there was a fierce battle in Life Dao Field, the Tao ancestors and the 500 saint-level cultivators were obviously the mainstay. Although there were nearly 1,000 cultivators below the saint level, they were mainly trying their luck to find opportunities. Ancestor Mu finally showed up. Gu Chen looked at the Supreme Chi Palace team. Ancestor Mu, who had been hiding after approaching Life Dao Field, finally showed up. His appearance aroused the fear of many people in the other teams. After all, Ancestor Mu was famous during his peak, and he was a powerful helper. More importantly, he, who cultivated the great fusion art, stood at the peak of trillions of lives, and had a greater chance of obtaining the recognition of the great life art than ordinary people. If not for these two advantages, it would have been difficult for him, who had been reduced to a stray dog, to be accepted by the Supreme Chi Palace. Besides Ancestor Mu, the Sacred Family's ancestor and the Tao ancestor of the enlightened battle dragon race were also present. Guchen glanced coldly at the sacred ancestor, who was standing with the people of the multiple cloud tower. What a pity. Guchen shook his head. Sacred cry was sending him off from afar. If only he had also entered Life Dao Field. Let's go. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Taizhen, the palace lord of the Supreme Qi Temple, said to the other leaders of the Hongming group. Chu Jin, the lord of the Immortal Gate of Fate, as well as the historical sequences of the Slaughter Clan, the Winter Temple, and the Storm Pagoda, had no objections. A total of 1,500 cultivators flew into the Life Dojo under the watchful eyes of the whole world. Countless spectating cultivators revealed looks of envy. High up in the 9 heavens, the 5 sovereigns sitting on their supreme thrones were also secretly watching. Magnificent ancient buildings were located among the mountains in the distance, faintly revealing a corner of the prehistoric civilization. Plains, river valleys, and an endless primeval forest intertwined and unfolded in front of everyone like a picture scroll, as if there was no end. It's beautiful, but so quiet. Feng Yaya looked at the magnificent rivers and mountains and sighed casually. She stood next to Chu Jin, surrounded by the elders and disciples of the Immortal Gate of Fate. The recruited cultivators, like Gu Chen, were scattered on the outside of the group. Although they had just entered the Life Dojo, the 5 groups were already on guard against each other, keeping a clear distance from each other. Gu Chen curiously spread out his divine sense and looked at this long-lost civilization. Indeed, as Feng Yaya said, the Life Dojo was too quiet. Except for the sound of the wind and water, there was nothing else, as if something was missing. Soon, he realized that there was no life here except for plants, be it on the plains or in the forest. There was no trace of beast activity here. Even in the ancient buildings belonging to the Grey Clan, there was no sign of clan activity. It was precisely because of the lack of beast roars and smoke that this place seemed too quiet, like a painting, so beautiful that it seemed unreal. Logically speaking, the Life Dojo has existed here alone for countless years. The chi of heaven and earth is abundant, and the natural conditions are superior. Even if a new civilization was not born, there should at least be some clans here, right? There is no life in the Life Dojo. This place is really dangerous. The cultivators discussed among themselves, noticing that something was amiss. Gu Chen recalled the situation when the Xiaoyao Tao ancestor and the other 2 entered the Life Taoist field to investigate. This Taoist field would suck people's life essence. Even a Tao ancestor couldn't stand it after staying for a long time. Therefore, it was not surprising that no living creatures were born. Although the appearance of the Life Dojo was very abnormal, the information that the Grey Clan had grasped seemed to be accurate. Because they had entered a period of stability that occurred once every 7 years, the Life Dojo no longer absorbed the life essence of humans, which was why they could calmly stand here. Gu Chen was well aware of this, but this was the first time the members of the Hongming group had set foot in this place. They didn't know that the dojo could absorb life force, so they were momentarily stunned by the strange situation. They were cautious and didn't dare to act immediately. The Life Dojo is big enough. The 5 teams will split up and search for their own opportunities. Chu Jin suggested. The leaders of the other 4 teams didn't have any objections, but they just spread out their divine senses and didn't have any intention of taking action. Clearly, they were waiting for the other teams to move first, in case there was any unimaginable danger. The 1,500 cultivators hovered silently in the sky. Welcome to the Life Dojo. A mechanical and emotionless voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. The eyes of the higher-ups of the Hongming group lit up, and even Gu Chen was slightly surprised. Those who enter my Life Dojo and obtain my approval can obtain the great life art. The voice continued, and its words caused many cultivators' faces to light up. There really was the great life art here. How can I obtain your approval? The historical sequence of the Winter Temple asked. The voice didn't answer directly. In the next moment, it sounded like a great bell being rung, and its volume rapidly increased, shaking the souls of those who heard it. The great trial of life begins now. As the voice fell, a mysterious mighty force seeped out of the life dojo, and the 1,499 cultivators all felt a strong suppression at the same time. Their expressions changed drastically, one figure after another fell from the sky amidst cries of alarm, even the Dao ancestors couldn't hold on for long before falling down shakily. Their postures were just a little better. Gu Chen's pupils constricted like needles, and he looked into the depths of the mountains in disbelief. In just a short while, there were only scattered figures left. Taizhen, Chu Jin, and the three historical sequences emitted a dazzling light from their bodies in an attempt to resist the suppression of this world. However, they didn't last long, and their faces turned red and green. They exchanged a few glances. Amidst their shock, they all gave up resisting and flew to the ground below. Gu Chen came back to his senses in time. He pretended to be completely weightless and fell from the sky. Boom! Boom! Craters appeared one after another on the ground, and many cultivators crawled out of them in a sorry state. My Dao power has been suppressed. I can only unleash the strength of the sixfold realm at most. It's the same. I can't fly at all. If not for the strength of my body, I'm afraid I'll be dead after falling from such a high place. Many sages had lingering fears, and their faces were filled with horror. They hadn't felt so powerless in a long time. Aya! Another figure fell from the side, bringing with it a loud rumble and billowing dust. Gu Chen's fat body, which was the desolate Taoist, crawled out of the crater, and seemed to have suffered a terrible fall. Are you all right? Feng Yaya, who had fallen first, walked towards Gu Chen and asked. She seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and walked straight to a Fortune Immortal Gate female disciple not far away from Gu Chen, and helped her up. Gu Chen's figure staggered, and he was covered in dust. Chu Jin, Taizhen, and the others, who landed steadily on the ground, subconsciously looked at him. Although this fatty had suffered a terrible fall, he seemed to be there when they were still in the air. It should be just an illusion, right? The historical sequences shook their heads, and did not think much of him. They quickly checked their own situation, and at the same time, asked the disciples around them. Soon, they came to a shocking conclusion. Although everyone's cultivation level was still there, it was strangely suppressed to below the sevenfold realm. Depending on their strength, some people could temporarily explode with Dao power that exceeded the peak of the sixfold realm, but no one could fly for a long time. 30 Dao ancestors and 500 sages. Even if this life dojo has its own power of rules, how can it suppress them? Even if the Heavenly Queen was reborn, she wouldn't be able to do this. What's going on? Many Dao ancestors had ugly expressions, and even the upper echelons of the Hongmeng group looked nervous. They felt that the life dojo was far more dangerous than they had expected. Such a domineering absolute domain. Among the crowd, the divine patriarch's body suddenly trembled like a sieve, as if he had recalled something terrifying. Gu Chen brushed off the dust on his body. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he stared at the towering building in the mountains in the distance. Among everyone present, he was the only one who knew what had just happened. He had never thought that he would feel an aura of the same origin in the life dojo. Moreover, the strength of this aura was far beyond his understanding. Outside the life dojo, on the supreme throne. At this moment. This aura. Everyone, is it correct? Lin Jiao, one of the rulers, spoke with a gloomy gaze. Yes, it can't be wrong. Although this aura is almost integrated with the entire life dojo and can hide from others, it can't hide from us. This is the power of the Tyrant supremacy. Linglong's red lips parted slightly. Is it the guy who came out recently? Lin Jiao sneered. Obviously not. The traces of time can't lie. This power has existed in the life dojo for a long time. Lan Ku denied. Without the subtle influence of the Tyrant supremacy over the years, it is impossible for the unyielding and overbearing power of the Tyrant supremacy to be integrated with the life dojo. Ling Long agreed with Lan Ku. So, which generation does this power belong to? Lin Jiao raised his eyebrows. The rulers fell silent with a rare solemn expression. Tai, Lan Ming, you two know the tyrants the best. You should be able to tell, right? Lin Jiu looked at the two rulers who had been silent. 30 Dao ancestors and 500 sages had their cultivation levels reduced to the point where they couldn't fly. Even if they were at the sequence level, they couldn't last long. Tai glanced at the crowd and mocked, "You should know." "Is it really so?" Ling Long sighed. "Is it the first generation or the second generation?" There were 9 supremacies in the history of the Tyrants. Although each of them dominated the world in their era, there were differences in their strength. The 5 rulers had all experienced the era of one or more tyrant supremacy. At that time, they felt that the other party was invincible. However, after becoming rulers, their horizons broadened and they realized that the strength of the tyrant supremacy was not the same. Basically, the higher the rank of the tyrant supremacy, the stronger they were. They had also analyzed that it was because of the suppression of the primordial Tao world's heavenly Tao. The cultivation path of the tyrants was not in harmony with the 9 primordial Tao laws. They were even opposed to each other. At the beginning of the Tao world's birth, the heavenly Tao laws were not so perfect, so the tyrants could give birth to generations of brilliant ancient overlord bodies. In the era of the 9th glorious ancient overlord body, the heavenly path became more complete and completely suppressed the overlords. The glorious ancient overlord body's path was cut off. This was the so-called extreme number of 9. After the extreme number of 9, the luck of the tyrants would be exhausted. Before that, as the suppression of the heavenly way was perfected, the talent of each generation of the glorious ancient overlord body would actually be weakened. However, because the strength of every glorious ancient overlord body was a level higher than the best of their generation, people could not tell the difference between the 9 generations. They simply summed them up as the overlord body, invincible in the world. The rest of the world didn't know about this, but after becoming rulers, they had studied it through hearsay and historical records before coming to a conclusion. The strength of the first generation and second generation overlord was unfathomable, as for how strong he was, because they had never fought in the same era, they could not be sure. It was not that they had never seen the power left behind by the tyrant supremacy like the absolute beginning demonic mine, but in the life dojo, the overbearing power that had suppressed 30 Dao ancestors had exceeded their previous understanding. This level of power could only belong to the first generation and second generation overlords who had been born before the creation of the Dao realm. The third generation overlords did not have it. Those 2 overlords were the nightmares of countless powerful clans in the past. The second generation overlord is powerful because of his divine power and superb comprehension, but in terms of absolute power, he is second to the first generation overlord, Tai speculated. Tai speculated. His words made the hegemons frown even tighter. He was the strongest person who illuminated the entire ancient netherworld era with his own strength. I grew up listening to his legends when I was young. Lin Jiu's eyes were filled with excitement. Tai, are you sure? The first generation overlord went to the uncanny back then, so it's impossible for him to leave any power behind. Lan Ku was deep in thought. Isn't it the same for the second generation overlord? Anyway, it can only be the 2 of them. It's not strange for people like them to leave some tricks behind in advance. Tai answered. Let's assume that it's the first generation overlord for now. Why did he leave his power in the life dojo of the Dark Queen? Ling Long Tian asked. The first generation overlord and the Dark Queen were both pioneers of the Dao realm. The Dark Queen transplanted the primordial chaos dragon vein, and the first generation overlord also left his power behind. No matter what they want to do, this is a very deep plan. Tai revealed a look of fear, and the other rulers were also on their guard. The first generation overlord's reputation was too great back then. Even though he had become a ruler, they had never fought against him. Lan Ming, you know the first generation overlord the best. What do you think of his strength? Tai looked at Lan Ming, and the other rulers looked at him as well. Lan Ming seemed to be reminded of the familiar aura in the life dojo. It took him a lot of effort to calm down, and he answered calmly, if the first generation overlord was still here, he could dominate the ages. Dominate the ages, such a high evaluation made the 4 rulers fall silent. In Lan Ming's mind, was the first generation overlord really that invincible? Heh, you're exaggerating. I'd like to see for myself, Lin Jiu said disdainfully. Lin Jiu said disdainfully. In his opinion, Lan Ming had such an illusion because of his past relationship with the first overlord. You can't even beat me, Lan Ming replied nonchalantly. However, everyone could tell that he was unhappy with Lin Jiu's words. Otherwise, with his personality, he would not say such provocative words. Want to try? Lin Jiu's eyes were cold, and he was full of killing intent. Lan Ming's eyes were calm, and he had no intention of backing down. Save your energy. Now is not the time to fight. Linglong stopped them and changed the topic. Do you think the birth of the 10th generation glorious ancient overlord body is related to the life dojo? Her words attracted everyone's attention again. The 9th generation glorious ancient overlord body's path was cut off. This is the fate of the world. Even if the tyrants returned to the Chaos Sea a million years ago, this is irreversible. The appearance of the 10th generation overlord body is full of mysteries. If his birth is related to the 1st generation overlord and the Dark Queen, then it is somewhat understandable. Linglong analyzed. This is possible. The Fu Tian Pavilion was investigating the 10th generation's disguise, and suddenly, the matter of the Karma realm spread, coinciding with the birth of the Life Dojo. It is too much of a coincidence. Is there a connection? Everything seems to be coming together. The rulers pondered. Recently, things had happened one after another. They clearly had control of the entire Dao world's intelligence network, but they could not catch the rat that was secretly playing tricks. If we can't guess, then let's not guess. No matter who wants to do what, as long as the 5 of us are united, we won't be able to cause any trouble. Lan Ke looked at Linglong as he spoke, hinting at something. Everyone knew that Linglong was most determined to obtain the Life Dojo. If my people obtain the great life art, as long as you don't go back on your words and stop them, nothing will affect the unity. Linglong snorted coldly, expressing his attitude. Then let's continue watching. The other rulers' eyes flickered, but they did not answer directly. Their gazes returned to the Life Dojo. He had entered the Life Dao field for Feng Yuan. But now, Gu Chen had more things to worry about. Something in the depths of the Life Dao field was attracting him. Since we can't fly, we can only proceed on foot. My Fortune Immortal sect will make a move first. After accepting the fact that everyone's cultivation levels were suppressed, Fortune Immortal sect's sect leader Chu Jin said to the other higher-ups of the primordial group. Then, he ordered the team to explore the Life Dao field first. The situation is favorable to the Fortune Immortal sect. The other higher-ups of the primordial group looked at each other and quickly understood why Chu Jin dared to take the risk even though his cultivation level was severely suppressed. Everyone's cultivation level was suppressed, and the Fortune Immortal sect, which was originally destined to be at the heart of the struggle, faced a smaller threat. Everyone's cultivation level is at the 6-fold realm. This life test is really fair. It seems that the great life art is indeed obtained by those who are fated. The cultivators outside of the Hongmeng group in each team also became excited. Originally, the cultivators of the Hongmeng group were generally much stronger than them, which meant that there was a high probability that they would become cannon fodder in the Life Dao field or become someone else's wedding dress. But now, even the Dao ancestors' cultivation level was suppressed to the 6-fold realm, which meant that they had a chance to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The cultivators who dared to sign up for the Life Dao field were all ambitious people who dared to seize any opportunity. All of a sudden, many people's minds became active. The Fortune Immortal sect's team was the first to set off. Gu Chen followed in the crowd, deliberately keeping a close distance from Feng Yaya. 1,499 cultivators had their cultivations suppressed, but he was an exception. He wasn't. The power that suppressed everyone belonged to the tyrants. As the brilliant ancient tyrant body, how could he be restricted? In other words, he had become an invincible existence in the Life Dao field. In Feng Yaya's sea of consciousness, Gu Chen informed her of the current situation through the clone. This suppressive power belongs to the tyrants? Uncle Gu, are you sure? The little girl was extremely shocked when she learned of the situation, and her beautiful eyes could not help but shine brightly. This power should have existed in the Life Dao field for a long time and has become much more restrained. But how can an aura of the same origin be hidden from me? Gu Chen's tone was very certain, and Feng Yaya suddenly became excited. In that case, as long as we can find Feng Yuan's true body, Uncle Gu, you can get rid of him with the smallest price. Gu Chen nodded. This was the biggest benefit of this sudden change. Originally, it would have been extremely difficult for him to kill Feng Yuan among the experts of the primordial group. Not only would he face a lot of resistance, even if he succeeded in killing Feng Yuan, he would be exposed in front of the ruler and face a huge risk. Although he had already prepared a path of retreat, sovereigns possessed remarkable abilities, and he might not be able to escape unscathed. But now, Feng Yuan was definitely suppressed, while he was in his peak condition. Under this circumstance, the difficulty of killing Feng Yuan was greatly reduced. If he was lucky enough, he would be able to discover Feng Yuan's true body and kill him in one strike. He would be able to secretly get rid of this huge threat. With Feng Yuan's knowledge, he is likely to see the truth of the suppression. He also guessed that I might have entered Life Dao field, so after this happened, he must have hidden himself even more carefully. I'm afraid he won't expose himself unless it's a critical moment, so it won't be easy to kill him with the least amount of effort. On the contrary, you are too conspicuous. If he recognizes your identity, he will definitely plot against you, so you need to be careful. Gu Chen reminded Feng Yaya, an enemy like Feng Yuan could not afford to be careless. With Uncle Gu protecting me, I am not afraid. Let me be the bait and lure Feng Yuan to make a move. By then, Uncle Gu, you can kill that scoundrel with a thunderous method. Feng Yaya did not care about her own safety at all, she giggled. How suddenly, the roar of a beast interrupted their conversation. Gu Chen looked ahead and saw dozens of dark green demonic beasts leaping out of the primeval forest. Like fierce tigers, they were charging madly towards their team. Set up the formation. Chu Jin immediately became vigilant. He had not seen any beasts earlier, but these suddenly appeared. It was likely related to the test of life that the voice mentioned earlier. Dozens of demonic beasts were nimble. They arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. The aura they exuded was mostly at the peak of the sixfold realm. Chu Jin did not move. The other two Dao ancestors of the Fortune Immortal sect also did not move. They formed a triangle around Feng Yaya to protect her. The Fortune Immortal sect disciples charged forward fearlessly, fighting the demonic beasts. Logically speaking, although their cultivation was suppressed, the Fortune Immortal sect disciples had the top orthodoxy of the Dao world. They still had their divine abilities, spells, and experience. It was not difficult for them to deal with ordinary peak of the sixfold realm demonic beasts. But these demonic beasts were not ordinary. Their speed and strength far surpassed ordinary living beings of the same realm, and the scariest thing was that they had strong self-healing abilities. The Fortune Immortal sect disciples sliced off their claws, but the claws actually grew back in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of beams of light blasted their bodies full of holes, but all the wounds healed in an instant. They were simply immortal. Because of this terrifying self-healing ability, the speed at which the Fortune Immortal Gates disciples killed the demonic beasts was greatly reduced. They actually needed 3 to 4 people to continuously attack a demonic beast, turning its bones into ashes before they could ensure its death. When the first demonic beast died, a wisp of aura floated out from the bloody mess, fusing into the body of the Fortune Immortal sect disciple who attacked the last. The disciple closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, his face was full of surprise. The wounds left by the battle with the demonic beasts were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Jin and the two elders looked at each other, and one of the elders immediately leaped out, striking a demonic beast with a single palm. Boom! Withstanding the suppression of the life dojo, he temporarily exploded with the cultivation of the sevenfold realm, his palm containing the mysteries of the nomological laws, killing the demonic beast in one blow. When the demonic beast died, the same wisp of aura floated into his body. The elder's eyes quickly lit up. It's the Dao of Life fragment Dao marks. If we collect enough, we might be able to directly evolve the great life art. Chu Jin and the other elders' eyes instantly burned with passion. These demonic beasts were all treasured arts. The two of them also made their moves, testing it out, confirming that the elder was right. Not long after, the dozens of demonic beasts were all killed, most of them by the Fortune Immortal sect cultivators. Chu Jin and the two elders withstood the suppression of the dojo a few times, and although they obtained some Dao marks, they discovered that their Dao energy was being consumed very quickly. The inheritance contained within these Dao marks is very limited. I'm afraid I'll need to kill tens of thousands of demonic beasts to have the chance to comprehend a small Dao technique. I'm afraid it's impossible to completely comprehend the great life art with this. Chu Jin made this judgment, and her delicate brows involuntarily furrowed. These dark green demonic beasts had abnormally strong vitality. If they wanted to kill them in one blow, they would have to withstand the suppression of the dojo, and doing so consumed a lot of cultivation. Even she could not do it too many times. But if she did not do this, the speed at which she killed the demonic beasts would be too slow. How many demonic beasts would she have to kill to completely comprehend the great life art? 100,000, a million, that was simply impossible. The Fortune Immortal Sex team was not the only one attacked by the dark green demonic beasts. It did not take long for the 5 teams to discover the secret of the demonic beasts. After the initial hunt, the higher-ups of the 5 teams also discovered the crux of the problem. It was unrealistic to rely on hunting demonic beasts on a large scale to obtain the Great Life technique. Thus, each team took different measures. The people from the Winter Temple had somehow obtained an ancient map of the Life Dojo. Following the map's instructions, they tried their best to avoid the areas where demonic beasts gathered and headed straight for the places where opportunities were most likely to be hidden. The people from the Supreme Chi Temple headed straight for the magnificent buildings in the distant mountains. Their destination vaguely coincided with that of the Winter Temple. The scholars of the Heavy Cloud Pavilion appeared to be a lot more different. They moved separately, some entering the forest, some entering the river valley, and as long as they came across a strange spiritual plant, rock stratum, or ancient building, they would stop and conduct some kind of research that no one could understand. As for the Slaughter sect, perhaps they were unlucky, but they were targeted by thousands of terrifying demonic beasts. A fierce battle of life and death ensued. "Yaya, give it a try." Chu Jin looked at the departing Supreme Chi Temple team, thought for a moment, and called Feng Yaya over. She used a pale blue seal to suppress a demonic beast, making it temporarily unable to move. Feng Yaya immediately understood her master's meaning. She came in front of the demonic beast and casually pulled it with her divine hands of creation. Flesh +1, the demonic beast's body seemed to have shriveled. Bones +1, with another pull, the demonic beast suddenly collapsed to the ground, its eyes filled with horror. Toughness +1, ferocity +1, Feng Yaya's divine hands of creation kept grabbing at the air, extracting one strange attribute after another from the demonic beast's body. Soon, the demonic beast was no longer in shape. All that was left was a mass of blood and chi, rushing around but unable to break free from the seal's restraint. "You still haven't found it?" Chu Jin asked. "I want to understand the life structure of this demonic beast first. That will save us a lot of trouble later on," Feng Yaya explained. Seeing that it was about time, she extracted a large mass of attributes from the demonic beast's body. Vitality +10. The moment its vitality was extracted, the demonic beast was completely dead. Many cultivators who were affiliated with the Fortune Immortal Gate were shocked when they saw this. To them, the demonic beasts were so difficult to kill, but they were easily disintegrated by a pair of hands. Their most troublesome life force was completely useless. Feng Yaya snapped her jade-like index finger and thumb, and the last chunk of life force attribute was absorbed into her body. The fragment Tao marks of the Tao of life appeared in her mind, and she revealed a look of joy. Success. If someone were to help you restrain these demon beasts, how long would it take for you to take out the Tao marks? Chu Jin asked. The life structure of these demonic beasts is pretty much the same. I'm already familiar with it. If someone helps me control it, I can do it within 3 breaths. Feng Yaya said confidently. As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Chen, who was not far away. She seemed to be showing off. Only 3 breaths? Truly worthy of being a heaven's chosen. The Fortune Immortal Gate's 2 elders exclaimed in admiration, while Chu Jin's face lit up with joy. Although all of them had cultivated the great art of creation, they had not used it to attain the position of Tao ancestor. This Great Way technique had extremely high requirements for talent. Usually, because of their profound cultivation, there was not much difference in the use of the power of creation. But now that they were suppressed by the Life Dojo, the excellence of a heaven's chosen like Feng Yaya was on full display. Since Yaya can restrain these demon beasts, everyone will cooperate with her. Chu Jin made the arrangements. She and the 2 elders could not continue to use up too much energy to hunt the demon beasts. They had to guard against other people and possible variables. She did not think that the people of the Winter Temple and Supreme Qi Temple would succeed if they wanted to take a shortcut. Since the voice had clearly said that it was a test of life, and these demon beasts were born because of it, there was no way around it. Therefore, using Feng Yaya's ability to collect as many Dao marks of the Dao of life as possible and concentrate all of them on her body might be the best way. Hearing Chu Jin's arrangements, some of the Fortune Immortal Gate's disciples had strange looks in their eyes. The eyes of the cultivators of the affiliated forces also flickered. Now that they knew that the demon beasts contained fragments of the Dao marks of the Great Life Technique, who would be willing to give this opportunity to others, the disciples did not dare to disobey the orders of the Gate Master, and the cultivators of the various forces did not dare to offend the Fortune Immortal Gate, so they immediately obeyed. However, it was not possible to openly object, but it was easy to dawdle and pretend to obey. The group gradually dispersed, looking for the demon beasts and taking the initiative to attack. Chu Jin looked at the scattered crowd and shook her head. She said to Feng Yaya, "I'm afraid it will not be easy to get these people to help you wholeheartedly. Originally, we gathered so many cultivators to increase our chances of obtaining the Great Life Technique, but we did not expect such a test to appear. Because of the suppression of the Life Dojo, everyone's cultivation was about the same level. This inevitably caused people's hearts to waver, and it was difficult to control. If they had known that this was the situation inside, the Hongmeng group would have made other arrangements. Everyone has the desire to compete. It is understandable. Your disciple does not need to rely on them," Feng Yaya said nonchalantly. With a wave of her hand, a pile of attributes that she had extracted from the demon beasts gathered madly, causing a gust of wind and Dao light. After a while, a new demon beast was born. It was in the form of a rabbit. Feng Yaya's index finger touched the rabbit's brow. The rabbit opened a pair of red eyes and looked around in confusion. "Go," Feng Yaya said casually. The rabbit understood and leaped out, looking for its target. "Master, you can't ignore the Winter Temple and the Supreme Qi Temple, right? Your disciple alone is enough. You can move about freely without worry." Feng Yaya blinked her eyes sensibly. "Will you be okay?" Chu Jin looked hesitant. Although she had determined that these demon beasts were the key to the test of life, there was no guarantee that accidents would happen. If the Winter Temple and the Supreme Qi Temple, who wanted to take a shortcut, succeeded, then she could not afford to bear the blame. Therefore, she wanted to catch up and observe the situation. "I won't go far. Everyone nearby is on our side, so there won't be a problem. Moreover, the cultivation of the Tao ancestors has been suppressed. If someone wants to attack me, I might kill them instead." Feng Yaya was very confident. Chu Jin thought about it and agreed. "All right then, I will go ahead and see the situation. For safety's sake, Elder Feng will stay behind to help you." Chu Jin made the arrangements, and Feng Yaya subconsciously glanced at Gu Chen, who was not far away. "There is no need for Elder Feng. Elder Feng can not only protect your safety, but he can also take charge of the overall situation and ensure that the team does not get into trouble." Leaving an elder behind was not just for Feng Yaya, although she was the core of the mission. "All right then." Feng Yaya pouted, but could only accept the arrangements. So Chu Jin and another elder quickly rushed to the mountains in the distance, while Elder Feng followed beside Feng Yaya. You, come with me." Feng Yaya pointed at a few cultivators who were still at the scene, including Gu Chen. "Listen up, the three of you. If you encounter any monster beasts, trap them but don't kill them. Don't just think about the benefits in front of you. As long as you perform well, you will be rewarded after you leave the Life Dojo." Elder Feng's figure was thin and his face was harsh. He was a warning to the three people that Feng Yaya had chosen. Two of them nodded hurriedly. Gu Chen smiled and flicked his horsetail whisk. "This poor Taoist and Miss Feng are old friends, I will do my best to assist you." Elder Feng couldn't help but take another look at Gu Chen. If he remembered correctly, this fatty was a rogue cultivator. Although he hit his cultivation level when he registered, his real cultivation level was only at the Saint King realm. Among the three chosen, his cultivation level was the lowest. The other two were great sages, so he sounded quite confident. The two great sages looked at him mockingly. Although everyone's cultivation level was suppressed, in terms of Dao, they were not something a mere Saint King could compare to. It was good that this fatty was eager to curry favor with the Fortune Immortal Gate's benefactors. With comparison, they would be more valuable. The released rabbits quickly found their targets. Everyone followed their senses and found 3 dark green monster beasts. 1 person against 1, how about it? One of the 2 great sages suggested, intending to see Guchen make a fool of himself. These dark green monster beasts had extremely strong vitality. The Fortune Immortal Gate disciples needed 3 or 4 people to kill one. It was obvious that they were not easy to deal with. However, Xianxia had a way to deal with it. They only needed to suppress the monster beasts for a short period of time instead of killing them completely. This was much easier for great sages. But Saint King realm was probably not enough. Sure. Guchen agreed with a smile. The 2 great sages immediately pounced on a monster beast each and fought fiercely. Guchen stood still. Elder Fong frowned slightly. What are you waiting for? Are you not going to attack? We don't have time to waste. This poor Taoist is afraid of affecting the mood of the 2 Taoists. Guchen explained. Xianxia couldn't help but giggle. Attack. Elder Fong said impatiently. Yes, sir. Guchen raised the horsetail whisk in his hand and flicked it lightly. Countless strands of heaven-twisting silk flew out and bound the remaining demonic beast. The demonic beast struggled with all its might, but the uniqueness of the heaven-twining silk was not something it could deal with. Instead, it was bound tighter and tighter, unable to move. All it could do was scream in fear. The 2 great sages who were dealing with other demonic beasts sensed it, and their expressions changed drastically. Elder Fong's eyes narrowed slightly. What kind of dharma was this? Xianxia stepped forward with tacit understanding, and the divine hand of creation gently pressed down. 3 breaths passed. She easily extracted a ball of aura that was full of vitality. The demonic beast's 4 legs straightened, and it died. After absorbing the marks of the way of life, Xianxia slapped the corpse of the demonic beast heavily. The corpse immediately disintegrated into countless attributes, and under her guidance, they fused into the body of the rabbit that was searching for the way. The rabbit's body size increased dramatically, and it stood up like a human. It cupped its hands at Xianxia intimately, as if saying that it wanted to eat more. Not bad. Elder Fong could not help but praise Guchen. It seemed that this fatty's dharma could restrain these demonic beasts. Guchen looked at the rabbit in amazement. After Xianxia practiced the great art of creation, the ability of the divine hand of creation was really becoming more and more amazing. The 2 great sages saw that Guchen had subdued the demonic beast so quickly, and they felt a little embarrassed. They attacked with all their might, and increased their speed. After much difficulty, they finally subdued 2 demonic beasts, and the 2 were so tired that they were panting. Xianxia followed the same method, and after absorbing 2 more marks of the way, the rabbit's body size became even more frightening, and it was already the same size as the dark green demonic beasts. Elder Fong looked at the performance of the 2 great sages and shook his head lightly. These 2 were too impatient. They had already expended so much energy, what were they going to do next? The rabbit continued to look for targets, and soon found another 10 dark green demonic beasts. 10 demonic beasts swarmed forward, and the rabbit fought with 2 of them, while the others dealt with the remaining 8. Even Elder Fong had to take action, or else the 2 great sages would be besieged, and the odds would be against them. Whoosh! 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 At the crucial moment, Guchen flicked his horsetail whisk repeatedly, and once again performed a miraculous feat, binding 3 demonic beasts consecutively. The situation was under control, and all 10 demonic beasts were killed. Desolate Taoist, how many demonic beasts can you deal with at the same time? The way Elder Fong looked at Guchen had completely changed. I cultivate the law of life. Once these demonic beasts are bound by my horsetail whisk, their vitality will be greatly weakened. This is the so-called everything has its vanquisher, right? As for how many demonic beasts I can bind, I'm not sure. Guchen attributed everything to the wonderful laws of heaven and earth, and Elder Fong did not refute him, and his tone became much more polite. Then I'll have to trouble you from now on. Guchen and Xianxia attacked everywhere, and in just half a day, they had killed more than 100 demonic beasts. The two of them tied up the demonic beasts, and the other killed them. Their teamwork was seamless, and their efficiency was far higher than the other cultivators from the Fortune Immortal sect. Elder Feng was very dissatisfied with the efficiency of the entire team. Although Feng Yaya's performance was not bad, the number of demonic beasts that the others should have handed over was far less than they had expected. Demonic beasts were difficult to kill, but more people were disobeying orders. They did not hand over the heavily injured and dying demonic beasts, and instead chose to kill them themselves to harvest the Dao marks. Elder Feng did not dare to punish them severely. If this dampened the team's enthusiasm and caused the cultivators to slack off, it would be detrimental to the overall situation. The sect had placed all its hopes on Feng Yaya, but what if the others were people with good fortune? Suppressing the internal cultivators too much would give other teams an opportunity to take advantage of them. Wait for me here, I'll go talk to Long Shua. After clearing out all the demonic beasts in the area, Elder Feng ran alone toward a small team not far away. That team was made up of members of the Enlightened Battle Dragon tribe. The Enlightened Battle Dragon tribe was located in the 7th Mountain and Sea, and the Fortune Immortal sect's influence in the 7th Mountain and Sea was similar to that of the Grand Chi Palace in the 2nd Mountain and Sea. Therefore, the Enlightened Battle Dragon tribe naturally chose to enter the life Taoist rite through the Fortune Immortal sect. Long Shua was the name of the Tao ancestor of the Enlightened Battle Dragon tribe. Elder Feng was now looking for the Enlightened Battle Dragon tribe, obviously hoping that they would cooperate with sect leader Chu's decision, and sincerely assist Feng Yaya. The Enlightened Battle Dragon tribe was the strongest force in this team, apart from the Fortune Immortal sect. If they set an example, the other sects naturally would not dare to disobey. Gu Chen and Feng Yaya waited where they were. Feng Yaya's rabbit was already the size of a small hill, lying obediently on the ground. Although it looked harmless, with Feng Yaya constantly injecting various attributes into it, it was much more useful than the two great sages beside it. Uncle Gu, the Tao marks of the way of life seem to have other mysteries. Feng Yaya digested the hundreds of Tao marks, suddenly opened her eyes, and transmitted her voice to Gu Chen. Oh? What's so special about them? If the great life technique is compared to the ocean, then these Tao marks are like drops of water in the ocean. I feel that it is impossible to rely on these drops of water to form an ocean, and then comprehend the complete great life technique. But it seems possible to rely on these water drops to find rivers and lakes, and then find the ocean. Feng Yaya spoke mysteriously, but Gu Chen still understood what she meant, and his heart shuddered. In that case, progress is very important. Yes, I'm afraid that whoever collects enough Tao marks first will be the first to find the complete inheritance of the great life technique. I can already feel some guidance. I wonder if anyone is progressing faster than us? It seems that Winter Hall and Grand Chi Palace are going in the wrong direction. Your master won't gain anything even if he follows them. Gu Chen pondered for a while. Since they needed these Tao marks to find the great life art, any other methods would be opportunistic and would not be recognized by the life Tao field. They were destined to return empty-handed. The 5 teams immediately opened up a gap because of their different judgments. Whoever collected enough Tao marks first had a higher chance of obtaining the great life art. Feng Yaya's ability was unique. The other teams would not be able to kill demonic beasts as easily as her. This meant that they were currently in the lead. Why didn't you tell Elder Feng about this when he was here? Gu Chen asked. If Elder Feng knew about this, he would definitely push forward with hunting demonic beasts at all costs. Wouldn't that be disadvantageous to Uncle Gu in finding Feng Yuan? To Feng Yaya, the benefits of Immortal Fortune Gate were not as important as Gu Chen's plan. Thus, she first discussed this with him. Gu Chen shook his head. We don't know where Feng Yuan is now. He might be disguised beside us. In that case, if we can obtain the great life art first, we will have enough bargaining chips to deal with all changes. Then shall I explain the situation to Elder Feng? Speak. After the two finished discussing, they waited for a while before Elder Feng returned from the spell comprehension battle dragon race with an ugly expression. Long Shua, that old guy, he never speaks the truth, he only knows how to flatter people. Elder Feng scolded the moment he returned. Clearly he had been rebuffed by the other side. Elder Feng, I have something to tell you. Feng Yaya immediately spoke and told him what she had discovered. Elder Feng's eyes shone brightly. Are you sure there is no problem with your senses? Feng Yaya nodded seriously. Elder Feng's expression became uncertain as he paced back and forth anxiously. After a while, he gritted his teeth. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I will go to Long Shua's place again. He left in a hurry. Feng Yaya said suspiciously, the spell comprehension battle dragon race is clearly unwilling to cooperate. What's the use of going again? They are unwilling to cooperate because the benefits are not enough. Elder Feng must know how to satisfy their appetite. Gu Chen secretly guessed. This time, not long after, Elder Feng returned. The cultivators of the Battle Dragon clan, led by Long Shua, quickly dispersed. No one knew what they were going to do. I have already discussed it with Long Shua. This time, he should be serious about this matter. Elder Feng said. Why is Long Shua suddenly willing to cooperate? Feng Yaya asked curiously. Elder Feng sneered. I've already promised him that as long as the Fortune Immortal Gate obtains the Great Life Art, it will be shared with the art-comprehending Battle Dragon clan. With such generous conditions, would he dare to not do his best? Feng Yaya suddenly understood. Humph, if this was any other time, our Fortune Immortal sect would definitely make them suffer for daring to covet a Grand Dao technique. However, the situation now is different. The other 4 teams from the Primordial Group have been eyeing us covetously since a long time ago, and they even have the intention to join forces. If we continue to have internal friction at this time, we'll definitely lose. Elder Feng shook his head. Sharing the Great Dao technique with the other sects was something that was absolutely not allowed under normal circumstances. However, before they had entered the dojo, the sovereign had secretly told them that as long as it could help them snatch the Great Life Art, they could do anything. As long as they had a share of the Great Life Art, they could even share it with the other Primordial Group members, let alone with the art-comprehending Battle Dragon clan. Previously, he had not promised such conditions because he was uncertain of the value of these demonic beasts. However, now that Feng Yaya was certain that killing these demonic beasts would give them an advantage, he did not dare to hesitate. Elder Feng's boldness increased the efficiency of the entire team. In the next few days, the art-comprehending Battle Dragon clan sent over many severely injured demonic beasts. Seeing that the art-comprehending Battle Dragon clan was working hard, the other forces did not dare to be negligent. Afraid that the Fortune Immortal Gate would come after them in the future, they immediately became diligent. The disciples of the Fortune Immortal Gate also kept their minds to themselves, because Elder Feng had promised them that the Great Life Art would be shared with all of them. It would not be solely Feng Yaya's credit. The entire team was united, taking the initiative to hunt demonic beasts everywhere so that Feng Yaya could absorb the Dao marks alone. How could the efficiency not be high? Gu Chen kept watch by Feng Yaya's side. When they encountered demonic beasts, he would also help, but he did not reveal too much of his strength. After the team's efficiency increased, hunting demonic beasts was no longer a difficult task. On the contrary, finding demonic beasts became more difficult. These dark green demonic beasts did not have a fixed nest. They seemed to appear randomly, and their numbers were not uniform. Encountering more than 50 demonic beasts was already considered a lot. Buzz, when the total number of demonic beasts killed exceeded 3,000, an ancient green lotus mark slowly appeared between Feng Yaya's brows. The Dao markings on this lotus mark were not yet fully formed, but the vitality it exuded was so strong that one could feel all the cells in one's body become active just by approaching it. Very good. It seems that as long as the green lotus mark is fully formed, we will be able to find the Great Life Art. Elder Feng was very excited to see Feng Yaya's green lotus mark. The development of the situation proved that his approach was correct. If they were not willing to share the Dao technique, how could the team be united? How could they have achieved such amazing results? He believed that their progress was the fastest. It was impossible for the other teams to be ahead of them, especially Winter Hall and Great Ji Palace. They were planning to take a shortcut, but now that a few days had passed, they had already missed the best opportunity and were destined to miss the Great Life Art. Sect leader Chu had also made a wrong judgment and chose to chase after them. There had been no news for a few days, and it seemed that Elder Feng, who was leading the team, was destined to obtain the greatest merit. Congratulations to Cultivator Gu Hongjue for passing the test and obtaining the qualifications to comprehend the Great Life Art. The mechanical voice that had not been heard for a few days suddenly resounded again. reverberating in the entire training hall. What? Elder Feng's expression froze, and his eyes revealed disbelief. That emotionless voice repeated again. Then, from the northeast direction, a green light soared into the sky. That green light was not suppressed by this world. There seemed to be a person within the light that was directly flying towards a majestic building in the distant mountains. Someone got ahead of us? Gu Chen and Feng Yaya looked at each other, feeling astonished and startled. There was actually someone faster than them. Uncle Gu, could it be? Feng Yaya's expression changed slightly. If this Gu Hongjue was Fan Yuan in disguise, then things were going to be troublesome. Gu Chen looked towards the northeast direction, and his gaze turned cold as he flew over. If he directly stopped that green light, his true identity would definitely be exposed. With the rulers watching covetously outside, he could not act rashly. Whether that person was Feng Yuan or not, he had to check first. Feng Yaya also moved. Elder Feng regained his senses, and killing intent surged on his face as he also rushed towards the northeast direction. Divine Martial Tyrant's error-free chapters will continue to be updated. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend it. If you like Divine Martial Tyrant, please collect. Divine Martial Tyrant updates the fastest. Gu Chen's Taoist robes fluttered in the wind. His body was extremely light as he used the spatial bending technique to head northeast. Feng Yaya rode on the rabbit and ran as fast as she could, following closely behind. Elder Feng and Dao ancestor Long Shua also caught up. The cultivators scattered around the dojo were all alarmed by the green light. After the initial shock, they all headed towards the source. Gu Hongjue. If I remember correctly, he should be an elder of the Lu sect, right? Elder Feng's killing intent surged as he gnashed his teeth in hatred. He had never expected that someone would be faster than them. The Lu sect encountered a demonic beast tied on the first day they entered the dojo. I know they're progressing fast, but we've gathered all our gains on one person. How can they be faster than us? Dao ancestor Long Shua's face was gloomy. The Dharma Battle Dragon race had observed the situation of the Lu sect team from afar. They had encountered many demonic beasts, but their combat methods were not as brilliant as theirs. It wasn't easy for the Battle Dragon race to come to an agreement with the Fortune Immortal sect, and all the Dao marks of life went to the Fortune Immortal sect. If the great life art was snatched away by someone else, then all their efforts would have been in vain. There must be something strange about this. The Lu sect might have grasped some tricks to this test of life. Elder Feng was so angry that he cursed. That voice had clearly said that Gu Hongjue had obtained the right to comprehend the great life art. There was no room for luck. They could only figure out what was going on as soon as possible. The Life Dojo did not say that the test was over, nor did it say how many people would pass. Hence, there was still a chance. Those who had heard the voice would have made the same judgment. All the teams should be rushing in the same direction. Fortunately, the Immortal Fortune sect team was not far from the source of the green light. In a short while, Gu Chen and the others arrived. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Seeing this, Gu Chen and the others' expressions changed slightly. Not far away, the dozen or so Lu sect cultivators in black armor sensed something and turned to look. You're pretty fast. The leader of the Lu sect was the historical sequence cultivator with the same status as sect leader Chu. He glanced at Elder Feng and sneered. Elder Feng's heart was filled with fear. He stopped and maintained a safe distance from the dozen people from Slaughter sect. I didn't expect the Slaughter sect to suffer such heavy casualties. Do you need my Fortune Immortal Gate's help? Many of the corpses on the ground were obviously wearing the clothing of the Lu clan. Elder Feng pondered for a moment, then gave a legitimate reason for his sudden visit so that he could get some information. Help? The cultivators of the Slaughter sect had a faint smile on their faces. The killing intent on their bodies was astonishing. Gu Chen noticed that the weapons in their hands were still stained with blood. The smell of blood seemed to overlap with the smell of blood on the corpses on the ground. You killed your companions? Feng Yaya blurted out. Her sense of smell was very sharp. What? Elder Feng and Long Shua were shocked. Little girl, you're quite sharp. You're about to pass the test. The historical sequence of the massacre clan looked at Feng Yaya, and when he saw the green lotus mark on her forehead, his eyes turned cold. A terrifying murderous aura suddenly locked onto Xianxia, and the rabbit beneath her was so frightened that its limbs went limp. Xianxia was also intimidated by the murderous aura, and her body froze for a moment, unable to react. Swoosh! It was also at this moment that the historical sequence of the massacre sect suddenly disappeared from where he was. A long spear flashing with black and red lightning pierced through the void, going straight for Xianxia's brow. It was fast, ruthless, and decisive. Elder Fong did not expect that the person of the massacre sect would directly attack with a killing blow, and did not have time to react at all. Clang! Fortunately, Dao Ancestor Long Shua reacted very quickly. He instantly stood in front of Xianxia, and used a dragon claw to block the tip of the spear. Rumble! A destructive black and red power seeped out from the tip of the spear, as if it could slaughter all things and destroy the universe. Long Shua was not to be outdone. His other dragon claw popped out, and the grey power of chaos covered both claws. The spear was blocked, and the historical sequence of the massacre sect appeared in midair, holding the spear and staring coldly at Dao Ancestor Long Shua. Little girl, you're quite lucky. If it wasn't for the great chaos technique that blocked me just now, you'd already be dead. The historical sequence of the massacre sect gave off a heavy pressure. Elder Fong saw that Xianxia was fine and breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression was very ugly. The great destruction technique of the massacre sect was famous for being terrifying. Indeed, even if he had reacted just now and tried to stop it, he might not have been able to block that spear. Fortunately, Long Shua had followed. The power of chaos that he cultivated was on par with the power of destruction. The stiffness in Xianxia's body disappeared. Facing the venomous gaze of the historical sequence of the massacre sect, she subconsciously wanted to escape. She had thought that since everyone's cultivation was suppressed, the gap between her and the Dao ancestor should not be that big. Who would have thought that this person would be so terrifying? The most terrifying thing was that he had just glanced at her and acted decisively without the slightest hesitation. He was simply killing people like scything flax, like a demon. Don't worry, I'm here. A calm voice came into Xianxia's mind, diluting her fear in an instant. She turned to look at Gu Chen, and found that he was very close to her. If I kill the person who absorbed the marks of the way, I can inherit his marks of the way, right? Xianxia guessed as she braced herself and looked at the historical sequence of the massacre sect. The historical sequence of the massacre sect raised an eyebrow. She can still maintain her composure under the murderous aura of my great destruction technique. This little girl is not simple. No wonder the fated immortal gate has high hopes for her. Elder Fong and Long Shua listened to the conversation between the two, and realization dawned on them. No wonder the massacre sect could pass the assessment so quickly. Under normal circumstances, the method they had adopted was already the best way to collect the marks of the way from the demonic beasts in the shortest time possible. With the ability of Xianxia's divine hands of creation, their speed could not possibly be slower than the others. But what if the marks of the way in the bodies of the demonic beasts could be transferred continuously? Killing the cultivator who absorbed the marks of the way would allow them to snatch the marks from him. This way, the efficiency would be much better than throwing the heavily injured demonic beasts in front of Xianxia one by one. The logic was simple and crude, but the massacre sect, who had discovered this secret, sent chills down one's spine. In order to collect the marks of the way as quickly as possible, not only had they killed all the cultivators of the other sects in the group, they had also killed many of the disciples of the massacre sect. That was why Gu Hongju had taken the lead. Gu Chen looked at the corpses on the ground and recalled the ruthlessness and decisiveness of his attack on Xianxia. He had a deep understanding of the massacre sect, a force of the Hongmeng group. His eyes shone with a cold light. This unscrupulous style of killing the donkey after it was no longer of use was quite similar to Fan Yuan. Could that Gu Hongju be Fan Yuan? Since you have guessed it, I will not hide it anymore. My massacre sect has already taken the lead in the great life technique. The reason I am staying here is to prevent the other groups from catching up. Little girl, you are not far from passing the assessment. After killing you, my massacre sect will have one more person qualified to comprehend the great life technique. The historical sequence of the massacre sect waved his spear, and an extreme murderous aura enveloped everyone. It was cold, tyrannical, domineering, and barbaric. Great art of slaughter, the historical echelon of the slaughter sect swept out his spear, and surging killing intent surged out like a torrential dark cloud, extremely ferocious. Long Shua executed the great chaos technique. He was like a flood dragon that was roiling in the deep sea as his claws tore through rays of dark light and stopped sect slaughter's scheme with all his might. Elder Feng wanted to join forces with Long Shua. After all, Long Shua was in the historical sequence of the slaughter sect and was not easy to deal with. However, the remaining elder of the slaughter sect attacked him. The other's strength was not ordinary, so Elder Feng could not afford to be distracted. All the remaining cultivators of the Lu clan charged at Xianxia. The blood-colored cloak was like a bloodthirsty long knife, and the knife light was piercingly cold as it pressed forward. The other cultivators of the Fortune Immortal sect had not arrived in time. Clearly, the slaughter sect wanted to kill Xianxia as soon as possible. It's hard to say who will kill who. Xianxia raised her eyebrows and waved the divine hand of creation to meet the incoming black armor blood cape. Bang, she killed an enemy with a single palm strike, but 3 more enemies came from another direction. Their timing was perfect, and their angles were tricky. They were going all out. The fighting style of the slaughter sect cultivators was too crazy. The dead cultivators were only used to attract attention, while the others who were truly attacking were also prepared to fight with their lives on the line. Bang, without giving the 3 slaughter sect cultivators a chance to perish together, Guchen swung his horsetail whisk and white threads fell from the 9 heavens like the Milky Way. With a shocking aura, the bodies of the 3 slaughter sect cultivators were shattered instantly. The 3 cultivators of the Lu clan widened their eyes before they died. Clearly, they did not expect the unassuming fatty beside Xianxia to have such strength. The blood rain melted as soon as it came close to Xianxia. She blinked her eyes. Uncle Gu seemed a little angry. The other slaughter sect cultivators were shocked by Gu Chen's attack. They weren't afraid of death, but that didn't mean they wanted to die in vain. Just as they were hesitating, Gu Chen's horsetail whisk swept toward them. It was as if he was brushing away the dust on a utensil. The cultivators of slaughter sect hurriedly retreated, only to discover that the threads on the horsetail whisk were like ghosts. With a few sharp turns in the air, they were caught off guard and penetrated their bodies. Bang! 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 One by one, the cultivators from the slaughter sect fell as Guchen went on a killing spree. So powerful. As Elder Feng and the Lu clan elder fought, he glanced sideways and his eyebrows twitched involuntarily. When he was hunting those demonic beasts, he could tell that desolate Taoist strength wasn't ordinary. But he didn't expect him to be this strong. In the current situation, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Elder Feng's confidence was greatly boosted, and the more he killed, the braver he became. Chu Jin isn't here, and the other Fortune Immortal Gate Elder isn't here either. Where did this guy come from? The historical sequence member of the slaughter sect saw that the people he led were about to die, and his expression turned very ugly. Whoosh, whoosh, the long spear in his hand suddenly accelerated and pierced towards Long Shua with all his might. Long Shua blocked it with all his might, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Compared to the sequence of history, his cultivation was still a bit lacking. Bang! Just as the tip of the spear was about to reach him, the enemy in front of him suddenly turned into a black mist. Not good. Long Shua's heart shook as he realized that he'd fallen into a trap. Earlier, it was an illusion brought about by the extreme killing intent, and it wasn't his opponent's true body. The material killing intent enveloped Long Shua and transformed into a black prison that temporarily imprisoned and restrained him. The true historical sequence of the massacre sect turned into a shadow and headed straight for Xianxia. Great art of destruction, the black and red destructive power erupted from the tip of the spear, and wherever it passed, even the void was annihilated. Just as there were new lives being born in this world, there were also lives dying all the time. The great art of destruction represented the most brutal and merciless side of the great path. It was born to destroy, and its only existence was to destroy all things. In another way, it maintained the balance of the heavenly path. Xianxia's heart palpitated again, but she didn't dodge. Dodging was useless. She knew that someone would protect her. The heaven-winding silk rippled like white silk. Compared to the earth-shattering power of the spear, it was like a cool breeze that came without a sound. By the time one sensed it, it was already everywhere. The historical sequence member of the slaughter sect found that he couldn't drag his spear anymore. The tip of the spear was entangled by the dense silk threads, and he couldn't move forward or retreat half a step. His pupils constricted as he found that the power of the great art of destruction that permeated the tip of the spear was actually unable to break the fine silk threads. All the hair on his body stood on end. He decisively let go of the spear and retreated, swoosh. Swoosh. However, the countless silk threads refused to let him go and chased after him closely. Uncle Gu, if you kill the historical sequence member of the slaughter sect, it will be hard for the rulers not to notice you. Feng Yaya quickly reminded him, worried that he was being impulsive. If I want to find Feng Yuan, I can't always hide my strength. It's good to kill a historical sequence member and test the ruler's reaction. Gu Chen replied indifferently. Countless silk threads instantly caught up to the historical sequence member of the slaughter sect and entangled his body. Oh no, the historical sequence member of the slaughter sect struggled desperately, but the heaven-winding silk became tighter and tighter. It strangled and broke his bones and organs. No. His body was completely submerged by the heaven-winding silk. In the end, he let out a miserable scream as fresh blood seeped out of the silk threads. Gu Chen put away his horsetail whisk. The historical sequence member of the slaughter sect had already returned to dust and dust. In a situation where the other party was suppressed by the power of the tyrants, Gu Chen could crush him to death with just the vigorous energy of the secret technique. There was no suspense at all. His heart was unperturbed. Dao ancestor Long Shua was so shocked by this scene that he was speechless for a long time. A legendary powerhouse was killed by a nameless nobody just like that. The remaining slaughter sect elders saw that even the historical sequence member had died and were terrified. They no longer had the slightest intention to fight and turned around to flee. Elder Feng hesitated for a moment and did not chase after them. At this moment, he was more afraid of Gu Chen. Gu Chen was also too lazy to kill them all. He raised his head and looked at the sky, seemingly unintentionally. His face fell into the sight of the 5 rulers outside the life dojo. Linglong Heaven, Fortune Immortal sect has broken the rules by doing this, right? Lin Jiu, the ruler, spoke in a sinister tone. The slaughter sect was his force, and a historical sequence member was more or less considered the foundation of the sect. But now, he had been killed. This person is not a cultivator of our Fortune Immortal sect. He was recruited. I didn't know his strength beforehand. How is this breaking the rules? Linglong Heaven's phoenix-like eyes flickered as she sized up Gu Chen in the life dojo. Haha, what are you pretending to be confused about? Would a sequence expert appear out of nowhere? Lin Jiu sneered. The other rulers did not believe Linglong Heaven's words either. The great life art was the most valuable to Linglong Heaven. She was determined to get it, so it was not strange at all for her to play some tricks. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. If you feel that I have sent too many people, you can stop everyone's exploration of the life dojo. Linglong Heaven responded forcefully. This is a good idea. Tai Yi immediately echoed, and Lan Ku also nodded. Lin Jiu frowned slightly, but immediately relaxed. How can we give up halfway? 1 or 2 nobodies won't affect the overall situation. He did not question her further. Although the slaughter sect had suffered the most casualties, their progress was also the fastest. Gu Hongjue had already entered the depths of the dojo and was comprehending the great life art. The slaughter sect was sure to obtain this great Dao technique. If they stopped now, Gu Hongjue would not be able to obtain the complete great life art. This was exactly what the few of them wanted. Compared to the benefits of the great life art, the death of a mere sequence was completely acceptable. At most, they would settle the score later. Gu Chen waited for a while, but there were no abnormalities in the sky. On the other hand, the Fortune Immortal Gates team and the cultivators of the Heavy Cloud Pavilion arrived after following the green light. The historical sequence and 2 elders of the Heavy Cloud Pavilion were present, as well as the ancestor of the sacred family. Seeing them, Elder Feng's relaxed heart tensed up again. If the Heavy Cloud Pavilion's team also wanted to attack the Fortune Immortal Gate, it would be very troublesome. Fortunately, Daoist Desolate was here. Elder Feng glanced at Gu Chen. No matter what, he was on the same boat as the Fortune Immortal Gate. He had concealed his strength, which was beneficial to the Fortune Immortal Gate. As for whether he posed a threat, there was no need to worry too much. He killed the historical sequence of the slaughter sect. If he wanted to leave the dojo safely, he could only pledge his loyalty to the Fortune Immortal Gate. The Fortune Immortal Gate's ambition to obtain the great life art is really strong. They actually killed the slaughter sect's team. The divine ancestor looked at the corpses on the ground and asked in a sinister tone. Don't talk nonsense. The slaughter sect killed each other. We came after hearing the news, Elder Feng immediately retorted. With this kind of accusation, the remaining 3 teams of the Grand Mist group would have a legitimate reason to kill them all. No matter how much they killed each other, the final winner wouldn't commit suicide, right? The divine ancestor sneered. When the remaining slaughter sect cultivators saw us, they attacked us. We passively defended ourselves and killed them. So you're saying that there's no proof? There's still an elder of the slaughter sect who didn't die and escaped. You can ask him if you want to believe it or not. Elder Feng coldly snorted. The divine ancestor was clearly instigating the Heavy Cloud Pavilion to attack them. At first glance, the Heavy Cloud Pavilion did indeed have the advantage. Why would the cultivators of the slaughter sect kill each other for no reason? The Fortune Immortal Gate has the ambition of wolves. Get rid of them as soon as possible. The divine ancestor said to the historical sequence of the Heavy Cloud Pavilion. The solemn-faced middle-aged scholar waved his hand. They didn't lie. Most of the cultivators of the slaughter sect died in internal strife. Looking at the traces of battle left behind, the Storm Tower sequence of history pondered. Seems like attacking cultivators who have already obtained the Tao marks of the path of life is a shortcut to passing the trial of life. This scholar's powers of observation were extremely astonishing. He wasn't bewitched by the divine ancestor at all, immediately deducing the most important information. If that's the case, then it's even more necessary to attack the Fortune Immortal Gate. Previously, we only cared about studying the primordial substance and the Grey Clan's ruins, so we didn't get many Tao marks. The divine ancestor continued to admonish. He was very dissatisfied with the way the Heavy Cloud Pavilion handled matters. The slaughter sect's Gu Hongjue has already made the first move, but there are no signs of this great test of life ending. This means that there is more than one person who can comprehend the great life art. Ignoring the divine grand ancestor, the member of the historical sequence looked at Elder Feng and asked, Did Sect Master Chu enter the depths of the training ground? He's not back yet? Elder Feng did not respond, which could be considered as a tacit agreement. If the sect master wasn't far away and sensed the commotion here, how could he not come over? Therefore, this matter could not be hidden, and there was no point in lying. The Winter Temple and Supreme Chi Temple have also entered the depths of the training ground. There has been no news of them for several days, and they haven't returned either. It seems that they made the wrong choice. From the commotion of that green light, when one has enough Tao marks in their body, they can resist the suppression of the life Tao field and directly enter the depths of the training ground to obtain the qualifications to comprehend the great life art. Apart from that, all other methods are a dead end. The Winter Temple and Supreme Chi Temple have made a grave mistake. If they can turn back and hear the commotion from the training ground, they will definitely return as soon as possible to hunt down the demonic beasts with all their might. Our 2 sects currently hold the advantage, but if we fight and lose members, our advantage will be gone. The middle-aged scholar's meaning was very clear. Elder Feng hurriedly nodded. This is indeed the case. Since that's the case, our 2 sects will not interfere with each other and will act separately. The middle-aged scholar glanced at Guchen and the Fortune Immortal Gates group and agreed. He then turned to an elder of Heavy Cloud Pavilion and said, Immediately gather all the disciples and hunt down the demonic beasts with all our might. The divine ancestor was a little unwilling, but the Heavy Cloud Pavilion's cultivators quickly moved out, completely ignoring him. Most of the time, these fellows were extremely calm and rational, as if they were machines that did not know what greed or anger was. This kind of style was truly unbearable to him. Guchen watched as the Heavy Cloud Pavilion's group left. What a pity, he had wanted to kill the divine ancestor along the way. Since the Heavy Cloud Pavilion was not taking action, it would not be good for him to take the initiative to attack. That middle-aged scholar's choice was very correct. Their 2 sects currently held the advantage, and the Fortune Immortal Gate's high-level experts were not present. Thus, the Heavy Cloud Pavilion had the greatest advantage. Most importantly, he noticed that the middle-aged scholar had glanced at him a few times, as if he had seen through some of his strength. Perhaps this was the biggest reason why the middle-aged scholar had chosen not to take action. May I know what great Tao technique the heavy cloud pavilion cultivates? Gu Chen asked curiously. This force was simply too low-key and mysterious among the Grand Mist group. Before Feng Yaya could answer, Elder Feng, who was trying to curry favor with Gu Chen, said, "The heavy cloud pavilion's great vector technique is the great vector technique." Great vector technique? Gu Chen frowned slightly. Just from the name, he could not tell how powerful this great Tao technique was. The great vector technique is extremely mysterious, and heavy cloud pavilion's cultivators rarely fight with others, so I cannot say for sure. Heavy Cloud Pavilion is not a group of lunatics like Slaughter Sect. They are very reasonable, so we should try our best to avoid conflicts with them. We have to act quickly, the other party is right. If the Winter Hall and Supreme Chi Palace's groups return, there will be many variables when hunting demonic beasts. Elder Feng did not want to say too much, instead bringing the topic back to business. Right now, Feng Yaya should be the one closest to passing the test. They had to act quickly and let her pass the test before the Winter Hall and Supreme Chi Palace's groups returned, lest there be any accidents. Elder Feng is right. Gu Chen nodded with a smile. Heavy Cloud Pavilion was not important, the troublesome one was Gu Hongjue. If that Gu Hongjue was Feng Yuan in disguise, then he was very close to realizing his ambition. No matter how high the chances were, he had to rush to the other party's location as soon as possible. The Immortal Fortune Gates group continued to hunt demonic beasts. Gu Chen, who had more or less touched the ruler's bottom line, also became bolder in his attacks, no longer hiding anything. He and Feng Yaya sat together on the giant rabbit, attacking everywhere. With a flick of their horsetail whisk, demonic beasts would be trapped. Feng Yaya took the opportunity to kill. The two cooperated smoothly, their tacit understanding was flawless. Elder Feng and Dao ancestor Long Shua were left far behind. 14 hours after Gu Hongjue passed the test, the green lotus insignia on Feng Yaya's forehead finally took shape. It was beautiful and full of vitality. The green lotus mark shone brilliantly. Feng Yaya sensed it and received the guidance of the Life Dojo at this moment. She announced her name, and her body was gradually wrapped in green light. She became light, and her feet left the ground. Congratulations, cultivator Feng Yaya, for passing the test and gaining the right to comprehend the great life art. The mechanical voice resounded in the Life Dojo again, and all the cultivators were stunned. Elder Feng and Dao ancestor Long Shua were overjoyed. Feng Yaya had also gained the right to comprehend the great life art. The Fortune Immortal Gate and the Dharma Comprehension Battle Dragon tribe would be able to claim this great Tao technique for themselves. Let's go. Feng Yaya looked at the crowd and smiled. Her gaze was especially focused on Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded. The next moment, the green light on Feng Yaya's body burst out completely and shot into the sky. The green light carried her into the depths of the Life Dojo. Along the way, all the cultivators who witnessed it cast envious gazes at her. It's finally done. Elder Feng was elated. Even if he didn't do anything after this, he wouldn't be able to escape the credit. Elder Feng, since Miss Feng has passed the test as she wished, can I move around freely now? Gu Chen spoke at the right time. What do you want to do, fellow Taoist? Elder Feng revealed a look of surprise. I want to continue hunting demonic beasts. Perhaps I can also personally experience the mysteries of the great life art. Gu Chen said. Feng Yaya had a clone of him in her mind. Because of him, he agreed to let Feng Yaya go first when Gu Hongjue might be Feng Yuan. With the Dao clone, Feng Yaya might be able to find out whether Gu Hongjue was Feng Yuan or not. But once she confirmed his identity, she could only kill him with her real body. Therefore, Gu Chen wanted to pass the test as soon as possible and reach where Feng Yaya and Gu Hongjue were. I see. Of course you can move around freely, but you might be safer with us, right? Elder Feng did not object, mainly because Gu Chen had done his best before, which made him quite satisfied. Moreover, if they continued to hunt demonic beasts, they would continue to compete with the other teams. If they could delay the other teams, why not? Elder Feng need not worry about this. Gu Chen smiled and continued to follow the Fortune Immortal Gates group. Their speed was too slow. Alright, then I wish you success. Elder Fong did not say anything else and sent Gu Chen off with a smile. Damn it, the Fortune Immortal Gate got there first. When the sacred ancestor heard the noise coming from the dojo, his complexion turned extremely gloomy. If the Skywall Tower had listened to him and made a move against the people from the Fortune Immortal sect, they would have been the ones to pass the assessment. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. My sacred family will act alone. The divine ancestor could no longer remain calm. There was no future for him to continue following the heavy barrier pavilion, so he might as well go out on his own. Then, without waiting for the middle-aged scholar's consent, he led his men away, appearing extremely domineering. The sacred family is too arrogant. They don't have a proper understanding of their own strength. An elder of the Heavy Cloud Pavilion said in dissatisfaction. With that bloodline and karma, the sacred family has nothing to fear. The middle-aged scholar shook his head. But I feel that the ruler doesn't like the sacred family. After all these years, he has never shown them any kindness. But he didn't punish them, right? Just based on this, it's enough for him to use the tiger's might. The elder went silent for a moment. That was true. Being related to the ruler was enough for one to be honored for 100 lifetimes. Alright, let's not talk about the sacred family. How's the progress of the disciples hunting the demon beasts? The middle-aged scholar asked. We've already analyzed the demon beasts' weaknesses and formulated a plan to hunt them down. Our efficiency is quite high. I believe that we'll soon have results. However, one disciple has gone missing and we can't contact him. Is this disciple very important? The position he's in charge of isn't very important. I've already sent someone else to take his place. Then let's not bother with him. Time is limited. Beside a winding river, a youth wearing sky-blue robes was walking alone. From his appearance, he was clearly a disciple of the Heavy Cloud Pavilion. He was using his feet to measure the ground. From time to time, he would raise his head to observe the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. His hands, hidden in his sleeves, would occasionally pinch his fingers together and calculate. In his mind, in a place that no one could see, there was an ancient book. This book's cover was dark blue, but its edges were crisscrossed with golden lines. It was profound and complex. In the center of the book's cover, there were 2 large ancient words written in silver. It was called Heaven. At this moment, the sound of a second person passing the test resounded from the void. The Book of Heaven sensed it and its pages moved, emitting a baleful aura. Fang Yuan. If this goes on, we won't be able to obtain the great life art. You clearly knew the contents of this life test from the start. Why didn't you go and hunt the ash beasts? Could it be that you've been scared silly by those 5 guys outside? He's afraid of that Tyrant tribe sovereign. There's an unknown Tyrant tribe power in the depths of this Dao field. Heavenly Emperor Yuan's courage has been scared out of his wits. The 12 supreme experts roared in dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan's repeated failures made them even more unconvinced of his leadership. Are you naive enough to think that as long as you pass this lousy life test, you can really obtain the great life art? Fang Yuan looked normal on the surface, but he was coldly snorting in his heart. These guys were really too noisy. What do you mean? Is Life Dao Field lying? If that voice is indeed Life Dao Field's consciousness, let me ask you, what is its intention in creating this life test? Naturally, it is to select Pale Empress Inheritor. Is that so? Pale Empress' death is definitely related to the 5 rulers, but now Life Dao Field wants to choose an inheritor from their people? Fang Yuan's voice was filled with mockery. The 12 supreme experts fell silent. You mean there's a trap? Impossible, you're thinking too much. Even if this Life Dao Field has developed intelligence, it's probably not high. It is only operating according to the rules left behind by Pale Empress. If we miss the great life art because we doubt the authenticity of the test, that would be the most foolish thing to do. The supreme experts did not believe Fang Yuan's guess. They only wanted him to snatch the great life art. As for the danger, they were all dead anyway. Life Dao Field chose to appear on its own when I was fighting with Gu Chen. This is a deliberately planned life test, the power of the first stage overlord in the depths of the Tao field is not simple no matter how I look at it. I don't know how high Life Tao Field's intelligence is or what it plans to do, but I will not follow its or Pale Empress plans. Moreover, that lad Guchen will not give up on targeting me, he must have entered Life Tao Field. With the power of the first stage overlord, he is invincible in this Tao field, I will not look for trouble. Fang Yuan's words were clearly admitting defeat, but the supreme experts did not follow his words and attacked him, because the primordial ancestor they knew, the more cautious he was, the more intelligent he was. If you want to avoid this life test, how will you obtain the great life art and revive us? Ancestor Sorcerer asked. He felt that Fang Yuan already had an idea. The reason why Life Tao Field is called Life Tao Field is not because of the great life art. Long before Pale Empress obtained the great life art, the Pale tribe cultivated the power of revival. In this Tao field, there was once a source of life, it created the ancient underworld Pale tribe, it is not inferior to great Tao techniques. Fang Yuan said seriously. Source of life? I've heard of it, isn't it dried up already? Your true target is the source of life, not the great life art? Can this spring water help us revive? The supreme experts discussed, they had to admit that no one could truly understand primordial ancestors' thoughts. No, this emperor has always wanted the great life art, but now that this path is blocked, I can only try my luck and see if I can find the source of life. Fang Yuan's answer was very honest, it was hard to accept. Try your luck? What a joke, you also have no confidence in finding the source of life. The source of life has dried up long ago, what's the point of finding the source of the spring? Primordial ancestor, you are playing with us. Fang Yuan shook his head slowly. The source of life has indeed dried up in the past, but this Life Tao field has undergone some changes, this emperor wants to take a gamble. You know, this emperor does not like to gamble, I like to scheme and have everything under control. But, Fang Yuan's eyes burst out with a sharp light, this was a rarely seen vigor and boldness from an old undying who was skilled in scheming. There is no surefire way to win in this world, sometimes, I have to stake it all on one throw, this is what my enemies taught me. Gu Chen's figure appeared in Fang Yuan's mind, he had suppressed the 12 supreme experts with unprecedented determination. Let's bet everything. The winner takes it all, the loser dies without a burial ground. Grand ancient buildings were interlaced within the lofty mountains. The Tao field that had gone through the vicissitudes of life was still shining with immortal splendor, telling of its former glory. At the densest part of the light and colorful fog, there was a cliff that stood alone. Suddenly, a green light broke through the layers of fog, and a young girl landed on the cliff. Xianxia was very vigilant. The moment her feet touched the ground, she immediately distanced herself from the figure in front of her and observed calmly. Gu Hongjue, the slaughter sect elder, looked no different from the other slaughter sect cultivators. They were all dressed in black armor and had an unapproachable aura. The young man had a green lotus mark on his forehead, which was even brighter than Xianxia's. His eyes were closed tightly, as if he did not notice Xianxia's arrival. He was wholeheartedly comprehending the mysteries of the great Tao. Behind Xianxia, on the edge of the cliff, grew a strange divine tree. Its leaves were transparent like jade and exuded boundless vitality. This vitality was so strong that the green lotus mark on Xianxia's forehead was especially active. An indescribable power of the great Tao drifted towards her. Great life art. Xianxia turned around and her beautiful eyes narrowed. She soon realized that the divine tree in front of her was not a real life, but an illusion formed by the great Tao will of the great Tao of the great life art. The Life Tao field's rewards were really generous. They directly opened up the mysteries of the great Tao techniques to those who passed the test. I can't use any of my Tao strength. Xianxia soon realized that she could not even use her sixfold Tao strength on this cliff. Her divine hand of creation had completely lost its effect, and she had become immortal. No wonder Gu Hongjue would let his guard down when she arrived. Without any strength, how could she pose a threat to him? It was better to focus on comprehending the great life art. The situation is very favorable to us. In Xianxia's mind, Gu Chen's clone spoke. In the depths of the Life Tao field, the tyrant's power had a stronger restraint on everyone, and Fang Yuan was no exception. If the person in front of them was Fang Yuan, it would be even easier to kill him. Uncle Gu, how can we be sure that this guy is not Fang Yuan? He comprehended the great life art 14 hours earlier than us. He might have already made some gains by now. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Fengya's heart was filled with killing intent. Even now, when she thought of the scene when she found Gu Chen's corpse, she hated Fan Yuan to the bone and wanted nothing more than to chop him into pieces. Originally, I wanted you to probe him carefully and think about your safety when you come into contact with Gu Hongjue. However, since no one in this place can display their full strength, why don't you be more direct? Gu Chen thought for a moment, then said, tell him directly that we killed all the cultivators of Slaughter Sect. Let's see his reaction. Fengya understood Gu Chen's intention. She immediately took a few steps forward and deliberately attracted Gu Hongjue's attention. She said provocatively, apart from you, all the cultivators of the Slaughter Sect have been wiped out by my Fortune Immortal Gate. Gu Hongjue was sitting on the ground, concentrating on comprehending the great life art. When he heard Gu Hongjue's words, his ears twitched, and he opened his eyes. Whoosh, the gloomy and cold gaze fell on Fengya, which was very terrifying. Your Slaughter Sect has a good plan. Seeing that you've taken the lead, you want to stop the other teams and not let them have a share of the spoils. It's a pity that your Slaughter Sect's historical sequence is not strong enough. Not only did you fail to stop me, but your entire sect was wiped out. Now that I'm here, even though you're a few hours early, what's wrong with that? Great Dao techniques belong to those with talent. This great life art is fated with me. The Fortune Immortal Gate is destined to suppress the Slaughter Sect. Fengya deliberately explained the details, and Gu Hongjue realized that there was a high chance that what she said was true. His Slaughter Sect was suddenly left alone? Little brat, I think you're courting death. Gu Hongjue grabbed the moon concealment saber beside him and suddenly stabbed it at Fengya. Although his cultivation was suppressed, this Slaughter Sect elder's movements were abnormally agile. Fengya immediately dodged. Without the difference in cultivation, she was not afraid of any Dao ancestor. One had to know that the great life art that she cultivated could transform her body over the years, making her physical qualities far superior to ordinary cultivators in all aspects. Gu Hongjue stood up and chased after Fengya. Fengya dealt with him carefully and did not suffer any losses. After chasing for a while, Gu Hongjue realized that this was simply a waste of time. He snorted heavily and returned to his original spot. What? You don't want to kill me anymore? Fengya blinked her large eyes and tried to approach and provoke him. You can continue to disturb me, but you have to understand that the great life art's significance to your Fortune Immortal Gate far surpasses that of my Slaughter Sect. You gave up the precious opportunity to comprehend it just because you are worried that I will comprehend the great life art one step ahead of you. Aren't you afraid of your sect's elders blaming you? Gu Hongjue chuckled coldly, thinking that he had seen through Fengya's scheme. In his opinion, the other party's actions were very foolish. So what if he cultivated the great life art one step ahead of her? The important thing was that the Fortune Immortal Gate had to succeed. This girl did not even know what was more important. Fengya wanted to continue probing, but Gu Chen's voice resounded in her mind with some disappointment. Stop, he shouldn't be Feng Yuan. Are you sure? Although the great transformation art can perfectly change one's body, it is hard to change a person's way of thinking and response. I have fought with Feng Yuan for so long, if it was him, I would have a feeling. This was an indescribable intuition, but Gu Chen believed in it. That means Feng Yuan is still participating in the assessment? Fengya felt a sense of regret. She had to find a new target. Feng Yuan's goal is the great life art. He has to pass the life assessment no matter what. He might be the next person to pass the assessment. Then I'll wait here. Everyone who comes here will test him. Sooner or later, I'll catch him by the tail. No, this is a rare opportunity to comprehend the great life art, we cannot miss it. Comprehend it well. If there is a need, I will remind you. Alright, what about you, Uncle Gu? Can you sense the Dao essence of the great life art in this state? Let's cultivate together. It is hidden in your body, even if I can comprehend it, the gains will be very limited, forget it. Moreover, compared to that life divine tree, there is something more important to me. What is it? Everyone's cultivation level is completely suppressed here. What do you think is the reason? Don't tell me, Xianxia was slightly moved. She first looked at the edge of the cliff. There was only a life-divine tree there, other than that, it was empty. In other words, she looked at the other side of the cliff, towards the path down the mountain. Vaguely, there seemed to be a stone tablet there. A stone tablet separated the cliff from the foot of the mountain, as if separating the two worlds. Uncle Gu, I will bring you there. Xianxia realized that the location of the stone tablet was very important to Gu Chen. My main body is not here, there is no point in going, let's wait for my main body to pass the assessment. Gu Chen refused, only his main body's brilliant ancient tyrant body could awaken that stone tablet. Moreover, once he came into contact with that stone tablet, he did not know what would happen, or if the rulers outside would know. In the vast primeval forest, ancient trees towered into the sky and orchids were everywhere. It was supposed to be a beautiful picture of nature. However, all the spirit herbs had turned into demons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were densely packed and countless. The two teams from Grand Qi Palace and Winter Temple were trapped in the forest and were in a sorry state. More than half of the original team of 600 people had died. Many cultivators' corpses were left in the forest, entangled by the endless vines and turned into nutrients for the forest. Congratulations to cultivator Xianxia for passing the test and obtaining the right to comprehend the great life art. News of someone passing the test came from the void again. The upper echelons of Grand Qi Palace and Winter Temple had no choice but to admit that they had made the wrong judgment. Initially, they had wanted to take a shortcut to obtain the great life art. The ancient map of the Life Dao ground in Winter Temple's hands was not a problem. However, they had overlooked something. The heaven and earth suppression in the Dao ground became stronger the closer they got to the depths of the Dao ground. Although they had noticed this at the beginning, they thought that it was a risk that they had to bear when approaching the great life art. Instead, they hastened their pace. Eventually, the two teams entered the primeval forest that they could not avoid heading to the depths of the Dao ground. The moment they set foot in the forest, the appearance of the spirit herbs suddenly changed. All the spirit herbs seemed to have come to life and attacked them crazily. Initially, these spirit herbs did not have much destructive power. However, their cultivation was greatly suppressed and the weaker cultivators in the team were reduced to the level of mortals. As time went by, the forest completely trapped them for many days, causing many casualties. The primeval forest was simply too huge. After walking for many days, there were no signs of them making it out. The determination of the two teams was already wavering. When news of Gu Hongjue passing the test came, the upper echelons of the two teams had already begun to consider retreating. However, if they gave up on their plan, their previous efforts would be in vain. If they returned to compete with the other teams, their progress would be greatly reduced and it might all be for naught in the end. After 14 hours of hesitation, news of another person passing the test came. Finally, the upper echelons of the two teams made up their minds. Go back. Get out of this goddamn forest. Tyrant said with a dark expression. Those words meant that he admitted that his previous decision was completely wrong. However, given the current situation, there was really no other way. Even if they could walk out of this vast forest, the pressure they had to endure would reach its peak, and they would completely lose the ability to fight back. At that time, any danger would be able to kill them. This was obviously a dead end, and the only way forward was to follow the rules of the Life Dojo. Let's retreat too. The historical sequence of the Winter Hall, Daoist Yen Song, also gave the order to the team. Because there were too many threats in the forest, the two teams had already gathered together. Now that they had decided to retreat, they worked together. The two teams began to retreat in the direction they came from. All of this was noticed by the Fortune Immortal Gate's Gate Master Chu Jin and an elder who were hiding in the dark. If the Supreme Qi Palace and the Winter Palace want to turn back now, I'm afraid it's already too late. My Immortal Gate of Fortune has already succeeded halfway. Fortunately, they had placed all their hopes on Xianxia. Otherwise, how could the current situation be so good? Chu Jin didn't respond. She stared at the two retreating teams with a gloomy expression. After thinking for a while, a cold light appeared in her beautiful eyes. The Life Dojo doesn't have a limit on the number of people who can pass the assessment, nor is there a time limit for the assessment. If the Supreme Qi Palace and the Winter Palace leave this place smoothly, they will be a threat in the end. Chu Jin's words were filled with killing intent, and the Fortune Immortal Gate Elder's expression froze. Sect Master, you mean, this place is suitable for spreading the creation immortal goo? Chu Jin smiled coldly, and the elder's scalp went numb. The so-called creation immortal goo was a unique poison refined by Chu Jin. In terms of toxicity, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the best in the Dao world. The reason why she dared to boast was that Chu Jin had used the great alchemy technique to prove her Dao and become an ancestor. Her alchemy Dao attainment was famous in the Dao world. Alchemy theory and poison theory came from the same source. Chu Jin, who had grasped the great alchemy technique, had always been good at refining first-class poisons. The reason why the two of them were not attacked by the spirit plants in this forest was that their protective Dao light had been infused with some kind of poisonous powder that Chu Jin had made. This poisonous powder made the spirit plants feel disgusted and unwilling to come near them. As for the creation immortal goo, it was the strongest poison that Chu Jin had developed using the great alchemy technique as the foundation and the great creation technique's understanding of the structure of life. This poison had made great contributions in battle and had killed many Dao ancestors. If we kill all the people from Supreme Chi Palace and Winter Hall, I'm afraid something big will happen. The elder could not help but remind her that Chu Jin's idea was too ruthless. Normally, with the profound Dao techniques of Supreme Chi Palace and Winter Hall's higher-ups, this creation immortal goo might not be completely effective. However, in this life Dao field, those people's cultivation levels were severely suppressed, and a poison like the creation immortal goo was not affected much. In other words, most of its destructive power was still present. In this situation, it was possible to wipe them all out. However, such an action would undoubtedly anger the two rulers, Tai Yi and Lan Ku, and the impact was too great. Don't worry, I will control the medicinal effects well. I will only weaken their battle strength so that they cannot leave this forest in time. Chu Jin knew what to do and explained. If that's the case, good idea. The elder's eyes shone. As long as they did not kill them all, it was a good idea to leave the two teams in the forest. Because of the forest's encirclement, the two teams had very little space to move. In addition to the suppression of heaven and earth, they could not fly, so it was very suitable to spread the creation immortal goo. It could be said that the success rate was very high. Among the two teams, the most troublesome ones are Wufei Taizhen and Yen Song. As long as they are poisoned, everything will be simple. Chu Jin decided on the plan and immediately started to move, secretly approaching the two teams. Because they wanted to leave the forest as soon as possible, the cultivators of Supreme Chi Palace and Winter Hall attacked with all their strength. The rainbow light of Dao strength destroyed countless plants, causing a huge commotion. Naturally, they did not notice that someone was secretly approaching. Chu Jin reached a suitable distance and immediately spread the creation immortal goo. The colorful poisonous fog fused into the air and spread out. The disadvantage of spreading the immortal goo in this way was that the toxicity would be greatly reduced, but the advantage was that it was not easy to detect. She did not intend to kill people. With the suppression of life Dao field, this toxicity was enough to make all the cultivators of the two teams lose their battle strength. The cultivators of Supreme Chi Palace and Winter Hall used their Dao techniques to clear the path, clearing the incoming tentacles with all their strength. Zhang Hao and Tai Wei were among them. The other forces in the two teams, like Ancestor Mu, Thousand Hand Buddha Heart Palace, and Wondrous Wood Flower Sect, were also seriously attacking, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Something is wrong. The Dao strength in my body that is already difficult to use has suddenly gone out of control. I suddenly have no strength in my body, my organs are hurting. Unknowingly, the cultivators of the two teams started showing abnormalities in their bodies. Some of the weaker ones started bleeding from their 7 orifices, losing their battle strength. Oh no! I'm poisoned. Taizhen held his head, his body swayed and his face was pale. It's creation immortal goo. Winter Hall's Taoist Yen Song recognized the origin of the poison. His expression turned cold as he looked at a corner of the forest. There, Chu Jin no longer hid herself, she looked at them from afar with a mocking expression. In this life Dao field, her poison path advantage was too huge. In the outside world, great alchemy techniques were much more restricted. Chu Jin. You are the most vicious woman. Taizhen also noticed Chu Jin, his expression was extremely ugly as he gritted his teeth. I am sorry to inform you that you have been eliminated in this life assessment. Chu Jin said coldly and emotionlessly. This way, the two hidden obstacles were eliminated by her. Wishful thinking. This poison can't do anything to me. Tyrant shouted and tried to erupt with his cultivation, but he vomited a large mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. I advise you to give up on that idea. Normally, with your level of cultivation and your very high blood, you should be able to force the poison out of your body, Hansen said. But here, your strength is suppressed, my poison is not affected much. The more you force the poison out, the faster you will die. Chu Jin looked on coldly. She did not tell her that the goo poison was not fatal. She was happy to see the Grand Qi Palace Lord's terrified expression. Seeing that Tyrant was injured, the hearts of the Dao ancestors sank, they were at their wits' end. Hee, do you really think I can't do anything to you? A Dao bell suddenly appeared on Daoist Xianxia's forehead, the vicissitudes of time spread out. Clang, the sound of the bell reverberated, heaven and earth turned into nothingness. Daoist Xianxia was here, but his essence, qi, and spirit seemed to be in another space-time. Following the sound of the bell, he stepped into the river of time. Illuminate the ages, return of the Supreme Venerable. Rumble. Rumble, as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, a terrifying and domineering power spread out in this forest, directly breaking the shackles of heaven and earth. A majestic golden figure walked out of the river of time. Suddenly, a terrifying golden phantom descended and looked down in all directions with a domineering aura that suffocated many cultivators. Chu Jinfeng, who was initially confident in her victory, had a look of surprise in her eyes. Tyrant Supreme? You can actually summon the Supreme Overlord from the River of Time? The ultimate technique of the Winter Hall was the Great Time Technique, and the top experts of the Winter Hall had the ability to summon a powerhouse from the River of Time to help them. She had heard of this a long time ago. However, it was one thing to summon a Tao ancestor, but this was the first time she knew that the Winter Palace actually possessed the ability to illuminate a Tyrant clan supreme martial artist. The glorious ancient overlord body was the strongest constitution that could suppress the Great Tao technique. But now, it had been enslaved by the Great Tao technique? So what if I get help? You are affected by the immortal goo, you cannot hold on for long. When you cannot hold on any longer, the phantom will collapse. Chu Jin quickly restrained his shock and sneered. How much strength did the projection of the Tyrant clan's supreme martial artist have when he was alive? With her cultivation, it would be easy for her to hold on until Daoist Xianxia ran out of stamina, not to mention whether she could defeat him or not. Really? Daoist Xianxia revealed a mocking expression as he glanced at the golden figure. The golden illusory figure waved its hand and drew a boundary. Daoist Xianxia's body was enveloped in golden light. Boom, the suppression between heaven and earth suddenly vanished as Daoist Xianxia's cultivation rose crazily. His Dao powers erupted like a tsunami as he instantly recovered to the strength of a sequence. Soon after, his hands formed a seal, and the beautiful time Dao bell continued to rotate and expand. It spread in all directions, and the aura of time enveloped all the cultivators of the Winter Temple and Supreme Qi Temple. Then, a reversal occurred. All of the cultivators who had been enveloped by the power of time were restored to their original state. The toxins in their bodies were gone. Ha ha ha. Tyrant's face regained its rosy color as he laughed heartily and stood up, glaring at Chu Jin viciously. Vicious woman, I'll make you suffer today. In an instant, the situation changed. The Fortune Immortal Gate elders' faces turned ashen, and Chu Jin's face was filled with disbelief. You can actually remove the suppression of this life dojo? Could it be? Not bad. Daoist Xianxia glanced at the depths of the mountain ridge not far away. The power that is suppressing this life dojo is the power of the Tyrant Sovereign. It's a power of the same origin, so of course it can help me escape. I guessed right. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden phantom in front of him immediately dissipated like a bubble, and the suppression of heaven and earth descended once again. Although it only lasted for a few breaths of time, the immortal goo on Daoist Xianxia had already been removed. He said coldly, capture them. The Winter Temple and Supreme Qi Temple had the advantage in numbers. Now that they had successfully detoxified the poison, they attacked the two people from the Immortal Fortune Gate. Not good. Sect leader, retreat. The Fortune Immortal Gate's elder shouted anxiously. The two of them couldn't stop a group of people. Chu Jin gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to admit that his plan had failed. Using the cover of the forest, he quickly retreated. The two teams were in hot pursuit. Among them, Ancestor Mu's speed was especially fast. He caught up to the Fortune Immortal Gates Elder, and his two claw-like hands forcefully clamped down on his shoulders. Rip, Ancestor Mu used an extremely cruel and violent method to tear the Fortune Immortal Gates Elder's body into two. His blood splattered in the forest. The Fortune Immortal Gates Elder let out an anguished wail before he died. Ancestor Mu bit off his throat and chewed a few mouthfuls of his flesh before spitting it out. Disgusting, he said in disdain, his tyrannical eyes looking at Chu Jin like a wild beast that had been freed from its shackles. Scoundrel. Chu Jin turned around and saw this scene. He stopped running and took the initiative to attack Ancestor Mu. The result was obvious. Chu Jin was besieged by the experts of the two teams. In a short while, he was defeated with disheveled hair. If not for the ruler's face, you would have died for sure. Tyrant looked at the heavily injured Chu Jin, who had lost the ability to resist, and said coldly. Honestly speaking, he really wanted to kill this woman. But this woman was the ruler's flesh and blood after all. It was fine if he killed the others from the Fortune Immortal Gate, but he had to leave some face for the ruler. Tie her up. When we meet the Fortune Immortal Gates people, we can use her as a bargaining chip. Since Daoist Xianxia had spoken, Tyrant naturally had no objections. If not for Daoist Xianxia's impressive dharma, they would have been completely wiped out. In the valley, Gu Chen's main body had just killed another dark green demonic beast. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the forest in the distance. What's going on? His eyes flickered. Just now, he once again felt an aura of the same origin. This aura was different from the source of the suppression that enveloped the entire life dojo. It clearly belonged to another glorious ancient overlord body. However, this glorious ancient overlord body's aura only existed for a while and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What happened? This life dojo is really getting more and more interesting. Gu Chen muttered to himself. The forest where the aura originated from was much closer than the stone tablet in the depths of the dojo. Driven by curiosity, he simply headed in that direction. There were many demonic beasts along the way. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that it was getting easier to encounter groups of demonic beasts, so he did not waste time. Outside the life dojo, on the supreme throne. Lan Ku, so you've already obtained the power of the tyrants. You really hit it well. Tai, Ling Long, Lin Jiao, and Lan Ming all looked towards He Gem and Lank with different looks on their faces. Among them, Heaven Ling Long's expression was the ugliest. Everyone, you're worrying too much. With Yan Song's cultivation level, he can only reflect the glorious ancient overlord body for a short period of time. You don't have to worry that he will affect the fair competition in the dojo. Lan Ke answered casually, avoiding the important points. Yan Song's strength is limited, but what about you? It's not like we haven't seen you use the divine light technique before, but we've never seen you reflect the glorious ancient overlord body before. Lin Jiao laughed sinisterly. I thought that the glorious ancient overlord body's constitution was special, and the divine light technique could not reflect it. It turns out that Ruler Lan Ke had a trick up his sleeve. May I ask Ruler Lan Ke, if you were here, how many glorious ancient overlord bodies could you reflect? Heaven Ling Long questioned coldly. Can I reflect a few important ones? Everyone present here is already the strongest since ancient times. Lan Ke responded calmly. Since it's not important, why did you hide it before? Tai said in disbelief. The other ruler's eyes flickered. Lan Ke's answer did not satisfy them. Indeed, as the strongest ruler in history, a technique that could reflect the ages might seem powerful, but it did not pose much of a threat to them. But the tyrants were still somewhat of a concern, especially not long ago, when Lan Ming commented that the first overlord was the strongest in history. It's not hiding it, it's just that there's no need. Lan Ke shook his head. He knew what everyone really wanted to ask and said, if you're worried that I can reflect the two overlords, then you're worrying too much. All the tyrant supremes who went to the mysterious place could not be reflected, and their traces were erased by the river of time. Such a straightforward answer was unexpected, but when they thought of the uniqueness of the mysterious place, it made sense. The rulers immediately lost interest in continuing to ask. If the two overlords could not be reflected, then they were indeed worrying too much. The power of the glorious ancient overlord body is extremely special. It naturally rejects all laws, and the power of time is no exception. I don't know much about your eternal illuminator and dawn blossoms plucking technique, but with Xianxia's strength, without your guidance and help, it would be impossible for him to project the tyrant supremacy, right? Linglong Tian used her see-through voids and looked at her daughter, who had become a prisoner. She refused to give up. So what? Have you not guided the younger generation in their cultivation? This is not a violation of the rules. Lan Ke answered. No matter how long Xianxia can project the tyrant supremacy, it is not conducive to a fair competition among the 5 teams. Moreover, the power of the tyrants is hidden in the depths of the dojo. Your technique may cause unpredictable situations. If you think so, you can stop this test of life. Lan Ke responded readily. Linglong Tian's expression darkened. Lin Jiao sneered. Lin Jiao sneered at the side. Lan Ke's answer was exactly what the celestial Linglong had said when the Slayer sect came out first. The disciple with the heaven's chosen talent from the immortal gate was now comprehending the great life technique. It would be strange if Linglong Tian was willing to stop. In the end, this matter was left unsettled, and the 5 rulers continued to observe. Gu Chen walked in the direction of the forest. Every time the horsetail whisk in his hand swayed, a dark green demon beast would die and turn into a stream of vitality that entered his glabella. It had been 2 days since Yaya passed the test. He had been working hard these 2 days, and the number of demon beasts had increased inexplicably. So the results were brilliant, and now a green lotus mark had appeared on his glabella. Within 2 days, no one had passed the test. All the cultivators were trying their best to become the 3rd person. Is it because the beast tides are appearing more frequently, or is it because there are more demon beasts on my path? Another wave of 700 demon beasts appeared in front of him. Gu Chen stopped and pondered. As time passed, the various cultivators had a deeper understanding of demon beasts and gradually mastered the appropriate hunting methods. But as more and more demon beasts were killed, the number of demon beasts increased. It was as if the difficulty of passing the test was reduced. Gu Chen took a closer look and found that many of the demonic beasts in front of him looked sickly. Vaguely, he also sensed a disgusting aura. With a cold look in his eyes, he teleported to the side of a demonic beast and swung his horsetail whisk like a sharp blade. Poochie, the demonic beast's flesh and bone were separated, but it did not heal as quickly as before. Gu Chen could see a little purple in the blood that sprayed out. Purple blood, the bloodline power of the sacred family. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. The power of the sacred bloodline could corrode all things, spreading like a virus and causing life to mutate. It seemed that the divine ancestor had used a method similar to spreading the plague. He wanted to use this method to efficiently harvest the lives of the demonic beasts and pass the trial as quickly as possible. Apparently, his plan was correct. Many of the demonic beasts began to fall ill, and the purple blood spread to the healthy demonic beasts through the diseased ones, causing the strength of the entire beast herd to plummet. That's a good idea. Where are you? Gu Chen's gaze swept across the surroundings. With this kind of arrangement, the divine ancestor must not be far from the beast herd, making it easier to harvest him at the critical moment. Previously, with the people from the Heavy Cloud Pavilion present, it wasn't convenient for him to directly kill the divine ancestor. But now, it's different. If he were to come into contact with the divine ancestor again, he could take advantage of the conflict to kill him without having to worry too much. Gu Chen's intuition suddenly sensed something. He turned around and swung his horsetail whisk. Bang! A black figure suddenly broke through the ground and attacked Gu Chen, but it just so happened to fall into the range of the horsetail whisk. The threads were like countless sharp blades that struck the black figure's body. A crisp metallic sound came from his body as he was sent flying. He actually wasn't killed in one hit. Gu Chen was shocked in his heart. The strength of the opponent's body was extraordinary. To be able to come so close to him was even more difficult. Taking a closer look, this person's black and gray skin was like armor. His muscles were well defined, and every inch of him was filled with explosive power. He had a pair of spiral-shaped eyes and a bald head without a single strand of hair. However, there were insect-like antennae in front of his forehead and 2 pairs of dragon horns at the back of his head. This person wasn't unfamiliar, it was Ancestor Mu. Guchen instantly felt relieved. Ancestor Mu had grasped the great fusion art. In terms of physical strength, he stood at the peak of countless races. Even if the life Dao field suppressed his cultivation, the strength of his body wouldn't change. On the contrary, it was because of this that his strength was even more outstanding. Ancestor Mu had the ability to assimilate with all living things, so it wasn't strange for him to come so close. Wasn't Ancestor Mu in the Supreme Chi Palace's group? Why was he here? Guchen saw the glowing lotus mark between Ancestor Mu's brows and immediately understood why he had attacked him. Not simple. What's your name? Ancestor Mu looked at Guchen in bewilderment. Although the Horsedale whisk hadn't broken his defense, he had been in great pain. He hadn't noticed this fatty before and didn't expect him to have such strength. Guchen didn't answer and suddenly looked in another direction. Hee, you're really sharp. Just now, you seem to have sensed my attack in advance. Ancestor Mu's eyes flickered, and he assumed a stance that he was ready to attack at any time to prevent Guchen from escaping. In a short while, a large group of cultivators appeared. It was a team formed by the Supreme Chi Palace and the Winter Cold Hall. Guchen noticed that the Fortune Immortal Gate's sect master, Chu Jin, was also in the team. However, her body was obviously sealed, and her hair was messy. She looked rather pathetic. Daoist Huang? Chu Jin was stunned when she saw Guchen. She was a little curious as to why he was here alone, but she quickly lost interest. He alone couldn't help her. My luck isn't bad. Not only did I encounter a herd of beasts, but I also encountered a person who's about to pass the test. Supreme Chi Palace's Palace Master Tai Jin looked at Guchen, and his eyes lit up with joy. Another person from the Fortune Immortal Gate? We can't let their people pass the test again. Daoist Yan Song observed Chu Jin's reaction and said coldly. Guchen looked at this group of uninvited guests calmly. Judging from their route, they should have come from the forest that he had sensed. Previously, Chu Jin and another elder had gone to chase after the Supreme Chi Palace and the Winter Cold Hall. Now that both teams had returned, Chu Jin was captured, and the whereabouts of the other elder was unknown. Was the aura of the other glorious ancient overlord body that he had sensed previously related to these people? Even if it wasn't, they should have some information since they had returned from the front lines. The cultivators of the Supreme Chi Palace and the Winter Cold Hall spread out and looked at Guchen coldly as if they were surrounding and killing their prey. Apart from the experts of the 2 primordial chaos teams, the Dao ancestors attached to the 2 teams were also present. If it was any other time, an unknown cultivator wouldn't attract so much attention from these top cultivators. But now, their progress was seriously behind the Slaughter Sect and the Fortune Immortal Gate. Guchen was a delicious piece of meat. Guchen faced them with a smile, unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. A truly high-end hunter would always appear as the prey. However, he had taken the initiative to find them. Die. The people of Supreme Chi Palace and Winter Hall had just set up their formation when Ancestor Mu impatiently attacked again. His movements were as fast as a cheetah, and his explosive power was abnormally astonishing. In almost an instant, he closed in on Guchen. Guchen's wrist that was holding the Horsedale whisk moved slightly, and he was about to face the enemy when the flow of time suddenly slowed down infinitely. However, Ancestor Mu's movements were unaffected. The people of Winter Hall had made a move. They interfered with time, and the power of vicissitudes pressed over. Guchen simply stopped moving and allowed Ancestor Mu's claw to dig at his chest. It looked like he was going to kill him in one strike. Bang. A dull sound rang out. Ancestor Mu's attack failed to tear through Guchen's chest. It didn't even pierce through his skin. Ancestor Mu revealed a look of shock. The other party's physical body was so strong. Great freedom art. Guchen chanted in his heart, and the will of freedom instantly shattered the power of time. His movements returned to normal. Pa! The Horsedale whisk struck Ancestor Mu's face, causing him to bleed and feel dizzy. So hard. Guchen sneered and injected the power of the secret technique into the Horsedale whisk. The second strike, bang, this time Ancestor Mu's head exploded, and he cried out miserably as he staggered backward. What? The surrounding cultivators jumped in shock. Ancestor Mu's body was famous for being strong. They thought that under the suppression of the Dao field, there were very few cultivators who could break through his defense. Unexpectedly, Ancestor Mu's head was shattered by Daoist Huang in one move. How strong was this guy? You have some ability. Tyrant snorted coldly, and his left foot stepped out with a yin-yang fish diagram, pulling Guchen into a whirl. As his sleeves fluttered, the power of the 5 grand celestial essences surged and transformed into dense killing intent. The cultivators of Supreme Qi Palace were well trained. Including Zhang Hao and Tai Wei, they all entered the formation and displayed the power of yin-yang Tai Chi to trap Gu Chen. Their judgment was extremely accurate. Seeing that Gu Chen's physique might be above Ancestor Mu's, they gave up on the strategy of close combat and wanted to use their Dao arts to obliterate him. Even a lion would use all its strength to capture a rabbit. It wasn't without reason that Supreme Qi Palace was strong. Trapped in the yin-yang fish diagram, Gu Chen once again used the Great Freedom art to break the formation. The Great Freedom spell had no fixed law, and it was good at breaking all spells in the world. But this time it had encountered a troublesome enemy. The power of Taiji in the yin-yang fish picture was extremely powerful. It could generate the 4 divisions of yin and yang, and the 4 divisions could generate the 8 trigrams. It was endless and could dissolve all hostile forces. Although the Great Freedom method was abstruse, Gu Chen felt powerless in the face of it. He tried to break free several times, but to no avail. If he used, his true body was Gu, God Gu, Gu Mu Qi, Shen, and the God, or, and Qi, Gu, A, or, Ancest, God. Mu, Gu Ocean, Hall, Qi, Mu, God, and God, Su as, Chen, Yang, and God, He, a Mu, On, as, He, as, and Mu as, Chen, God Mu as. Of, God. So, that's how it is. The Tai Chi power of the Tai Chi race is already very strong, and it has been combined with the yin-yang skill. Golden light flickered in the depths of Gu Chen's eyes as he analyzed the profundity of this formation. Golden light flickered in the depths of Gu Chen's eyes as he quickly analyzed the profundity of this formation. This formation could be said to be perfect and flawless. It couldn't be broken by any tricks. Fortunately, because of the Dao field suppression, the formation's power was greatly reduced. Tricks couldn't break it, but brute force could. Boom, the secret technique energy in Gu Chen's body erupted greatly. His cultivation rose to a level far beyond others as he reached Sage Realm. Bam bam bam, after destroying the yin-yang fish diagram with his horsetail whisk, Gu Chen got out of the formation. But he was not in a hurry to make a move. He calmly observed everyone. Besides being curious about the other ancient glory overlord body, he had a more important mission from start to finish. That was to find Fang Yuan. There were a total of 5 teams. Slaughter Sect could be eliminated, and Fortune Immortal Sect was unlikely. Then, could Fang Yuan be hiding in Grand Qi Palace and Winter Frost Hall's team? If he was hiding among these people, he should have already seen through him. With Fang Yuan's insight, it was very likely that he could see the strength of the tyrants in the depths of the Dao field. So unless he was a fool, he would not expose himself in front of Fang Yuan unless he had no other choice. Thus, facing Fang Yuan who had great transformation technique, he could only find out where he was hiding through fighting. Alright, I'll knock them down one by one. Gu Chen murmured as he stretched his muscles. Damn it. Why can he erupt with such cultivation? How strong is his true strength? The yin-yang fish diagram was broken, and Taizhen suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Gu Chen with indignation. If his cultivation was not suppressed, with the perfection of Grand Qi Palace's formation, the other party would not be able to break the formation in this way. It's not you. Gu Chen eliminated Taizhen because Fang Yuan did not know great yin-yang technique. Damn it. I won't be defeated so easily. Ancestor Mu growled as he grew a new head. He, who had fused with the bloodlines of countless races, had extremely tenacious vitality. It did not matter if he was beheaded. It's not you either. Gu Chen understood Ancestor Mu the most. His divine soul was still suffering from the pain of being burned by Scarlet Grace. Even the speed at which his flesh and blood regrew was not as fast as before. What race are you? Let me see your true body. Ancestor Mu was iron-headed. His body transformed into the form of a ferocious beast as he pounced at Guchen again. Guchen ignored him. His body flickered and disappeared on the spot, charging towards a Dao ancestor not far away. That Dao ancestor was shocked. The main forces of the team were Grand Qi Palace and Winter Cold Hall. Why was this person targeting him, seeing how Ancestor Mu's had exploded earlier? Wouldn't he die on the spot if that horsetail whisk whipped him? He did not have Ancestor Mu's vitality. Truewood Canopy. At the moment of life and death, endless trees surged out of his body, wrapping around him tightly. Smack, with a whip of the horsetail whisk, the Truewood Canopy shattered layer by layer. That Dao ancestor howled miserably as he was sent flying. He could not even withstand a single blow. So it's a Dao ancestor of Mystical Wood Flower sect. Guchen saw through the other party's method. It was the Great Forest technique, eliminating his suspicions. He did not deal a fatal blow and immediately turned around to look for his next target. The next person targeted was also a Dao ancestor. This person looked as shabby as perfected. Person Pu Ji, and his aura was as wretched as Feng Yuan's. Great puppet technique. The other party didn't retreat. Instead, he manipulated his 10 fingers and an invisible silk thread wrapped around Guchen, restricting his movements. Which faction's Dao ancestor are you from? Guchen was slightly surprised. This great Dao technique actually controlled threads, very similar to his heavenly winding threads. Old man is the Hall Venerable of Thousand-Hand Buddha Heart Palace. The other party said with a gloomy expression. Thousand-Hand Buddha Heart Palace? I've heard of it. Guchen nodded. Thousand-Hand Buddha Heart Palace had always coveted Sword Pavilion's great tool refinement technique and had caused trouble in the Sword Tomb trial. This Thousand Hands Dao ancestor dared to offend Sword Ancestor, so his strength was naturally not weak. This great puppet technique was a little interesting. Unfortunately, no matter how profound a great Dao technique was, once one's cultivation was suppressed, their effects would be greatly reduced. He could use strength to break all techniques. Boom boom boom, Guchen's Dao power boiled, and he forcefully broke all the threads attached to his body. His horsetail whisk descended like the Milky Way. Ah! Thousand Hands Dao ancestor was instantly defeated. He was whipped until he was drenched in blood, and he howled miserably. Next? Not you. And not you. Guchen wandered between the Supreme Qi Palace and Winter Hall's teams, probing them one by one. Even someone as strong as Patriarch Mu couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Dao Father Wonderwood and Dao Father Thousand Hands were both defeated in one move. This wandering cultivator is fat, but he's extremely agile. It's as if he can predict all our attacks. Even though we have more people, we don't have any advantage against him. My Winter Hall's time arts can't delay him. What Daoist art does he cultivate? How can such a powerful cultivator be a nobody? That damned Fortune Immortal Gate. They actually broke the rules and secretly sent in such an expert. The cultivators of the Grand Qi Palace and the Winter Cold Hall tried to surround and kill Guchen, but Guchen seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. With a few steps, he knocked down one of them. It was as though he had entered an unstoppable realm, and his momentum was unstoppable. This Daoist desolate is so powerful? Chu Jin was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She had never imagined that hundreds of cultivators, who clearly had an absolute advantage, would be defeated by a single person. It was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. The primordial team's genius, the sect master, and the Dao ancestor were all in a sorry state. This guy is so powerful, but he's deliberately wandering between us to toy with us. Since when has the primordial team been looked down upon like this? Taizhen was seething with anger. He could tell that Guchen was intentionally fighting every cultivator, but he only treated it as an arrogant act. Daoist Yan Song said nothing, his face gloomy. Given the strength the other party had displayed, he probably wouldn't be a match even if he couldn't recover his usual cultivation. Because the progress of the trial of life had fallen behind, he had reached an agreement with the Supreme Qi Palace after escaping from the forest and understanding the rules of killing monsters. The two sides would first work together to promote a suitable person to pass the trial of life. The great life art would be shared between the Supreme Qi Palace and Winter Hall. Before entering the Life Dao field, he had understood the ruler's decree. As long as the great life art didn't fall into the hands of the Fortune Immortal Gate, it didn't matter if the primordial team took advantage of it. The Supreme Chi Palace had similar instructions, so he and Taijin easily negotiated the conditions. The candidate they supported was Ancestor Mu. Monsters had tenacious vitality and were difficult to kill for Dao marks. However, Ancestor Mu's great fusion art could directly devour them and obtain the Dao marks during the fusion process. This method was very fast. With the help of the Supreme Chi Palace and Winter Hall cultivators, the lotus mark between Ancestor Mu's eyebrows was almost complete in just 2 days. To them, encountering the beast horde and another cultivator who was about to pass the test was a great stroke of luck. In that case, not only could they send Ancestor Mu to comprehend the great life art, but they would also have another choice. This would be even more stable. Who would have thought that the rogue cultivators in the Fortune Immortal Gates group would be so powerful, able to fight against 100 people alone? Chen of Chen, Mu's Dao Mu Chen, Chen Mu's Fortune, Palace, Ancestor, who had Mu Chen Dao. Perhaps this person was a trump card that the Fortune Immortal Gate had specially found in order to seize the great life art from the great life art. Killing you will destroy the Fortune Immortal Gate's ambition, and I can quickly obtain the qualification to comprehend the great life art. For you, I'll make an exception and use this technique again. While Guchen was dealing with the various cultivators, Daoist Yan Song's aura gradually became ethereal and ethereal. Guchen's pupils shrank. His foresight made him look in Daoist Yan Song's direction. Illuminate the ages, return of the Supreme. The Dao bell crossed the river of time and rang again. The world changed in the blink of an eye. Amidst the vast number of ancient heroes, a majestic golden figure once again descended upon the world, a peerlessly overbearing aura swept out. The cultivators of the Supreme Chi Palace and the Winter Cold Temple sensed it and revealed looks of joy. Daoist Yan Song used that Dao technique again. With the help of the Tyrant supremacy, his strength would return to its peak. That way, killing this damn Daoist Huang would be a piece of cake. It's the same Dao technique as Xiang Lingqing. This great time art can even summon my tyrant ancestor from the river of time? There were ripples in Guchen's heart. The glorious ancient tyrant body was known for suppressing the great Dao technique, but the dead tyrant supremacy had actually been enslaved by the great Dao technique. Flames of anger quickly ignited his chest. The tyrant blood in his body was boiling, and he had the urge to rush out of the gate of concealment. However, this impulse was quickly suppressed by absolute calmness and reason. Guchen's eyes were as deep as the abyss. I haven't found Fang Yuan yet. If I expose myself now, I won't have a chance to kill him anymore. This might be the situation that Fang Yuan wants to see the most. My exposure will make his plan go more smoothly. Guchen calmly watched as the tyrant ancestor sent a golden light into Daoist Yan Song's body. Daoist Yan Song's cultivation was no longer suppressed, and it soared crazily. Along with the monstrous Dao power fluctuations was an undisguised killing intent aimed at him. Guchen smiled. Since he had already summoned the tyrant ancestor, why not let the ancestor attack him directly? Obviously, it was not as easy to control the ancestor of the chronological Frost Hall. It was uncertain how long the golden phantom could last. It was too blurry, and Guchen could not even tell which ancestor it was. In that case, I just have to deal with your original cultivation. However, with the strength of a sequence, I can only use all the energy of the secret technique without using the tyrant body. Guchen made a prompt decision. Under everyone's shocked gazes, his cultivation seemed to no longer be suppressed. It soared all the way to the Great Sage Realm, then the Dao Ancestor Realm, all the way to the Peak Dao Ancestor Realm. How can this be? Daoist Yan Song, who had used his trump card and thought that victory was in his grasp, revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. The other party could actually break the suppression of the dojo. It was too late to think further. Guchen turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over. His speed was too fast. Daoist Yan Song, who had just finished accumulating power, only had time to wave his palm to deal with the enemy. Bang bang bang. The huge collision of sequence experts was earth-shattering. The cultivators from all sides were thrown off their feet. If not for the dissipating power being reduced by the dojo, many people would have died in vain. Tap, tap. Tap, Daoist Xianxia could not control himself and retreated more than 10 steps. His face turned pale and green, and then he spat out a few feet of blood. Although the cultivation that the two of them had just displayed was about the same, Gu Chen's glorious ancient tyrant body was much stronger. In close combat, Daoist Xianxia was naturally at a great disadvantage. Gu Chen had the upper hand in this attack. The phantom of the tyrant ancestor looked like it was on the verge of collapse. He thought to himself, as expected, and did not take advantage of the situation to pursue. Instead, he used the gap of repelling Daoist Xianxia to rescue Chu Jin. As he grabbed Chu Jin, he secretly activated the hidden gate in his body and pretended to be injured, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Then, without looking back, he rushed out of the crowd with Chu Jin. Although he did not expose the power of the tyrant body, the energy of the secret technique he used had reached the sequence level. There was no way to explain why he was not suppressed by the dojo. Under such circumstances, he could only rely on Chu Jin to prevent the 5 juggernauts from interfering because they suspected him. Gu Chen rescued Chu Jin and immediately fled. This scene caught everyone off guard. After all, he was calm and had the posture of challenging everyone. Who would have thought that he would suddenly escape? His actions at this moment seemed to have been premeditated for a long time. From the beginning, he had been rushing to save Chu Jin. Chase. He is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Taizhen said exasperatedly. If they let this itinerant cultivator escape unscathed, it would be too embarrassing for them. He did not know why the other party was not suppressed by the Taoist field, but since the other party had vomited blood, his injuries must not be lighter than Daoist Xianxia's. It was a great opportunity to kill him. Those who could still fight immediately chased after him. The other party seemed to be on the verge of death. If they were lucky, they might be able to kill him. Ancestor Mu hesitated for a moment and deliberately lagged behind. This fatty was indeed hateful. Perhaps he was really on the verge of death, but with his unfathomable strength, it would not be difficult for him to counterattack and kill a few Dao ancestors before he died. He was not far from passing the assessment. Instead of taking the risk to kill such a strong enemy, it would be safer to kill the demonic beasts. Some of the mixed teams from the Supreme Qi Palace and the Winter Temple stayed where they were, while others chased after Gu Chen. The entire process was seen by the divine ancestor, who was hiding in the distance. How lucky, I almost died here. The divine ancestor's old face was filled with lingering fear. This group of demonic beasts was originally his target, so when Gu Chen appeared, he had thought of sneaking an attack on him. However, the people from the Supreme Qi Palace and the Winter Temple arrived too quickly. He did not have time to make a move and witnessed everything that happened. With the strength that Priest Desolate had just displayed, if he had sneaked an attack on him, he would have died without a doubt. It could be said that he had narrowly escaped with his life. The great time technique of the Winter Temple can actually capture the Tyrant Supreme from the River of Time. This is very surprising, but it also confirms the old man's previous guess. There is indeed the power of the Tyrant in the depths of the Life Taoist field. It is understandable that Daoist Xianxia temporarily lifted the suppression of his cultivation, but what is going on with this Priest Desolate? How did he do it? Could it be that he has something to do with the Tyrants? The divine ancestor's eyes flashed. That Daoist Desolate was someone he had to pay attention to. After thinking for a moment, he quietly moved further away. He couldn't afford to offend any of these people. The most important thing now was to pass the test of life as soon as possible. There's a serious problem with this desolate Daoist's identity. We have to capture him immediately and investigate him. On the supreme throne, Lin Jiao suddenly raised his hand. The wind and clouds and the void changed as a vast amount of primordial energy brewed. Agreed. Lan Ku expressed his agreement and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. What? Now that my Fortune Immortal Gate has the upper hand, are you planning to tear up the agreement? Celestial Linglong's phoenix eyes turned cold, and at the same time, she mobilized the power of the primordial Dao Law in the dark to oppose Lin Jiao's aura. Hehe, you're the one who broke the agreement, right? This desolate Taoist can remove the suppression of the Life Dao field. No wonder he was able to kill the historical sequence of my slaughter sect so easily. Letting him continue to stay in the dojo is a violation of the rules. Lin Jiao was filled with murderous intent, and there were signs that he would make a move at any time. What? The Winter Temple can do it, but our Fortune Immortal Gate can't. If your people have the ability, try to remove the suppression of the dojo. Celestial Linglong sneered. Linglong, we're not siding with anyone. To be honest, we can see the reason why the Winter Temple can temporarily resist the suppression of the dojo, but we don't understand Desolate Daoist. Tai Yi spoke indifferently, showing signs of siding with Lin Jiu and Lan Ku. The Dao world hasn't been peaceful recently. Feng Yuan has been stirring up trouble in the dark, and the 10th generation glorious ancient overlord body has appeared. At this critical juncture, a person of unknown origin who is not affected by the overlord's power suddenly appeared in the life Dao field. What do you think? Leaving him in the dojo is a scourge. It's not too much to capture him and interrogate him. Tai Yi was reasonable. Celestial Linglong's face was gloomy, and her eyes flickered non-stop. How could she not see that there was a problem with this Desolate Taoist's identity? Others might guess that Desolate Taoist was her preparation for this trip to the Life Dao field, but she knew very well that this guy was of unknown origin and harbored malicious intentions. Normally, she would simply capture him, skin him alive, and investigate him before throwing him to the dogs. But now, he had first helped Feng Yaya pass the life test, and then saved her daughter. He was very useful. She knew very well that because of the special significance of the great life art to her, the other 4 forces of the Hongmeng group would rather join forces than let her succeed. Under such circumstances, as long as the people from the Fortune Immortal sect had not successfully left the Life Dao field, even if they had obtained the great life art, there could be variables. If she wanted to eliminate these variables and increase the chances of obtaining the great life art, the strength that Desolate Taoist displayed was indispensable. With him around, the Fortune Immortal sect would have the highest chance of obtaining the great life art. Thus, even if she knew that there was a problem with his identity, as long as he was still on the Fortune Immortal sect's side, she was not willing to lose such a useful pawn. The other ruler's words might sound nice, but they might not really want to find out his identity. They were more of a means to attack her. There's no problem with his identity. He's mine. Celestial Linglong's tone was so certain that no one could tell whether she was telling the truth or not. Really? Then how did he ignore the suppression of the dojo? Please explain. Lan Ku questioned. Why? Only the great time art is allowed to resist the power of the Tyrant Emperor, but not the other great Dao techniques? If you suspect that he has something to do with the tyrants, it's too ridiculous. Can't you see that although he hit it well, there are traces of great Dao techniques when he attacked? The tyrants don't cultivate great Dao techniques. It's even more impossible for the glorious ancient overlord body to master great Dao techniques. Tian Linglong's words made sense. Tai Yi frowned slightly, while Lin Jiu retorted. Even if he's not from the tyrants, it's very likely that he borrowed the power of the tyrants to do this. Interrogate him, perhaps we can find out many mysteries. Even if he really borrowed the power of the tyrants, I'm the one who borrowed it. You should be asking me. Tian Linglong retorted sarcastically. This was equivalent to cutting off her words. How could she ask? Each ruler had their own secrets. If they didn't want to talk, no one could force them. Linglong, are you trying to vouch for Desolate Taoist's identity? Have you forgotten the heavenly Dao rules that we created together? Lan Ku's words contained a warning. It's just like how you obtained the power of the tyrants but didn't tell us. It's not surprising that I have some secrets here, right? What if your secrets threaten the safety of the heavenly Dao? So many things have happened recently. If things get out of hand because of your obstruction, will you take responsibility? Why should we believe you? I can tell you clearly that there's no problem with his identity. Everything is under my control. If he does anything to break the agreement, you don't have to trouble yourselves. I'll take action myself. Tian Linglong was resolute. She refused to budge an inch and even made harsh remarks. To be frank, I'm determined to get the great life art. However, for the sake of peace, I agreed to the stupid rule of letting the Hongmeng group compete. If you insist on interrogating him now, it'll be equivalent to the 4 groups joining forces to bully the Fortune Immortal sect. I can't take this lying down. Tian Linglong's aura erupted. In the sky above the Life Dojo, thunder rumbled and heavenly might rumbled. The atmosphere among the rulers dropped to a freezing point. Hee, some people finally gave themselves away. Lin Jiao stood up from the throne, a sinister smile on his face. What do you mean? Ling Long frowned coldly. The 10th glorious ancient overlord body was born against the laws of heaven and earth. This is extremely unreasonable. Have you all not thought about what is going on? Fang Yuan is stirring up trouble, and it is proven that someone in Hongmeng Group is colluding with him. But what if the person who is really colluding with him is from a higher level? Variables come one after another. Maybe it is not something wrong with the heavenly Tao we built, but someone among us wants to break the balance. Lin Jiao looked at the three rulers one by one, the meaning in his words self-evident. This was a very serious doubt that involved the foundation of mutual trust among the rulers. After years of opposition, conflict, and compromise, they had established such a stable system. In order to maintain this system, they had once set a rule that if anyone broke the promise, the other four would attack together. Looks like there is no room for discussion. Ling Long showed a sullen expression, feeling vigilant. Lin Jiao had raised the matter to this level. If the other three clans agreed with him, and the four clans attacked her, the situation would be very dangerous. Lan Ke's aura locked onto Ling Long, while Tai Yi's eyes flickered as he looked at Lan Ming. Lin Jiao's guess had to be reasonable. The situation had been changing recently. If someone was secretly pushing it, everything could be explained, but attacking Ling Long would have a huge impact. Unless the other four were united, the possible losses could not be minimized. The four rulers looked at Lan Ming, who shook his head slowly. There is no point in suspecting without evidence. If we clash with each other, we might give the hidden rats a chance. Speaking of which, it doesn't matter even if we give them a chance. No matter how big the chaos is, we can suppress it. I will remain neutral. If you guys want to fight, go ahead. Lan Ming's attitude was very cold, as if he was watching from the sidelines. The four of them were going to fight, and Lan Ming was going to watch from the sidelines. Wouldn't that be giving the other party an advantage? Instantly, everyone's desire to fight faded. Lin Jiao snorted coldly and sat down again. Ling Long heaved a sigh of relief and retracted her aura. Tai Yi and Lan Ke said no more. Everyone's hearts were as clear as a mirror and they came to a consensus. To put it bluntly, no matter how much Fang Yuan and the glorious ancient overlord body stirred up trouble or killed more than half of the Tao world's cultivators, so what? From the day the sovereign was born, all of the myths and legends of the past were no more. The true threat came from each other. If the training hall was in chaos, so be it. Sooner or later, the fox's tail would be exposed. At that time, no matter who the culprit was, they would have to bear the consequences. With great difficulty, Gu Chen escaped the pursuit of the Grand Qi Palace and Winter Hall with Chu Jin. The two of them stopped in a valley, and Gu Chen put Chu Jin down. He was still on high alert, and his body was tense. Daoist Yan Song only has a limited amount of time to remove the restriction on his cultivation. Furthermore, he was heavily injured by you, so he probably won't be able to catch up. Dao friend Huang, I really have to thank you this time. Chu Jin thought that Gu Chen was worried that Daoist Yan Song would chase after him, so he reminded him and said gratefully. Although the other party's strength made her very wary, the fact that he dared to save her from so many experts meant that he was not an enemy, at least not for the time being. Gu Chen seemed not to have heard Chu Jin's words. He released his consciousness for a long time before slowly retracting it, looking relieved. Whether it was Daoist Yan Song or the others from the Grand Qi Palace and Winter Hall, he was not worried that they would catch up. What he was worried about was that the five sovereigns would make a move. He had exposed too much of his strength by using his sequence cultivation without the restrictions of the training hall. There was clearly a problem with his identity, and the five sovereigns were not fools. They would definitely attack him. He did not want to leave before he found Fang Yuan. Thus, at this critical moment, he could only rely on one of the sovereigns, the heaven of Ling Long. He had already guessed the mentality of the five sovereigns when he killed the historical sequence member of Slaughter Sect. According to Feng Yaya, the great life art was of great significance to the heaven of Ling Long, and she was determined to obtain it. Since that was the case, if she felt that he was of value to the Immortal Fortune Gate, what would her attitude be? The Immortal Fortune Gate was being ostracized by the other primordial group forces, but he had first helped Feng Yaya pass the test and then saved Chu Jin, creating the illusion that he was wholeheartedly assisting the Immortal Fortune Gate. with such great value. If the other sovereigns wanted to attack him, would the heaven of Linglong stop them? Up until now, there had been no abnormalities in the sky. It seemed that he had made the right bet. Gu Chen had a deeper understanding of the five sovereigns' thoughts. They were indeed not united, and their suspicion and vigilance against each other were his best protective talismans. Feng Yuan had a deeper comprehension than him, so after the Life Dao field appeared, he still felt that he had a chance of obtaining the great life art. A powerful dynasty would usually collapse from the inside first. Sect leader Chu is too polite. The immortal fortune gate gave this humble Taoist the opportunity to enter the Dao field. It is only natural for this humble Taoist to do his best. Gu Chen returned to his senses and said to Chu Jin with a smile. Chu Jin saw that the other party's attitude had not changed after revealing his true strength, so he calmed down a little and also showed a smile. Fellow Taoist Huang, don't worry, after you leave the Life Dao field, my immortal fortune gate will not mistreat you. If fellow Taoist Huang is interested, you can join my immortal fortune gate. Chu Jin directly threw out an olive branch. Regardless of the other party's background, he just needed to stabilize him. This humble Taoist is just a lone cultivator, how can I join the immortal fortune gate? Gu Chen had a flattered expression as he feigned civility with Chu Jin, but he was thinking about other things. After the previous battle, he was already certain that Feng Yuan was not hiding in the group of Extreme Chi Palace or Winter Hall. Slaughter Sect was not there either, and although he could not be completely sure about the immortal fortune gate, the chances were not high. Thus, Feng Yuan's hiding place was most likely Zhonglei Tower. The range was greatly reduced, but there were still many cultivators in overwhelming forest building. Gu Chen was thinking about what to do next. He had to find Feng Yuan as soon as possible. The five rulers were in conflict, and an unforeseen event could occur at any time. Congratulations to cultivator Lianing Qi for passing the test and obtaining the qualifications to comprehend the great life art. A voice came from the void. After Feng Yaya, a third person had passed the test. Lianing Qi, who is he? Gu Chen frowned slightly. He is a member of Overwhelming Forest Building's historical sequence. Chu Jin's expression was slightly solemn. Another person had passed the test, and he was also a sequence-level expert. He did not know if this would affect Yaya. So it's him. Gu Chen thought of the middle-aged scholar in Overwhelming Forest Building's group. At that time, he had felt that the other party was calm, wise, and had extraordinary strength. He had not expected this person to pass the test faster than him. Congratulations, Cultivator Huang, for passing the test. Congratulations, Cultivator Mu, for passing the test. 8 hours after Lianing Qi, the sequence of history of the multiple cloud tower, passed the trial, the Dao field of life continuously emitted Dao sounds. 2 more cultivators passed the test in one go, which made all the teams in the dojo tense up and make the best use of their time to hunt demonic beasts. Ancestor Mu? The green lotus mark between Gu Chen's eyebrows was completely formed, and his body was wrapped in green light. He was Huang. After saving Chu Jin, he brought her to reunite with the Fortune Immortal Gate team. In the process, they killed many demonic beasts. He was about to pass the test, so he naturally succeeded. When he saw Ancestor Mu, his progress was similar to hers, so it wasn't surprising that he broke through right after her. Fellow Taoist Huang, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Yaya. Chu Jin watched as Gu Chen rose into the sky and said sincerely, unable to hide the joy on her face. Including Taoist Huang, 2 people in her Fortune Immortal Gate team had passed the test, which was far ahead of the other teams. Taoist Huang was strong, and with him protecting Feng Yaya in the place of enlightenment, she felt much more at ease. Rest assured, Sect Master Chu. Gu Chen nodded, turned into a rainbow, and flew into the depths of the life dojo in the blink of an eye. Another rainbow flew over from a different direction, and the 2 streaked across the sky, crossed the mountains, and penetrated the layers of mist, finally arriving at the place where the Dao light and the colorful mist were. Gu Chen's foot landed on the cliff, and Ancestor Mu's foot landed behind him. As soon as he arrived, Ancestor Mu saw Gu Chen as if he had seen a snake or scorpion, and he hurriedly retreated as far as he could. Previously, so many people couldn't kill him, let alone now, when he was alone. It wasn't easy to get the great life art, and Ancestor Mu didn't want to die now. Gu Chen wasn't interested in Ancestor Mu. When he landed, he first looked at the tree of life on the cliff, then at the stone tablet near the foot of the mountain. Finally, he looked at the three people who had arrived before him, Gu Hongjue, Feng Yaya, and Lianing Qi. At this time, the three of them were immersed in the comprehension of the great life art. Their bodies shone with a green light and were full of vitality. Gu Chen's gaze stopped on Lianing Qi. Could the other party be Fan Yuan? When he first saw this person, he did not feel like Fan Yuan. The Yonggu overlord body had the ability to predict the future. Gu Chen had always trusted his intuition. But Fan Yuan was not an ordinary person, his great transformation technique had reached perfection, he could not be 100% sure. From the looks of it, Fan Yuan was most likely hiding inside Zhongjian Tower. This Lianing Qi could not be eliminated easily. We meet again. As Gu Chen thought about it, he suddenly looked at Ancestor Mu with a cold gaze. Ancestor Mu's expression changed slightly, and he admitted defeat. Fellow Daoist, it was all a misunderstanding previously. It wasn't easy for us to come here, so the most important thing now is to comprehend the great life art. Misunderstanding? Previously, you ambushed me. If I wasn't strong enough, I would have been killed by you. Is that a misunderstanding? Gu Chen smiled as he approached Ancestor Mu step by step, deliberately forcing him towards Lianing Qi's location. Ancestor Mu had a nervous expression. The moment he arrived, he found that his cultivation had been suppressed even more, and he could not use any Dao strength. Logically speaking, this was a good thing, and the other party should also be the same. But when he thought of how the other party had broken through the cultivation limit, he immediately lost his confidence and had no intention of fighting. I have no chance of winning against this guy, what should I do? Ancestor Mu's gaze flickered as he looked at the three people who had arrived first. These three people might be able to help him, but who should he ask for help from? That purple-haired girl was from Fortune Immortal sect, and she was on the same side as Daoist Huang, so she might not help him. As for Slaughter Sect's Gu Hongjue, with the style of Slaughter Sect's cultivators, they would definitely not help him. After thinking about it, Zhongjian Tower still had the most hope. Ancestor Mu hurriedly rushed towards Lianing Qi. He did not ask for help, and only slipped behind Ancestor Mu in an extremely sinister manner. Gu Chen was slightly surprised. Ancestor Mu was very cooperative, it saved him a lot of effort. Sensing the two approaching, the middle-aged scholar, Lianing Qi, slowly opened his eyes and frowned. Since we have the opportunity to come here, we should cherish it. Fighting here and affecting everyone's cultivation is not a wise move. These words were more of a reminder, but Gu Chen continued to provoke him. Why? You want to stand up for him? Lianing Qi took a deep look at Gu Chen. Fellow Daoist, your cultivation is extraordinary, I might not be your match, but remember, if you are too stubborn, you will break easily. This guy had indeed seen through a little of his strength. Gu Chen could not help but think inwardly. Previously, when he killed Slaughter Sect's historical sequence, the other party did not see it, but after coming here, he made an accurate judgment to not provoke them, which made him suspicious. If it was Fan Yuan, it would not be strange for him to guess his strength, but would Fan Yuan take the initiative to expose this? Or could it be that he had guessed Ancestor Mu's thoughts and manipulated him in reverse? This person wanted to kill me earlier, so I will kill him now. An eye for an eye, this is a matter of course. Gu Chen whipped out his horsetail whisk. Rather than saying a bunch of nonsense to probe, it was more straightforward to attack. He would know once he tried. The densely packed heaven-twining silk landed on Ancestor Mu, who was behind Lianing Qi, intentionally or unintentionally enveloping him. Ancestor Mu thought to himself, it's over, this guy can still use Dao techniques on the cliff. Lianing Qi shook his head and flipped his palm upwards. The phantom of a scale appeared, fleeting like the reflection of the moon in the water. Something strange happened, all the heaven-twining silk suddenly changed directions, as if they were reflected back and attacked Gu Chen. Gu Chen's eyes shone brightly, and his other hand waved his sleeve, instantly dispersing the attack. You are really not simple, you can still use such a profound Dao technique here. Gu Chen said. Apart from him, everyone else's cultivation was completely suppressed, and logically speaking, they should not be able to use even a little bit of Dao strength. The primordial group was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. First, there was Daoist Yen Song, and now there was Lianing Qi. My great vector art is very special, so I have a slight advantage. Fellow Taoist, you are truly unfathomable. The energy in your body is very special. Xianxia said unhurriedly. Oh? How is it special? Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed that the other party had described his cultivation not as using Tao strength, but energy. This was a little special. I can't explain it, I just feel that it's special. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. This was the first time he had seen someone like Gu Chen. Gu Chen's heart trembled. He knew that the other party was probably referring to the energy of his secret technique. Although the energy of his secret technique could be transformed into Tao strength of any attribute, it was rooted in the Dominator Cauldron world. It seemed to have the same origin as the primordial Chaos Tao world, but there were some differences. This difference was something no one had ever seen before. With this person's cultivation level, he shouldn't have such foresight. It seems that the great vector art he cultivates is very special, and it can sense energy extremely well. Gu Chen thought of the Tao technique that the other party had used to counterattack. It could actually reflect the energy of the secret technique, which was also a form of energy control. It was probably thanks to this Tao technique that the other party had been able to attack under the suppression of the Tyrant's power. However, no matter how special this Tao technique was, it was still greatly suppressed. If his attack had been more focused, the other party wouldn't have been able to counterattack at all. From this point of view, the Winter Hall's eternal reflection technique was more practical in the Tao field. This person can be eliminated as a suspect. Gu Chen sighed in his heart. This great vector art was enough to prove that there was no problem with Xianxia's identity. I'll give you some face today and let you go. Since he had confirmed that there was no problem with the other party's identity, Gu Chen was no longer aggressive. He glanced at Ancestor Mu with disdain and gave up on chasing after him. Killing someone in this place of enlightenment was too sensitive. He had to be careful and not provoke the 5 rulers. Ancestor Mu heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Xianxia gratefully. He wanted to get close to Xianxia, but Xianxia looked at him coldly and continued to comprehend the great path. How could he not see Ancestor Mu's intention of diverting the trouble to him? He was just too lazy to care about it. After being rebuffed, Ancestor Mu couldn't vent his anger. He found a place to sit down and seized the time to comprehend the great life art. His goal was to master the great life technique to make up for the shortcomings of the great fusion technique and become a perfect creature. It was hard to say whether this could be achieved, but at least the great life technique would definitely be able to cure the soul injury left by the Scarlet Scorpion Grace and let him return to the peak of his cultivation. Gu Chen walked towards Xianxia, who opened her beautiful eyes and looked at him expectantly. Uncle Gu's original body was here. The stone tablet that belonged to the tyrants might be able to give him a good opportunity. The two of them looked at each other. Xianxia was a little tempted, but Gu Chen motioned for her to be quiet and then sat down cross-legged not far away from her. Desolate Taoist belonged to the Fortune Immortal sect team, so the two of them sitting next to each other would not arouse suspicion. When Xianxia chose a seat earlier, she deliberately chose a place close to the stone tablet. At this time, the place where Gu Chen was sitting was less than 15 feet away from the stone tablet. Uncle Gu, aren't we going to sit closer? Xianxia asked in her heart. Although they were very close, the two of them were still communicating through the threads in her mind. This distance is enough for me to investigate the stone tablet. If we're too close, I'm afraid of triggering some unnecessary changes. Gu Chen replied. After coming to this place, the connection between him and the stone tablet had become stronger. If his hand touched the stone tablet directly, the power of the two glorious ancient overlord bodies would collide. Even a small ripple would be enough to expose his identity. Thus, he wanted to figure out which ancestor had left this stone tablet behind and why it was placed in the Life Tao grounds. Gu Chen sat down cross-legged and quickly entered meditation. On the surface, he seemed to be comprehending the tree of life. However, in reality, he had extended his consciousness to the nearby stone tablet in an attempt to communicate with it. The existence of the same origin prevented his mind from being torn apart by the tyrannical power. It merged with the aura of the steel and slowly seeped into it. Majestic, boundless, like the sea, Gu Chen's mind merged with the stone tablet and felt the power contained within it. He was extremely shocked. It was as if he had entered a golden ocean. The ocean was vast and boundless, and he couldn't see the other side at all. That power must have belonged to the glorious ancient overlord body, but he had seen the power left behind by the third ancestor. Be it the breadth or the depth, it could not be compared to the one he was seeing right now. After 600 years of seclusion, I once suspected that the glorious ancient overlord body had no limits and no end. Now, it seems to prove that point. Guchen couldn't help but mutter to himself. After refining the left and right leg bones of the original ancestor and absorbing so many rare herbs, his strength had increased so many times. Even Xianxia of the Winter Temple had determined that he was a phenomenal overlord body. However, compared to the power contained in the stone tablet, he was still far from it. The owner of this power was the one who truly dominated the world. Most importantly, the power contained in the stone tablet was definitely not all. After such a long time, it still left behind such a power that made all the Tao ancestors despair. Ancestor, Guchen's bloodline began to throb. He realized that the power contained in the stone tablet was the beginning of the Tyrants and the origin of the legend of the glorious ancient overlord body. The first overlord who illuminated the entire ancient underworld era with his own strength. Ancestor, do you know the ups and downs of the Tyrants over the endless years? Do you know the changes in the Tao world and the people's hearts are no longer what they used to be? What do you intend to do by leaving the stone tablet behind? Where do you intend to go? Guchen kept muttering, trying to resonate with the will in the stone tablet. The stone tablet did not respond, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. This power that belonged to the first overlord did not seem to exist for the younger generation. After a long time, when Guchen was about to give up, he finally heard a faint response. We made the wrong choice. The voice was ethereal, and Guchen's heart shook. Choice? What choice did he make? Now that things have come to this, we can only do our best to make up for it, the voice came again, with a hint of determination and murderous intent. What did we do wrong? How can we make up for it? Guchen hurriedly asked, hoping to hear the ancestor's response. Leave this place, leave the Tao world. Another trace of spiritual force came. Guchen's heart trembled. Just like what the Life Dojo had told the Grey Clan Saintess, the ancestor had also asked him to leave the Life Dojo. No, he had also asked him to leave the Tao world. What did this mean? Could it be that something was going to happen in the Tao world? Guchen tried to ask for more details, but there was no response from the stone tablet. This slumbering power did not seem willing to completely awaken. After trying for a long time, Guchen finally gave up and retracted his consciousness. The ancestor's response did not answer his questions. Instead, it added more mysteries. All these things told him that the Life Dojo's appearance was not that simple. Guchen looked at the various cultivators present, thinking and guessing what would happen next. He could not leave this place as the ancestor had said. He had not found Feng Yuan yet, so he could not waste all his previous efforts. The ancestor did not understand him, and with the amulet of teleportation back to the Hegemon Cauldron world, he could retreat at any time. Thus, he would just let him see what would happen next. Guchen no longer paid attention to the stone tablet. Instead, he sensed the Tao runes of the divine tree of life and comprehended the great life art. No matter what Feng Yuan's plan was, he had to come here to obtain the great life art. Thus, he just had to wait here. The great life art had endless profundities and was valuable for him to comprehend. Time passed bit by bit. In the following days, more and more cultivators passed the test of life, and the time interval between each test shortened. There seemed to be no limit to the number of people who could comprehend the Tao, and there was no limit to the time of the test either. In fact, the number of demonic beasts in the Tao field continued to increase. Under such circumstances, as they gradually grasped the trick to hunting demonic beasts, more and more cultivators passed the test. These cultivators were mainly Tao ancestors. Tao ancestors had deep Tao skills and rich experience. Even though their cultivation levels were suppressed, they were still much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Divine Ancestor arrived the fastest. He used a method similar to spreading the plague, and his efficiency in harvesting demonic beasts was astonishing. He arrived not much later than Ancestor Mu. After that, Tao Ancestor Long Shua, Taijin, Daoist Yen Song, and the others also arrived one after another. The late cultivators did not make a ruckus. They all hurriedly started to comprehend the great Tao, afraid that they would not make it in time. After all, the test had lasted for so many days. Perhaps as long as someone comprehended the essence of the great life art, everything would be over. No one knew the specific rules, so they could only hurry. After receiving the ancestors' reminder, Guqin became suspicious of the purpose of this test of life. Naturally, he saw something unusual. The fact that the Life Tao field took the initiative to conduct this examination showed that it had intelligence. What was the purpose of the examination? Was it to select the Blue Queen's successor? If so, why didn't this examination specify any specific rules? The only thing that made everyone realize the purpose of the examination was the voice that came from the Life Tao field after killing enough demon beasts. The voice clearly stated that those who passed the examination would be qualified to comprehend the great life art. Because this was the only thing that was clear, the number of other examinees and the time were all uncertain, so every cultivator was naturally anxious. They didn't have time to think about anything else and just wanted to pass the examination as soon as possible. Logically speaking, if they wanted to select the most suitable person to inherit the great life art, the number of demon beasts should decrease as the examination progressed, so that the real talents could be selected. But the number of demon beasts in the Life Tao field did not decrease but increased, as if the Tao field actually wanted more people to pass the examination. The Life Tao field's intention was chilling with the conspiracy theory as the premise. Guqin realized that everything was not that simple, but this was not of much significance to Guqin. The greatest threat in the Tao field was the stone tablet left by the first overlord. The power of the overlords couldn't hurt him, and Feng Yaya would be fine with his protection. No matter what the Tao field's intention was, it could only hurt Feng Yuan and the Hongmeng group. Guqin quietly observed the changes while comprehending the great life art, waiting for Feng Yuan to make a mistake. In the blink of an eye, they had stayed in the Life Tao field for a month. While comprehending the divine tree of life, Guqin found that the great life art was similar to the great primordial energy art. It was a rare great Tao technique that could assist the brilliant ancient tyrant body. The great primordial energy art was a body-tempering technique, while the great life art could nourish the life essence in his body and also help the tyrant body evolve. Moreover, the terrifying healing technique of the great life art, after his own understanding and modification, could also work on the tyrant body. Guqin was truly interested in this great Tao technique. No wonder Feng Yuan would try all means to obtain it. With this great Tao technique's miraculous effect of regenerating flesh and bones from the dead, it could indeed help the 12 supreme experts reconstruct their bodies. Guqin benefited a lot from comprehending the great life art. The other Tao ancestors and geniuses on the cliff also had their own gains. After comprehending for a few days, Ancestor Mu's soul injuries from the Scarlet Refinement Grace were healed. Furthermore, the Scarlet Refinement Grace flame that was known to be inextinguishable also disappeared under the terrifying healing ability of the great life art. After his soul injury was healed, Mu Ancestor was unprecedentedly strong. He was even more obsessed with comprehending the great life art. He looked forward to evolving into the most perfect life form. At that time even, the historical sequences of the primordial group would not be his match. In fact, one day, he might even be able to lay his eyes on the position of a ruler. The divine ancestor's harvest was not small. Under the nourishment of the life god tree, his declining blood qi was rejuvenated, and there were faint signs that he was about to step out of his second life. I must comprehend the complete great life technique. As long as I grasp the secret key of life, coupled with my sacred family's unique mutated ability, the future will definitely belong to the sacred family. Ever since the ancestor was despicably killed by the second-generation overlord, the sacred family has always wanted to revive the ancestor. But now, there is no need for that. There is no need to revive the primogenitor. I will surpass him. The sacred ancestor god was ambitious. Jade light surrounded him, nourishing the purple blood in his body. The geniuses and Tao ancestors on the cliff had their own gains. Everyone wanted to be ahead of the others and master the great life art. After all, they didn't know how long this rare opportunity to comprehend the great life art would last. They had to master it as soon as possible. The difference in power between a complete great Tao technique and a complete one was like heaven and earth. Day after day, when everyone was used to this state of enlightenment, jade light surged in a certain direction, and an unbelievably rich life force filled the air. everyone opened their eyes in surprise and turned to see that it was Xianxia of the Fortune Immortal Gate. She had entered a state of enlightenment. Guchen was also surprised. A few days ago, most of Xianxia's attention was on him. It was only after he reminded her to cherish this opportunity that she started to cultivate properly. But he didn't expect that she would enter a rare state of enlightenment. The others were very obsessed with the great life art, but in Xianxia's heart, this great Tao technique was less important than Guchen's. Maybe it was because of this peaceful state of mind, or maybe it was her heaven-defying talent, but her comprehension improved by leaps and bounds. Swoosh! The tree of life reacted. It dropped its branches, which crossed the void and extended towards the heart of Xianxia's brows. Xianxia's purple hair fluttered, and stars were destroyed and reborn in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she had obtained the complete imprint of the great life art. Not good. Ancestor Mu, the sacred ancestor, and the others' expressions changed. They were afraid that once someone obtained the complete inheritance, the others wouldn't have a chance. I was clearly the first to pass the test. Why did she comprehend it faster than me? Gu Hongjua's face was extremely gloomy, and he grabbed the masked moon blade beside him. We can't let the Fortune Immortal Gate obtain the great life art. Taizhen and Daoist Yan Song's hearts were filled with killing intent. The middle-aged scholar Lianingqi's expression was calm. He was more concerned about the tree of life. He frowned, feeling that something was wrong. The 20 Dao ancestors present all stared at Xianxia. She had suddenly become the target of everyone. The tree of life is still here. Everyone still has a chance. Chu Jin had also passed the test and arrived at the cliff. At this moment, he was protecting Xianxia. He didn't have the confidence to deal with so many enemies at the same time. The Dao ancestors of the primordial group had a cold reaction to her words. Instead, it was Ancestor Mu and the sacred ancestor who were hoping to get lucky. Want to fight? I'll keep you company. At this moment, Guchen stood up and spoke calmly. He was happier than anyone that Xianxia had such a fortuitous encounter. He wouldn't allow anyone to disturb her. Seeing Guchen's attitude, the Dao ancestors who had suffered at his hands had ugly expressions. This Daoist desolate was not easy to deal with, but the other 4 groups of the primordial group had a mission to stop the Fortune Immortal Gate. They couldn't afford to fail, and the rulers were watching. Before the primordial group could make a decision, a sudden change occurred. Rumble, the tree of life suddenly collapsed, turning into pure primordial energy that fused into the cliff. Immediately after, the cliff started to tremble. Every time it trembled, the green lotus mark between the brows of the various cultivators would shine brightly. What's going on? While the various cultivators were bewildered, the green lotus mark between their brows had completely turned into a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Vines emerged from the core of the mark. The vines seemed to have connected with the bodies of the various Dao ancestors and saints at some point in time. Once they appeared, they entangled and bound everyone. Similarly, green vines of unknown origin appeared on the surface and inside of Guchen's body. These green vines actually fused with his blood vessels and nerves, trying to seize control of his body. I can't move, my body is not listening to me. The cultivators on the cliff fell into a panic. They found that they could not control their bodies at all. Vines drilled out of their mouths, noses, skin, and even internal organs. They were everywhere, and there was nowhere to hide. Cultivating my Tao, being enslaved by me, you are all sacrifices, a chilling voice resounded in the void. Guchen felt his body stiffen and understood what was going on. There was no external force that could invade his body without him noticing. This current force was brought in by himself. The green lotus mark was both a Tao mark and a bait. When the cultivators were immersed in comprehending the great Tao, the bait was like a seed that sprouted in their bodies. This was an extremely brilliant restriction. It was hard to detect, and with everyone's cultivation suppressed, along with greed and the rhythm of the exam, no one could escape. Stop. Stop. My life force is fading. Damn it. There is a trap in the Tao field. The Tao ancestors were shocked and angry. Their bodies were gradually covered by the vines. They were like birds in a cage, like scarecrows, unable to move, and their consciousness blurred. Please. Ruler, save us, old ancestor, the Dao ancestors of Hongmeng group murmured, but before they could finish, their mouths were sealed by the green vines that grew out of their throats. Gu Chen's 5 senses were rapidly fading. At this time, he could no longer hide his strength. His gaze turned cold, and a bright golden flame burned in the depths of his body. The boiling golden blood chi filled his limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, the green vines melted completely, like ice and snow encountering the blazing sun. In just a few breaths, his body regained its ability to move, and he quickly looked at Feng Yaya beside him. Even if Feng Yaya was recognized by the Tree of Life and obtained the complete Great Life Art, she was still within the hunting range of the Life Dao field. Feng Yaya's figure was almost invisible. Gu Chen stretched out his hand at lightning speed, passing through the vines and pressing on her shoulder. A domineering but harmless aura surged into Feng Yaya's body. The strange energy in her body quickly dissipated, and all the vines melted. The vines on her body fell off. Feng Yaya had lingering fear as she asked nervously, "Uncle Gu, is this Feng Yuan's doing?" Once bitten, twice shy, when such a thing happened, Feng Yaya immediately thought of Feng Yuan. "No, this is the will of the Life Dojo." Gu Chen shook his head and no longer concealed his strength. He extended his vision and discovered that not only the cultivators on the cliff, but all the cultivators in the dojo who had hunted the dark green demonic beasts before were more or less showing the same symptoms. Even the corpses of the cultivators who had died due to various reasons were dragged into the cracks by the tentacles and turned into nutrients for the Life Dao field. "They're all sacrifices," Gu Chen recalled that voice. What exactly did the Life Dao arena want to do by using the cultivators of the primordial group, who ruled this Dao world, as sacrifices? The wind and clouds on the cliff changed. Chi activity surged, and a blurry figure appeared. The blurry figure quickly solidified and turned into a beautiful woman. She was pure and holy, and her temperament was otherworldly. However, her eyes were frighteningly cold. Azure Queen? Or is she the spirit of this dojo? Gu Chen was vigilant and guarded Feng Yaya behind him as he questioned. The power of the first overlord could exist here, so he would not be surprised if the remnant soul of the Azure Queen was left behind. The Azure Queen passed away long ago. "I am the will of the dojo," the woman replied indifferently. As she spoke, the entire Life Dojo began to tremble. Even the outside world seemed to be experiencing some changes. "What exactly do you want to do?" Feng Yaya asked uneasily. She was somewhat worried about Chu Jin's safety. The will of the dojo ignored her and only looked at Gu Chen, explaining emotionlessly. "Supreme of the Tyrant clan, because of the arrival of you and the primordial ancestor, I had no choice but to appear in advance. I have already warned the bloodline of the Azure clan, but you ignored the danger and still set foot here. I think you have a way to escape. Next, I will carry out the will of the first overlord. For your safety, please leave this place." Gu Chen was shocked and asked solemnly, "What is the will of the first overlord?" "As the successor of the Tyrant clan, I should help the primordial ancestor." The will of the dojo replied, "Before the overlord went to the mysterious world, he left behind 30% of his power as a heavenly steel and gave it to the Azure Queen. The overlord said that if he could not return from that world alive, he would ask the Azure Queen to destroy the newly born Dao world. The first overlord asked the Azure Queen to destroy the Dao world, went to the mysterious world. What was going on with the mysterious world? Gu Chen and Feng Yaya were extremely shocked. Gu Chen remembered that the first overlord said that he had made a wrong choice and that he had to do his best to make up for it. What kind of mistake would require the destruction of the Dao world to make up for? At this time, outside the Life Dao field, the earth suddenly began to tremble violently. The clouds in the sky were also shaken and scattered. The essence chi became violent and unstable. Countless cultivators who were paying attention to the Life Dao field felt the abnormality of heaven and earth and looked around in shock. The earth was cracking, and the ripples quickly spread into the distance. The area covered was not only the fourth mountain and sea, but even the mountain and seas further away, where countless forces were located, felt the abnormality. Up in the 9 heavens, the 5 sovereigns rose from their thrones and coldly sensed the changes in heaven and earth. From the depths of the Life Dao field, a power that has been accumulating for a long time is erupting. It's trying to connect with the primordial chaos dragon meridian and trigger a chain reaction. Where did this power come from? Do you even need to ask? The Azure Queen transplanted the life Tao field into the primordial chaos dragon meridian and has been stealing the life force of the Tao world for a long time. Now, it seems that she thinks it's enough. The cultivators of the primordial chaos team have been forced to become a part of this power. She's trying to exterminate us. What are the chances of the life Tao field succeeding? This power is enormous. If it successfully connects with the primordial chaos essence chi in the dragon meridian, it will cause the essence chi to flow in reverse. Wherever the dragon meridian passes, mountains will collapse and the earth will crack. It'll be like a volcanic eruption. The primordial chaos dragon meridian and its subsidiary meridians run through the entire Tao world. With such a violent eruption of earth chi, won't the Tao world collapse? Even if the Tao world doesn't collapse, once the primordial chaos dragon meridian is destroyed, the chaotic power drawn from the chaotic sea won't be able to be smoothly transferred. The Tao world's life force will be severed from then on. How extravagant. It seems that after the Azure Queen determined that she couldn't compete with us, she decided to destroy the Tao world and perish with us. Linglong Heaven, you pushed her too far back then. Pioneers are pioneers. They can end the ancient netherworld and destroy the Tao world they built with their own hands. How bold. As the 5 sovereigns discussed, the 9 mountains and seas shook. Countless living beings instinctively felt uneasy, but the 5 of them remained calm and composed. If they did this before the heavenly Tao stabilized, I'm afraid we really wouldn't be able to do anything, right? Unfortunately, we've been sovereigns for so long. The Tao world is no longer decided by the pioneers. Inside the Tao field, the ground cracked like a spider web. Mountains collapsed, rivers changed their course, and ancient buildings collapsed one after another. The energy that the life Tao field had absorbed from the Tao world for countless years was erupting, forming a terrifying domain. No matter what, it would destroy the Tao world at the same time. What kind of enlightenment was this? Countless years of dormancy, all for this moment where it blossomed like a flower. Why did the ancestor want to destroy the Tao world? What exactly is the mystery? The cliff rumbled, and Guchen could not even stand steadily. He shouted at the Tao field's will. He couldn't accept leaving like this without knowing the reason. The woman formed by the Tao field's will glanced at Guchen. All its efforts were focused on connecting the primordial chaos dragon vein. This was its only mission and the long-cherished wish of the Dark Empress. It did not need to answer the man in front of it, but when it thought that he was the only remaining bloodline of the Tyrants and the current supreme, a rare hint of guilt appeared in its eyes. That was not its emotional fluctuation. It was just that the Tao field was contaminated with the obsession of the Dark Empress before her death, and its influence was projected onto it. During the ancient Netherworld era, the Chaos Sea was dark and chaotic, and countless races struggled to survive. The First Overlord and the Dark Empress both grew up in that era, and they led the races to fight against the cruel natural environment. The Tao fields will slowly spoke. Its description outlined the heroic epic of the ancestors of the ancient Netherworld fighting against the Chaos Sea. Guchen listened carefully. He knew the cruelty of that era. The Chaos Sea was far more dangerous than it was now. Resources were scarce, and spirit energy was scarce. The newborn world could be drowned by the chaos tide at any time. There was almost no hope, and it was depressing and heavy. All of this only changed when the 9 primordial chaos Tao laws were born. The ancestors of the ancient netherworld fought against the heavens, and the pioneers conquered countless cruel natural environments, accumulating great prestige. Although the road ahead was dark and tortuous, and some creatures and races perished all the time, on the road to knowledge, life would always be better. The progress of civilization often requires the accumulation of time, but at some key junctures, there will always be some accidents that will not change. One day, the ancestors of the ancient Netherworld found a black box floating in the Chaos Sea. There are 9 seeds in this ebony box. These 9 seeds contain unimaginable power. It's enough to conquer the Chaos Sea and rule the world. When the Tao Fieldswill said this, Gu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and Feng Yaya also revealed a look of shock. 9 seeds, 9 primordial chaos Tao laws. Could it be that the 9 seeds from the mysterious ebony box were the origins of the 9 primordial Tao laws that had appeared out of nowhere and ended ancient netherworld? After the ancestors of the ancient underworld understood the power of the 9 seeds, with the brilliance of the pioneers, they quickly researched a way to fuse the 8 primordial Tao lands to create a stable world. However, the origins of these 9 seeds are unknown, and the power they represent is too terrifying. The existence of the black box means that behind these 9 seeds may be another civilization. The ancestors of the ancient underworld inevitably encountered a choice. Should they use the power of the 9 seeds to create a new world, or should they use their own power to transform the Chaos Sea? In By the 9 seeds, the Tao God field of the Chaos Sea. By the gods. Field. Gugu by the Tao by field by. Is this what the primordial ancestor meant by making the wrong choice? Is there any connection between the origin seed of Overlord Cauldron and the 9 seeds that transformed into the primordial chaos Tao laws? Suddenly, many of the doubts regarding the celestial manifestation art and the 33-layered heavens mystic technique were cleared up. Everything seemed to be explained. The primordial chaos Tao world was born, and the wish of the ancestors of the ancient netherworld was fulfilled. However, at the same time as the Tao world was born, mystery appeared at the origins of the primordial chaos Tao laws formed by the 9 seeds. The hidden danger of borrowing external power appeared. Mystery was like a passageway that connected to an unknown space. The first overlord sensed danger from mystery. It was enough to completely destroy the myriad races of the ancient netherworld. It was even more dangerous than the Chaos Sea. The first overlord had the world in his heart. For the survival of the myriad races, he decided to go to mystery alone. When the Tao Fieldswell said this, a look of reverence surfaced in its eyes. Why did the first overlord go alone? What about the other pioneers? Xianxia could not help but ask. Firstly, only the first overlord had absolute strength and could resolve the calamity of mystery. The others were too inferior. Secondly, mystery was called mystery because it was very special. It could strengthen the flaws in a person's character and evoke the evil in their hearts. The stronger one was, the greater the destructive power. Only the first overlord could withstand the test of the heart. There was no darkness in the depths of his heart. The Tao Fieldswell answered. Guchen suddenly had a deep understanding of the primogenitor. He was born in the darkest era, but he had the brightest heart. He knew very well how difficult it was. The first overlord decided to go to mystery alone, but he was not confident that he could win. Therefore, he secretly handed over the affairs of his death to the Azure Empress. If he could not return alive, he would let the Azure Empress destroy the newborn Tao world. The first overlord believed that as long as the Tao world was destroyed, mystery's passageway would disappear and the ancestors of the ancient netherworld could return to the Chaos Sea. This was the last resort. Did the first overlord succeed? Xianxia asked with concern. He succeeded, but only temporarily. What do you mean? After the first overlord went to mystery, mystery indeed disappeared. The Azure Empress also thought that he had succeeded and that the Tao world and the Chaos Sea were safe. However, as time passed, mystery appeared again. At this time, with the discovery of the Great Tao technique, the mentality of the ancestors of the ancient netherworld changed. The Azure Empress was no exception. Although mysteries have appeared, the so-called danger has never really happened. Some people think that the first generation overlord worried too much back then, but some people think that mysteries will no longer be a problem as the strength of the Tao world cultivators gets stronger. The Azure Empress was obsessed with the discovery of the Great Life technique and forgot the instructions of the first overlord. Only the tyrants adhered to the will of the primogenitor. The second overlord also went to mystery and made it disappear again. In the long years that followed, mystery appeared several times. Several tyrant supremes also chose the same path until the 9th tyrant supremacy went to mystery and the brilliant ancient overlord body's path was cut off. At that time, the Azure Empress seemed to have woken up from a dream. She discovered that mystery appeared repeatedly because of the 8-8 Great technique. The Great Tao technique was formed by the true intent of the 9 primordial Tao laws. Driven by greed, cultivators cultivated the Great Tao technique in order to seek a higher realm. However, the source of this power came from the outer realm. The more one cultivated, the stronger and more mysterious it became. If this continued, mystery would become unstoppable one day and disaster would descend. The only way was to destroy the Tao world and the borrowed power. However, only the first overlord saw through this long ago. The Azure Empress realized this too late. In order to compete for the great Tao technique, the cultivators of the myriad races fought for years and killed continuously until the battle at the peak of the second mountain. Living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. 5 supreme experts succeeded in crossing the line, and the Azure Empress became a thorn in their side. The Azure Empress saw through everything, but it was too late. The Tao world had already grown. Given her ability at that time, even with the help of the sky tablet left by the first overlord, she could not completely destroy the Tao world. Therefore, at the end of her life, she placed the life dojo within the primordial chaos dragon vein with guilt toward the tyrants. Borrowing the power of the primordial chaos dragon vein to absorb power and wait for the power to accumulate over the years to destroy the Tao world. This was the Azure Empress plan. The Tao field willpower explained. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. After the Azure Empress was killed by the heaven of Ling Long, the Tao field willpower was gradually born over the years. It was born from the obsession of the Azure Empress before she died. It wanted to complete the task that the first overlord had entrusted to it, but the Azure Empress could not complete. The will of the dojo explained everything that had happened, and the amount of information was shocking. This involved the secret history of the ancient netherworld and the truth of the Tao world. If not for the fact that the Dark Empress felt guilty toward the tyrants and the Tao venue's willpower wanted to preserve the last bloodline of the tyrants, she would not have told them in such detail. Gu Chen's heart was in turmoil. For a moment, he was unable to digest what he had heard. The external environment did not allow him too much time to think. The exchange with the will of the dojo might have taken a long time to describe, but it was actually only a short moment. The life Tao field had been transplanted into the Grand Mist Dragon vein for a very long time. Under the eternal arrangements of the creator of the Azure Empress, the life Tao field had completely linked up with the vast amount of Grand Mist origin energy within the Dragon vein. Boundless primordial chaos vital energy roared toward the Dragon Meridian, its subsidiary meridians, and its auxiliary meridians. Everything in the 9 mountains and seas of the Tao world was shaking, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. However, in the next moment, the life Tao field was going to bury the entire Tao world along with trillions of living beings in order to stop the appearance of the mysteries. Uncle Gu, if the Tao world is destroyed, how many people will die, including our companions? Feng Yaya felt that the life Taoist field was too crazy. Even though she was a cultivator of the chaotic sea, killing countless innocent lives was definitely not the right choice. I don't understand the mysteries, but the ancestors and the past ancestors chose to suppress it with their bodies. They must have their own reasons. However, doing the same thing at different times will result in completely different results. The Dark Empress believed that once the dojo accumulated enough power, she could restart the plan of the ancestors, but she neglected one thing. Gu Chen's eyes blazed as he looked at the sky. Things had gotten out of hand. There was no way the 5 juggernauts would just sit back and do nothing. Rumble, the sky above the dojo was suddenly torn apart by lightning, and even the atmosphere was evaporated. A terrifying phenomenon appeared in the world. 5 towering figures appeared in front of everyone, both inside and outside the Taoist Rite Temple, and even throughout the 4th mountain and sea. Countless cultivators were now able to personally witness the 5 true sovereigns of the Tao world. Most people didn't know of their existence in the past. At this moment, as the heavenly might descended, countless cultivators trembled in fear. They were no different from ignorant ants looking for food on the ground. Those who already knew the truth and hadn't entered the dojo all knelt down and paid their respects. When a ruler appeared in the world, something major was bound to happen. At this time, even the Tao ancestors were deeply worried, afraid that they would be drawn into a vortex that they were powerless to resist. Seeing the Tao ancestor, who was usually high and mighty, actually kneeling before the 5 huge figures in the sky, many cultivators who had been muddle-headed their entire lives were deeply shocked. They could not believe it. Who will solve the problem of the Dragon vein? The gazes of the 5 hegemons fell upon the depths of the Life Tao Plaza, and their voices echoed. Let me handle it. As the Tai hegemon spoke, a 9-colored lotus platform slowly appeared beneath his feet. It was formed from one of the 9 primordial Tao laws he controlled. The other juggernauts had no objections. The Tai juggernaut transformed into a beam of divine light and used his primordial chaos power to enter the dragon vein below in the blink of an eye. Endless yin and yang energies appeared within the dragon vein that had already gone out of control. These yin and yang energies penetrated through every pore, turning into a fish diagram that evolved the power of Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, and Tai Chi. They targeted the grand mist origin energy that had gone out of control, cutting, disintegrating, and guiding it. The surging origin energy in the dragon vein immediately showed signs of stabilizing. The Tao Plaza's willpower sensed that its connection with the primordial dragon vein was weakening. Its expression changed, and it resisted with all its might. A golden light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as he sensed the tug-of-war between the two massive forces underground. He could not help but sigh. His guess was right. Although the Dark Empress had put in a lot of effort in her arrangements, the Tao world had always been changing. She had never imagined how powerful the 5 hegemons who had been born after her death would be. The Dark Empress had created the primordial dragon vein. Given her abilities, if the Tao world did not have a consciousness, the accumulation of thousands of years might really have been enough to destroy it. Unfortunately, times had changed. The moment the 5 hegemons had been born, they had each grasped a primordial Tao law. This was equivalent to the source of the Tao world's power, which had a consciousness. At that moment, just one hegemon had suppressed the eruption of the dragon vein through his control of the primordial Tao law. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. The Dark Empress had not followed the first overlord's instructions to destroy the Tao world in the beginning, giving it a chance to grow. No matter how much effort she put in later on, it would be very difficult for her to defy the heavens. Gu Chen realized that the Life Dojo would lose without a doubt. Once it was defeated, he would not be able to survive either. Although it was a pity that he had to leave this place, Gu Chen held Feng Yaya's hand. The mystic art energy in his body surged as he prepared to leave this place at any time. He could already sense that many hegemons had already noticed him. Even a fool could tell that there was something wrong with him and Feng Yaya, who had not become sacrifices. Once they fought with the hegemons, it would be very difficult to escape into the Dominator Cauldron world. Gu Chen's body and mind instantly tensed up. Hegemon, please help me. The Life Dojo's consciousness could not deal with the ultimate ruler in a short time. Realizing that its plan had been thwarted, it immediately used its trump card. Gu Chen was shocked, and he could not help but look at the sky steel on the mountain path. Buzz, the sky steel heard the call and erupted with a dazzling, intense light. A terrifying domineering aura spread out. Could it be? Feng Yaya felt an intense pressure, and she could hardly breathe. Boom, the sky steel rose from the ground and transformed into a huge golden light pillar, tearing the clouds apart. Amidst the slowly spreading golden light, an incomparably imposing figure descended between heaven and earth. His appearance caused countless living beings in the 4th mountain and sea to once again feel a strong sense of suffocation. Some old undying beings walked out of their places of seclusion and looked up in shock. A legend has returned to the Tao world? The past and present intertwined. The strongest person of the past and the current hegemon were momentarily facing off above the 9 heavens. The first hegemon was shrouded in golden light, and his face could not be seen clearly. Once he appeared, he looked towards the dragon vein. Just as he was about to move, one of the 4 hegemons, Lan Ku, stopped him. It's just a remnant soul. This is no longer your era, hegemon Lan Ku said coldly. You're just a remnant soul. It's rare for me to have a chance to meet you, hegemon Lan Ku said coldly. I can handle it alone. There's still a supreme in the dojo below. Hegemon Lan Ku was unwilling to share his prey with others. He glanced at Gu Chen in the dojo below and said. Hegemon Lin Jiu's eyes flickered. He was more interested in the first hegemon. However, hegemon Lan Ku's eyes flickered. He was more interested in the first hegemon. However, he glanced at the heaven of Ling Long, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. In the end, he gave up on hunting the first hegemon and flew towards the dojo. At the same time that he killed the 10th generation glorious ancient overlord body, he would also kill the chosen one of the celestial gate of fortune. This way, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and eliminate 2 future troubles. Hegemon Lin Jiu did not conceal his killing intent. Even from a distance, it sent chills down one's spine. Gu Chen looked as though he was facing a formidable enemy. Feng Yaya's face was pale, and her scalp was about to explode. Lin Jiu's true body descended and was locked on by his killing intent. Although the world was vast, there seemed to be nowhere to run. It was chilling, however, at the crucial moment, another extremely powerful figure stopped him. Ling Long, what do you mean by this? Lin Jiu looked at Celestial Ling Long, who was blocking his way. I don't mind killing glorious ancient overlord body, but I won't let you kill my people. Celestial Ling Long warned coldly. She knew what Lin Jiu was thinking. Feng Yaya had already obtained the complete Great Life Art. She would not allow anything to happen to her now. Haha, you said that there's nothing wrong with this desolate Taoist's identity. Now that even a fool can see his true identity, you still want to protect him? That disciple of your deity gate obviously has a special relationship with him. I have to kill both of them. If you stop me, it will prove that you're colluding with the tyrants. Lin Jiu's body was surrounded by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His killing intent spread like a thick halo, polluting the sky. Don't threaten me. I won't fall for it. Celestial Ling Long's phoenix eyes shot out divine light, and her powerful aura collided with Lin Jiu. The two rulers started fighting. Feng Yaya heaved a sigh of relief in the dojo. She felt that she had just escaped from the gates of hell. Gu Chen did not dare to relax. There was still one more ruler. He looked at the last ruler. At this moment, although the 5 rulers had descended in their true bodies and were no longer incarnations of their divine wills, this one's appearance was still shrouded in light and shadow. Lan Ming, kill everyone in the dojo. Lin Jiu did not forget to speak while fighting Celestial Ling Long. Celestial Ling Long's expression changed slightly. Lan Ming, if you dare to kill my people, I will not let the sky tower off. Among the 5 rulers, Tai was suppressing the dragon vein, and Lan Ku was fighting the first overlord. Lan Ming was the only one who could affect the situation. If he insisted on killing Feng Yaya, Celestial Ling Long knew that she could not stop him. The rulers had different personalities, but some interests were the same. Lan Ming, like the others, did not want her to obtain the Great Life Art. Lan Ming calmly swept his gaze across the battlefield and shook his head. If everyone does as they please, how can the order of the heavenly Tao be maintained? As he spoke, he slowly raised a hand. Gu Chen had been paying attention to Lan Ming, who had not made a move yet. The moment he raised his hand, the clouds parted, and his figure became clearly visible. He had translucent blue skin and no hair. His eyes were the same blue as his body, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Hegeman Blucia's hair was completely uncovered, and there was nothing in his heart. His thoughts seemed to have reached a completely different level, becoming unfathomable. Uncle Gu, that person is. Feng Yaya's face was filled with shock. They seemed to have met Hegeman Blucia before. Yes, when I entered the Tao world, I was on the black ship in the Realm Sea. It can't be wrong. It's him. Gu Chen took a deep breath. Because of this unexpected event, his mind paused for a moment. Hegeman Blucia just raised a single hand, and his blue palm clawed towards the Life Tao domain in an extremely calm manner. Buzz. On the cliff, not far from Gu Chen and Feng Yaya, the bodies of the Tao ancestors, who had been completely bound by the vines and reduced to sacrificial offerings, suddenly glowed with a mysterious blue light. The appearance of the blue light caused the green vines on their bodies to melt like snow, and even the abnormalities in their bodies were quickly dispelled. How can this be? The will of the Tao domain was fighting with the Tai Hegeman when it suddenly sensed that the Tao ancestors, who were the energy source for the sacrificial offerings, had suddenly lost control. Her expression turned ugly. The enemy's ability was much more troublesome than she had imagined. The imprints that had clearly been deeply rooted in her body could actually be erased. Such an abnormality caused the power she could mobilize to weaken, and the tug of war in the dragon vein was momentarily at a disadvantage. We're saved. Damn it, we almost died. The restraints on the various Tao ancestors fell off one after another, and they, who had survived, were extremely angry. The suppression of the Life Tao domain is gone. Patriarch Mu quickly sensed the changes in his body and revealed a look of joy. It can't be wrong. That guy, the divine patriarch, looked at Gu Chen with intense hatred. Although he had lost the ability to resist just now, he had still noticed the movements outside. The Great Life Art must not fall into the hands of the Fortune Immortal Gate. Taizhen, Daoist Yen Song, Gu Hongjue, and the other Tao ancestors of the primordial group all looked at Feng Yaya with burning eyes. Before Gu Chen could digest the questions he had about Lan Ming, Feng Yaya was surrounded by 20 Dao ancestors in the blink of an eye. Things are not good. Gu Chen's heart sank. The power of the heavenly steel left behind by the primogenitor had been used to deal with the sovereigns, so they naturally had no spare power to suppress the life Dao domain. Now that so many Dao ancestors had recovered their strength, there was no time to teleport out of here when they were surrounded and attacked by so many people. Actually, he had a chance to leave just now, but because Lan Ming's appearance was too unexpected, he had hesitated for a moment, and now it was very difficult to escape unscathed. What was worse was not these Dao ancestors, but Lan Ming and the other sovereigns, who could cause trouble at any time. Hehe, Ling Long, looks like your people won't be able to survive, Lin Jiu said gloatingly. Although Lan Ming did not do it himself, he had saved the Dao ancestors on the cliff, which was no different from sentencing the glorious ancient overlord body and the disciples of the Fortune Immortal Gate to death. One had to know that there were many sequence-level experts in there. Against such a strong lineup, no one below the sovereign realm could handle it. Ling Long's expression was as gloomy as water. She glanced at Lan Ming, but could not say anything. In fact, Lan Ming had not only saved the people of the Slaughter Sect and the Winter Temple, but also Chu Jin, which meant that he had not completely sided with the other side. This had always been his style. He had always liked to be neutral and balance. Rescuing the high-level cultivators of the primordial group had prevented the chaos of the Dao court. Weakening the power of the Dao domains had prevented any accidents from happening on Tai's side, ensuring that the Dao world would not be lost. His actions were frighteningly calm, and every step he took was just right, most in line with the common interests of the heavenly Dao they had established, yet it would not cause a strong conflict between the sovereigns. He had always been such a person, not to be offended. Even if it was not easy to rope him in, he could not be pushed to others. I finally found it. While the outside world was in chaos, and the sovereigns had entered the battlefield to fight, a new variable appeared in the depths of the Dao field. Fang Yuan's disguised multiple cloud tower disciple revealed an infatuated expression as he looked excitedly at the flowing source of life in front of him. After spending a whole month's time and using his unrivaled Genesis technique to locate the dragon, Fang Yuan finally found the thing he had been searching for a long time. Come out. The outside world is getting more and more lively. Those guys have no time to care about this place. It is time for you to reconstruct your bodies. Fang Yuan no longer concealed his ambition. He opened the Book of Heaven and summoned the 12 supreme experts. In the depths of the ground, there was a spring with steam and spring water gushing out continuously. This water contained the essence of heaven and earth, and it contained the divine grace of creation. With just a whiff, one would be able to recover from a fatal illness without any treatment. The spring of life that had dried up long ago has actually regained such vitality. It's unbelievable. Primordial ancestor, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You actually made the right bet. The 12 supreme experts looked at the spring of life in front of them and clicked their tongues in amazement. They were surprised and overjoyed, and their eyes burned with passion. Bet? Even if it's a bet, how can it be without any evidence? Fang Yuan cancelled the great transformation art and returned to Puji perfect its appearance. His eyes shone brightly, and he was extremely pleased with himself. Although the primordial mist dragon vein was created by Empress Song, my Genesis technique also helped a lot. When I saw this life Dao field again, I already knew that it was using the dragon vein to steal the vitality of the Dao world. After a long period of accumulation and the boundless vitality of the Dao world, it's naturally not surprising that the spring of life is surging again. Fang Yuan's explanation enlightened the supreme experts, and they became even more wary of him. Because the primordial ancestor's combat strength was very strong, most people often forgot his other identity. He was the founder of the Genesis master lineage. Even if one could guess that the spring of life would revive, it would be extremely difficult to find the spring of life without the ability of a Genesis master to locate it. That was because the spring of life would not appear in its original place. With the special environment of the life Dao field, it was impossible to search for it with divine senses. Only an extremely profound Genesis technique could do that. Loud noises could be heard continuously outside, and strong energy fluctuations could be felt underground. The rulers had clearly made their move. The discovery here and the dangers outside had sufficiently proved that Fang Yuan's previous judgment was accurate. Alright, let's cut the crap. Hurry up and rebuild your bodies. Fang Yuan did not seem to care about the doubts of the supreme experts. He did not ridicule them, nor did he look down on them. He only smiled and reminded them. The sorcerer ancestor, the Eye Emperor, the 5 great demon emperors, and the others looked at each other. They knew that Fang Yuan was not running a charity, and they had to pay the price for taking his benefits. But no matter what the price was, it couldn't compare to the attraction of true rebirth. As long as their bodies were reconstructed, they would be resurrected in the truest sense of the word. Their strength would be restored to the peak when they were alive, and they wouldn't have to suffer like they did in the Karma realm. They could even pursue the pinnacle of the Great Tao again. As for Fang Yuan, if he raised any excessive conditions, with the strength of the 12 of them, it would be enough to make him suffer. I'll give it a try first. The Eye Emperor took the lead and rushed forward. Then, he leaned against the spring and gulped down a big mouthful of spring water. How do you feel? He stood up. The other supreme experts couldn't wait to ask. My whole body feels hot. The Eye Emperor let out a comfortable moan and stretched his back. The thick death chi in his body was dispersing at a speed visible to the naked eye, his corpse was disintegrating, and his flesh and blood, which were brimming with vitality, were rapidly regenerating. Especially his pair of eyes, which was known as the strongest in the ancient netherworld and could control the power of time and space, were rapidly recovering. It's the real fountainhead. The other supreme experts saw this and no longer had any doubts. They rushed towards the fountainhead and drank large mouthfuls of water. Fang Yuan looked at the excited supreme experts as his lips curled into a sinister smile. He was excited and full of ambition. After planning for so long, he had finally reached this step. Above the 9 heavens, the first generation overlord fought with ruler Lan Ku. This was the first time the supreme overlord had fought in front of the world, and his enemy was the strongest legend of the ancient netherworld era, a living overlord against a legend of the past. Just the aftershock from their clash made the countless living beings watching on the ground tremble in fear. Ruler Lan Ku used the power of the primordial Tao Law. The strength of the first-generation overlord's remnant soul was far beyond his imagination. My main body has already gone to eerie mystery. This is only a remnant soul, how can it be so difficult to deal with? Ruler Lan Ku tried to trap the first-generation overlord in the river of time and use the power of time to destroy his remnant soul. However, the other party's invincible figure only needed to wave his fist to destroy the river of time and get closer to his main body. It was extremely domineering and had an invincible fist intent. Lan Ku felt as if he had traveled back to the dark ancient netherworld era. In the pitch-black chaos sea, he felt the power of the first supreme since the creation of the world. Previously, he had thought that it would not be difficult to deal with a mere remnant soul. Now, he was glad that this was only a remnant soul. In the Tao field, Gu Chen and Feng Yaya were surrounded by 20 Tao ancestors. Chu Jin tried to rescue Feng Yaya but was blocked by many experts at the periphery. Whether you are desolate Taoist or a remnant of the Tyrant tribe, you must die here today. The divine patriarch looked at Gu Chen sinisterly. This was a rare opportunity to use the primordial group's full power to eliminate a threat. You have finally recovered your true strength. I want to see if you still have your previous abilities. The Tao ancestors who had previously been suppressed by the Tao field and defeated by Gu Chen were all eager to try. The situation was already very clear. The rulers had all started fighting, and it was time to choose a side. In a war of this scale, there was no longer any scruples. It would not be surprising if anyone died. Attack! Kill them! Gu Hongju of the Slaughter clan was the first to attack. He used the great art of destruction with the crescent moon blade in his hand. Daoist Yen Song of the Winter Temple, Taizhen of the Great Qi Palace, and the various Tao ancestors attacked together. They used their magical Tao techniques, and their attacks could destroy heaven and earth. The place where Gu Chen and Feng Yaya stood was immediately overturned. The cliff completely collapsed and was drowned by the terrifying energy storm. No one was able to save them in time. The will of the Tao field had decided that destroying the Tao world was more important than saving the bloodline of the Tyrant tribe. All of its attention was focused on the battle with the Tai ruler in the dragon vein. Rumble, the ground continued to collapse, and the space shattered like mirrors. The attacks of the 20 Tao ancestors were too terrifying. Are they dead? The divine patriarch looked at the center of the storm expectantly. Many Tao ancestors were calm and composed. no matter how strong a person was, he would have been turned into ashes in the face of such an attack. Boom, the dazzling golden armor broke through the storm, and the mountain-like golden spine rose up, turning into a giant god that could support the heavens and the earth. Under the protection of the giant divine weapon, the man and woman were unharmed. The appearance of the fat desolate Taoist gradually blurred, turning into a handsome young man with black hair dancing in the wind. The expressions of many Tao ancestors changed. So strong, so ridiculously strong. Since we can't escape, then let me and the primogenitor go on a rampage and start a massacre. Gu Chen's long-lost fighting spirit was boiling. A pair of golden eyes swept in all directions, and he launched the original realm exile at all the Tao ancestors. Boom. Boom. Boom, the domineering telekinesis stripped away the laws and order, and all the Tao ancestors were on the defensive for a moment. As for Gu Chen, his mind instantly locked onto Taoist Yen Song of the Winter Temple. His foresight instinct was activated, and he foresaw the next change in the situation. He judged that Taoist Yen Song, who could summon the ancestors of the Tyrant tribe, was the greatest threat. The giant divine weapon was still protecting Xianxia. He turned into a golden arrow shadow, like the light of the beginning of chaos, splitting the sky and earth, unstoppable. Taoist Yen Song felt a strong killing intent. His scalp went numb, and he made a prompt decision. Great time technique, he transformed into time, and his figure instantly turned into a pile of yellow soil, fluttering as he escaped into the river of time. This was the Winter Temple's life-saving escape technique, used to avoid attacks that could not be resisted. A person hiding in the river of time would turn into yellow soil, so he naturally had nothing to fear. His judgment could be said to be very accurate, without any carelessness. However, Gu Chen's foresight instinct had already predicted his defense. The arrow of destruction cut through time and space, cutting off karma, and destroying everything in the world with extreme speed. The golden arrow shadow passed through the flying yellow soil, and its overbearing power directly pulled Taoist Yen Song back from the river of time. As if time had turned back, Taoist Yen Song, who had turned into yellow soil, regained his true body, revealing a look of horror. In the golden arrow shadow, Gu Chen's figure appeared, and like a tiger or wolf, he attacked mercilessly. Puff, Taoist Yen Song's consciousness stopped at this moment. His head disappeared, and blood gushed out from his neck. Gu Chen's figure landed on the ground, holding Taoist Yen Song's head in his hand. He slowly turned around and looked indifferently at the other Tao ancestors, Tai Jin, Gu Hongjue, Ancestor Mu, and the others felt a chill in their hearts. A dignified historical sequence was actually beheaded by the Tyrant clan's sovereign. Even if he hid in the end of time, it was useless. If the Tyrant clan's sovereign wanted to kill you, you couldn't even decide how you would die. He was so strong that it was suffocating. In contrast, the previous desolate Taoist was much gentler. Swoosh, Gu Chen moved like a lightning bolt, relying on his strong combat instincts. He wanted to quickly defeat these opponents in front of him. The enemies that he really cared about were the rulers, not to mention Fang Yuan, whose whereabouts were unknown. Using his fingers as a knife, Gu Chen approached the divine patriarch in the blink of an eye. His second target was this guy who had a deep hatred for the tyrants. A dazzling purple light burst out of the divine patriarch's body, turning into layers of strange phenomena, trying to prevent Gu Chen from approaching. However, Gu Chen's hand blade was covered in golden light. It was like cutting through tofu, easily tearing through all of his defenses and rapidly closing in. Just as the divine ancestor was about to follow in Taoist Yen Song's footsteps, the golden light around Gu Chen rapidly dissipated and his aura rapidly withered. Then, the purple light in front of him began to flourish. Gu Chen's swift footsteps were forced to a halt. Sensing something, he turned his head to the side. A scale appeared in front of the middle-aged scholar Xianxia. On both sides of the scale, there were two balls of light floating strangely. One side was gold, the other was violet, just like him and the divine ancestor. Originally, the weight of the golden light was obviously pressing down on the purple light, but now the balance was slowly rising, and the two forces had reached a subtle balance. Gu Chen's pupils shrank. The historical sequence of the high cloud pavilion was too low-key, so it hadn't been his primary target just now. Gu Chen turned around and decided to change his target. Xianxia calmly raised his hand and grabbed an indescribable object in his hand, adding another chip to the balance. Boom, the golden light around Gu Chen's body withered even more, and its power inexplicably disappeared. On the other hand, the purple light grew even more ferocious. The divine ancestor's strength seemed to have multiplied. Fortunately, Daoist Lian is here. The Great Vector Technique's ability to control the increase and decrease of energy is still so tricky. Taizhen heaved a sigh of relief. Daoist Yan Song's sudden death had a huge impact on everyone. If Lian Yingqi hadn't acted in time, many Dao ancestors would have lost their will to fight and been defeated by the Tyrant Sovereign. This guy's strength has been temporarily suppressed. Take this opportunity to kill him. Taizhen shouted, his eyes filled with killing intent. He cast a technique with both hands and used the yin-yang fish diagram to quickly trap Gu Chen, preventing him from escaping. Great Forest Technique. Daoist ancestor Chimu attacked immediately, and Gu Chen's feet were tightly entangled by pine wood that drilled out from the ground. Great Puppet Technique. Daoist ancestor Thousand Hands raised his hands, and countless threads fell from the sky like marionettes, entangling Gu Chen's limbs. Many Dao ancestors attacked one after another, suppressing the glorious ancient overlord body with many powerful techniques. This was a rare sight in the world. Humph. Gu Chen was not afraid at all. The ocean-like golden blood qi in his body erupted wildly, attacking the restrictions outside his body. Daoist ancestor Thousand Hands and Daoist ancestor Chimu felt like they were on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Lian Yingqi's scale kept the balance. No matter how much power surged out of Gu Chen's body, it would be rapidly weakened. Go to hell. Seeing that Gu Chen was being suppressed, many Dao ancestors, led by Gu Hongjiwei and ancestor Mu, rushed forward, boom, bang, bang, bang. While being restrained by many sides, Gu Chen fought with the Dao ancestors. His fists were wide open, and his aura was still as ferocious as ever. The 9th generation of the Tyrant Sovereign ruled over 9 eras and was invincible. I didn't expect the legend to be true. This glorious ancient overlord body is really so terrifying. Not all the cultivators who were still alive in the Life Dojo were qualified to attack. Seeing the 20 Dao ancestors surrounding Gu Chen, Tai Wei of the Supreme Qi Palace felt a strong impact. Yes, how insufferably arrogant. If a sovereign doesn't appear, who can compete with him? Zhang Hao took a deep breath and looked at Feng Yaya. Even under the siege of so many Dao ancestors, the golden armor that protected Feng Yaya did not disappear. It was clear that the Tyrant Sovereign still had some strength left. This person's strength was too terrifying, far above the historical sequence. It was unknown how far he was from the sovereign realm. Looking at him, he was not much older than them. What kind of genius was he? Zhang Hao suddenly felt a sense of sorrow. It was the sorrow of being born in the same era as a peerless genius and destined to be dim. That golden and imposing figure became his shadow. For some reason, this shadow looked a little familiar. Gu Chen was restrained by many sides and surrounded by many experts. Even with his foresight and combat instincts, he could not avoid all the attacks. Poof! He had just received the joint attack of Ancestor Mu and Gu Hongjiue when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, accompanied by a bone-piercing chill. He turned his head and saw the Divine Patriarch's ferocious face and the smirk on his face. The Divine Patriarch had sneakily attacked him. He held a blue short sword in his hand and stabbed Gu Chen's back. Do you think you can kill me like this? Gu Chen clenched his fist and wanted to wave it, but the chill from the wound quickly froze his body. Even the boiling tyrant blood seemed to have solidified. Gu Chen frowned and looked at the wound. He could vaguely see blue blood dripping from the tip of the sword. Blue blood? Gu Chen recalled the battle with Kongxing when he was still in the Chaotic Sea. It was a very similar situation. Kongxing stabbed him from the back with a dagger. The blue blood on the dagger caused his tyrant bloodline to die. If not for Feng Yaya changing his physique to save him, he would probably have died at that time. This blue blood naturally restrained the tyrant bloodline and could annihilate all the tyrant bloodline factors. Back then, he had no chance to resist at all. The dagger that Kongxing used to assassinate him, that blue blood, was given to Xing Jun by the sacred family when they went to the lower realm to hunt down the tyrants. Right now, the Divine Patriarch was using the same trick again. The blue blood that seeped into his body was obviously purer and more powerful. What exactly is this? Gu Chen felt an intense pain. The attacks of the other Dao ancestors could not compare to the Divine Patriarch's sword. This sword caused a part of the golden blood in his body to turn pitch black and lifeless. this blue blood, which was completely in conflict with the tyrant blood, was extremely powerful. What exactly was its origin? Haha, the proud glorious ancient tyrant body always thinks that he is invincible in the world. This feeling of being restrained doesn't feel good, right? The divine patriarch's face was full of pride and he laughed arrogantly after his sneak attack succeeded. Since you are about to die, there's no harm in telling you. What is destroying your body is the strongest weapon that the ancestors of the sacred family created with great effort to counter the tyrants. It is also the blood of Lan Ming, one of the 5 rulers. Ruler Lan Ming's blood, Gu Chen's aura was greatly weakened due to the nirvana bloodline in his body, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Why does Lan Ming's blood restrain my tyrant bloodline? A weapon created by the ancestors of the sacred family? What does that mean? Gu Chen had all kinds of doubts in his heart. This matter involved Lan Ming, which made him pay more attention to this ruler who had discovered him when he crossed the realm sea but did not attack him. The golden body of the tyrant remnant has been broken, kill him. The divine ancestor shouted ferociously with the short sword in his hand. As he spoke, he pounced on Gu Chen and stabbed him a few more times. Seeing that Gu Chen did not seem to be as ferocious as before, the Dao ancestors became spirited, and their eyes turned cold. Kill him while he is down. Today, killing the tyrant sovereign would be enough to go down in history. Taizhen, Dao ancestor Chimu, and Dao ancestor Thousand Hands did their best to contain him, while ancestor Mu, Gu Hongjue, and the others also attacked crazily. Such a big shot must not be left alive. Uncle Gu. Feng Yaya, who was protected by the giant divine soldier, saw this scene and wanted to rush over anxiously. However, the giant divine soldier also restricted her movements while protecting her, and Chu Jin had rushed to her side. Chu Jin was originally surrounded by many experts, but thanks to Dao ancestor Lan Shua and Elder Feng's timely arrival, the 3 of them reached a consensus and fought their way out of the encirclement to Feng Yaya's side. The tyrant sovereign will definitely die. Yaya, don't be silly. Chu Jin scolded. Things had completely gone out of their control, and she did not want Feng Yaya to get involved. Feng Yaya had already obtained the complete Great Life technique. Based on her understanding of her mother, even if there was a problem with Feng Yaya's identity, she would definitely protect her. However, if Feng Yaya insisted on joining forces with the tyrant sovereign, things would be hard to say. After all, there were 4 other rulers present. Master, if Gu Chen dies, I will not live alone. Please help him. Feng Yaya begged. Chu Jin responded with silence. Being besieged by so many Dao ancestors, it was not a matter of whether she was willing to help or not, but that she did not have the ability. What a pity. Dao Father Dergonchuo had a rather complicated look on his face. Was that the Tyrannosaurus was willing to follow the Yongu Tyrannosaurus for generations? It was indeed a peerless and invincible style. Unfortunately, times had changed. Boom. Boom. Boom, Gu Chen's location was swept by the terrifying energy wave after wave. Smoke and dust billowed. He was seriously injured, but there was nothing he could do to save the situation. Haha, he's dead, he's dead. Old man, I killed the last supreme of the tyrants. The divine ancestor happily laughed. The dagger in his hand was forged from Lan Ming's true blood, so it was much stronger than the other blood weapons that had been diluted. Even the glorious ancient overlord body would be powerless in the face of this power. After all, the process of Lan Ming's birth was so special. The feud between the sacred family and my tyrant clan seems to have a lot of stories. Amidst the smoke and dust, Gu Chen's figure was as straight as a pine tree. The crazy attack just now seemed to have failed to kill him. How could this be? The divine ancestor's expression changed drastically. His opponent's golden body had already been destroyed, so how could he still be alive? I should have captured you alive and interrogated you slowly. Unfortunately, I won't be given such a chance in this kind of situation. Since that's the case, the smoke and dust were blown away by a gust of wind. Gu Chen, whose entire body was covered in flowing gold flames, appeared in front of everyone. The blue blood was indeed very terrifying. Even the glorious ancient overlord body was eroded. Gu Chen was temporarily helpless, but when he used the second overlord's most powerful ability, devouring flowing gold, all the blue blood that was wreaking havoc in his body was completely burned away. In the devouring flowing gold state, all of his speed, strength, defense, and even recovery ability were greatly increased, and in this state, the flowing gold flames burning on his body could directly use the world's yuan qi and laws as nourishment. Boom, the flowing gold flames on Gu Chen's body soared into the sky. He burned off all the threads controlling him with the great puppet technique. He burned off the pine wood attached to his feet with the great forest technique. He burned off the innate 5 Tai Chi and the yin-yang fish realm. He burned off the control of the great vector technique's mysterious scales. At this moment, all the great Tao techniques lost their effectiveness and could no longer trap the tyrant sovereign. Gu Chen took a step forward. His palm instantly clamped onto the divine ancestor's neck and lifted him up. The divine ancestor's face was filled with fear. He tried to brandish the short sword in his hand. Gu Chen stretched out his other hand and broke the short sword with his 5 fingers. The flowing gold flames burned it to ashes. The divine ancestor was in despair. His scalp went numb as he looked at Gu Chen's cold, beast-like eyes. You can die in peace. Soon, I'll bury the entire sacred family with you. Gu Chen's hand, which was pressing on the divine ancestor's neck, exerted a little force. Kacha, the divine ancestor's head fell to the ground. Gu Chen threw his burning corpse towards the middle-aged scholar from the heavy cloud tower. Bang, Lianing Qi was smashed by the corpse. He struggled to get up, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The scales in his hand had completely lost their balance. Gu Chen did not kill Lianing Qi first. His eyes emitted a cold light. His figure disappeared and appeared behind Dao Ancestor Qimu in the blink of an eye. Not good. Dao Ancestor Qimu had just thought of this when Gu Chen's fist imbued with flowing gold flames landed. Ah, Dao Ancestor Qimu screamed miserably as his body exploded. Swoosh. Gu Chen disappeared again. He was so fast that there was no way to delay him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Dao Ancestor Thousand Hands. Spare me. Dao Ancestor Thousand Hands begged for mercy as he activated all the hidden weapons he had on him in an attempt to delay Gu Chen. Gu Chen punched out and destroyed all the hidden weapons. That invincible fist intent smashed Dao Ancestor Thousand Hands' head. Another Dao Ancestor had fallen. Gu Chen was like a beast freed from its shackles. He began a massacre without mercy. Today, he was going to kill all the Dao world's Dao Ancestors. Stop him. Don't retreat. Retreat means death. Gu Hongjue roared as he and Patriarch Mu attacked from the left and right. The two knew that with the tyrant supremacy's speed, there was no way they could escape from him. Only by fighting would they have a chance of survival. World returns to origin. Facing the two menacing opponents, Gu Chen performed the primordial ancestor's strongest martial technique. Boom, this punch destroyed more than half of the life Dao field, and groups of mountains were reduced to ashes. Gu Hongjue's body turned into a bloody mist, and Patriarch Mu's broken limbs flew everywhere. Another two Dao ancestors had fallen. There's no way I can beat this guy. Taizhen was terrified. When he saw the god fiend looking at him, he used the yin-yang escape technique and fled. In the blink of an eye, he escaped from the collapsed life dojo and entered the righteous mystic sect's territory. You can't escape. Gu Chen's black hair danced in the wind as his eyes turned into two pupils. Origin Realm Exile. Taizhen's figure came to a stop. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the yin and yang qi inside and outside his body were rapidly stripped away. His flesh, blood, organs, and bones were also wiped out. No. I'm the Palace Lord of the Supreme Qi Palace. You can't kill me, Tai ruler, save me. Taizhen roared in horror, but at this moment, no one could save him. He was stripped into dust in despair. Gu Chen didn't even look back. Like a cruel Azura, he turned around and killed the remaining Dao ancestors. One of the leaders of the primordial group, the palace master of the Grand Qi Palace, Taizhen, had perished under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators. The battle between the rulers of the nine heavens was too far away from an ordinary cultivator, but the palace master of the Supreme Qi Palace was a living giant of the Dao world. This scene had a violent impact on countless cultivators. The high and mighty image of the primordial chaos group in the past seemed to have crumbled at this moment. The death of a Dao ancestor caused a phenomenon in the heavens, but today, strange phenomena emerged one after another. The Tyrant clan supremacy went on a killing spree in the life dojo. One by one, the Tao ancestors fell one after another. causing strange phenomena to appear in the world as if doomsday had arrived. Is this the so-called strongest physique of the ancient underworld? It's a complete sweep of the Hongmeng group. Some of the spectating Dao ancestors gasped and secretly rejoiced that they had not been chosen to enter the life Dao ground. The smarter ones had already started to retreat silently, afraid that the Hongmeng group would order them to enter the battlefield and kill the enemy. Patriarch. When Xingming found out that its old ancestor had fallen, it was so angry that its eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It realized that the hope of the sacred family's rise had been interrupted by the tyrants. He gnashed his teeth and wished for nothing more than to kill his way into the Taoist sanctum. But when he saw that invincible figure, he was afraid in the end and quietly retreated. The Tyrant clan supreme was at its peak. He was the only Dao ancestor left in the sacred family, so he had to endure hardships. He actually reversed the situation. I'm afraid that the strength of the Tyrant clan's supreme martial artist is very close to the sovereign realm. Chu Jin and Long Shua exchanged a glance. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Since the establishment of the Hongmeng group, there had rarely been such heavy casualties. The sovereigns were all present, but they had still allowed something like this to happen. Ling Long, the casualties of these people will be on your head. He Gem and Linjiao said to the celestial Ling Long, who was holding him back, when he saw Gu Chen displaying his invincible might in the dojo. If they're dead, then so be it. There are already some people in the Hongmeng group who have ulterior motives. This is the perfect time to purge them. Heaven Ling Long didn't care at all. After all, the Tyrant Supreme didn't kill her people. Borrowing his strength to attack the other hegemons was perfect. Then your people should be wiped out as well. Lin Jia was furious, and his attacks became more and more ruthless. He didn't care about the casualties of the primordial group. As long as the order of the heavenly Dao existed, there would always be a new crop of people to be cut down. However, the people from the Fortune Immortal Gate were completely unharmed, and had even mastered the complete great life art. This was absolutely not allowed. He would not give the sky of Linglong a chance to become even stronger. The two sides fiercely collided, but they had fought each other for countless years. Their strengths were equal, and they understood each other equally well. In this short period of time, who could do anything to the other? As the stalemate continued, changes began to occur on the other side of the battlefield. Hegemon Lan Ke slowly gained the upper hand in his battle against the first hegemon. Ruler Lan Ke stood on the nine-colored lotus platform and used the primordial Dao law to suppress the first overlord. His power was endless and unfathomable. In the end, it's just a remnant soul. On one hand, its power is drained very quickly, and on the other hand, it doesn't have much consciousness at all. It's only moving based on instinct. Hegemon Lan Ke laughed coldly, seeing through the power of the remnant soul in front of him. He had mastered one of the 9 primordial Dao laws, so the power of the Dao world was his power. There was no upper limit to his strength, and it would never dry up. As for the remnant soul of the first overlord, it had been sealed for countless years, and its power decreased with every use. Because of the passage of time and the fact that his true body had long since gone to the mysteries, this remnant soul did not have much consciousness. It had not spoken a single word since the start of the battle, and was only carrying out the orders of the first overlord when he was alive. Even so, the remnant soul had fought with him for such a long time just by relying on instinct, causing him to suffer greatly. Thinking of this, Hegemon Lan Ke was very displeased. It's about time to end this. I'll finish you off in one go, and then I'll go and wipe out your descendants as well. Hegemon Lan Ke's eyes shone fiercely. He opened his arms, and a Dao bell floated out of his body. This Dao bell was 9-colored, and its might suppressed the heavens. The sound of the bell was melodious, reaching the other side of the river of time. Dawn flower plucked at dusk, illuminate the ages. Hegemon Lan Ke activated the great time art. A strong wind blew in the void, and the sea and land overlapped, intersecting with each other. In the river of time, 4 golden figures were projected out and landed on the 4 sides of the first overlord. The 4 of them exuded the aura of the supremes of the tyrant race. The pressure was overbearing and heavy, as though 4 blazing suns had appeared in the sky. Gu Chen, who was slaughtering in the dojo, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked up into the sky, his expression ugly and incredulous. Hegemon Lan Ke had actually projected the 4 supremes of the tyrant race from the river of time. such a heaven-defying technique far surpassed that of Taoist Xianxia. The aura of the four ancestors was also far more terrifying than what Taoist Xianxia had summoned previously. Was this the limit of the Tao technique? Guchen was extremely worried. The first ancestor was in danger. Hegemon Lan Ke's movements were too big, and the other hegemons all looked over. Lan Ming, who had not made much of a move, looked calm, but he slowly clenched his fists. Is there a more humiliating way for the first overlord to die under the combined attacks of the other glorious ancient overlord bodies? Hegemon Lan Ke looked at the first overlord mockingly. So what if you were strong when you were alive? The strongest physique that could illuminate the ancient netherworld? Aren't you still enslaved by the Tao technique? The first overlord did not say a word. His face, which was hidden under the golden light, seemed to have a slight ripple in his eyes. The four of you, listen up. Kill the first overlord. Hegemon Lan Ke said ferociously. The four glorious ancient overlord bodies seemed to be struggling. They seemed to have realized who the person in front of them was, but they could not break free from the restrictions of the great light technique. Their bodies shone with golden light, and they were about to attack. Which number are you? Suddenly, the first overlord, who had not spoken all this while, spoke. His consciousness seemed to have been awakened by the bloodline of the same clan, and his voice was magnetic. The four glorious ancient overlord bodies all paused. Their expressions gradually calmed, and they no longer struggled. Number 3, the one in the east answered. He was the third patriarch of the Tyrant race, the one who had died in the absolute beginning demon mine. Number 5. The one in the west answered. He was the fifth patriarch of the Tyrant race. Number 7. Number 8. The glorious ancient overlord bodies from the north and south answered at the same time. They were the seventh patriarch and eighth patriarch of the Tyrant race. What nonsense are you spouting? Kill the first overlord. Hegemon Lan Ke frowned and scolded. Those who were reflected by him from the river of time were his slaves. No matter what he said, they could only do as he said. They did not have their own free will. Lend me your power. The first overlord's consciousness became clearer, and he calmly raised a hand. The shadow of that palm covered the entire river of time. Hegemon Lan Ke felt that something was wrong. He activated his secret technique, but found that the four glorious ancient overlord bodies seemed to be out of his control, covering the sky with one hand, ruling over the ages. He could not help but think of Lan Ming's evaluation, and his scalp went numb. If we can serve the progenitor, we will not hesitate to go through fire and water. The four glorious ancient overlord bodies said in unison. They had seen through the fog of history. Dazzling golden flames burst from their bodies, and the invisible shackles were shattered. Boom! 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 The four figures turned into golden light and entered the first overlord's body one after another. His remnant soul became more and more solid in an instant. Pfft! Hegemon Lan Ke suffered a backlash and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He looked at the first overlord in shock. You actually seized control of them? Your great Tao techniques are no match for the overlord bodies? Lan Ke was speechless. He had never thought that he would shoot himself in the foot. Wasn't the first overlord's Tao too domineering? A majestic golden figure stood between heaven and earth. After absorbing the projections of the four tyrant supremes, the first overlord's aura became even more powerful. He was like a blazing sun, bright beyond compare. He took a step forward, a simple step. He waved his fist, a punch that returned to its original state. This punch headed straight for ruler Lan Ke. It was called the Great Earth Long Fist, and it was formed from the power of countless punches. It was the simplest great Tao, a punch that was invincible. This punch had once shattered the endless darkness in the ancient underworld era. Now, it crossed the river of history and shattered the legend of invincible rulers. Boom! Ruler Lan Ke, who had just suffered a backlash, could not dodge in time. One of his heads exploded, and the ruler's blood splattered across heaven and earth. This punch was too terrifying. After shattering Lan Ke's head, the fist radiance pierced through space, causing a 10,000-mile black hole to appear in the sky. The asterisk starred, ruler Lan Ke did not die. An angry Tao voice came from his body, wanting to counterattack. The first overlord did not show any mercy, and continuously punched out with the Great Earth Long Fist. every punch was as heavy as the great earth-long fist. It was extremely powerful, and it continuously destroyed Lan Ke's entire body. The last punch even destroyed the 9-colored lotus platform that symbolized the primordial chaos Tao law under Lan Ke's feet. After the first overlord had completely defeated Lan Ke, he turned around and faced the primordial mist dragon vein below, waving his fist once again. Oh no! Lin Jiao and Heaven Ling Long felt the fist intent rapidly condensing and rising at the tip of the fist. Their expressions changed, and they gave up fighting and flew over. Tai Yi was in a tug-of-war with the Dao fields while in the primordial chaos dragon vein. If a third powerful force intervened, the primordial chaos dragon vein would completely lose control, causing the entire Dao world to collapse. The first overlord had appeared to destroy the Dao world, and now he clearly wanted to complete his mission. It's too late. Even if the Dao world is destroyed, the mysteries will not disappear, Lan Ming muttered. Lan Ming muttered. He looked at that majestic figure and raised his hands. 9-colored lotus platforms appeared under his, Lin Jiao, and Heaven Ling Long's feet, blocking the path of the first overlord's fist radiance. 3 rulers working together was a rare sight. The first overlord looked down on the world, and he punched out with an imposing aura. My body has finally recovered, ha 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 ha. Beside the source of life, the beast ancestor, who had successfully reconstructed his body, laughed heartily. He had mastered the great true spirit art and possessed the strongest physical body of the beast race when he was alive. Now, this physical body was finally back. Out of the way. I want to drink more. Get lost. Gururururu, the 5 heads of the 5 demon emperors were lying by the mouth of the spring, greedily drinking. The brothers even bumped into each other in order to snatch the head, which looked very funny. The 5 of you share a body. What's there to fight over? Besides, if you drink too much, aren't you afraid of bursting? The sorcerer ancestor sneered sinisterly. Even though he had restored his appearance when he was alive, he still looked like the incarnation of fear. Rumble, the commotion outside was getting louder. Fang Yuan looked at the 12 supreme experts who had reconstructed their bodies. His gaze was burning intensely. All right, I've done what I promised you. Now, it's your turn to help me. Fang Yuan's voice became very hoarse, trembling from the suppression. The 12 supreme experts had different expressions when they heard his words. They were in deep thought. Hee, primordial ancestor, because I was a dead spirit, I was forced to obey you. Now that I have regained my body, do you naively think that I will still be enslaved by you? I Emperor was the first to speak. His smile was filled with disdain and mockery. He had never been on good terms with primordial ancestor. Being enslaved by him earlier was not a good feeling. In order to reconstruct his body, he had to compromise. Now that his goal was achieved, how could he listen to Fang Yuan's orders? Oh? You want to go back on your words? Fang Yuan tried to control his expression, but his curled lip still exposed his true intentions. There is no need to go back on my words. Primordial ancestor, we can still cooperate. Sorcerer ancestor mediated. Cooperate with what? The strength of those guys outside is not something we can defeat with numbers. We have finally regained our strength. We need to leave this place first and plan later. I Emperor retorted bluntly. The power of time and space converged in his eyes. He was prepared to leave at any time. His newly regrown eyes had eye strength that was not weaker than when he was alive. It was not hard to escape before the rulers outside noticed him. That's right, hiding is the right choice now. Primordial ancestor, thank you for your help, I will remember this favor. Emperor Sickle added. He remembered the favor but did not say how he was going to repay it. The other supreme experts spoke one after another. Their attitudes were similar. Earlier, they had said all sorts of nice things about fighting the sovereign together and getting their revenge. But now that their fleshly bodies had been reforged, all of them had their own plans in mind. Hee, ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan heard the 12 supreme experts' words of betrayal. He could not suppress the excitement and joy in his heart. He laughed loudly. You guys are still the same even in death. Human nature is truly an interesting thing. Do you think you can reject me if I ask for your help? When your fleshly bodies are successfully reconstructed, my plan will be considered a success. Fang Yuan raised his hands. The Book of Heaven shined brightly and appeared in front of him. The 12 supreme experts retreated as if they were facing a great enemy. The 5 demon emperors also raised their heads with fierce gazes. Plan? What plan? I Emperor asked coldly. He knew this grandson Feng Yuan was not easy to deal with. After the battle at the second mountain, those 5 guys established their hegemony. They became rulers one after another and created the heavenly Tao. Although I escaped death with the great reincarnation technique, as their heavenly Tao stabilized, the gap between me and them increased. They monopolized the source of great path techniques, using the heavenly Tao they created to collect great path techniques for countless years, while I could only hide here and there, not daring to appear openly. The longer this goes on, the less chance this emperor has of winning. What can I do to turn this situation around? Feng Yuan looked at the 12 supreme experts with a heated gaze. I have racked my brains and plotted for countless years. It was not easy for me to reach this step. To compete with the 5 rulers, my only hope lies in you. Each of you either grasped a great path technique to perfection or had strength that could match great path techniques. But because you are already dead, those 5 guys did not expect me to use this method to avoid the great path technique that they created and monopolized. As long as I take all of your great path techniques, I can break through to ruler realm in one go. Feng Yuan no longer concealed his ambition. He announced his long-planned plan to the 12 supreme experts. Are you crazy? You want to take all of our great path techniques, how can you do that? Ancestor Sorcerer frowned slightly. He was unusually calm. He wondered if Feng Yuan had gone crazy. Most of the supreme experts had the same thought. They were very knowledgeable. Feng Yuan's idea was too far-fetched. With their knowledge, it was impossible. Primordial Ancestor has already gone mad. I have no objections if you want to listen to his nonsense. Before the hegemons in the outside world notice, I'll leave first. I Emperor's red and blue eyes shined brightly. The power of time and space fluctuated intensely as he was about to leave. Crack, behind Feng Yuan, a Tao spirit that symbolized death appeared. The saber in his hand was unsheathed, emitting an ear-piercing sound. I Emperor grunted. The space-time teleportation was interrupted. The other experts' expressions changed. They felt their bodies were not listening to them. Didn't reincarnate from death mean we don't need to be enslaved by the great death art? Primordial Ancestor, you went back on your words, you deceived us. The experts were furious. They wanted to attack Feng Yuan, but they could not do so under the restriction of the great death art. Deceive? I always keep my words. You have indeed regained your freedom, but you have just revived. The death aura in your souls has not dissipated yet, so I can still control you. You should be able to feel it. As long as you have enough time, this restriction will disappear. Feng Yuan replied. Everyone sensed with their minds. It seemed like it was true. They let out sighs of relief. However, Feng Yuan's words suddenly changed. Ding, from the Book of Heaven, a bronze coin with a round outside and square inside slowly floated out. It was like the rising sun, dazzling everyone. The moment you reincarnated from death, the condition of the great fate art's activation is completed. Feng Yuan's smile made everyone shudder. The 12 experts were shocked to find that something seemed to be permanently fading away in their bodies. How can this be? When did we get hit by the great fate art? Even if it is the great fate art, it cannot be used on so many of us at once. Everyone panicked. They were shocked and angry. When you were in dead spirit bodies, there was no way to obtain your great Tao techniques. Thus, only by reviving you can my plan be realized. When I used the great death art to awaken your souls and placed you in the Book of Heaven, I also placed the copper coin of fate path inside. This way, the copper coin of fate path's power unknowingly entered your souls through the Book of Heaven. The 88 great technique is too wonderful. As long as you use it well, you can display a power that you can't even imagine. You were awakened by the great art of death, and then you drank the spring of life together to revive. Because of this identical encounter, because of the subtle influence of the copper coin of fate Tao, the moment you were reincarnated from death, you obtained a new destiny. Because of this, the great destiny art that shouldn't have been able to be used on all of you at the same time has exceeded its limits. Feng Yuan laughed maniacally as he waved his arms. His 5 fingers were like hooks as he casually grabbed, buzz, the bodies of the beast ancestor, the sorcerer ancestor, the 5 great devil emperors, and all the other supreme experts started shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of them let out hysterical roars of pain. They had not expected Feng Yuan to break the rules like this. His ambition and imagination were too terrifying. Primordial ancestor. Can you withstand the power of so many of us? Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself? Scythe Emperor screamed in despair and indignation. Under the restriction of the great art of death and great destiny art, they had no way to resist. My soul has already approached the realm of ruler after 100 reincarnations. I can receive all of your great Tao techniques. This sort of thing, only this emperor can do it. Fang Yuan laughed loudly as the Puji Venerable's body exploded, turning into a blood mist that filled the sky. Fate is like weaving, it is like a monolith. Heart like steel, spirit like wind and clouds. The copper coin of fate Tao flew into the blood mist. It was like the eye of a storm that intertwined the fate of the 12 supreme experts with Fang Yuan's fate. As the chi of fate path fused, the bones and flesh in the blood mist started to transform and regenerate. Primordial ancestor, I do not cultivate any great Tao techniques. I am of little use to you, please let me go. I can bring you away from here, I have value to you. Pupil Emperor's body cracked, he was about to turn into ashes in the light mist as he begged for mercy and fear. Your pair of ancient underworld's strongest eyes are also my prey. With them, why would I need you? Fang Yuan replied emotionlessly. Pupil Emperor's eyes quickly dimmed, and in the blood mist, a new skeleton had already formed. In those empty eye sockets, there was a red and a blue light shining. Fang Yuan had planned this for too long, he had made no mistakes. Right now, no matter how the 12 supreme experts resisted, they were like lambs struggling on the brink of death, they were of no use, the ground was shattered, it was a scene of desolation. The flying ships of the various forces that were hovering around Life Tao Field were all affected by the huge aftershock, they had all crashed. Countless cultivators crawled out of the rubble in a sorry state, they looked far away in fear. The first generation hegemon's punch had been blocked by the 3 hegemons, but the power of that punch could be said to be earth-shattering, just the aftershock alone flattened the land within a radius of 100,000 li. Their eyes were uncomfortable from the piercing light. Many cultivators raised their heads and found that all the clouds in the sky had been completely melted by the fiery winds created by that punch. It was as if 2 suns had appeared in the sky. No, that golden figure was even more dazzling than the suns. That idiot Lan could actually provided strength to first-generation overlord. Lin Jiao said with an unsightly expression. He, Lan Ming, and Heaven Ling Long had worked together to block first-generation overlord's punch and prevent the primordial dragon vein from being destroyed. The power of this punch was beyond imagination, he was exasperated. If not for Lan Ke's foolish actions, first-generation overlord who was only a remnant soul would not have been so difficult to deal with. Looking at first-generation overlord's aura, he could still punch again. Lan Ming, according to your understanding of first-generation overlord, how many more punches can he throw? Heaven Linglong asked Lan Ming who was beside her. If this kind of attack continued, even if the 3 of them worked together, they might not be able to protect the primordial dragon vein. This was different from a normal fight, they not only had to block the attack, they also had to ensure that the aftershock of the collision would not spread to the ground. It was too disadvantageous for them to passively take a beating like this. But then again, first-generation overlord's country-long punch looked simple, but it was flawless and extremely fast. They could not restrain him at all. First-generation overlord absorbed the projection of the 4th-generation overlord supremacy. Only Lan Ke knows how strong these projections are and how long he can last. Lan Ming looked at first-generation overlord and sensed that first-generation overlord was also looking at him. A rare ripple appeared in his heart, which had never stirred for thousands of years. Where's Lan Ke? He can't have escaped, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao's expression turned even gloomier. Although Lan Ke's entire body had been destroyed by first-generation overlord, they did not think that he would die. The reason was simple. They each controlled a primordial Tao law. To a certain extent, as long as the Tao world was not destroyed, they would not die. Even if the Tao world was destroyed, they might not die. From the moment the primordial Tao world was born, the 9 primordial Tao laws had gradually strengthened along with the growth of the Tao world. They were the origin of the Tao world, and they existed in the Tao world. The primordial Tao laws were formless. Even if first-generation overlord destroyed them, they would absorb energy from the Tao world to regenerate. Rulers who controlled Tao laws were protected by the primordial power. They had many tricks up their sleeves, so it was naturally difficult for them to die. The first overlord hovered high in the sky. His figure moved, and he raised his fist again. The three rulers' expressions froze, and they hurriedly got ready for battle. However, the first generation hegemon maintained his posture of preparing to throw a punch. His second punch had yet to land. Golden light flowed in his eyes. The awakening of his intelligence and his powerful foresight allowed him to deduce all the possible outcomes of his next punch. His gaze locked onto Lan Ming, and he muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. The kid from back then has grown up, and his strength is impressive. The Tao world is no longer the same as it was when it was just born. The 9 seeds have already grown stronger with the help of the Chaos Sea. If I continue to punch, the chance of destroying the Tao world is probably less than 20%. Even if I can destroy the Tao world, things will not go as I wish. The Tao world is too deeply involved with the mysteries now. My main body has gone to the mysteries, and this remnant consciousness of mine is completely unable to see if he's dead or alive. I'm afraid he's in trouble. In other words, this might be his last bit of power. If this last bit of power is used up in vain, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop the mysteries. This last bit of power must be used on hope. But hope, where is hope? The first overlord's eyes gradually became lost. The importance of life made his fist no longer move forward. The rulers did not know what he was thinking. Lin Jiao saw that the first overlord did not move, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Don't tell me he's only strong on the outside, but actually can't swing his fist like before? Lan Ming glanced at him coldly. The first overlord has not even used his divine power. Underestimating him will cost you your life. Lin Jiao snorted, unconvinced. No matter what, it's a good thing that his fist is blunt. Let's take this chance to kill him. Ling Long, let's put aside our dispute for now. Let's get rid of this great enemy first, okay? Sure. Ling Long answered readily, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. As she spoke, the sky on the other side surged, and Lan Ke's figure appeared. However, he was in the form of a child, and his hair was messy. Let's attack together. Finish this quickly. Lan Ke almost roared, no longer saying he could handle it alone. The rulers had no objections. The will of the first hegemon was clearly wavering. This was the best time to kill him. Lan Ming was the first to act. Blue light spread out from his body, instantly enveloping the sky within a radius of 50,000 kilometers, forming a barrier. I will restrict the first-generation overlord's movements and prevent him from attacking the primordial mist dragon vein again. Lan Ming said. Lan Ke and Lin Jiao had no objections and immediately rushed towards the first overlord. Ling Long Tian's eyes flickered. When Lin Jiao and Lan Ke had clashed with the first overlord, she suddenly turned around and flew towards the crumbling life dojo. Lan Ming's pupils shrank. Lin Jiao cursed. A woman who doesn't know the big picture. Lin Jiao could guess what the celestial Ling Long was up to. He was distracted for a moment and was almost injured by the first overlord. He had no choice but to focus on the enemy in front of him. There's a limit to how much energy he can absorb. He won't be able to last for long. It won't be too late to deal with the sky of Ling Long after I defeat him. Lan Ke said, afraid that Lin Jiao would leave him to fight alone. He had already suffered a great deal of damage and was unwilling to face a terrifying opponent like the first-generation overlord alone. Lin Jiao nodded. The celestial Ling Long just wanted the great life art. Even if she managed to snatch that female disciple of hers, it would take time for her to obtain the complete great life art imprint. The two rulers worked together seriously. The two primordial mist Tao laws shone upon each other, instantly putting a lot of pressure on the first-generation overlord. In the life dojo, Gu Chen was bathed in blood as he went berserk. The 20 Tao ancestors who besieged him were already few and far between, covered in flowing gold flames. He was like an invincible god of war, giving all the survivors in the dojo a huge impact. The Tyrant supremacy was invincible, be it the primordial group or the various forces that followed them. The battle line formed at the beginning had completely collapsed. In the end, they all fled. Uncle Gu, let's leave this place quickly. Feng Yaya finally came to Gu Chen's side. Seeing that he was covered in blood, she said anxiously. Things had completely gone out of their control. The rulers had already made their moves. If they did not escape now, they might not be able to escape. Gu Chen panted heavily, a hint of hesitation on his face. He was worried about whether the primogenitors were a match for the rulers, even though he knew that the real him was long gone. He was concerned about Feng Yuan, whose whereabouts were unknown. This kind of chaotic situation was exactly what Feng Yuan liked the most. What he could not ignore was that ruler Lan Ming, who brought him too many questions. If he left this place just like that, many problems would not be solved, but these consecutive battles had caused his strength to be severely depleted. Leaving now was the wisest choice. Gu Chen looked at Chu Jin, Elder Feng, and Dao ancestor Long Shua, who were not far away. These three had just protected Feng Yaya, so logically speaking, he should not have attacked them. But the two sides were on different sides, and he could not be sure if they would attack when he teleported Feng Yaya into the dominating cauldron world. Being stared at by Gu Chen, the three Dao ancestors looked nervous. This guy was no longer the benevolent Daoist Huang from before. The Tyrant clan's sovereign was ferocious. Daoist Huang, Yaya will be fine if she goes back with me. The Fortune Immortal sect will definitely repay you for your help today. Chu Jin said calmly. She had to bring Feng Yaya back. If not for the Tyrant clan's power protecting Feng Yaya, she would have knocked her unconscious just now and would not have let her get close to the Tyrant clan's sovereign. At this juncture, she could see that the relationship between the two was not ordinary, so she could only try her best to stabilize the Tyrant clan's sovereign. There were many powerful forces under the Fortune Immortal sect. If she came forward to plead with her mother, she might be able to let the reborn Tyrant clan become a subsidiary force of the Fortune Immortal sect. It would be the best of both worlds. Gu Chen looked at Chu Jin indifferently. Feng Yaya's identity had been exposed, so he would only be at ease if she followed him. He was thinking of knocking the three people unconscious when suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation appeared in the sky. The vast divine consciousness that belonged to the ruler descended and locked onto Gu Chen and Feng Yaya in an instant. The sky of Linglong gave up on the battlefield and suddenly descended here. The power of the annihilation void directly interrupted Gu Chen's thoughts of escaping. Little devil, hand over my people. The sky of Linglong stood in the void and ordered. Wave after wave of aura swept over, shaking the heavens and earth. Gu Chen quickly calmed down. Fearless, he shielded Feng Yaya behind him. He was worried that Feng Yaya would leave with the Fortune Immortal sect, and Feng Yaya would not abandon him. As for the sky of Linglong, as a ruthless god, it was impossible for her to let him off just because he had helped the Fortune Immortal sect previously. Her murderous aura had already revealed her thoughts. Since he could not escape, he might as well challenge the ruler. Gu Chen's eyes glowed with golden light as he foresaw every possible scenario that might happen next. Then, under the shocked gazes of Chu Jin, Dao ancestor Longshua, and the others, he pounced forward like a cheetah and took the initiative to rush toward Heaven Linglong. Facing the ruler of this Dao world, he did not choose to escape or passively face the enemy. Instead, he attacked. Like a golden lightning bolt, Gu Chen arrived in front of Heaven Linglong in the blink of an eye, his fist covered in flowing gold flames smashing down. Heaven Linglong was surprised at first, but soon felt that her dignity was being challenged. She waved a jade-white palm. Her 5 fingers flowed with colorful light as she pressed down on Gu Chen's fist. A terrifying power of creation poured out of her fingertips. It was a power that could decompose all attributes. Anyone who had come into contact with her in the past would be turned to dust with a single thought from her. The flowing gold flame on Gu Chen's fist shrank slightly under the impact of the power of creation. However, it only shrank a little before it immediately erupted more violently. Even the heavens could not suppress that strong and overbearing willpower. The flames and the power of creation were evenly matched. Heaven Linglong raised her eyebrows, and her 5 fingers were indestructible like steel knives. Containing the tremendous power of a primordial deity, she tried to crush Gu Chen's fist. Gu Chen's heart trembled. Even Ancestor Mu, who cultivated the great fusion technique and had a physique that was said to be at the peak of all races, could not compare to Heaven Linglong in terms of physical strength and brute force. Do you think that just because your glorious ancient overlord body is the strongest physique, you can have an advantage in close combat with me? Heaven Linglong's tall and fiery figure stared coldly at Gu Chen in front of her. The 5 of us are in charge of the mandate of heaven. Although the Daos we cultivate are different, we have one thing in common: our physiques have long been tempered and surpassed all the physiques in this world. I use the great creation technique to create a body with perfect attributes that can be immune to attacks of countless attributes. My body has also been tempered by the primordial Tao law, so its density is comparable to a primordial emperor material. The way you think you can win is just digging your own grave. As the heaven of Linglong spoke, her powerful fingers finally pierced through the flames and cracked the bones of Gu Chen's fist. It was obvious that she had the upper hand in the contest of strength. Gu Chen was extremely calm, and the corners of his mouth suddenly revealed his fangs. 100 Beasts Wonder Gate. While in the state of devouring gold, he used the 100 Beasts mystic art at the same time. His arms rapidly expanded, his veins bulged like dragons, and his fingers turned into sharp claws. Patter, Gu Chen's strength soared. He caught Heaven Linglong off guard and grabbed her hand, making sure that she couldn't escape. Linglong's expression changed slightly. Gu Chen had already raised his other hand and punched her right cheek at an extremely fast speed. Linglong stretched out her other hand to block the attack. Kacha, her arm was forcibly broken. Gu Chen's fist power was not reduced at all. In the face of danger, Heaven of Linglong did not hesitate at all. She tore off her other hand, causing blood to splatter in the air as she retreated. Her reaction was too fast. Gu Chen's fist, which was filled with murderous intent, only grazed her right cheek and missed. Heaven of Linglong retreated 100 feet. Her right cheek was bruised and swollen. It was bleeding and aching. She had just been boasting about her physical strength. She did not expect to be injured in the next moment. The slap in the face came so quickly that her body trembled with anger. She looked at Gu Chen with eyes almost spewing fire. Chu Jin, Elder Feng, and the others were very shocked. The Tyrant Supreme actually injured a ruler. The first-generation overlord outside the dojo was, after all, a legend of the ancient netherworld. But now, even the youngest brilliant ancient overlord body could injure a ruler. What did this mean? The brilliant ancient overlord body did not exist in the same era as a ruler. Maybe the brilliant ancient overlord body could fight a ruler. Dao ancestor Long Shua was shocked and could not help but have such a thought. Under the influence of the Tyrant Dragon tribe, the dinosaur tribe had once followed the Tyrant Supreme. Therefore, he knew more about the tyrants than others. Each of the 9 generations of the brilliant ancient overlord body was invincible in their lifetime. How could there be a ruler at that time? The ruler was born in the new era after the death of the brilliant ancient overlord body. To a certain extent, their achievements in conquering the world had not been recognized by the old era, the strongest collision between the old era and the new era. Inexplicably, the more Dao ancestor Long Shua thought about it, the more excited he became. You're just a junior, but you've actually cultivated the Tyrant Supreme 9 magical powers to such a level. I've underestimated you. Heaven of Linglong's voice was particularly gloomy. A magnificent 9-colored lotus platform appeared under her feet, from which rays of multicolored light gushed out. The multicolored light wrapped around Heaven of Linglong's injured hands and bruised cheeks. Immediately, her hands were healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her face became unscathed. Gu Chen's expression could not help but turn solemn. After being hit by his attack that was imbued with flowing gold flames, the wounds were eroded by the domineering power. Ordinary healing techniques were not of much use at all. Unless it was a healing technique at the level of the Grand Life Art, these injuries should have caused a lot of trouble for Heaven of Linglong. Naturally, Heaven of Linglong did not have the Grand Life Art, but she had still easily healed the injuries caused by the combination of 2 Supreme 9 magical powers. What was going on? Gu Chen looked at the 9-colored lotus platform and felt an incomparably vast power from it. This power was the origin of heaven and earth, and the great accomplishment of the laws of the world. Although my power is domineering, she used the incomparably vast power of the primordial Tao law to forcibly erase the influence I exerted. Naturally, the healing process became much easier. A ruler is not as simple as having 9 great Tao techniques to perfection. They also control a primordial Tao law and have endless power. Gu Chen felt immense pressure. He had already expended a lot of his physical strength fighting so many Tao ancestors, and his attack just now had not caused any serious injuries to Heaven of Linglong. The situation was too disadvantageous for him. Thoughts spun wildly in Gu Chen's mind as he tried to think of a way to defeat the enemy. At that moment, Heaven of Linglong flipped her hand and took out a short saber. Although she was tall and big, the size of this saber was still very exaggerated. The saber was wide, and there was a curved pattern in the middle that looked like a Tai Chi symbol. It vaguely looked like two curved sabers had combined into one. No, it looked more like a pair of scissors. Die. Heaven of Linglong did not waste any time. She waved the huge scissors and slashed at Gu Chen. Boom, Gu Chen dodged in time. The saber gleam was tens of thousands of feet long, and it opened up an empty path of light. Wherever it passed, the earth disappeared, and space turned into nothingness. Even the flying sand and pebbles turned into light. Everything turned into primordial attributes. Gu Chen's heart sank. Given the range and power of this attack, Heaven of Linglong did not intend to give him any chance to get close. She had suffered a loss because of her carelessness, so she immediately became cautious. She did not do anything stupid that would cause her to lose her rationality because of anger. A ruler really had no shortcomings. Gu Chen smiled. Under this immense pressure, there was no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit burned wildly. He could not find any way to win. In fact, he could not even see any hope of winning. But so what, right now, he was climbing to the peak of cultivators. Gu Chen threw away all his worries. At this moment, there was only the enemy in front of him, with the devouring flowing gold and the 100 Beasts Gate. The aura he exuded was extremely dangerous, and every muscle was stretched to the most perfect state. Kacha, the heavenly Linglong saber was brandished once again. This scissor-like blade was called the World Creation Blade, and its grade was above any Dao ancestor divine weapon because it had been tempered by the primordial Dao law for countless years. It was a fully deserving sovereign divine weapon. With a single cut, everything in the world, be it the mountains or the space, was cut open like a thin piece of paper. Gu Chen leaped into the air and dodged the attack like a sharp arrow. Then, he leaped into the air and dashed toward the Heaven of Linglong with a few tricky leaps. If he wanted to defeat his opponent, his chances of winning in close combat were the highest. Ka. 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 The Heaven of Linglong brandished the World Creation Blade continuously, and the space around her was cut into pieces by her. Gu Chen kept dodging and looking for opportunities to get close to her. Very soon, there was almost no place in the surrounding space that was unscathed. Everything was like a piece of paper being blown by the wind, and the edges of every piece of paper were filled with dense power of creation. The heavenly Linglong saber technique might seem casual, but in reality, it was cutting off Gu Chen's space of survival. It was slowly laying down an inescapable net, waiting for the fatal strike. Gu Chen sensed her intentions. The flowing gold flame on his body flourished and he continued to forcefully break through her defenses. He swung his fists again and again, shattering many obstacles in his way. However, he was unable to shorten the distance between him and the Heaven of Linglong. The celestial Linglong was like a kite that was being pulled back and forth, using her boundless power to weaken Gu Chen, making it impossible for him to get close or escape. Great Void Technique. Gu Chen did not remain passive for long. He quickly found an opportunity and used Void Traversal to appear behind the Heaven of Linglong. The glorious ancient overlord body was able to master a Taoist technique, and it was a space-related technique like the Great Void Technique. The Heaven of Linglong did not expect it at all. However, she had already entered battle mode. Without any hesitation, she turned around instantly. Dang! Gu Chen's fist smashed onto the blade of the Genesis blade, producing an exceptionally crisp sound. Unable to break through the defense, a bright light flashed in front of Gu Chen's eyes. Linglong's other hand came into contact with the blade of the Genesis blade. The Genesis blade instantly split into two, and she pulled out the second blade smoothly, slashing it towards Gu Chen's head. If he retreated here, it would not be easy for him to use the Great Void Technique to get close to the Heaven of Linglong. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with hatred as he made a crazy move. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and bit down on the incoming blade. His mouth was instantly drenched in blood. What? The Heaven of Linglong was stunned by his ferocious attack, but Gu Chen had already seized the opportunity to deflect the other saber. His fists rained down on the Heaven of Linglong's body in a frenzy. The world returns to origin. In the past, primordial ancestor had died because he had refused to hand over the great primordial art to the rulers. Today, he was using his most powerful technique. Every punch was aimed at the rulers. Boom 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 boom. Gu Chen did not hold back at all. His stamina was depleting very quickly. If he did not find a way to kill the celestial Linglong now, he might not have another chance in the future. Kacha kacha kacha. Under the dense barrage of attacks, the heaven of Linglong's body emitted the sound of bones breaking. Her flesh and blood exploded inch by inch. Guchen did not stop. In a spurt of energy, he shattered her limbs and all her ribs. Her body, which was as dense as a primordial emperor material, was rapidly shattered under the frenzied attacks. Finally, Guchen's aura rose to its peak. He swung his left fist that was covered in flowing gold flames and completely smashed the heaven of Linglong's head. In an instant, the ruler's blood poured out. Guchen's aura weakened as he fell to the ground. His mouth loosened, and the Genesis blade fell to the ground. His mouth was a bloody mess. He was panting like an ox, and his body was boiling red. The crazy punches just now had caused his body to overheat. Is she dead? Guchen raised his head and looked at the remnants of flesh and blood in the air. They seemed to still be moving. The 9-colored lotus platform that was originally under the heaven of Linglong's feet floated up and slowly rotated. The heaven of Linglong's tattered flesh and blood seemed to be attracted by it. Like the stars in the sky revolving around the sun, it slowly gathered. Guchen's eyes turned cold. He raised his palm and gathered the remaining strength in his body to form an arrow of annihilation. Whoosh! The golden arrow pierced through the 9-colored lotus throne, and the surging golden flames engulfed it, burning it to ashes. The remaining flames disappeared. Guchen's expression was just about to relax when he saw the 9-colored lotus platform slowly condense again. It seemed to be undying and indestructible. After condensing, it seemed to be enraged by Guchen's provocation. The 9-colored light shone brightly, drawing upon a boundless power. Guchen suddenly raised his head. He saw that outside the Life Tao field, in the seemingly boundless 9 heavens, a dazzling vortex of light was madly gathering. The vortex of light and the 9-colored lotus platform had the same aura and could sense each other. Amidst the rumbling thunder, a huge, dazzling beam of light fell from the sky, penetrated the Life Tao field, and fused with the 9-colored lotus platform. This boundless power sent Guchen flying thousands of feet away. In the beam of light, the heaven of Linglong's tattered flesh and blood rapidly gathered and repaired itself. Guchen gritted his teeth. The tyrant's power could suppress thousands of laws, but they couldn't kill the ruler recognized by the primordial Tao law. The situation with the primordial Tao law seemed to be similar to his. He had clearly killed Lan Ke previously, but Lan Ke still came back to life. The 9 primordial Tao laws were the origin of this Tao world. Could one really live as long as heaven and earth if they mastered one of them? Guchen was helpless. If he wanted to kill a ruler, he would probably have to have the ability to destroy the entire Tao world. It was no wonder that the rulers would compromise with each other. At that stage, it was really too difficult to kill a competitor. Rascal, how dare you do this again and again? In the beam of light, the gradually recovering heaven of Linglong had a ferocious expression. With a thought, the world creation saber merged back into one and returned to her hand. She held the saber with both hands and raised it high. She aimed it in Guchen's direction and sealed off all his escape routes. Guchen wiped away the trace of helplessness in his heart and stood up fearlessly. He would continue fighting, no matter how strong his opponent was or how unshakable he was. He would not give up until the last moment of his life. Hun, Dun, Tao, Tai. The heaven of Linglong brandished the world creation saber. This move was the ultimate move that combined the great chaos technique and the great creation technique. In the past, she had only used this move on other rulers. Guchen took a deep breath, and the flowing gold flames on his body disappeared. He was finally an arrow at the end of its flight and could not maintain this state any longer. Roar! He roared into the sky, his faith unwavering. He crazily squeezed out the potential of his body and burned his blood. Even though he knew he would lose, he still had to press forward. At this moment, the blood in Guchen's body was frantically compressed. Gradually, dark gold lightning appeared on the surface of his body. This was his last move. Even if he died, he would make it unforgettable for the ruler. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. The blade radiance from the heaven of Linglong turned into a giant Taotai beast. Its body was chaos, but inside, a 7-colored light surged. The great chaos technique could turn everything into chaos. The great creation technique could decompose and reconstruct the attributes of all things. These two great Tao techniques had the power to return everything to its original self. When the two superimposed and merged, it was like a greedy beast that devoured everything. Any divine weapon would be turned into nothingness. The chaos Taotai opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. Even the space was annihilated in its mouth. Under its oppression, the golden light outside Gu Chen's body was suppressed until it became dull. The entire life dojo was on the verge of collapse. The beautiful woman formed by the will of the dojo looked at Gu Chen. This generation's tyrant supremacy might not be able to hold on much longer. It could not help him because, deep in the underground dragon vein, it was gradually losing to the Tai ruler. It had the will of the will, but not the strength. Its long-cherished wish had been blocked by a powerful and despairing force. It had kept a low profile and diligently followed the last wishes of the Azure Queen, but the world was changing too quickly. The rulers outside the dojo also noticed the huge commotion caused by the heaven of Linglong and were quite surprised. They did not expect the young tyrant's supremacy to be able to bring so much pressure to the heaven of Linglong, forcing her to completely mobilize the primordial Dao Law and use her ultimate move. The glorious ancient overlord body was indeed the strongest physique. The first overlord was between the two rulers, Lan Ke and Lin Jiao. Blood was thicker than water, so he looked at Gu Chen with a hint of worry. He wanted to get rid of the enemies and go to the rescue, but Lan Ke and Lin Jiao immediately saw through his thoughts and surrounded him, not giving him any chance. Today's battle with the first overlord had made the rulers more aware of the potential threat of the glorious ancient overlord body. They must not allow another tyrant supremacy to grow. Although the heaven of Linglong had her own selfish motives, her interests were aligned with theirs. In this world, there must not be a sixth ruler, no matter who it was, even if it was their own children, as long as they had such potential, as long as it was possible to break the established rules, they would brutally kill them. No one in the world could save Gu Chen at this moment. Feng Yaya, who was the closest, desperately wanted to rush over, but she could not even get close to the battlefield. This battle had far exceeded her realm. No matter how talented she was, she still felt despair at this moment. Chu Jin, Dao ancestor Long Shua, Zhang Hao, Lian Yingqi, and a few other cultivators who were still alive in the dojo were like small boats in a storm, watching from afar a battle that did not belong to them. That tyrant sovereign was too young. What a pity. If he was given enough time, the tyrants would definitely rise again, and the legend of the tyrants being invincible might be sung in the world once again. Everyone thought that Gu Chen was definitely going to die. Inside the golden ball of light that was being suppressed by the chaos Taotai, Gu Chen's black hair danced in the wind. Even until the last moment, he did not give up hope of winning. Contrary to common sense, the muscles all over his body were being compressed inside his body. The little remaining blood energy was also being compressed crazily. His entire body suddenly shrunk a little, becoming lean and lean. He raised his head and looked ahead. His golden eyes pierced through the primal chaos Taotai and focused on heaven Linglong. Pitter-patter, dark golden lightning flowed wildly on the surface of Gu Chen's body. He charged forward, and the power that had been compressed to the extreme erupted at this moment, turning into a roar that soared into the sky. Tyrant refinement, Plowcourt blade. Gu Chen's figure turned into a golden saber radiance and rushed towards the primal chaos Taotia's huge mouth. Like the setting sun and waning moon, the blood-colored dusk was full of determination and murderous intent. Wherever the golden crescent moon passed, the primal chaos Taotia's stomach was cut open. She rushed into the sky and swept through the cave. Heaven Linglong sensed the power of this attack, and her expression changed slightly. She was obviously at the end of her rope, but this kid still had such ability. Fortunately, after sensing carefully, she discovered that although the other party was unstoppable, his power was constantly weakening as he broke through the primal chaos Taotia's mouth. In other words, he only had one attack left. Since that was the case, Heaven Linglong waved the world creation blade again, preparing to launch another wave of slashes. Her power was endless. Take it on if you have the ability. Heaven Linglong's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. She raised her hands high, and the blades flashed with cold light. At this time, Gu Chen finally broke through the primal chaos Taotia's obstruction and was still a distance away from Heaven Linglong. His aura was already greatly weakened, but Heaven Linglong could still launch attacks like the primal chaos Taotai continuously. Heaven Linglong revealed a look of pity. Slaughtering the last tyrant supremacy was simply too delightful. She swung her saber down, completely confident that she could destroy Gu Chen's body before he could reach her. Rumble. Gu Chen stared at Heaven Ling Long, and it was as if his soul had left his body. A huge amount of blood and chi broke out of his body at this moment, turning into another illusory golden crescent moon. It broke through the limits of space once again with extreme speed. Clang! Before Heaven Ling Long's saber landed, a loud and clear saber sound came from his sea of consciousness. Tyrant refinement. Plowcourt Blade was one of the Tyrant tribe's top 9 supernatural powers, the strongest supernatural power of the Tyrant tribe's fourth ancestor. The third ancestor's giant divine weapon was said to have the strongest defense, while the fourth ancestor's Plowcourt Blade was said to have the strongest offense. This saber could not only destroy everything visible to the naked eye, but it also had a terrifying destructive power towards the soul. This divine power was originally reserved for Feng Yuan. He had cultivated in seclusion for 600 years in Xianxia's secluded realm, and this new divine power had already been polished to perfection. Unfortunately, before he could find Feng Yuan, he was forced into a dead end by Heaven Ling Long. Since Heaven Ling Long could recover no matter how he destroyed her physical body, Gu Chen wanted to try destroying her primordial spirit directly. He had also mastered the other 9 supernatural powers, but the current situation and his remaining stamina did not allow him to do so. Thus, he pinned all his hopes on this saber. The illusory saber shadow entered Heaven Ling Long's head, and her hands that were holding the saber suddenly froze. She was the strongest woman in the world, but in the next moment, she let out a blood-curdling screech. Her clothes were torn, her hair was disheveled, and she bled from her 7 orifices. Dense golden saber markings appeared on her skin. She felt like she was being sliced into pieces. She had not experienced such extreme pain for countless years, and her Dao heart almost collapsed. Boom boom boom, the 9-colored lotus platform shone brightly, and the primordial Dao law wrapped around Heaven Ling Long's body. But the astral winds produced were so strong that even the exhausted Gu Chen could not withstand it, and he was blown dozens of li away, smashing a huge pit in the ground. Heaven Ling Long screamed hysterically, and her voice pierced through the 9 heavens, scattering all the clouds within hundreds of thousands of li. Countless cultivators inside and outside the Dao field felt like their heads were about to explode, and they wanted nothing more than to kill themselves. In a short period of time, Heaven Ling Long had been severely injured by the same person 3 times in a row. She was about to go crazy. The celestial Ling Long was disheveled and covered in wounds. For so many years, ever since the 5 rulers controlled the heavenly Dao, they had always been high above, absolutely inviolable, and unable to damage their authority at all. Mortals did not deserve to know of their existence, and the various Dao sects avoided them. Even Dao Ancestor 10 Directions did not dare to imagine them injured. However, at this moment, the image of the rulers fell from the pedestal. It turned out that they could also be injured, angry, and in pain. They did not seem to be that different from other living beings. The 2 rulers, Lan Ke and Lin Jiu, looked sideways. They thought that the tyrant supremacy was dead for sure, but who would have thought that he could injure the celestial Ling Long again? How embarrassing. Lin Jiu sneered. The celestial Ling Long had gone for wool and come home shorn. Great, now they had become the laughing stock of the world. The first overlord sensed that Gu Chen's essence, qi, and spirit were rapidly declining. He moved, and Lan Ku immediately intercepted him. It seems that you know very well that although that slash was wonderful, it did not change anything at all. Just because you can injure me doesn't mean that you can be on equal footing with us. As long as the primordial Dao law remains and the rulers are immortal, even you, the first overlord, can't kill me. How can your descendant kill the celestial Ling Long? Lan Ke laughed sinisterly. Stopping the first overlord from rescuing his bloodline and letting him watch the tyrant's hope of rising was the best way to take revenge on him. The first overlord's expression was solemn. He saw that the celestial Ling Long had stabilized her injuries with the help of the primordial Dao law. She dragged the world creation blade and staggered toward Gu Chen. Although she was not in a good state, her power was still surging. Gu Chen fell into the big pit, and his protective golden light had completely dissipated. How presumptuous, how ignorant, the celestial Ling Long was dripping with blood. She gritted her teeth as she dragged the world creation blade, leaving deep marks on the ground. Her demented look made people shiver in fear, as if she wanted to destroy everything. Suddenly, Gu Chen got up with difficulty. His eyes were covered by his black hair, and his spine was straight. He looked in the direction of the celestial Linglong and was about to throw a punch. Heaven Linglong's footsteps came to a halt. Her anger was replaced by instinct, and she took a step back for some reason. She stared at Guchen in fear, waiting for him to attack again, but nothing happened. What happened? The spectators in the dojo looked at each other. They were vaguely looking forward to the Tyrant Supreme creating another miracle. Unfortunately, there were no miracles in the end. The Linglong Celestial stared closely at Gu Chen and soon discovered the truth. Under the bangs, the Tyrant Supremacy's eyes were unfocused. He had actually lost consciousness. The action of standing up and waving his fist was just out of instinct, his conviction was too strong. Even if he was on the verge of losing consciousness, his body still followed his will and fought to the last moment. Just now, I was actually scared off by an unconscious person. Linglong Tian felt that she had never experienced such humiliation in her life. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. He was just a junior, yet she was subconsciously afraid of him. This was absolutely unforgivable. What's your name? Forget it, it's not important. The Linglong Celestial answered her own question. She took a deep breath and raised the world creation blade high. As long as she killed the person in front of her, she could cover up her previous loss of composure. You still haven't given up until the last moment? The first overlord looked at Gu Chen. His exhausted but unyielding appearance was very similar to his younger self. I have to find a gap. I have to save him. The first overlord tried his best to circle around, trying to find a gap to escape from the siege of the two rulers. However, he was not the same person he was when he was alive. The borrowed power of the projection was also starting to dissipate. The attacks of the two rulers were even more airtight. He was extremely anxious, but he could not find a chance. The Linglong Celestial was about to swing her blade when an aura that made her heart palpitate suddenly came from the depths of the dojo. That aura was as ferocious as a volcanic eruption. In just a moment, it broke through the ground and turned into a huge pillar of light, soaring into the sky. The pillar of light rushed out of the dojo and rushed into the 9 heavens, turning into a dazzling sun. This sun was so dazzling that it could be seen clearly from all corners of the 9 mountains and seas of the Tao world. At this moment, countless living beings looked up. This feeling, the Linglong Celestial's pupils shrank as she looked at the sky in disbelief. Impossible. Several rulers spoke at the same time, their voices filled with intense shock. At this moment, the rulers' minds were all drawn in by the blazing sun in the sky. A good chance. The eyes of the first overlord, who had been looking for a gap all this time, suddenly shone brightly. Almost in the instant that the two rulers were dazed, he forcefully broke through their obstruction and descended at an unimaginable speed onto the life dojo like a bolt of lightning. His feet smashed the ground between Gu Chen and the Linglong Celestial as he slowly stood up. His imposing golden body and unparalleled pressure made the Linglong Celestial's expression turn extremely ugly when she came back to her senses. What a fast speed! In just a moment of days, this fellow had actually arrived. Were Lan Ke and Lin Jiu idiots? That Lan Rong fellow's barrier could not even stop the first overlord for a moment? Impossible. How could it be right under our noses? Great art of destruction. Lin Jiu's expression gradually turned savage as he looked at the sun. Suddenly, he attacked, and a terrifying black light beam struck the sun in the sky. Boom! Before his attack could even get close, it collided with an invisible chi wall, and the black light gradually dissipated. The rulers' hearts sank when they saw this scene. Their worst premonition had come true. Someone has obtained the recognition of the 6th primordial Tao law. Before his strength stabilizes, he will continue to be protected. Who is it? We have monopolized the source of great Tao techniques. How can someone else perfect all 9 great Tao techniques? The rulers' expressions were extremely ugly. This was a black swan that was far more serious than the first overlords. It meant that their ruling order was facing the danger of collapse. Ha 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 ha, a black shadow appeared in the sun. His laughter was incomparably carefree and vaguely familiar. Tai Yi. Lan Ku. Lin Jiu. Lan Ming. Linglong Celestial. All living beings in the primordial chaos Tao world, after 100 reincarnations, I, the Celestial the Arch, have returned. I, the celestial the arch, have returned, a loud Tao voice resounded throughout the entire primordial chaos Tao world, soul-stirring and lingering. That man had endured for 100 lifetimes and calculated everything. When the world had almost forgotten his legend, he had finally announced his return. From the depths of the Tao world, the sixth primordial Tao law transformed into a divine light and slowly merged with the figure in the sun, looking down on the world. Insufferably arrogant, the Tao world's sixth ruler was born. The first overlord stood in front of Gu Chen to protect him. Everyone's attention was now focused on the newly born sixth ruler. Feng Yuan stabilized his realm. His body was crystal clear and tough, and his fluttering black hair was covered in divine brilliance. His aura was like a blazing sun in the sky, so dazzling that no one could look at him directly. Lan Ke and Lin Jiao stopped their pursuit of the first overlord. Which was the greater threat, a remnant soul that could not last for long or the newly obtained primordial Tao law? The answer was obvious, Lan Ming was the same. He looked at Feng Yuan indifferently and grabbed at the void in Feng Yuan's direction. A mysterious blue power attacked with Feng Yuan as the center, but like Lin Jiao's attack, it had no effect. Did you do this intentionally to Yuan? The first overlord asked as he guarded against the heaven of Linglong and looked at the face of the Tao fields that was extremely similar to the Blue Queen's. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I just didn't stop him. The Tao fields responded with a pale face and a perplexed look in its eyes. It was at a complete disadvantage in the battle within the primordial dragon vein. At this moment, it realized that it would be impossible for it to destroy the Tao world. Coincidentally, he actually helped us. That guy Radix really hasn't changed at all. The first overlord sighed. In this unfamiliar world, some people had not changed at all. The plan has failed. Spare some strength to help me heal this kid. I want to save him. The first overlord glanced at the unconscious but still standing Gu Chen. He was no longer able to change the situation of the Tao world, so he had to do as much as he could now. Yes. The Tao fields did not object to the first overlord's request, even though diverting its attention to heal Gu Chen might speed up its retreat in the dragon vein. The first overlord had sacrificed himself for the greater good. If not for this, the Tyrants would not have experienced a series of changes later on. Now that the Tyrants only had this trace of bloodline left, it could not refuse the request of this heroic hero. Buzz, a rich green light gushed out from under Gu Chen's feet and enveloped his body, healing his injuries with the great life spell. Uncle Gu. Feng Yaya finally overcame all the obstacles and rushed to Gu Chen, her face full of worry and anxiety. I have to get the greater life art. Ling Long Tian recovered from the shock of Feng Yuan's breakthrough. She looked at Feng Yaya and continued to attack, unwilling to give up. Boom! The first-generation overlord struck out with his G-state long fist, and his aura surged like a great river, interrupting Heaven Linglong's attack in an instant, causing her to retreat angrily and sullenly. Although she had the primordial Tao law to protect her, she had been severely injured by Gu Chen several times, especially the last attack. She was already in an extremely bad state, so how could she be willing to face the stronger first-generation overlord alone? The two sides were in a deadlock for a while, and the will of the dojo took this opportunity to continuously inject vitality into Gu Chen's body. Rumble, originally, its healing speed was controlled and uniform. All of a sudden, a huge suction force emerged from Gu Chen's body and started to actively absorb its power. What happened? The Tao fields was shocked. That attractive force was too strong. As if it was not satisfied with its contribution, it was actually taking the initiative to plunder. At this moment, a situation similar to the one in the second mountain's Tao pool appeared in Gu Chen's body. Back then, Gu Chen's main body and the Overlord Cauldron were in the grand beginning demonic mine, and the Thread Tao body participated in the second mountain's Tao court meeting, entering the Great Tao pool while Feng Yuan was causing trouble. When the Thread Tao body was in the Great Tao pool, the Overlord Cauldron used it as a medium to absorb the vast amount of primordial power in the Great Tao pool, creating the Overlord Cauldron world. The Life Tao field's power came from stealing the Tao world's vitality for countless years. Right now, its power was pouring into Gu Chen's body, alarming the secret technique's energy in Gu Chen's body, causing the same situation as back then in the Great Tao pool. A mysterious door opened in Gu Chen's body, connecting to the Overlord Cauldron world on one side and the Life Tao field on the other, crazily plundering vitality. the Dao Fields was shocked and confused. The first generation overlord sensed it and turned around, his expression changing slightly. Could it be? The deduction light in his eyes continued to shine, and then it was like a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind, his eyes rapidly glowing with radiance. Previously, when he was contending with Lan Ke and Lin Jiu, his fists had become blunt, because he did not know where his hope lay. But now, he saw a glimmer of hope. Give up on the entanglement in the dragon vein and give the Dao Fields power to this kid. The first generation overlord suddenly said. The Dao Fields was shocked. It was hesitating whether to cut off its connection with Gu Chen's body to prevent him from plundering too much power, but it did not expect the first generation overlord to say this. It looked at the first generation overlord, his eyes clear and firm. Based on its understanding of him, he was not a person who would pursue personal gains. His vision was far broader than Song Ho's. All right. Without any hesitation, without even asking for an explanation, the Dao Fields moved. It crazily extracted a huge amount of power from the primordial dragon vein, voluntarily obeying the attraction of the mysterious door in Gu Chen's body. Boom! Boundless vitality frantically surged into Gu Chen's body. His body floated in the air, letting out a muffled groan as he fainted. The Tai ruler sensed the retreat of the Dao Field's will. He broke through the depths of the earth and flew into the Dao Field in an instant. It's a complete mess. Tai looked at Feng Yuan, who was in the sky, with a gloomy gaze. Then, he looked behind the first-generation overlord with some doubt in his eyes. The Dao Field's will's determination to destroy the Dao world was very strong. He had clearly felt this when he was fighting with it underground. But now, it had taken the initiative to withdraw all its power, and that huge amount of vitality was surging towards a mysterious and unknown place. Tai, let's join forces and send these two Overlord Supremes on their way. Heaven Linglong said hurriedly when she saw that reinforcements had arrived. You have a more troublesome enemy in front of you, right? Why are you so fixated on us? The first generation Overlord shook his head and focused his gaze on Tai, smiling brightly. Tai, my remnant soul's power can't last for too long. But before it disappears, I have enough time to use my strongest divine ability once. Tai's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He recalled the terrifying memories of the distant ancient netherworld. Of course, you are no longer an overlord or a pig cub. Your strength is no longer the same as before. Perhaps you have nothing to fear. You can try and see if I really can't kill you with the protection of the primordial Dao Law. The first generation overlord's hearty smile turned extremely sinister at the next moment. That extremely terrifying domineering aura exploded and spread, causing Tai's scalp to go numb. He subconsciously retreated. Even Feng Yuan, who was stabilizing his cultivation realm in the sky, felt a chill run down his spine. His smug laughter stopped abruptly. The first generation overlord, who was no longer in a daze, was invincible. How did the name Overlord appear? He had defeated all the experts of the entire ancient netherworld era and left a shadow in everyone's hearts. Although the legends were dead, their might still remained. The old Undyings who had survived the ancient netherworld era realized that the first generation overlord was going all out. Even a centipede would not die, let alone a peak expert like the first generation overlord. No one dared to ignore his threat, no one wanted to die together with this remnant soul. Moreover, Feng Yuan, the new sixth ruler, was the true threat. There was no benefit in provoking the first generation overlord, it was better to wait for him to dissipate on his own. Thus, the rulers, the first generation overlord, and Feng Yuan were in a deadlock. Feng Yuan was stabilizing his cultivation realm. Within the Dao field, endless life force was also surging into Gu Chen's body, the momentum was increasing, and the absorption speed was increasing. The Dao field was extremely moved. It did not know what was inside Gu Chen's body, but it seemed to be endless and could squeeze itself dry. So be it, the plan to destroy the Dao world had already failed. It chose to believe in the first generation overlord, it believed that there was hope hidden in this 10th generation overlord race sovereign. The Dao fields raised its arms and extracted the life force from the primordial mist dragon vein and the Dao field itself without any regard for the price. Even the spring of life underground had turned into pure vitality at this moment. Like rivers flowing into the sea, they surged into Gu Chen's body from all directions. The Dao field's will's figure gradually turned blurry, and Gu Chen's injuries healed rapidly. However, his eyes were still closed and he was still unconscious. Feng Yaya stayed by Gu Chen's side, not knowing what she could do. Her eyes were red as she prayed for Gu Chen to be fine. Physical injuries are easy to heal, but he fought too hard earlier and his soul is in an intense state of fatigue. It will take some time for him to wake up. Suddenly, Feng Yaya heard the voice of the Dao fields while reverberating in her mind. But we don't have much time left. The rulers are watching closely, and the first-generation overlord is under great pressure. We need to find a way to wake him up. He has a way to leave this place. Although he is unconscious, his subconscious is still there. Your relationship with him is not ordinary, he can definitely hear your call. The Dao fields will told the truth. Feng Yaya was not only Gu Chen's partner, but also inherited the complete great life art. It could be said that she was Blue Queen's inheritor and a continuation of the life Dao field. Feng Yaya heard this and quickly called out Gu Chen's name. Uncle Gu, wake up. If you don't wake up, we'll all die here. Gu Chen did not respond at all. His body was like a bottomless pit, greedily plundering the life force of the dojo. I can spare your descendants, but you have to hand over the little girl under my tutelage to me. When the heaven of Linglong saw that Tai was dawdling, she did not want to be the only one taking the risk. She took the initiative to find a way out and tried to negotiate with the first overlord. The first-generation hegemon looked at her coldly. He had no intention of responding to her at all. It was as if he had steeled his heart to sacrifice a ruler to the heavens. Linglong Tian's expression was extremely ugly. She clenched and loosened the Genesis saber in her hand repeatedly. As time passed, Feng Yuan, who was in the sky, gradually stabilized his cultivation realm and suddenly opened his eyes. One of his eyes was red and the other was blue. The left eye was shaped like a crescent moon, while the right eye was shaped like an arrow. They were exactly the same as the Emperor's eyes. Feng Yuan looked at the Dao field below, his gaze focused on the first-generation overlord and Gu Chen, his eyes revealing deep wariness. Especially the changes that were happening to Gu Chen's body. The life force that was continuously surging into his body made him feel uneasy. No matter what the first-generation overlord wants to do, I cannot let him succeed. Gu Chen must die. Feng Yuan and Gu Chen had been fighting for too long. Now that he had finally advanced to a ruler, he would not give the other party any chance to live. He understood Gu Chen too well. If he was allowed to live, he would become a greater threat than the 5 rulers sooner or later. Under Feng Yuan's feet, a beautiful 9-colored lotus platform slowly formed. At the same time, intense killing intent burst out of his body and swept towards the life Dao field below. The first-generation overlord raised his head. His indifference towards heaven of Linglong disappeared as he revealed a warm smile. Yuan, I will deal with Tai. I will leave this woman to you. The first-generation overlord seemed to be calling out to his companions. The ruler's expressions turned extremely dark. As expected, how could there be such a coincidence? While they were being held back by the first-generation overlord and the life Dao field, Feng Yuan just happened to break through to the ruler realm through some unknown method. Both sides had clearly cooperated. Destroying the Dao world was only a way to divert their attention, or rather, it was only the first plan. They still had a backup plan, which was Feng Yuan's breakthrough. The Tyrants and the Origin race were both part of the 10 powerful ancient underworld clans, and they had also been expelled into the chaotic sea. Their cooperation was very reasonable and not surprising at all. Don't call me so intimately. We are not that close, and I will not help you. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. He understood the first-generation overlord's intentions and quickly distanced himself from him. Back then, when we fought in the chaotic sea together, I called you Yuan, and you called me Tyrant. The days of fighting side by side are really nostalgic. The first-generation overlord seemed to not hear Feng Yuan's reply and continued to sigh emotionally. Today, we can finally fight side by side again. Feng Yuan's face darkened. This guy had not changed at all. He looked straightforward and heroic normally, but he was actually very meticulous and cunning. If he was not careful, he would be betrayed by him. What did he mean by saying these words at such a sensitive time? Gu Chen. If you don't wake up, Feng Yuan is going to come. Yaya is going to die. Feng Yaya could feel Feng Yuan's killing intent descending from the sky and permeating the whole dojo, so she shouted anxiously. The first generation overlord could not block the 5 rulers and Feng Yuan at all. If they did not leave now, they really would not be able to leave. Feng Yuan is going to come. Feng Yaya's words seemed to have some kind of magical power, directly transmitting into the depths of Gu Chen's mind. Gu Chen's eyelashes moved slightly, and the connection between his body and the dominating cauldron world strengthened rapidly. Boom, a whirlpool appeared in his body, sucking in everything around him. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. Go! Gu Chen finally woke up and desperately activated the spatial teleportation. This teleportation was slightly different from before. Because of the dominating cauldron world's desire for the life force of the dojo, the whirlpool expanded extremely quickly, and its range was even larger. It was not under Gu Chen's control. Feng Yaya cried out in shock as she was the first to be sucked into the dominating cauldron world. Great! The first generation overlord and the Dao fields will heave a sigh of relief. Buzz, the beautiful woman formed by the Dao fields will immediately dissipated, turning into a dense green light that rushed into the whirlpool with a huge amount of life force. Don't even think of running. Feng Yuan sensed the space-time ripple. His expression was ruthless as he mobilized the primordial Dao Law, turning into a beam of light that smashed into the Dao field. The range of this attack was too large, and no one could understand Feng Yuan's thoughts. Heaven Ling Long was furious. Because of the first-generation overlord's words, she thought Feng Yuan was going to kill her, so she mobilized the primordial Dao Law to clash with him. It was better to believe it than not. She could not just stand there and take a beating, right? Rumble. As the 2 rulers collided, the first-generation overlord also made a move. His body burst out with a dazzling golden light, as if he was going to perish together with Feng Yuan. Tai Yi quickly dodged like he had seen a snake or a scorpion. The scene became extremely chaotic. Dazzling golden light flashed. Tai Yi found that he was fine, while the first-generation overlord flew into the whirlpool at the last moment before it completely disappeared. Intense light and air currents collided. When everything calmed down, everyone's vision cleared up. Inside Life Dao field, there was no one left, only rubble and rubble were left. Foolish woman, how dare you stop me? Now that he escaped, there will be no end of trouble. Feng Yuan's gaze swept across the rubble below. When he confirmed that Gu Chen's aura had completely vanished, he could not help but feel exasperated. Such a rare opportunity to kill Gu Chen had been wasted just like that. Foolish Ling Long, damned first-generation overlord. Where did he go? Ling Long sensed that Feng Yaya had also disappeared, and her expression was equally grim. Logically speaking, even the Great Void Technique and the Primordial Dao Law should be able to track spatial fluctuations. There was no way he would disappear without a trace. However, she did not feel that there was anything wrong with her actions earlier. Feng Yuan was an enemy to begin with. Rumble. As life was extinguished, the towering tree that supported the Dao field vanished like a bubble. At once, a large area of the Dao field collapsed and fell from the clouds. Ling Long and Tai Yi left the Dao field with dark expressions. Chu Jin, Dao ancestor Long Shua, and the other survivors also flew out in panic. The ancient buildings of Heaven Tribe that had existed for countless years crashed into the ground, causing a loud rumble. Under everyone's gazes, an even more shocking thing happened. The ground suddenly caved in, and a terrifying crack appeared, extending continuously. Everywhere it passed, mountains and rivers crumbled, and dust filled the air. If one was in the sky, they would see that in just a short moment, a rift that was 100,000 li long had appeared in the 4th mountain and sea, reshaping the entire landscape. The rulers' expressions changed. Their divine senses spread below the ground, and they were shocked to find that a portion of the primordial chaos dragon vein had been forcibly erased by someone with a great divine ability. The 100,000-mile-long dragon vein, the surging primordial chaos origin energy, the chaotic energy that was formed from the battle between Greater One and the Dao Field's will, all of it had completely disappeared. When did he do it? The rulers were shocked. Tai Yi, who had some understanding of the first-generation overlord, rejoiced inwardly. His judgment was undoubtedly correct. If he had risked his life to stop the first-generation overlord, he would not have hesitated to use the last of his strength on himself. Now, the first-generation overlord's strength should have been exhausted. He was no longer a threat. In front of so many people, he actually forcefully severed the dragon vein of 100,000 miles. Are you all trash? Fang Yuan became even more flustered and exasperated, feeling an intense uneasiness in his heart. The first-generation overlord would not do such a thing for no reason. There had to be a deeper meaning behind it. He was just a remnant soul, and he couldn't go against the heavens. No matter what he was plotting, he must have placed it on Gu Chen, that damned Gu Chen. His luck was too good to be able to escape from such a battle. Fang Yuan thought of the reason why Gu Chen did not die. It was most likely because his breakthrough had diverted the ruler's attention. He gritted his teeth in hatred. What was this? What ill-fated relationship? Facing Fang Yuan's accusation, the 5 rulers had cold expressions and tacitly surrounded him from all directions. Lan Ming, with your abilities, you couldn't stop the tyrants from leaving just now? Asked Lin Zhou casually. Everything happened too quickly. I didn't think too much about it. Besides, the first overlord still had some strength left to deal with our attacks. Most importantly, you all know which side is the bigger threat, right? Replied Lan Ming plainly. The other rulers either nodded or tacitly agreed. The primordial ancestor, whom they had killed back then, had made a comeback and obtained the recognition of the 6th primordial Dao law. Nothing could shake their rule more than this. In contrast, the tyrants, who only had the protection of the first-generation overlord's remnant soul, could be put aside for now. Trash? You're just a failure back then, yet you're so arrogant as to call us trash. Lan Ke sneered. Fang Yuan, don't tell me you're so naive to think that you can really become a ruler and be on equal footing with us just because you've perfected your 9 great Dao techniques? Tai Yi mocked. The 5 of us have been in control of heavens will for countless years. How can the great Dao techniques we've cultivated be as simple as just 9? Said Lan Ming. To become a ruler, you can't just obtain the recognition of the primordial Dao law. Instead, you have to survive the siege of all the other rulers. Heaven Linglong's gaze was cold. If not for Fang Yuan's interference, she would not have worked so hard for nothing. The 5 of us are in control of the heavenly Dao. Although we restrict each other, we are also constantly improving because of this. Countless years ago, you couldn't defeat us. Countless years later, it will be even more difficult to break this firm balance. The 5 rulers completely sealed off all of Fang Yuan's escape routes and looked at him as if they were looking at a dead man. He had just obtained the primordial Dao law's recognition, but he had to deal with 5 rulers at the same time. This situation was worse than any of them had faced in the past, although it was difficult to kill him with the protection of the primordial Dao law. With so many of them working together, it was not impossible. A failure was a failure. So what if he came back to life? He still had to die. The surroundings were sealed, and an enormous pressure pressed down on him like a tide. Fang Yuan's hair fluttered in the wind. Facing the combined wills of the 5 rulers, he showed no fear. Instead, he laughed loudly. This emperor has planned for countless years. How could I not consider everything? The greater the Dao, the greater the demonic. Today, no one can stop this emperor's rise. Fang Yuan's voice rumbled like thunder, filled with lofty aspirations and spread throughout the world. The moment he finished speaking, the book of heaven appeared in his body and completely melted in an instant. After he seized the strength of the 12 supreme experts, including their powerful bloodlines, his body had already reached its strongest state. Originally, because his body could not bear it, he stored all of the great Dao techniques in the book of heaven. This was his only weakness. Because this weakness was seen through by Gu Chen, he suffered a huge loss in the previous battle in the Karma realm. But now, this only weakness no longer existed. His body was already strong enough. More importantly, he had obtained the primordial Dao law's recognition. With the primordial Dao law, many different kinds of strength could coexist in his body, no longer causing chaos and loss of control. That was to say, Fang Yuan's Dao was already perfect. Buzz, the book of heaven no longer had any meaning to exist. Under Fang Yuan's will, it completely melted. All of the origin cores it had stored in the past fused into Fang Yuan's body. Great death art, great void art, great transformation art, great fate art, great reincarnation art, great storm art, great 5 elements art, great true spirit art, great curse art. Fang Yuan's original great Dao techniques fused perfectly with the strength he had obtained from the 12 supreme experts, pushing his realm to a new height. The 5 rulers were moved. They did not expect Fang Yuan to have this move. The great Dao techniques he had far surpassed the 9 sects. Kill him. Lin Jiu's expression was sinister as he attacked first. The 5 rulers attacked together, causing the sky to collapse. Come. This emperor's promotion battle. I have waited for this day for far too long. Fang Yuan roared at the sky, his blood boiling like never before. Within the hegemon cauldron world. Ever since the Life Dao field appeared, the Wuji Tyrant Dragon, Chen Daolin, Dao Ancestor Void Mirror, and Dao Ancestor Carefree had stayed in the dominating cauldron world for more than a month. In the beginning, Gu Chen's Taoist clone occasionally brought him information, but later, there was no news at all. The Dao world was in turmoil, but everyone was trapped in the dominating cauldron world and knew nothing about it. Naturally, they were very anxious. Bang, after a long wait, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the skies of the Cauldron Lord world. A large crack appeared in the space, and an inconceivably majestic life force surged in from the outside world. What's going on? Did someone break through again? The sword master walked out of his cave abode and looked at the sky in bewilderment. Not long ago, Gu Chen's subordinate, the fellow called Ugly Emperor, broke through to the Dao Ancestor realm, causing quite a lot of phenomena. It could be considered the biggest thing that happened in the hegemon cauldron world during this period of time. It's clearly different from the previous phenomenon. It's coming from the outside world. Mo Xiaoyun also walked out of the cave and sensed the boundless life force, and his expression turned grave. It's the power of the Heaven Clan's great life art. What happened? All the Dao ancestors walked out of their residences. Zhou Fengling, the dwarf sovereign, and the others also looked up into the sky. From the huge spatial crack, countless pieces of rubble fell out. A large remnant had actually been sent into the dominating cauldron world, smashing heavily onto the ground and forming a large wasteland. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. In their eyes, the cauldron hegemon world was impregnable. When had such a situation ever happened? Whoosh, a golden rainbow shot into the hegemon cauldron world. Everyone's spirits rose as they sensed that familiar tyrannical aura. Gu Chen was back. I wonder what the situation is like in the outside world. The golden rainbow landed on the ruins, and everyone hurried over. When they got close, everyone's expression changed. In front of him was a tall and stalwart unfamiliar man. He had short hair like a hedgehog, and his face was calm and resolute. His body was slightly illusory. Beside him, there was a golden cloud surging, and there was a person lying inside. It was Gu Chen. He fell into a coma. All the Dao ancestors had goosebumps as they felt a strong sense of danger from the man. Uncle Ling, dwarf sovereign. Feng Yaya came out from behind the man and shouted. When Zhou Fengling and the dwarf sovereign saw her, their expressions relaxed. Feng Yaya seemed to be fine. It seemed that this person was not an enemy. Ancestor. Overlord Emperor, Mo Xiaoyun stared at the man, his face gradually revealing a look of disbelief as he blurted out. Longling. Everyone was even more shocked when they heard this. The person in front of them was the legendary first-generation overlord. No wonder it had such a fierce and domineering aura. No wonder it made people's minds tremble inexplicably. Zhou King on Ancestor Ling Ling Zhou Ga Zhou Fengling was dumbfounded. What was going on? Master. Zhou Feng Ancest, Zhou Feng Ling, God Lord, Feng Feng Zhou, and King Ancestor, God World, Emperor, the Mountain, and World, Ling God, and God, and Emperor, Emperor God, Ling Emperor, and King, Long Emperor, Ling Chen, World. Ling God Ling Ling Emperor. On, Ancestor Chen King was enlightened. He guessed that the 10th seed had sprouted. The first overlord was enlightened, and he roughly guessed the ins and outs of everything. He knew very well how many generations of people had sacrificed themselves and worked hard to achieve this, and how much effort had Gu Chen, who had placed all his hopes on him, put in to reach this stage. Among them, he was most concerned about the person who had been hiding. He must have made up his mind. Ancestor Chen King's thoughts spread. Seeing that he didn't say anything, no one dared to say anything. This was respect for the strong. The legend had appeared in front of them, and this scene was too shocking. Ancestor Chen King gradually came back to his senses, and he sized up everyone present. Suddenly, his eyes turned sharp, and his palm reached toward the ruins at the side. You have guts to sneak in. Boom, the overbearing golden light pulled out a pile of rubble from the ruins, and it quickly turned into a head that screamed in fear. Spare me, Overlord Emperor. I was only dragged here by accident, and I have no evil intentions. The head tried to explain. Everyone saw his face, and Sword Master said in surprise, Ancestor Mu? Ancestor Mu, who should have been killed by Guchen in the Life Dojo, was not dead yet, and had even sneaked into the Overlord Cauldron world. Ancestor Mu struggled under the overwhelming power of Ancestor Chen, and he knew that he wouldn't be so lucky this time. His life force was strong, and Guchen had too many enemies back then, so he didn't pay much attention to him after shattering his body. Instead, he continued to chase after the other Dao ancestors. He survived the battlefield by luck, and he used the Great Fusion technique and the ability to assimilate all things to hide underground. He had been looking for a chance to get close to Xianxia and obtain the complete Great Life technique from her. Unexpectedly, his luck was too bad. Guchen's final teleportation had gone out of control, and it had affected a large area, and he had been dragged in. He was really unlucky to his grandmother's house. You attacked me and Uncle Gu before, and this is called having no evil intentions? Xianxia scolded angrily. She remembered that Ancestor Mu was more ruthless than anyone else. This, Ancestor Mu wanted to explain, but when First Overlord heard Xianxia's words, he casually clenched his fist. Gotcha! Ancestor Mu's head was instantly crushed by the golden light, and his soul was extinguished. He didn't even have time to speak. The broken flesh of Ancestor Mu fell to the ground. This was his most fundamental power, and the strong smell of blood spread out, instantly attracting a large group of demonic sky-devouring butterflies in the Overlord Cauldron world. The butterflies were densely packed, and there were countless of them. They fought to be the first to transport Ancestor Mu's flesh away, as though it was some kind of delicious food. First Overlord looked at the butterflies in astonishment, then turned his head and re-examined everyone present. You are all this kid's companions, right? I'm relieved to see that you are all reliable. First Overlord revealed a bright smile, and his words made everyone relax slightly. Did this mean that they had obtained the Overlord's approval? Listen up, the situation now is very dangerous. Before this kid comes out of seclusion, I need your help to delay as much time as possible, said First Overlord. The first generation Overlord said. No one knew what was going on in the outside world, so they were confused. As for the specifics, you can ask the little lass. First Overlord looked at Xianxia and solemnly said, in any case, I promise you that in a few days' time, I will return you an even stronger version of him. First Overlord looked at Guchen in the golden cloud, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented hope. Time was tight, and the time he could exist was very limited. After First Overlord gave his instructions, a dazzling golden light transformed into a barrier, pushing everyone away from there. Original spot, the land of several hundred miles quickly turned into a golden kingdom, and First Overlord's figure disappeared within. The unconscious Guchen floated up and down in the cloud of chi. Endless golden lightning interweaved inside and outside his body, splitting the heavens and earth apart, and reconstructing the universe. Guchen was unconscious and the First Overlord was back in the world. Everyone realized that something huge must have happened in the outside world. Everyone looked at Xianxia. She was the only one who could explain everything clearly. Xianxia looked at the Golden Kingdom and breathed in deeply, knowing that now was not the time to worry. Before Guchen came out of seclusion, they had to protect him. She turned to look at Guchen's companions and allies, saying solemnly, Fang Yuan has already become a ruler. The atmosphere in Overlord Cauldron world was heavy and oppressive. The things that happened in Life Dao Field were too shocking. It was not an exaggeration to say that the world had changed. Everyone's situation had become extremely dangerous. Fang Yuan has become a ruler. He will definitely chase after all of us. Our forces in the outside world will soon be destroyed. Sword Ancestor was deeply worried. He regretted getting involved with Gu Chen. Now that he had offended someone he should not have offended, his clan was about to be destroyed and his life was hanging by a thread. Things might not be so bad. Fang Yuan's ascension to a ruler will definitely create a conflict of interest with the original 5 rulers. Don't forget, Fang Yuan was killed by the 5 rulers back then. There will definitely be a battle between them. They might not have the energy to care about us for the time being. Let's be lucky. If Fang Yuan is killed by the 5 rulers, the crisis will naturally be resolved. Zhu Shanjun consoled everyone. But what if Fang Yuan reconciles with the 5 rulers? Dongfang Shan shook his head. Since the First Overlord asked us to stall for time, it means he is inclined to believe that the rulers will act against Guchen soon. There is no room for luck in this situation. That's right. Yi stood up, recalling the battle with Feng Yuxiu on the second mountain. Feng Yuxiu was a man with ideals. He carried out the mission Feng Yuan gave him with his life. He was sure that Feng Yuan could drag the 5 rulers down from their positions and destroy the system. Yi was influenced by him. He tried to test Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan's actions disappointed him. Feng Yuan is not a person who will be controlled by revenge. He prioritizes benefits first. Yi said, sighing inwardly. The dragon slayer would eventually become an evil dragon. The person who destroyed the system would become the defender of the system once he ascended. Was this rare? This was human nature, and juggernauts were no exception. Ling Bing, who was at the corner, had a complex expression. Once upon a time, he looked forward to this day, but after experiencing the betrayal, he had to admit that Feng Yuan was not someone he wanted to follow. Even if Feng Yuan reconciles with the 5 rulers, we should still be safe in Dominator World, right? Mo Xiaoyun pondered. They had all seen it before. The Cauldron World was an existence of a higher level than the Karma Realm. With the wonders of this world, delaying the first overlord by a few days shouldn't be a difficult task, right? If not for Feng Yuan, there is indeed no need to worry about the 5 rulers finding this place. But Feng Yuan has seen Gu Chen's tyrannical cauldron of origin. He most likely has some understanding of its situation. Chen Daolin said solemnly. The domination cauldron world was indeed undetectable. Even if the ruler's spiritual force joined forces to search the Dao world, they would only think that it was an ordinary weapon when they discovered the domination cauldron. They would not be able to discover the world inside it. They had verified this conjecture when the gods and demons cemetery had collapsed and the rulers had joined forces to search the Dao world. However, the situation was different now. With Feng Yuan's help, if he and the 5 rulers joined forces to search the Dao world, they would definitely discover something strange when they discovered the domination cauldron. Dao ancestor Xiao Yao was quite worried when Chen Daolin explained the mysteries behind it. My disciple is currently guarding the domination cauldron. Once Feng Yuan discovers the domination cauldron, my disciple's life will be in danger. Mo Xiaoyun frowned deeply. If anything happens to him, the domination cauldron world will be discovered. At that time, the 6 rulers will catch us all in one fell swoop. As everyone analyzed the situation, their moods fell to rock bottom. In your opinion, if the 6 rulers join forces, how long will it take for them to discover the domination cauldron? A ruler's spiritual force can communicate with the primordial Dao law. Even if they search the entire 9 mountains and seas, it won't take long. If the domination cauldron is placed in an alternate space at the bottom of the sea or in the void turbulence, can we buy more time? It might work, but we are trapped here now. The only one who can hide the domination cauldron is that monkey. How do we inform him? He is in charge of protecting the domination cauldron, so his whereabouts must be hidden. He might not know the current situation. Everyone felt troubled. The domination cauldron world could not communicate with the outside world. If they wanted to leave, they needed Gu Chen's permission. However, Gu Chen's main body was in seclusion, and no one knew what state he was in. Even his Dao clones were in a dormant state, and there was no way to communicate with them. The first overlord had asked them to stall for time, but even leaving was a problem. If we gather everyone's strength, we should be able to send 1 or 2 people out. The Zhou clan empress pointed to the sky. Everyone followed her gaze and saw that because of Gu Chen's return, a spatial crack had appeared in the domination cauldron world. Because the influx of vitality was too great, many spatial cracks had appeared along the teleportation passage. Although the domination cauldron world would repair itself, the world wall had become thinner temporarily. With the Zhou clan empress' perfect Great Void technique and the combined strength of the Dao ancestors, they should be able to temporarily open a passage to reach Heaven equal Immortal Emperor's side. After some discussion, they quickly came up with a way to leave. However, they could only send 1 or 2 people out, and they had to ensure that they could stall for a few days. This was an extremely important task, and who could bear such a heavy responsibility? Fellow Daoist Dongfeng, can you sever karma and delay the rulers from discovering domination cauldron? Everyone looked at Dongfeng Shan. In the past, the revolutionary army had relied on him to not be discovered by the primordial mist group. His great karma technique should be the most useful at this time. I am willing to do this, but my great karma technique is useless against domination cauldron. Dongfeng Shan answered honestly. Domination Cauldron was the vessel of the Domination Cauldron world. This divine object could not be hidden even with his karma power. Domination Cauldron's strength had become a problem instead. Everyone was silent. If Dongfang Shan could not do it, who else could? Just going out and letting heaven equal immortal emperor hide Domination Cauldron was not enough. They had to think of other ways to stall for time. Only when Guqin came out of seclusion and Feng Yuan became a ruler could they hope to turn this situation around. Feng Yuye's description of the battle between Guqin and Linglong Heaven gave everyone some hope. As long as they could stall for time, they believed that Guqin would definitely be able to turn this situation around. There was only one hope, but time was so tight, they did not even have much time to consider who to choose, because the world wall of the Domination Cauldron world was about to become thicker again. Yeah, he, all of you ancient powerhouses are helpless? My chance to make a name for myself is finally here. An evil and excited laughter came from afar. Everyone looked over. The newcomer had green hair and an ugly face. His eerie laughter made everyone frown. What was the point of talking about making a name for themselves in such a dire situation? The problem was whether they could survive or not. Do you have any good ideas? Void Mirror Dao Ancestor looked at Ugly Emperor and asked expectantly. Ugly Emperor had become a Dao Ancestor in such a short period of time. He knew that this young man was extremely talented in the path of mental strength, so he placed more importance on him than the others. Time is of the essence. Hurry up and send me out. Don't worry, I will complete the mission perfectly. Ugly Emperor looked at the world wall and smiled. How can we do that? This concerns all of our lives. How can we be sure that you really have the ability? Forgive me for being blunt, but you just broke through and might not have stabilized your realm yet. I'm afraid you can't take on this responsibility. Mo Xiaoyun questioned. Even a group of peak Dao ancestors didn't have the confidence to stall for time. He didn't know where Ugly Emperor got the confidence to say that. The Dao ancestors of the Revolutionary Army all had the same opinion as him. The others didn't feel assured either. This matter was too important. Ugly Emperor shook his head. It would be a waste of time to continue arguing with these people. Who knew how long it would take for Feng Yuan to reach an agreement with the 5 rulers? Any delay and it would be too late. However, if he didn't say anything, these people wouldn't trust him. They might even suspect that he would betray them after he left. Ugly Emperor thought about it and said those 3 words. He then stared at Void Mirror Dao Ancestor. Among these people, Void Mirror Dao Ancestor was the most likely to understand his thoughts. After Ugly Emperor said those 3 words, everyone was confused. Void Mirror Dao Ancestor's eyes shone brightly as he murmured, "It might work. I don't have time to explain anymore. Let me out." Ugly Emperor urged. "I'll go with you. I should be able to help." Void Mirror Dao Ancestor looked at Ugly Emperor deeply. His evaluation of him increased greatly. To do this, one needed to have a different level of awareness. Ugly Emperor didn't refuse and nodded. The Dao ancestors were still hesitant. Although they felt more at ease with Void Mirror Dao Ancestor accompanying them, this matter concerned their lives. They couldn't be at ease without understanding their thoughts. "I'll leave it to you." The aged great prophet, who was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment, walked out of his seclusion. He was only a step away from proving his Dao and becoming a martial ancestor. If he couldn't take that step, then his lifespan would quickly run out. Fate Path cultivators were envied by the heavens. It was too difficult to perfect great divination technique. He should be doing his best to break through, but with such a huge incident happening in the outside world, how could he stay out of it? The great prophet looked at the Ugly Emperor with a look of anticipation. He then turned to the others and said, "Do you have any other ideas? If not, then don't waste any more time." Although the great prophet wasn't a Dao ancestor, his words carried great weight. Hai Dongxin looked at the Ugly Emperor and smiled. "Fatty Yuan won't be able to compete with you now." "Yeah, when that fatty comes out of seclusion, I'll tell him that I'm the #1 general under boss. He'll never be able to compare to me." The Ugly Emperor giggled as he replied. The other Dao ancestors listened to their conversation and didn't say anything else. It could be said that they had tacitly agreed to the candidates for this trip. Since the person has been confirmed, there's no time to lose, let's make our move. The empress of the Zhou clan spoke. Take care, you must come back alive, Zhou Fengling said solemnly. Zhou Fengling said solemnly, and the others also sent him off. Their previous doubts turned into admiration. They had never experienced such a dangerous situation before, and they couldn't even imagine it. Those were the 6 invincible rulers. Facing them would require a lot of courage. Next, the Dao ancestors worked together, and under the guidance of the Zhou clan's great empress, they quickly opened up a passageway out and used their bodies to stabilize it. The ugly emperor and void mirror Dao ancestor seized the opportunity and rushed into the spatial passageway. The tyrannical cauldron of origin floated quietly in front of heaven's equal emperor. His face was gloomy, and he clenched his fists tightly. He felt extremely uneasy because of the unknown situation. Although he was hiding here, the commotion outside was too great. With his cultivation, he naturally sensed it. The Dao world seemed to be turning upside down. He didn't know what happened to Gu Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to protect the tyrannical cauldron, he would have rushed into the battlefield to find out what was going on. Swoosh swoosh. A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the 9-colored light inside the tyrannical cauldron, and 2 figures flew out. Immortal Emperor Equal Heaven's expression shook. After seeing who they were, he quickly asked about the current situation. Gu Chen has safely returned to the tyrannical cauldron world and is in closed cultivation. But in the outside world, Fang Yuan has already advanced to ruler. Now, continue to protect the tyrannical cauldron, we will go stall for time. Void Mirror Dao ancestors' words were concise. Immortal Emperor Equal Heaven's mission was not as easy as theirs. Their little tricks might not succeed. Once the 6 rulers worked together to search the Dao world, Immortal Emperor Equal Heaven's situation would be the most dangerous. Alright, what should I do? He thought that Immortal Emperor Equal Heaven would ask more or be shocked by Feng Yuan's breakthrough, but he was very decisive. Where is this place? The ugly emperor asked Immortal Emperor Equal Heaven. The 3rd mountain and sea. Immortal Emperor Equal Heaven replied. Then head towards the direction of the Black Mud Sea and hide in the alternate space at the bottom of the sea. The ugly emperor couldn't help but think of the time when he first followed Gu Chen. They had also escaped from the 2nd mountain and sea's Bubble Sea to the 3rd mountain and sea's Black Mud Sea. It was like a reincarnation cycle. Immortal Emperor Equal Heaven and the ugly emperor quickly divided the tasks. Void Mirror Dao ancestor observed the 2 inside in admiration. One of them was in charge of protecting the tyrannical cauldron, while the other was in charge of stalling for time. Their tasks were extremely dangerous, but there was no hesitation on their faces. They were dragons and phoenixes among men, prodigies of the heavens, but they were willing to go through fire and water for others. The Tyrant Sovereign's charisma was evident. Everything went smoothly. Before leaving, Immortal Emperor Equal Heaven and the ugly emperor shook hands. Although the 2 had only known each other for a short time and were not friends, they had the same courage and determination for the same person. It was unknown whether this journey would lead to a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, but they would remember each other's faces. And names? Immortal Emperor Equal Heaven put away the tyrannical cauldron and went straight to the Black Mud Sea. The ugly emperor and Void Mirror Dao ancestor went in another direction. Rumble. Rumble, even in the 3rd mountain and sea, the sounds of the 6 rulers fighting could be heard clearly. The huge barrier of the mountain range could not stop the rulers' overwhelming power. The sky looked like it was doomsday. Who knew how many living beings were wailing and how many mountains and rivers were destroyed? He, let's fight. The great battle is coming. It's destined that white bones will be piled up and blood will flow like rivers. But in the end, the ones who will crush the darkness and rule the Dao world will not be you. The ugly emperor muttered to himself. He did not care about the existences above the 9 heavens. His expression was slightly deranged, and the obsession in his heart had long since turned into faith. He had too many things to do. Before dawn arrived, he wanted to transform into the deepest darkness. In the vast void, 5 rays of light chased after another ray of light, crisscrossing and competing intensely. The 6 rays of light were extremely fast. They chased from the sky to the ground, from the ground to the sea. Everywhere they passed, rivers stopped flowing, mountains collapsed, and the void shattered like a broken mirror. Great storm. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. A hurricane swept the sea into the sky. forming the scene of countless dragons sucking in water. The hurricane connected heaven and earth. Lanka raised his hands, the earth danced like silk. Great Earth Empress. Great Forest. The huge earth wall expanded with the wind, turning into a plateau that blocked the hurricane. Countless trees grew on it, dissipating the broken air currents. Great water travel. Tai used this opportunity to attack. The river water that was swept into the sky no longer listened to Fan Yuan. It turned into a deep-sea shark that attacked him. This great Dao technique was endless. It worked well together. Fan Yuan's movement space was gradually compressed, but he only laughed and retaliated. Great Five Elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The five elements were vast and mighty. They disrupted the void and disrupted the series of attacks. Fan Yuan took the chance to rush out. Heaven of Linglong slashed with the creation blade. Crack. Fan Yuan caught the blade with his bare hands. His body was unprecedentedly strong. He had the enormous blood chi of beast ancestor who cultivated the great true spirit method, as well as the tough defense of many other supreme experts. Ha 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 ha. Fan Yuan laughed, his 5 fingers pressed on the blade. The ominous power of the curse spread along the blade towards Heaven of Linglong's body. At the same time, his red crescent-like left eye shone with a demonic light. The powerful power of time invaded Heaven of Linglong. Boom! Heaven of Linglong was forced back. Lin Jiu locked onto Fan Yuan's back, shooting out a gray spear light that was thousands of meters long. The spear light was formed from the pure power of slaughter and destruction. Fan Yuan did not even turn around. The blue arrow in his right eye slightly changed direction. Immediately, the void distorted. The gray spear light deviated from its original direction, charging towards Lan Ku. Lan Ku was furious. He directly reversed time. The crescent moon in Fan Yuan's left eye turned into waxing and waning. Using the power of time to counteract his power of time, Lan Ku was helpless. He tried his best to dodge the spear light, but he suffered light injuries in the end. He was in a sorry state. Ha 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 ha, you are only SOSO. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, feeling carefree and happy. Lan Ku was infuriated. Although the Emperor's eyes were powerful, if not for the fact that he had been greatly injured in the battle with the First Overlord, how could he have been at a disadvantage in a contest of time techniques? Great Vector Art. Just as Fan Yuan was feeling pleased, Lan Ming suddenly made a move. A blue barrier spread out and surrounded him. The blue light cut off the endless colorful lights around him. At the same time, a completely different and equally extreme aura from the Tyrants permeated Fan Yuan, forming a bloodline suppression that caused his body to stiffen and his mobility to be greatly affected. Great Shock. Lan Rong was expressionless as he casually struck out with his palm. The sky was shaking, the atmosphere was shaking, every cell in Fan Yuan's body was shaking. This force penetrated all of his pores, directly attacking his origin. Boom! Fan Yuan's body exploded, flesh and blood scattered in all directions. He used great transformation technique to neutralize this attack. Don't even think of escaping. The sovereign split up and chased after him, not letting a single drop of his flesh go. Whoosh! A portion of Fan Yuan's blood flew towards a large city. Tai chased relentlessly and grabbed the tens of millions of living beings in the city. Great reincarnation technique. At once, tens of millions of living beings showed painful expressions. Their souls were forcibly pulled out of their bodies, turning into soul flames that flew towards Tai. Tai snorted coldly. A mental demon came out of his forehead. It opened its bloody mouth and directly devoured all the souls blocking its way. Without hesitation, Tai continued to chase. A portion of Fan Yuan's blood flew towards another city. Great light technique. The dazzling light sword pierced through Fan Yuan's blood before it could enter the city. Tai thought he had succeeded, but at the next moment, a large number of living beings in the city combusted. Their bodies were engulfed by the light flames. The whole city was engulfed in flames. It was great fate technique. Fan Yuan changed fate and escaped, his aura appearing hundreds of thousands of li away. Tai continued to chase, gradually meeting up with the other sovereigns along the way. No matter how the others chased him, the result was the same. Fan Yuan was like a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows. He could not be killed. The pile of blood in front of him fused back into Fan Yuan. He stood on the 9-colored lotus platform with an intoxicated expression. This kind of endless power is simply too wonderful. No one in this world can kill this emperor anymore. The 5 sovereigns had ugly expressions. They had joined forces to deal with Fan Yuan, fighting from the sky to the ground, from the land to the sea. Although they had the clear advantage, they could not kill him. After obtaining the primordial Dao Law's recognition, Fang Yuan's power was endless like theirs. It was impossible to exhaust him to death. The battle had dragged on for too long, the commotion was too huge, it was getting harder and harder to end. You've fought enough, now, I'll give you two choices. Fang Yuan felt his stamina recovering slightly, his gaze flickered as he smiled sinisterly. The sovereigns looked at each other coldly. Speak. The first choice is for me to fight to the death with you and settle the scores from countless years ago. Even if I can't kill the five of you now, you can't kill me either. Apart from you, everything else in this Dao world can't withstand a single blow. I'll start from the primordial group and slaughter all your descendants, destroying the order that you spent so much effort to establish. Fang Yuan's threat was not surprising. The five sovereigns did not care about the lives of their descendants, but the order that they had established and provided them with great Dao techniques for countless years could not be lost. What's the second choice? Heaven Linglong asked coldly. The others did not object. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the five sovereigns, his focus landing on Lan Ming. He was rather wary. Hee, looks like you've all chosen the second choice. That's right, you're all smart people. This Dao world is big enough to accommodate 6 sovereigns, right? The second choice is for me to bury the hatchet with you. I'll choose a mountain sea where you have less benefits to establish a force, then join the primordial group. Everything will be the same as before, it's just that from then on, the primordial Dao world will have 6 instead of 5. How about that? Fang Yuan's words did not exceed the sovereign's expectations. They had thought that he would propose some unacceptable conditions because he was thinking about revenge. The primordial group had gone from 5 to 6. When they could not kill Fang Yuan and could only contend with him, it was already a done deal. Taking a step back, the Dao world had an additional sovereign. If the primordial group bypassed him, they would not be able to carry out many things as thoroughly as before. Accepting Fang Yuan's entry into the system was already an unavoidable choice. However, I have another condition. The sovereigns were about to agree when Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he revealed a cruel smile. Only by accepting this condition can we truly reach an agreement. Don't push your luck. Looks like you haven't suffered enough. The sovereigns retorted one after another. Fang Yuan was really taking advantage of them. Don't worry, it's not an excessive condition. I only request that the 6 of us immediately gather our strength and search the entire Dao world. We must kill the Tyrant race's sovereign Guchen in the shortest time possible. Fang Yuan's face was filled with killing intent. His request was unexpected. Guchen? Is that the name of the 10th generation glorious ancient overlord body? Linglong Heaven recalled some unpleasant memories. Do you care so much about that, Junior? Why are you so eager to join forces with us to kill him? Lin Jiao sneered. I advise you not to underestimate that kid. If there is anyone in this Dao world who can threaten us, it is him. We must find him while he is not in a good state and eliminate him completely. Otherwise, I'm afraid he will become a huge problem. Fang Yuan was fearful. He knew how strong Guchen's luck was. Moreover, he was saved by the 1st generation overlord, which made him feel even more uneasy. The Tyrant tribe's sovereign escaped from Life Dao Field for only a day and a night. The remnant soul of the 1st generation overlord might not have dissipated yet. Lan Ke muttered. He did not want to tangle with the 1st generation overlord anymore. He wanted to simply wait for him to dissipate on his own. Why? Are you still worried about the 1st generation overlord after joining forces with the 6 of us? Fang Yuan mocked. Lan Ke was truly afraid of the 1st generation overlord's fists. Since you don't need to worry about the 1st generation overlord, what's there to fear about a 10th generation overlord? Why do you care so much and are in such a hurry to kill him at this moment? Lan Ke retorted with a gloomy expression. The Tyrant tribe's path has its limits. They simply cannot compare to us who have the primordial Dao Law. In my opinion, although you have advanced to a ruler, your courage and vision are still so small. That's why you care about a mere Tyrant tribe sovereign. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He is a sovereign born in violation of the extreme number of 9. There are many secrets on him. Don't you want to figure them out? Anyway, if you want me to cooperate with you, you have to join forces with me to kill Guchen first. Do as you see fit. The 5 rulers communicated with their gazes. It's not a difficult matter. Sure. Tai Yi agreed. The other rulers, including Lan Ku, did not object. This matter did not affect their interests. It was a problem that had to be solved sooner or later, but it was not so urgent. Since Fang Yuan only had this condition, there was no harm in agreeing. Alright, let's not delay. Fang Yuan smiled as his divine sense spread out, activating the primordial Dao law. The more time passed, the more accidents there would be. This time, he really didn't want to let Guchen go. In truth, the feeling he got from Guchen was even more dangerous than the 5 sovereigns. Linglong Heaven was the first to respond to Fang Yuan. Her divine sense spread out and fused with the primordial Dao law. Among everyone here, only she had truly fought with that Guchen, and knew that although Fang Yuan's attitude was overly cautious, it was not without reason. If that young man continued to live, it would be a big problem sooner or later. The 2 spiritual forces, which had fused with the primordial Dao law, quickly came into contact in the void. Their senses and information were shared, and their probing abilities were doubled. Lan Ku, Lin Jiu, Tai Yi, and Lan Ming all spread out their divine wills. Just as the 6 enormous divine senses were about to merge into one, Lan Ming's brows suddenly furrowed slightly. There's a problem with the divine ascension world. As he spoke, the other hegemons retracted their divine will and focused their gazes. What happened? Lan Ming didn't speak. Blue light surged in the void in front of him, and an image appeared. The background of the image was the Divine Ascension sect. Right now, many Divine Ascension sect cultivators were extremely busy, as if they were facing a great enemy. The 4 hegemons quickly received the news from different channels in their minds, and their expressions darkened. In the image in front of them, an old man saw that he had successfully contacted the 5 hegemons, and he immediately panicked and hurriedly bowed. This old servant greets the 5 hegemons. Lin Jiu's expression was unfriendly as he immediately berated, what happened? Why did the flames of war suddenly break out everywhere in the Dao world, and even the territory of the Slaughter sect is in turmoil? The person who called himself this old servant was the current sect master of the Divine Ascension sect. When he heard Lin Jiu's question, he trembled with fear and stammered. It's because there's a problem with the intelligence of the various Divine Ascension realms. Many forces have received wrong orders. Add what? Lin Jiu said impatiently. In addition, our battle caused too much of a commotion, so many forces believed the wrong orders and thought that the Hongmeng group had fallen out with each other. Is that so? Tai Yi's mind fluctuated as he collected the real-time information transmitted from all sides. His eyes were cold. The sect master of the Divine Ascension sect hurriedly nodded with a bitter smile. The battle between the hegemons had affected the entire Dao world, causing countless cultivators from all forces to feel uneasy. Just half a day ago, the Divine Ascension realms of many forces and Divine Ascension marketplaces of the Dao world had received news that the Hongmeng group had started a war. The hegemons were fighting so fiercely that the cultivators didn't know the specifics. They all believed this statement. Since the hegemons had started fighting, it was only natural that the Hongmeng group would split. Subsequently, many powers attached to the primordial group had received orders to attack their enemies, and that was why a series of chaos had occurred. Where did the orders come from? How could the Hongmeng group give orders to the various forces through the Divine Ascension realm? Are those people stupid? Linglong Tian was in disbelief. As long as the intelligence is credible enough, it involves the interests of various forces. It's not surprising that someone would take advantage of the chaos to attack. Lan Ming said. If it's chaotic, then so be it. It won't affect the overall situation. However, to be able to send false intelligence to so many Divine Ascension realms at the same time and even give orders through the intelligence platform, is there a spy in the Divine Ascension sect? Tai Yi's sharp eyes examined the sect master of the Divine Ascension sect, causing him to kneel on the ground in fear. This old servant is innocent. This old servant is innocent. This old servant would never do such a thing. The shivering sect master of the Divine Ascension realm didn't even bother to look at him. He turned his head to discuss with the other hegemons. The Divine Ascension realm's laws were personally set by the 5 of us. It's indeed impossible for anyone in the Divine Ascension sect to do such a thing. But if even the people of the Divine Ascension sect can't do it, how could an outsider do it? The 5 hegemons all realized the seriousness of the matter. They didn't know where the weakness of the Divine Ascension realm was, but the intelligence network they had established for a long time was now facing an unknown threat. The Great Shadow Mountain Villa carried out government affairs, the Crystal Bank monopolized resources, and the Divine Ascension realm manipulated intelligence and public opinion. These were the 3 great treasures of their rule over the Tao world. The intelligence of the Divine Ascension sect and the Divine Ascension realm was like their eyes. As strong as the hegemons were, even if their divine senses could cover a vast territory, they couldn't keep track of every movement of all living beings in the Tao world at all times. The mechanism of the Divine Ascension realm ensured that they had control of all intelligence sources, saving them a lot of time and energy, and allowing other organizations to operate efficiently. If there was a problem with their eyes, it was easy for their hands and feet to make mistakes. The chaos in the Tao world proved this point. Sect Master, something bad has happened. An elder of the Divine Ascension sect ran over in a panic. When he saw the sect master kneeling on the ground and the other side of the screen, his face suddenly turned pale. What happened again? Speak. Hegemon Lingio said coldly. The Divine Ascension sect elder didn't dare to hide anything and stammered. Several immortal Ascension realms suddenly disappeared. The hegemons' faces turned ugly. The thing they were most worried about had happened. Someone wanted to destroy their eyes. And, the Divine Ascension sect elder didn't dare to continue. If you delay any longer, I'll take your life. Ling Long Tian said. The Divine Ascension sect elder hurriedly knelt on the ground, shocked and frightened. His voice became shrill because he couldn't control it. The public opinion of the various Divine Ascension realms and Divine Ascension markets is getting out of control. They're all saying that the world has suffered for the 5 hegemons for a long time, and now they're going to carry out a great plan. The world had suffered under the 5 rulers for a long time. The discussions spreading in the various Divine Ascension realms were extremely provocative, undoubtedly challenging the authority of the 5 rulers and the primordial group. As the public opinion escalated, the rumors became more and more exaggerated, and there were even some dirty jokes. There were rumors that the reason the rulers broke out in a world-shaking battle was because they were jealous of another ruler, Heaven of Ling Long. There was no way to find out where such incredible rumors came from, but it was obvious that if such rumors were allowed to spread, the authority of the rulers would be destroyed. The Divine Ascension sect elders naturally did not dare to speak out all these rumors, but when the rulers asked, they sent a portion of their divine senses into the Divine Ascension realm and soon learned everything. Heaven of Ling Long's face was as cold as frost. How dare they make fun of her? They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. The other rulers also had ugly expressions. Once upon a time, their names were taboo, and even the Tao ancestors did not dare to mention them. But now, in the Divine Ascension realm, someone dared to go around making fun of them. Forget about the rumors. Killing a group of people will make the world peaceful, but the Divine Ascension realm cannot be lost. We must uncover the mastermind behind the scenes and figure out how he interfered with the Divine Ascension realm. Tai Yi pondered. Do you think you can speak freely in the Divine Ascension realm without being discovered? I'd like to see who is behind this. Heaven of Ling Long sneered and was about to send more divine senses into the Divine Ascension realm to find the mastermind behind the scenes. Wait. Fang Yuan frowned. He had no interest in the Divine Ascension realm at all. Now, he only wanted to find Gu Chen as soon as possible. Almost instinctively, he first suspected Gu Chen and his people after the accident in the Divine Ascension realm. This might be a delaying tactic. The most important thing now is to kill the Tyrant Supreme. The Divine Ascension realm is not important. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Fang Yuan looked dissatisfied. It won't take too long, right? Lan Ku was quite disdainful. Fang Yuan was really regressing. He had already advanced to the ruler realm, but he was still worried about the Tyrant Juniors. He did not even want to waste this little time. The Divine Ascension realm was indeed not important to Fang Yuan, but it was not to them. The Divine Ascension realm was one of the cornerstones of their rule over the Tao world. Now that there was a problem, of course, they had to solve it as soon as possible. A few Divine Ascension realms have disappeared inexplicably. This matter is more urgent than the threat of the Tyrant Supreme. Tai Yi replied coldly and added, you can't possibly not wait this little bit of time, can you? Perhaps it will only take a few hours to solve the problem. Are you going back on your word? Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. The 5 rulers were still arrogant towards him. Judging from the previous battle between Ling Long and the Tyrant Supreme martial artist, the other party is almost at his limit. Even if he can recover, he won't be able to stir up any trouble in a short time. You're so obsessed with him that you can't even wait for this little bit of time. Don't tell me you have an ulterior motive? Lan Ming stared at Fang Yuan and suddenly said. Everyone fell into deep thought. Indeed, with Fang Yuan's current strength, it was unreasonable for him to care so much about the young Tyrant Supreme Venerable. With Fang Yuan's shrewdness, he might have some other schemes. What do you mean? Fang Yuan cautiously distanced himself from the 5 rulers. You've planted many spies in the Hongmeng group, haven't you? Coincidentally, you've just advanced to a ruler, and the Divine Ascension world had a problem. You should know that everyone here, except for you, has mastered the great Divine Ascension technique and has control over the Divine Ascension world. The first thing you'll do after advancing to a ruler is to compete with us for sphere of influence. If you can destroy our common intelligence network, it will naturally be a good thing for you. Lan Ming calmly analyzed, and the rulers' expressions became colder and colder as they listened. The Cemetery of Gods and Demons was Fang Yuan's masterpiece. By now, they understood that the collapse of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons was a major factor in Fang Yuan's advancement to a ruler. Now that he was asking for peace on the surface, was he actually plotting something else in his heart? Stop slandering me. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Looking at the 5's posture, if he did not explain clearly, the cooperation they had agreed on would break down and they would have to fight again. Although he had the ability to escape from the 5 rulers, he would actually suffer a lot and would not benefit him at all. Naturally, he did not want to get entangled in this. This emperor admits that I have people in the primordial group, but this emperor has not had time to infiltrate the Divine Ascension sect, so I am not clear about the current situation in the Divine Ascension world. However, this emperor has a guess. Fang Yuan said, and the 5 rulers quietly waited for him to continue. This matter is likely related to that Gu Chen. He is not in a good state right now, so he is stalling for time and diverting attention. The rulers sneered when they heard this. Did this Fang Yuan suffer too much at the hands of the Tyrant Clan Supreme that he developed a mental barrier, or did he think they were idiots? When that Gu Chen escaped from the Dao field, he was almost unconscious, and the first-generation overlord was only a remnant soul that had left the era. How could he set up a trap against the Divine Ascension world? That Gu Chen has many companions. Don't forget, the Revolutionary Army is already under his command. The Revolutionary Army does not have that ability. In our opinion, the only one who has the ability to destroy the Divine Ascension world is you, Heavenly Emperor Yuan. This has nothing to do with this emperor. If you don't believe me, this emperor can give you a list of the people in the primordial group who have defected to me as a sign of our sincerity in ruling the world together in the future. Fang Yuan was willing to hand over the list of spies, but the 5 rulers were still not satisfied. To put it bluntly, the primordial ancestor was too cunning, and they could not trust him. If you are innocent, come with us. When we find the rat that is causing chaos in the Divine Ascension world, the truth will naturally come to light. Lan Ming suggested. Fang Yuan's expression was uncertain. He firmly believed in his intuition and did not want to waste time on this. Why? If the chaos in the Divine Ascension world is really related to the Tyrant Clan's Supreme Gu Chen, then won't we be able to catch the mastermind behind the scenes? It will also save us time and effort to search for him, Lin Jiao said unkindly. Lin Jiao said in an unfriendly tone. In his opinion, Fang Yuan was full of lies, and none of them could be trusted. He was deliberately exaggerating the threat of the Tyrant Clan Supreme, but who knew what he was up to? Fang Yuan could not convince the 5 rulers, nor did he want to fall out with them, so he could only say, all right, bring this emperor into the Divine Ascension world. Without the help of the 5 rulers, it would be very difficult for him to find Gu Chen's hiding place alone in a short period of time. Now, he could only help and solve the problem of the Divine Ascension world as soon as possible so that he could search for Gu Chen's whereabouts. As for where Gu Chen was hiding now, if he guessed correctly, he was definitely hiding inside the tyrannical cauldron. During the life and death battle in the Karma realm, he sensed that the cauldron was nurturing a world of a higher level than the Book of Heaven. What did a higher level world mean? That cauldron had a huge secret. He had misjudged it in the chaotic sea, but he would not do so now. He had to kill Gu Chen as soon as possible, obtain the cauldron, and figure out its secrets. Perhaps if he obtained the cauldron, he would no longer have to endure the anger of these 5 idiots. Great Divine Travel Technique. The 5 rulers carried Fang Yuan's incomparably powerful soul into the nearest divine travel world without the help of the divine travel pearl. In the spiritual world, cultivators could easily disguise themselves without worrying about their identities being exposed. Even if they were killed in the divine travel world, it would only be a wisp of their consciousness, which would not be a threat to them in the real world. This was a common understanding that had long since been deeply ingrained in the minds of countless cultivators, especially those in the divine travel market, which was why they were often unscrupulous. With the turmoil brought about by the war of rulers and the deliberate provocation of some people, more and more cultivators were making outrageous remarks in the relaxed environment of the divine travel world. Under the rule of the primordial group, all living beings in the world are leaks. Since we are leaks, why should we painstakingly pursue the great Tao? We might as well just lie down. The rulers are having an internal strife. Only when the primordial group collapses and the Tao court collapses can we cultivators have a day of glory. Some cultivators were indignant, some were fishing in troubled waters, and some were leading the way, thinking that no one knew. The divine senses of the 5 rulers swept through the entire divine travel world, but none of the cultivators noticed. There were some things that one would not know until they reached a certain level. For example, although one could change their appearance at will in the divine travel world, if the divine travel pearl used to enter the divine travel world was registered, the divine travel sect would be able to easily find all of your information. All traces of your activities in the divine travel world would be completely exposed. Another example was that regardless of whether the divine travel pearl was registered or not, those who cultivated the great divine travel technique to a certain level could lock onto your exact location in the real world. As for rulers, they could even use the connection between the divine travel pearl and the target's consciousness to directly obliterate the target's body. The divine senses of the 5 rulers spread out, and the complicated exchange of information between the various spiritual bodies was reflected in their minds. After filtering, they locked onto a suspicious target in an extremely short amount of time. Boom! Heaven Linglong took action and pressed the suspicious spiritual body into the air, directly tracking its location. He, it's a ruler, right? The suspicious spiritual body did not resist at all, but its voice was filled with excitement, as if it was a hunter who had finally found its prey. Heaven Linglong ignored it, only wanting to find the person's body. You're really pretty. The suspicious spiritual entity stared at the celestial Linglong with a scorching look on its face. Since it was unable to touch the other party, its hand suddenly reached for the inside of its crotch and moved up and down. After that, an intoxicated look appeared on its face. The sky of Linglong's face stiffened. What was the other party doing? The other sovereigns were stunned as well. This fellow, when she came back to her senses, the sky of Linglong was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. She let out a shrill cry and instantly destroyed the suspicious spiritual entity. Ahahaha, if you have the ability, catch me. The suspicious spiritual entity died, but its provocative laughter echoed in the void. Have you found out the location of your true body? You killed him just like that? Fang Yuan frowned and asked. I can't track this person's location. Linglong Tian said through gritted teeth. Her killing intent had reached its peak after witnessing the other party's actions. What do you mean? Everyone was dissatisfied. He didn't enter the Divine Ascension world through the Divine Ascension bead. The Linglong Heaven replied. Although she had been caught off guard, she had not lost her rationality. Naturally, she had only killed him after investigating the situation. So this person has mastered the Great Divine Wander technique? Lan Ming guessed. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to enter the corresponding Divine Ascension world without the help of the Divine Ascension bead. This was only possible if he had cultivated the Great Divine Wander technique. But if that was the case, then it was even more suspicious that there was a traitor in the Divine Ascension sect. But it's not just one Divine Ascension world that has a problem. more divine ascension worlds have disappeared. This can't be explained by simply cultivating the Great Divine Wander technique. The sky of Linglong's expression was extremely cold. She suppressed her anger and withdrew her consciousness to enter the next divine ascension world. The other sovereigns followed closely behind. What the sky of Linglong said had piqued their curiosity. Following that, it was the Tai ruler's turn to capture another suspicious spiritual entity. Ahahaha, this spiritual entity let out the same laughter as before. Even when his consciousness dissipated, Supreme was unable to discover his origin. It's the same person. Is it a divine sense clone? Lan Ke said. It should be. I'm afraid he has more than 2 clones. Supreme's gaze turned solemn. He could not understand. Just as Supreme had predicted, the 5 sovereigns entered multiple divine ascension worlds one after another and captured many spiritual entities that were causing trouble. Half of these spiritual entities had the same laughter as the first one. Although the others had different personalities, they could not be located. It can't be that all of them have cultivated the Great Divine Wander technique, right? The Divine Ascension sect is already being monitored by the Heaven Subduing Pavilion. All the suspicious individuals have been detained. The 5 sovereigns were all puzzled. Where did so many untraceable people come from? How did they manage to manipulate their intelligence? That guy with the strange laughter was very crazy. He reminded me of someone. Supreme said. Who? The mental demon Dao ancestor. Everyone fell into deep thought. The sky of Linglong sneered. So he's a great mental demon with countless clones. But even if he's mastered both the great mental demon art and the great divine wander technique, there's no way we can't track him down, right? How on earth did he sneak into so many divine ascension worlds? Also, his companions can't all be at this level of cultivation, can they? I'm more inclined to believe that they've mastered some unknown methods. The sovereigns speculated, but for the time being, they had no clues. The divine ascension world was created by them, so there shouldn't be any weaknesses they didn't know about. But now, all the circumstances showed that the divine ascension world had become a sieve, riddled with holes. How much more time do you want to waste? This person's destructive power is limited. He can't destroy the entire divine ascension world. Finding Duchen is our top priority. Fang Yuan said irritably. They had already wasted an entire day in the divine ascension world. He did not understand how the other party did it, but as long as the divine ascension world did not collapse immediately, couldn't they leave this problem for another day? The threat of this person is no less than that of the Tyrant clan sovereign. We can see the limits of the Tyrant clan sovereign, but we have no clue about this person, the sky of Linglong replied coldly. Compared to the Tyrant clan sovereign, her killing intent towards this person who had blasphemed her was even stronger. There's movement. Lan Ming's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction of a certain divine ascension world. The other sovereigns also sensed it. When they arrived at the source of the commotion, they were shocked to find that a heart demon was actually swallowing a divine ascension world. Was this the reason why the previous divine ascension worlds had disappeared? The sovereign's expressions darkened. After this mental demon devoured the energy of the divine ascension world, its aura had clearly become much stronger. Lin Jiu attacked and killed the mental demon in front of him. However, it turned into more tiny clones, trying to get out of the broken divine ascension world and swim towards the void of the spiritual world. Lin Jiu's power was destructive. Even if he had multiple clones, the heart demon still died before escaping from the divine ascension world. The scene just now gave the ruler some clues, and Lan Ke's eyes shone brightly. This person may have penetrated the various divine ascension worlds through the mental barrier, which is why we couldn't track his divine ascension pearl. Penetrated the mental barrier? How is that possible? Tai Yi pondered. The divine ascension world was composed of countless isolated mental worlds, and the barriers that separated them were the rules they had created using the primordial Dao law. Crossing the mental barrier was equivalent to breaking the heavenly Dao rules. How was that possible in the world they had created? Because the possibility was so low, they had never thought about it before. After eliminating all possibilities, there is only one explanation, no matter how impossible it is. The heart demon could actually devour the mental energy of the divine ascension world to strengthen itself. That's theoretically impossible, right? Lan Ke said. No one refuted. The Great Divine Ascension Technique and the Great Heart Magic Technique were both soul-type Great Tao techniques. Although they could strengthen each other by devouring each other's mental energy, the Divine Ascension world was special. It was endowed with rules, and its mental energy seemed to be frozen. Unless one had the ability to break the rules, it was impossible to absorb the energy here. Otherwise, anyone who cultivated a soul-type Great Tao technique entering the Divine Ascension world would be like entering a treasure trove. Wouldn't they be working for someone else? But just now, they had witnessed with their own eyes that the heart demon had indeed become stronger after absorbing the energy of the Divine Ascension world. This was probably the reason why some of the Divine Ascension worlds had disappeared, since it could defy the rules and absorb the energy of the Divine Ascension world. It was not surprising that it could break the barriers of the various Divine Ascension worlds. Each Divine Ascension pearl had a corresponding Divine Ascension world, and tracking the enemy also needed to follow this order. Because the other party had invaded the Divine Ascension world through the void of the mental world, they naturally could not lock on to the location of his Divine Ascension pearl. Everything suddenly made sense. After thinking about it carefully, the rulers all had murderous looks on their faces. How could the other party break the order created by the primordial Tao law? This was a mysterious power that threatened the very foundation of their existence. This person cannot be left alive. The rulers had a strong consensus. Fang Yuan frowned, knowing that it was impossible to persuade the 5 rulers to change their target. He could see how troublesome this person was. His destructive power was not limited. If he insisted on persuading him, not only would it be a waste of time, he might even be suspected. There are 2 ways to break the rules, external and internal. Lan Ming started to analyze. If it's external damage, it must have the power to clash head-on with the primordial Tao law. It's impossible for us not to notice it. Therefore, the other party broke the rules from the inside and first had to enter the Divine Ascension world. In other words, the other party first entered a certain Divine Ascension world, then somehow broke through the mental barrier and created this series of chaos. Since that's the case, his original consciousness body must have been connected to a certain divine travel pearl. Once we find his original consciousness body, we'll be able to determine his location. Lan Ming had found the enemy's weakness. Tai added, this person's heart demon is able to absorb the energy of the Divine Ascension realm to continuously replenish the number of heart demons, increasing the difficulty of finding the original mental body. It's just a little more trouble. With the 5 of us attacking together, so what if his inner demons multiply quickly? Ling Long Tian said. Everyone nodded. Sometimes, the dumbest method was the most effective. They controlled the primordial Tao law and swept through the entire Divine Ascension world and the void. They would definitely be able to capture the original consciousness body in a few days. Somewhere in the Divine Ascension world, the white-robed ugly emperor suddenly opened his eyes. He, the rulers have already discovered the secret of the heaven-winding silk. He said to Tao Ancestor Void Mirror and Ninja Yin. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror was mentally prepared and nodded. Ninja Yin's expression changed. The rulers had discovered the secret so quickly. When the ugly emperor contacted him and asked him to lead all the members of the Hidden God army to join the operation against the rulers, he had been terrified. When he learned of Gu Chen's situation, as well as the fate of his group, including the Hidden Dragon clan, he braced himself and did this crazy thing with the ugly emperor. Their plan had succeeded. It caused a huge uproar in the Divine Ascension world, making the rulers feel that their eyes that ruled over the world were threatened. As expected, their actions were restricted. He originally thought that he could smoothly stall until Gu Chen came out of seclusion. He didn't expect the rulers to discover their secret so quickly. Leave the rest to me. Leave the Divine Ascension world as soon as possible. The ugly emperor seemed to have expected this and said calmly. Take care. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror said solemnly. He recalled the conversation in the Lord Cauldron's world. When the ugly emperor recommended himself and said that he had the confidence to stall the rulers, most of Gu Chen's companions and allies were doubtful. It wasn't until he said the words Divine Ascension World that Tao Ancestor Void Mirror understood his thoughts. He thought that he had a higher chance of success than the others. According to the ugly emperor's thoughts, since their plan had succeeded, he had already done all that he could do and what he could help. How much time they could buy would depend on the ugly emperor's performance and luck. It's all thanks to Senior Void Mirror's help that the plan went so smoothly. I really wish I had more time to learn from you. The ugly emperor smiled. He was really impressed by this senior who specialized in the path of the soul. If it wasn't for Tao Ancestor Void Mirror, he knew very well that he wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion in the Divine Ascension world. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror had grasped the dreams of countless people. He even knew some things about the primordial group. Although they could easily invade the Divine Ascension world with the heavenly silk robe that Boss had given to the Hidden God Army, they could manipulate and tamper with their intelligence. However, without Tao Ancestor Void Mirror's help, he wouldn't have been able to send so many forces to fight and cause public opinion in the Divine Ascension world. He understood the hearts of people, and Tao Ancestor Void Mirror understood the various forces. That was why he managed to draw the attention of the 5 rulers to the Divine Ascension world. I'm just helping myself. I owe you a favor since you chose to take the risk alone. Tao Ancestor Void Mirror sighed and said solemnly, your talent in the Tao of Souls is outstanding. If there's a chance, please cherish your life. Renin was a little confused. The two of them seemed to have already planned everything. Yahe, the ugly emperor laughed and responded to the countless inner demon clones in the distance. His laughter was joyful and carefree. In the end, he only replied with one sentence. A gentleman will die for his bosom friend. Ninja Yin left with Void Mirror Tao Ancestor, leaving the ugly emperor alone in the void. Before returning to reality, Ninja Yin couldn't help but ask about their plan. Void Mirror Tao Ancestor didn't hide it. The sacrifice of the fearless shouldn't be forgotten. Creating chaos in the Divine Ascension world might attract the rulers for a while, but we can't guarantee that their attention will always be here. After all, with Fang Yuan here, in order to keep the 5 rulers here, we had to expose the secret of our ability to cross mental barriers. Ninja Yin was moved. The secret of Heaven Winding Silk was the foundation of the Hidden God Army's existence. Exposing it meant that the Hidden God Army would soon lose its usefulness. Gu Chen had reminded him many times before that the Hidden God Army had to be careful when they moved around, to ensure that they could continuously steal information. When would this trump card be able to show off his skills without hesitation? Gu Chen had said it before, only at the most crucial moment. This was clearly the most crucial moment. Although he had joined the Hidden God Army when it was first established, the ugly emperor's judgment of the situation was clearly better than his. Since Gu Chen couldn't command them, the ugly emperor made the riskiest but logical choice. Once the secret is exposed, the rulers will definitely not let it go. They will only stop when they find the ugly emperor's true body. This way, our plan to stall for time is stable. Ninja Yin took a deep breath and felt deeply worried for the ugly emperor. Can't he leave with us and leave those inner demons in the Divine Ascension world? Void Mirror Tao Ancestor shook his head. The mental world is different from the outside world. If his consciousness leaves here, all the inner demons will be much less active. With the ruler's sensitivity, they will quickly notice it. Once they realize that they can't locate the ugly emperor's true body, they will give up. How long does he need to stall for? How long can those inner demons disturb the rulers? Ninja Yin asked. That's the crux of the problem. Void Mirror Tao Ancestor revealed a worried expression. We can't be sure when Gu Chen will come out, so the longer we can stall, the better. The ugly emperor will probably last until the very last moment. Ninja Yin's heart shook. This was a battle with no end in sight. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. He couldn't help but recall the words that the ugly emperor said before he left, and he fell into a state of shock. Boom. Boom. Boom, the juggernaut struck like lightning, exterminating every heart demon they discovered. They were like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, unstoppable and frighteningly efficient. In order to capture the first spiritual entity as soon as possible, the 5 of them decided to split up and move forward in an orderly manner. Fang Yuan was forced to team up with Lan Ming. Before capturing the enemy, the others did not want him to act alone. They wanted to prevent him from playing any tricks. The territory of the spiritual world was boundless. The hegemon swept through the world, advancing triumphantly. The ugly emperor sat alone in a corner of the void. Through the eyes of countless heart demons, he was able to immediately discover the movements of the sovereigns. His speed is too fast. Sensing the rapid decrease in the number of heart demons, the ugly emperor calmly controlled the idle heart demons from afar, allowing them to absorb the divine ascension world's spiritual energy and rapidly multiply. After they were reborn, the heart demons immediately entered the battlefield and spread out to cover the ugly emperor's position. Every time the sovereigns got close to the ugly emperor's area, he would immediately get up and hide. Somewhere else, the two sides were in a stalemate, and under the situation where the heart demons could continue to multiply, the sovereigns were still slowly closing in on the ugly emperor's position. They were too strong, the newly born heart demons could not catch up to the ugly emperor's speed. Moreover, the sovereigns were extremely sharp, they consciously narrowed their range and saw through almost all of the ugly emperor's smokescreens. With this, the ugly emperor would be caught sooner or later. But the ugly emperor was not afraid, his eyes shined with excitement as he went all out. 2 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours, in a battle of wits and ruthlessness against the 6 sovereigns, every breath of time was a torment, it required a lot of endurance. The ugly emperor used all of his methods, he did everything he could to stall for as much time as possible. However, after 2 days, the sovereign's encirclement had shrunk to an extremely small area. They were about to find the ugly emperor. Is there already no way to escape? The ugly emperor looked around, the sovereign's overwhelming divine senses assaulted him in waves, he was extremely unwilling to give up. He would hide for as long as he could. The ugly emperor found a gap with a better chance and tried to break through. Swoosh, a vast divine sense approached him, he hurriedly turned. Swish, another divine sense descended, blocking his path of retreat. The ugly emperor had no choice but to stop. The game of cat and mouse is over. Heaven Ling Long stretched out her hand and pressed the ugly emperor in the air. The ugly emperor did not move, his eyes dimmed, and his main body quickly gave up on this consciousness, severing itself from the divine ascension realm. Is this the original spiritual body? Tai asked. There's no mistaking it. This spiritual body has many seals on it, and the other party obviously knows that we can find its true location through the divine ascension pearl. Heaven Ling Long sneered, and the other sovereigns also revealed cruel smiles. It was finally over. They had actually wasted 2 days, what was the point of sealing this consciousness? It could not stop them at all. Heaven Ling Long pressed down on the ugly emperor's head, breaking the seals while searching, because the spiritual body was not in the divine ascension realm, but in the void, it was still a little troublesome to trace it. However, now that she had found the source, and with her previous experience and her understanding of the great divine ascension technique, it would not take long. In a certain quiet forest in the 5th mountain and sea, the ugly emperor's main body suddenly woke up, and a strong sense of fatigue appeared in his eyes. I only managed to buy this much time. I don't know if it's enough, he muttered to himself. Then, he crushed the divine ascension pearl into powder with one hand and stood up with the help of his cane with the other. The 5 different colored heart-shaped stones had already returned to their original positions at some point in time, and they shone with an even more enchanting light. The ugly emperor slowly walked up the slope, and his field of vision gradually widened. In front of him was a series of blessed lands. This was the encampment of a sect. From afar, the buildings were extremely grand, and there was an astonishing killing intent everywhere. Hee, it's time for the final gamble, the ugly emperor said with a smile. He knew that it would not be long before the sovereigns discovered his location and came to kill him. Before they arrive, let's start a massacre to our heart's content. The ugly emperor raised the cane in his hand, and his power surged like never before. He had inscribed a mental power amplification array within the cane, and at his request, Tao Ancestor Void Mirror had injected his power of nightmare into the 5 heart-shaped stones. His current power was at the pinnacle of his life. Rumors and slander will cause authority to be questioned, but when one of the primordial sect falls, the people will no longer fear authority. The cane in the ugly emperor's hand shone with a strange light that spread out. At the same time, the soul flame in the depths of his body was ignited. It was resolute and resolute. A flock of crows cried out mournfully and rushed out of the forbidden area in the north. The blood-colored mist could be seen clearly from hundreds of kilometers away. The giant tower that symbolized authority was slowly tilting and collapsing, shaking the ground. What's going on? The slaughter sect doesn't seem to be peaceful. Someone saw many black-robed cultivators fighting from afar. Many cultivators heard the news and came over. They looked at the collapsed buildings in the north and felt the intense tremors on the ground. They were shocked, and in disbelief. Black-robed cultivators? Aren't they disciples of the Slaughter sect? The people of the Slaughter sect are killing each other? Someone sucked in a cold breath. Is there an internal strife? Where are the Dao ancestors of the Slaughter sect? Why aren't they stopping it? The Dao ancestors of the Slaughter sect are also killing each other. Even more people were shocked. At this moment, there was an extremely powerful collision in the sky. A violent wind blew, sweeping the ruins of countless buildings into the sky and falling hundreds of kilometers away. This commotion was really that of the Dao ancestors fighting. A bright red severed limb fell not far away. When the cultivators looked over, their scalps went numb and their hair stood on end. Some of the disciples of the Slaughter sect were swept there with only half of their bodies left. Their eyes were bloodshot, and when they saw them, they let out a low roar and tried to crawl towards them. They looked like they wanted to cut them open. Although the disciples of the Slaughter sect usually had a strong killing intent, they didn't look like they were in such a state. What had happened? Many cultivators gulped. The Slaughter sect was no longer the high and mighty primordial group. It was more like hell on earth. The ground was dyed in blood. The ugly emperor walked between the flames and the blade light. His footsteps were so light that he seemed to be dancing, and he kept letting out strange laughter. Ah, he, kill. Kill to your heart's content. Play the most beautiful music for the new ruler of this world. The walking stick in his hand shone like water. The surrounding cultivators of the Slaughter sect seemed to have gone crazy. After waving the butcher's knife at their own people, they were killed by their companions. The Heart Demon Nightmare formation was the greatest masterpiece of the ugly emperor's life. It tore open the Slaughter sect, which had extremely strong defenses, from the inside and left them covered in wounds. If a sovereign didn't appear, only a historical echelon would be able to withstand this grand formation that combined Dao Ancestor Void Mirror's power. Of course, the Slaughter sect had historical sequence-level experts holding down the fort. However, in a situation where many of the sect's Dao ancestors were affected by the heart demons, they were suffering when they were awake. Just like that, the ugly emperor walked into the entrance of the Slaughter sect and admired his masterpiece. He had never been a good person, and it was only because of one person that he had restrained himself. Now, it was also because of one person that he had attacked without restraint. Isn't it a pity that I'm the only one who can see such a wonderful scene? The Clown Emperor danced and crushed the throat of the dying cultivator of the sect of Slaughter on the ground. Then, he raised his arms up high, boom, a resplendent light burst out from the heart-shaped stone, piercing through the clouds and spreading out. Wherever the light reached, all living beings sensed it and saw the scene that the ugly emperor had seen: mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the cultivators of sect massacring who were walking towards the end of the world in a frenzy. All of that struck the hearts of countless living beings. The ugly emperor hummed a tune and continued to enjoy walking in the Slaughter sect. Occasionally, he would wave his hand and bring about a rain of blood. His arrogance finally attracted attention. After a historical sequence member of the Slaughter sect controlled his lost companion, he killed his way to the ugly emperor. The heart demon's heir. Are you crazy? Do you know where this place is? This place has never fallen in countless years. This is the most sacred Dao land of the Dao world, and it is the direct vassal of one of the 5 sovereigns, Sovereign Linjiao. The historical sequence member of the Slaughter sect was about to go crazy. In such a short time, there had been a huge number of casualties. If the sovereign found out about this, he would not be able to escape the blame. The only thing he could think of now was to quickly take down the heart demon's heir before the sovereign found out and make up for his mistakes. Rumble. Just as he thought about this, a heart-palpitating fluctuation came from the sky. A void door had opened. Too late, too late. The historical sequence member of the Slaughter sect turned pale. Why did the sovereign come so quickly? Boom, in the east, a rainbow light descended from the sky and turned into the sovereign Linglong Sky. Finally, I've caught you. Linglong Sky revealed an extremely cold smile. The ugly emperor's disrespectful behavior earlier could only be appeased by 1,000 cuts. Boom, in the west, Linjiao descended like a bolt of lightning. When he saw the tragic situation in the Slaughter sect, the veins on his forehead bulged. We've been looking for you for so long. I didn't expect you to actually fight your way into my territory. Boom. Boom, Lan Ke and Tai Yi descended in the north and looked at the ugly emperor expressionlessly. Had this ugly thing wasted so many days of their time? Lan Ming and Fang Yuan appeared in the south. Fang Yuan looked at the ugly emperor's true appearance with an extremely gloomy expression. I've already said that this is the doing of Gu Chen's people. Speak, where is Gu Chen now? The 6 sovereigns descended. Their incomparably terrifying auras caused the historical sequence member of the Slaughter sect to feel fear. He quickly retreated far away, afraid of being involved in the sovereign's anger. The living beings within a certain range of the Slaughter sect also saw the true appearance of the legendary sovereigns. Their bodies trembled and distorted from the terrifying auras. The ugly emperor endured the gazes of the 6 sovereigns. He did not feel despair like he was at the end of his rope. Instead, he was filled with the calmness of a game. Does this guy not have any fear at all? Lin Jiao frowned. Sensing the ugly emperor's emotions made him even angrier. After causing such a huge commotion and killing so many cultivators of the Slaughter sect, he was stopped by him and the other 5 sovereigns. This could be said to be unprecedented. Ordinary people would be at a loss when facing one sovereign. But 6 sovereigns were enough to disintegrate the will of any living being. They were the heavenly Tao. Since when did the living beings under the heavenly Tao dare to look down on them? If you kneel and beg for mercy, I'll let you die a quick death. Ling Long Sky felt that killing the ugly emperor would be too easy on him. She wanted to destroy his dignity first. Ahahaha, fear? Beg for mercy? What kind of joke is this? The ugly emperor seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He showed an extremely mocking expression and suddenly raised his voice. I'm under the tyrant sovereign. Why would I be afraid of a mere sovereign? A mere sovereign. A mere sovereign, his voice reverberated far away, stirring up ripples in the hearts of countless living beings. What? The sovereigns were embarrassed, and their killing intent intensified. Stop talking nonsense with him. Search his soul and find out why he can break the rules of the divine ascension realm. Tai Yi said as he raised his hand and shrouded the ugly emperor. Ahahaha, the ugly emperor laughed hysterically. His body emitted a dazzling light and a destructive aura. You want to self-destruct? In front of us, you can't even choose how you want to die. Lan Ku was indifferent. He used the great time reversal technique to restore the ugly emperor to the state before he self-destructed. However, his expression quickly changed. The ugly emperor's body expanded rapidly. His great time reversal technique had little effect. What's wrong? Tai Yi frowned. Before we came, this guy had already burned his own soul. Now that it's almost done, there's no way to stop him from committing suicide. Lan Ke's expression was very dark. They had all been tricked. The other party had been determined to die from the start. Although the great time reversal technique could restore the other party's previous state, it involved the complicated Tao of the soul, so the effect was not that good. Moreover, the other party's soul cultivation was very deep. The walking stick in his hand was also imbued with some kind of irreversible array that targeted his own soul. Crack. Crack. Crack, sensing the invasion of external power, the 5 heart-shaped stones on the ugly emperor's walking stick shattered one after another, releasing the last of their power. Boom, the ugly emperor's body and soul completely exploded right in front of the 6 sovereigns. As the heart-shaped stones shatter, the power that seeped out will make the Slaughter sect cultivators even crazier. I should be able to buy a little more time. The ugly emperor's soul turned into pieces in the flames. At the end of his life, he thought of his life. As the son of the ferocious demon saint, he had never received any love from his so-called family. His whole life was lonely and paranoid. He thought that his remnant body would end in Binhai City, but unexpectedly, he met an interesting person. That interesting person also had a group of interesting companions around him. He interacted with them very happily, even though it was a little short. Boss, my life should have ended in Binhai City. It was you who gave me 3 heart-shaped stones and gave me a new life. Today, just like what you said before, I released an even more dazzling light at the end of my life, right? I've never regretted following you. My only regret is that I won't be able to live to see you rule over this Tao world. The ugly emperor's soul completely dissipated between heaven and earth, leaving behind only that familiar laughter. He he he. In the boundless darkness, Guchen was barefooted and dressed in white clothes. He had transformed into a ball of light and had been wandering for a very long time. He couldn't see the sky or the earth here. The desolation and deathly stillness seemed to be the keynote of eternity. He had been here ever since he woke up. He suspected that this was a dream and tried his best to wake up. However, no matter how many times he closed and opened his eyes, the scenery around him didn't change. Even time didn't seem to flow here. Everything seemed to have been extracted, causing one to forget everything in the world. After an unknown period of time, a faint light gradually appeared in the darkness ahead. Guchen saw some primitive life forms. These life forms had a single structure, but they were growing at an astonishing speed in the crevices of the darkness. Very quickly, their scale gradually expanded, and their structure became complex. They evolved into all kinds of races. Their living territories kept expanding. At the beginning, everything was very good and flourishing. But suddenly, a mist spread out in the darkness and swept toward them. The ghastly darkness had swallowed up too many of their compatriots, creating sorrow and fear. Hence, all kinds of life forms started to migrate and flee in order to find a suitable habitat. This is the primal chaos sea? Guchen was stunned as he recognized that mist. It was the primal chaos G, but it was as black as ink. It was different from his impression. It was more primitive and more chaotic. The ancient netherworld era? Guchen's pupils shrank as he stared at the huge migrating army made up of many races. There were dinosaurs, elephants, deer, rabbits, insects, and many other races that he recognized or didn't recognize. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a corner of the group. There was a thin and weak human youth there. Compared to the other life forms, the human youth seemed very weak. However, he had a pair of pitch-black and clear eyes. They were pure and untainted. He was very special. His fleeing figure was clearly in a sorry state, but he always wore a bright smile filled with hope. His body was clearly weaker than the majority of life forms, but he often stopped to help other life forms. The difference in appearance and body shape gave rise to the initial concept of race, but in his eyes, all life seemed to be equal. He wasn't stingy with helping any race. The path of migration was difficult. The darkness behind him always followed closely. The youth gradually grew up during this process. His smile never disappeared, and he gained the love of more and more races. No matter how difficult the situation was, when fear and despair spread, the haze seemed to be dispelled with his presence. We want to build our own home. There's nothing to be afraid of in the primal chaos sea. The youth became a youth with a buzz cut. He gradually became stronger as he confidently announced to his companions. The primal chaos sea can create all living things, but it can also destroy all living things. It is the origin of all living things. His companions shook their heads and passionately poured cold water on him. However, the young man was not discouraged. Every day, he trained and punched in the direction of the chaos. A simple straight punch, he swung it 100,000 times, then 1,000,000 times, then 10,000,000 times, then 1,000,000,000,000 times. Primal chaos sea, he, see, and in, he, primal life. God, heaven, one, he, the, he pre, the despair of the ancient underworld era was endless. The cruel primal chaos sea was a survival of the fittest. Weak companions were often abandoned by their own race. However, the youth was unwilling to abandon any of his companions. He would often take those who were abandoned into his own team. No matter how weak a person is, he will still have his own light. The youth often encouraged his companions. When they encountered danger, he would always be the first to rush forward. When they needed to retreat, he would always be the last to leave. There seemed to be no darkness in him. It was only a matter of time before something happened to such a perfect person. When the primal chaos sea surged again, the youth was delayed because he was saving others, so he couldn't retreat in time. Facing the extremely evil natural disaster, the youth was fearless. He waved his fist, which he had practiced countless times, and pressed forward with indomitable will. Guchen's heart tensed up. Although the youth was strong, he was still immortal. How could he resist the primal chaos sea? The youth was almost submerged immediately. However, his feet didn't move at all. There was no fear in his eyes. His fist radiance was condensed with an indescribable will. A miracle happened. Just as the primal chaos sea submerged the youth's body, the bright red blood in his body changed and turned golden. The primal chaos gave birth to all things. It was the origin of all life. Life was created by the primal chaos, but the thoughts of life weren't. At this moment, an unyielding will help the youth break through the limits of life and transform to a whole new level. Guchen took a deep breath. He had long suspected the youth's identity, but he couldn't understand what had just happened. Will could help one's cultivation break through, but he had never heard of it being able to change the level of life. He continued to watch. The youth survived. The transformation of life didn't change his mentality. The only difference was that he practiced his fist more diligently, and the speed at which he waved his fist became faster. At the beginning, the golden bloodline didn't give him much strength. It could only slightly resist the corrosion of the primal chaos sea. The primal chaos sea wanted to assimilate or destroy this uncontrollable abnormal power. The youth also wanted to conquer it. In the constant resistance, the youth's power became more and more domineering. This was because all laws came from the primal chaos. If he wanted to resist the assimilation of the primal chaos sea, he had to reject all laws. The golden blood energy in his body became more and more vigorous. Every time he fought with the primal chaos sea, his body would be reborn, broken, and reborn. 1 trillion punches. After cultivating day after day, year after year, the youth's punches finally shattered the thousands of chaotic waves. His light began to illuminate the ancient underworld era. He had comprehended a divine ability that belonged to him. Ocean Tyrant, Great Nirvana. An incomparable golden blood energy surged out of his body and split the sky and earth. In the dangerous primal chaos sea, he forcefully created a golden kingdom. The chaotic waves that came from all directions were repelled by the golden kingdom. No matter how many waves there were, they couldn't enter at all. Guchen was deeply shocked. He had witnessed the growth process of the first overlord. From a mortal body to the invincible glorious ancient overlord body, the story of the ancestor was even more exciting than the legends. In particular, his strongest divine ability. Guchen experienced it personally. Some of the puzzles he had when studying the overlord scripture in the past were suddenly solved. There were 9 divine abilities. Each of them represented the strongest divine ability of each overlord's supremacy. The ancestor's strongest divine ability was probably the general outline of all the divine abilities of the overlords. It was also the root method of the endless evolution of the glorious ancient overlord body. Hegemon implied conquering the chaos sea. The grand nirvana was both the nirvana of the world and one's own nirvana. This was the strongest divine power of the first overlord. When it was still, it could create an eternal golden world that could not be invaded by anything. Anyone who was in the world would be protected by it and would not be afraid of the tides of chaos. When it moved, heaven and earth would be dyed golden and everything would be nirvana. They would be distorted and annihilated by the tyrannical power. There was no exception. It was not that the first overlord did not pass down this grand nirvana divine power. On the contrary, he was not stingy. The overlord treasure book was originally organized by him and used his thoughts as a framework. Later on, the Tyrant Supremes also cultivated this magical power of his, but they couldn't unleash the power he had. They could only imitate the form, but they couldn't imitate the intent. Why was this so? It was said that the first overlord was too talented. The blood in his body was as vast as the ocean, and the later generations could not compare at all. Therefore, in the situation where they could not recreate the divine power of the grand nirvana, the supremes of the overlords of the past had their own creations. The second overlord's Ba Yen devouring flowing gold was the best. It could burn the laws of heaven and earth as nourishment. This made up for the weakness of not having as much blood as the first overlord and created an invincible path that belonged to him. The third overlord's giant soldier god was also supported by thick blood and chi. People said that it had an invincible defense. However, after Guchen dreamed of the ancient netherworld and witnessed the first overlord's tyrannical strength, he understood the third overlord's helplessness. The first overlord's grand nirvana was invincible in all aspects, and the second overlord's devouring flowing gold was also perfect. How difficult was it to create a divine power that surpassed these two? Therefore, the third overlord could only find another way and specialize in defense. That was how he evolved the strongest defensive divine power, the giant soldier god. When it came to the fourth overlord, inspired by the third overlord, he created the strongest defensive divine power, the plow-court blade. Because the subsequent overlords were suppressed by the Tao world's heavenly Tao, their innate foundation was actually getting worse. The third and fourth overlords could still specialize in one field. When it came to the seventh overlord, the strongest divine power, Origin Realm Exile, had to pay the price of overdrafting his mental strength. The eighth generation of the 100 Beasts Gate was to change their body structure and obtain the advantages of other species. This was actually a helpless choice for the eighth generation. Because the strength of his blood and chi was far less than that of the previous generations, he could only use the 100 Beasts mystical gate to activate the hidden gate in his body to dig out more potential. And the price to pay for using an 8th generation divine ability was that one's blood and chi would be greatly depleted after using it. Gu Chen was in the ancient netherworld's illusory dreamland, and he was enlightened after combining it with his understanding of the Tyrant scripture. Ever since the first Tyrant Emperor, the strongest supernatural power of each generation of ancestors had been created because of their own imperfections. All of the ancestors were chasing after the primogenitor's realm, but none of them could achieve it. The fundamental reason for this was the strength of their blood chi. The total amount of blood chi possessed by the first overlord was simply too terrifying. Even the recent second overlord couldn't compare, let alone the successive generations of supremes who were being suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The primogenitor transformed from a mortal body to a tyrant body. The strength of his blood chi wasn't innate, but it was forged through countless life and death battles with the Chaos Sea. Gu Chen muttered in his heart. The primogenitor had broken and rebuilt countless times, and his body was constantly reborn through nirvanic rebirth. Only then did he forge that ocean-like blood chi. The Grand Nirvana wasn't just a supernatural power, but also a foundation technique. As long as one could continuously be reborn through nirvanic rebirth, the tyrant body could continue to evolve without a limit. If Gu Chen could understand this, the ancestors of each generation would definitely be able to as well. However, the environment and background of the primogenitor couldn't be reproduced. As the bloodline of the primogenitor, the starting point he gave was both a gift and a shackle. The ancestors of each generation had inherited a powerful bloodline, so how could it be easy for them to achieve nirvanic rebirth? The appearance of the Tao world had also changed the state of the Chaos Sea, and the suppression of the heavenly Tao made such a pursuit even more difficult. Therefore, none of the generations of Supremes had truly grasped the essence of the Grand Nirvana. They could imitate the supernatural power, but they couldn't obtain the foundation technique. They could achieve nirvanic rebirth in the outside world, but they couldn't achieve nirvanic rebirth in their own bodies. Gu Chen realized that he was special. As the glorious ancient overlord body that was born after the extreme number of 9, strictly speaking, he didn't have the bloodline of the primogenitor, so he wasn't restricted by the bloodline shackles. Although the Chaos Sea wasn't like it was in the ancient netherworld, Gu Chen had walked all the way from the Tyrant Ether Bone. He had never had a life and death struggle with the Chaos Sea, but he had experienced rebirth time and time again. In theory, he had the possibility of truly cultivating the Grand Nirvana divine power. Gu Chen's heart was constantly enlightened, and he knew the reason why he was in this dream realm. The inheritance of the bloodline will be severed, but the inheritance of the will won't. In Gu Chen's mind, the figure of the first overlord swinging his fist constantly flashed and replayed. Why was the first overlord able to break through the limits of life and become a person that illuminated the ancient netherworld era? It was because of that unyielding will. But why did the first overlord have such a firm will? Gu Chen looked at the ancestors of the ancient netherworld who were protected by the first overlord in the darkness, and the answer was self-evident. Those fists swung out again and again, advancing forward courageously without any consideration for his own life. That was because behind him were the lives of the world, the importance of the country. The first overlord was pure and resolute. Only those who inherited his will would be able to cultivate the Grand Nirvana divine power. Set your heart for the heaven and earth, set your life for the people, inherit the ultimate arts for the past sages, and establish peace for all ages. As Gu Chen spoke, the light on his body gradually brightened, and space-time started to distort. Swish, he suddenly opened his eyes and discovered that the first overlord was right in front of him. The first overlord's finger was pointing at the center of his brows. At this moment, the first overlord's figure was already very blurry, and the first overlord revealed a brilliant smile. The first overlord didn't impart any ultimate arts to Gu Chen. He only shared the memories of his life with Gu Chen. He used this method to convey his will, and Gu Chen's final words were a reply to him. Primogenitor, Gu Chen sensed that he was no longer weak. His body was surging with an unimaginably majestic blood qi. While he was immersed in the ancient dark dream realm, he didn't know what the first overlord had done for him. I'll leave the rest to you. The first overlord's Tao was rapidly dissipated as he turned into a light shadow. Primogenitor, I want to know about the seed of origin. Gu Chen hurriedly asked. After experiencing the battle in the life Tao field, he had many questions in his heart, and the first overlord would definitely be able to answer them. You should have already guessed a part of it. You will have to find the answer yourself. The first overlord didn't directly answer him, but he had no regrets. These two people had given him hope. Gu Chen nodded. Since the primogenitor wasn't willing to say more, he wouldn't force him. In any case, he was already very close to the truth. Farewell, primogenitor. Gu Chen solemnly bowed. He had met the first overlord in such a hurry and had to part in such a hurry. His heart was filled with reluctance and regret. The primogenitor was the most charismatic person he had ever met. It was a pity that the two of them couldn't live in the same era. The first overlord didn't say anything else. He only revealed a heartwarming smile like he did in his youth before quietly disappearing. The Dao land of the slaughter sect turned into a sea of fire, and countless people witnessed the Hongmeng group's loss of composure. The 6 rulers failed to stop the ugly emperor's self-destruction, and the words mere ruler he uttered before his death spread in all directions. His laughter before his death was clearly mocking them mercilessly, but as the rulers of heaven and earth, they were indeed teased by him for several days. They didn't have time to interrogate him for any useful information about the invasion of the Divine Ascension realm, and they were humiliated in front of their faces. The rulers' expressions were very ugly, and their moods were very bad. Lin Jiao had nowhere to vent his anger, and he had to clean up the mess because a large number of cultivators in the slaughter sect were affected by their inner demons and had become madmen who only knew how to kill. Cultivating his orthodoxy made it easier for them to be bloodthirsty and violent. That clown had probably deliberately chosen to attack the slaughter sect. He deserved to be cut into pieces. Lin Jiao could only try his best to extinguish the fire and temporarily imprison all the cultivators of the slaughter sect who could still be saved. As for those who had completely lost their minds, they were killed without hesitation. After this battle, the slaughter sect suffered a great loss. Fortunately, as long as he was there, the slaughter sect's position in the Hongmeng group was unshakable. The Dao land could be rebuilt if it was destroyed, and the dead could be nurtured again. To put it bluntly, it didn't change anything. It was just like swallowing a fly, which made him feel very uncomfortable and had nowhere to vent. Now you understand, right? Everything was Gu Chen's plot, and we wasted so much time in vain. While Lin Jiao was cleaning up the aftermath, Fang Yuan said to the remaining rulers. He was getting more and more uneasy. This clown's attainments in the big heart magic were amazing, but he sacrificed himself to buy some time. What did this mean? It meant that his ominous premonition was right. If this continued, a scene that he didn't want to see would appear. We must immediately join forces and search the entire Dao world. We must catch that guy Gu Chen as soon as possible. Fang Yuan urged. This time, none of the rulers objected. Previously, Fang Yuan's attitude made them feel that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. They couldn't understand why he still cared so much about the young Tyrant clan sovereign after breaking through and becoming a ruler. But now, witnessing a Dao ancestor with a bright future challenging them for the Tyrant clan sovereign without fear of death, they had to admit that they had underestimated the Tyrant clan sovereign. At the very least, he had extraordinary charisma as a leader. This clown's ability to invade the Divine Ascension realm might have come from the Tyrants. If you hadn't interfered, I would have killed the Tyrant Supreme long ago, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Heaven of Ling Long snorted coldly. Fang Yuan was infuriated. She was the one who obstructed him, but she still dared to accuse him. Now was not the time to argue. Fang Yuan breathed in and forced a smile. Let bygones be bygones. I believe that everyone doesn't wish for the Dao world to have a 7th ruler, right? Everyone's faces darkened. Tai Yi said coldly, the orthodoxy of the Tyrants is destined to never give birth to a ruler. It's better to be safe than sorry. Haven't you guys experienced the terror of the first overlord enough? Fang Yuan guided patiently, but Lan Ku interrupted impatiently. Alright, now that the situation is clear, let's do as you said and search together. Fang Yuan showed a relieved smile, he had finally dealt with these idiots. Soon, Lin Jiao resolved the chaos and slaughter sect and sealed off the entire Dao land, temporarily cutting off all contact with the outside world. The 6 rulers then ascended to the sky, manipulating the primordial Dao law. Their unparalleled divine senses gathered, like an aurora blooming in the night, wildly fluctuating. Gu Chen has a special way to avoid our detection. With me as the leader, I'll be able to catch him. Fang Yuan said impatiently. The 5 rulers did not object, letting him lead the huge divine sense gathering. Gu Chen. Fang Yuan smiled coldly and called out Gu Chen's name, his huge divine sense sweeping the entire 5th mountain and sea. His goal was clear, it was the tyrannical cauldron of origin that Gu Chen had used to prove his Dao. As long as he found the cauldron, he believed he could catch Gu Chen. The vast and unfathomable divine sense swept through one mountain after another, one city after another. Fang Yuan did not conceal his aura, and the rulers also intended to deter the various forces of the Dao world, who were ready to make a move. Therefore, wherever the combined pressure passed, countless living beings trembled, and countless cultivators panicked. Fang Yuan investigated very carefully. He knew that the cauldron was special, and if he was not careful, he would mistake it for an ordinary object. Whether it was above the 9 heavens or 100,000 feet underground, he would not let go of anything. Even if a fly's cry was not quite right, it would be instantly crushed by the tyrannical divine sense. Using death to prove its innocence, they would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let one of them go. Many cultivators who had disguised themselves or lived in seclusion suddenly died one after another. The heavenly Dao was heartless, and viewed all living beings as ants. This was vividly reflected at this moment. Over thousands of mountains and rivers, they were gradually eliminated, and the area of the 5th mountain and sea was basically searched. Fang Yuan snorted coldly when he didn't find any targets. This was all within his expectations. Since Ugly Sovereign had chosen to act against Slaughter Sect, the chances of Gu Chen hiding in the 5th mountain and sea were very low. But as the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest. In order to prevent any loopholes, he chose to search this area first. The 5th mountain and sea had been eliminated as a suspect, and now he had 2 options, the 6th mountain and sea, or the 4th mountain and sea. He could search both at the same time, but he would have to dig 3 feet into the ground, which would greatly reduce his efficiency. If Gu Chen was hiding in the 1st mountain and sea or the 9th mountain and sea, then finding him would undoubtedly take a lot more time. He had already given himself too much time, and Fang Yuan was very uneasy. He wanted to use every method at his disposal to capture Gu Chen as soon as possible. Go! Fang Yuan directed his vast divine sense in the direction of the 6th mountain and sea, and at the same time, rushed out of his body in the direction of the 4th mountain and sea. What are you doing? The rulers asked one after another, suspicious that Fang Yuan was up to something. If you want to kill Gu Chen, finding out where he's hiding place is one way, forcing him out is another way. Fang Yuan sneered. Forcing him out? How? The ruler's eyes flickered. Since the Tyrant clan supremacy entered the Dao world, how could he not have disguised himself? The 2nd mountain and sea's Jin clan's young clan leader, Qin Yunfei, is Gu Chen's disguise. The Pei dynasty's royal family and modest pavilion, the Jade dynasty's Qin clan, the Mu dynasty's tribes, and the Sword dynasty's sword pavilion. If we use these forces to threaten him, given his personality, he might take the initiative to show himself. Fang Yuan exposed Gu Chen's disguise. The Supreme Unity ruler frowned when he heard this. Has the Tyrant Sovereign infiltrated so deeply into the 2nd mountain and sea? The 2nd mountain and sea was the Supreme Qi Palace's main sphere of influence, but the Supreme Qi Palace had no idea that the Tyrant Sovereign had already controlled the lands of many dynasties. Why would the Tyrant Sovereign care about the lives of a bunch of ants? Fang Yuan, you're still so despicable. We can obviously find him, but you still want to do something unnecessary. Lan Ku sneered. Hee, it doesn't matter what you say. It's safer this way anyway. I really don't have any patience. The sooner we kill Gu Chen, the better. Fang Yuan's determination to kill Gu Chen was extremely firm, and the rulers did not stop him. Making preparations for both sides would not affect the overall situation. It was time to put an end to the tyrant sovereign. Inside the imperial palace of Paidu. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself and escape as soon as possible. Tang Xianxia was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He led a group of trusted aides and bowed to Emperor Pei Luyan again and again. Not long ago, the news from the Pavilion of Innocence was brief, but it also revealed a shocking fact. That person had already pierced through the sky. Although Tang Xianxia had already guessed that the other party was an extraordinary figure, he had not expected that he had already attracted the attention of the entire Dao world. All kinds of news were spreading, and the situation was terrifying. It was not something that a small place like Paidu could control. The only thing they could do now was to escape as soon as possible before the disaster struck and ensure the safety of Emperor Pei. The people of Innocent Pavilion had already retreated stealthily and destroyed many of their member lists internally. Their actions were decisive and resolute, which showed how bad the situation was going to be. Everyone could see that that person could barely take care of himself, but Emperor Pei was still guarding the imperial palace and refused to escape in time. I believe in you, teacher. Lu Yan, who used to be too young, had lost his childishness. He spoke calmly and fearlessly, with the domineering aura of an emperor. Teacher is a hidden dragon in Paidu. He has been working hard for many years, waiting for this moment. I believe that he will definitely return. As long as he survives this, the 9 mountains and seas will praise his name. Lu Yan made a solemn vow. Tang Xianxia wanted to say more, but he was scolded by Lu Yan. No buts. I won't leave. As long as I'm here, the Paidu dynasty is here. If the Paidu dynasty perishes, I will die first. Lu Yan was determined. Tang Xianxia sighed in his heart. How could he not understand the real reason why Emperor Pei refused to leave? If Emperor Pei fled and the enemy couldn't find him when they arrived, they would definitely vent their anger on Paidu and the countless people of the Paidu dynasty. If Emperor Pei was here, the destruction of the Paidu royal family might be able to appease the enemy and let the people of the Paidu dynasty survive. Emperor Pei truly loved his people like his own children. We are willing to go through the national crisis with your Majesty. Tang Xianxia and the others finally gave up on persuading Lu Yan and said in unison. At the border of the Jade dynasty, a group of Qin clan elders was confused. Yunfei is the Tyrant clan's supreme? Old Ancestor is the Tyrant clan's supreme protector? Patriarch, Grand Elder, you've kept us in the dark for so long. This time, my Qin clan is in danger. Escape, where can we escape to? The entire world is the primordial main group's sphere of influence. The elders of the Qin clan were extremely pessimistic. Although they had evacuated the younger generation of the clan as soon as they received Ninja's reminder and packed their bags to escape, they really didn't know where to go. Once upon a time, just the name of Ancestor Mu was enough to suffocate them. But now, they had to face the primordial group. Behind the primordial group, there was a huge shadow towering in the sky. Although the Dao world was huge, how long could they hide under the sovereign's absolute control? Chen Wenfeng and Chen Shanming looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They only knew that Chen Yunfei was actually called Chen Yi. How could they have known that he was actually the tyrant's supreme martial artist? The Chen clan's intelligence channels were already aware of the battle situation in the Life Dojo. The Tyrant clan's supreme martial artist had killed so many Tao ancestors that they could not relate to the usually calm and wise Chen Yunfei. However, at this time, they couldn't contact the elder ancestor at all. The situation was so big that people of their level could no longer interfere, other than going with the flow and fleeing in panic. They really didn't know what else they could do. We are all inferior to her. Chen Shanming sighed and looked in the direction of Mount Dingkong. At this time, there was only one woman on Mount Dingkong. We have tried our best to persuade her. Everyone has their own ambitions. Chen Wenfeng's expression was indecisive. In the face of the great changes in the world, everyone was anxious and at a loss as to what to do. In the case of Fang Yuan being promoted to the 6th sovereign, he didn't know how to turn the situation around. Although Ninja's words vaguely revealed some hope, who knew if she was comforting them or not? Perhaps the Tyrant clan's supreme martial artist could not return. After experiencing such a terrible battle in the Life Dojo, it was not surprising that he was exhausted. Even if he was still alive, with his calm and wisdom, the better choice now was undoubtedly to hide his strength and bide his time, right? These people might have already become abandoned pawns, and even the elder ancestor might have given up on them. They didn't complain in their hearts. Both of them knew that in the face of cruel reality, some people had to be sacrificed, and the big shots had to make a choice. However, they couldn't help but think, is there still hope for the Chen clan, on Mount Dingkong? Chu Meixin, dressed in snow-white clothes and carrying the purple and green dual swords on her back, stood alone on the top of the cliff. The breeze blew her hair, and her eyes were calm and fearless. She was breathtakingly beautiful. After obtaining the inheritance of Marquis Yanqinghao and the sword ancestor, her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. She was an out-and-out sword Dao genius. However, her enemy was even more terrifying. He had been promoted to the 6th sovereign of the Dao world, and he was high and mighty. Chu Meixin had never forgotten what happened at the Ferry of the Realm Sea. That demon slaughtered hundreds of Dao lords, and even her grandfather, the humble sword monarch, fell in a pool of blood. The gap between her enemy and herself was getting bigger and bigger. Now, he had once again succeeded and became stronger. It seemed that nothing could stop him anymore. Chu Meixin didn't want to escape. She also knew that although the world was big, there was actually nowhere to escape to. Since that was the case, she might as well stand with her sword, condense her lifetime sword intent, and brandish her unyielding sword at the high and mighty sovereign, who said that women were inferior to men. Women were not inferior to men. More importantly, Chu Meixin recalled the situation that Renin had told her when she asked. She knew how precious time was to Guchen now. She might be able to buy some time by standing here. She always believed in that man. She believed that he would definitely return and that he could shatter the haze that shrouded the Dao world. The entire Dao world is a chess game, and we are both in it. Guchen had once said this. Whether you are playing against Fang Yuan or someone else, I am willing to be your chess piece in this chess game. It doesn't matter even if I'm an abandoned chess piece in the end. Chu Meixin murmured. She had once said this during the alliance. Marriage. Now, her mind hadn't changed at all. Chu Meixin stood from day to night, and the sun, moon, and stars alternated as she waited. At a certain moment, heaven and earth suddenly changed color, and an unparalleled vast pressure descended. In the sky above the Pei dynasty, Yu dynasty, Mu dynasty, and Sword dynasty, the clouds gathered and changed. An incomparably majestic figure tens of thousands of feet tall appeared. My name is Heavenly Emperor Yuan. The newcomer announced his name. The giant hand that covered the sky caused the land of the 4 dynasties to sink into darkness and despair. Guchen. I give you 6 hours to show yourself. Otherwise, this emperor will slaughter all living beings in the 4 dynasties. Fang Yuan's cold voice spread to every corner of the 4 dynasties. Lu Yan, Chen Wenfeng, Chen Shanming, and the others' expressions changed. Clang, Chu Meixin unsheathed her purple-green dual swords without hesitation, and a snow-white sword ray illuminated the dark night. Heavenly Emperor Yuan had descended in the 4 empires, his body blotted out the sky, his arrogance was unparalleled, he was the sole ruler. This was the first time he was announcing himself to the world after becoming the 6th ruler. It was the best time to establish his might. He gave Guchen 6 hours to appear. If Guchen fell for the trap and appeared, it would be exactly what he wanted. If Guchen did not appear, he could also establish his might. The blood debt of all living beings in the 4 empires would be placed on Guchen. It would be a good blow to his Dao heart. Fang Yuan did things meticulously. This was a transaction that would not result in a loss. But to think that the moment he finished speaking, 10 divine emperors kill. From Fixed Space Mountain, a snow-white sword light tore through the sky, tearing apart the entire night sky. It also severely challenged the authority he had just established. Chu Meixin used Marquis Yanqinghao's supreme sword technique. This sword could split apart the primal chaos, it could split apart the world, there was nothing it could not destroy. It was extremely fast. Fang Yuan did not descend in the 4 empires with his true body. He had only split out a breath of Genesis Qi. This breath of Genesis Qi used great transformation technique to gather a large area of the cloud Qi above the 4 empires, creating the terrifying Heavenly Emperor Yuan form. In truth, Heavenly Emperor Yuan's aura was real, but his body was very illusory. Chu Meixin did not know this. She pointed her sword at the ruler. It was a display of great courage. It was the sublimation of her sword path. At this moment, she used her sword for her emotions. Her emotions were at the peak. The sword intent of the emotion sword was also perfect and flawless. This peak sword directly broke through the highest threshold of sword path. It displayed power that far surpassed the limits. Thus, an unimaginable scene occurred. Heavenly Emperor Yuan had just displayed his might. Before he finished his words, that immeasurably tall body was split into two by the piercing sword light. The illusory body made of cloud chi crumbled on a large scale. Heavenly Emperor Yuan's voice was still echoing. As his body crumbled, smoke was coming out of his mouth. Even those who were far away could not hear his voice clearly. The authority he had just established was gone in an instant. Countless living beings in the four empires raised their heads and looked at the sky in shock. Just now, there seemed to be someone talking. No matter how stunning and decisive Chu Meixin's attack was, her attainment level was too far from Feng Yuan. Even a trace of Genesis Chi could not threaten him. Feng Yuan's illusory body quickly reformed, his expression extremely dark. He had just become a ruler, and his ego was at its peak. This sort of stifling feeling of being forcefully interrupted by someone was truly unpleasant. Reckless woman. Feng Yuan created a giant palm that slammed towards fixed space mountain. Chu Meixin was valiant and fearless as she brandished her sword to meet the enemy. Bang! This time, there were no more miracles. In front of the ruler who was serious, Chu Meixin's attack was completely ineffective. Her entire body was slapped into the depths of Mt Ding Kong. She was covered in blood and had lost the ability to move. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Feng Yuan did not take another look at Chu Meixin. If he ignored her like this woman would suffer immense pain and bleed to death. Although this woman was Qin Yunfei's wife on the surface, he understood Gu Chen's character. He was wholeheartedly playing chess with him, so there was no way he would have a romantic relationship. There was no point in making a fuss about her. He cleared his throat, and his voice reverberated throughout the world. My name is Celestial D'Archuan. He re-emphasized his name and pretended that the previous disruption had never happened. The Tyrant clan's sovereign Gu Chen, alias the Qin clan's young clan leader Qin Yunfei, has committed all kinds of crimes. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate them. In 6 hours, if Gu Chen does not appear, all living beings of the Pei dynasty, Yu dynasty, Mu dynasty, and Jian dynasty, listen up. You will be implicated because of his crimes. At that time I will bestow upon you heavenly punishment. Feng Yuan took the initiative to reveal the ins and outs of the matter. He had sinister intentions. If he killed all the living beings of the 4 dynasties in the end, most of the living beings would not hate him, the executioner, but Gu Chen, the instigator. This was the weakness of human nature. It was extremely interesting. Oh no, the ruler has come personally, we can't escape. A group of Qin clan elders looked at the barrier that connected heaven and earth in the distance, and they were at a loss for a moment. All their hopes were dashed to pieces. If Hongmeng sent troops to chase after them, they might be able to conceal their identities and escape this calamity. But if the ruler personally took action, no one would escape. The ruler represented the heavenly Tao, and he could easily destroy all living beings within hundreds of millions of miles. In his eyes, they were nothing but ants. Chen Wenfeng and Chen Shanming looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Would the Qin clan really not be able to survive this calamity? It had not been long since the Qin clan's rise from decline to rise, and such a drastic rise and fall really made them feel complicated. The young people in the clan have been sent out in advance. Maybe they can find a way to survive. As long as the old ancestor is still alive, the Qin clan will not perish. Qin Shanming took a deep breath and looked at all the elders present. The fact that Yunfei is the Tyrant clan's sovereign has indeed harmed us, but from another perspective, the fact that the rulers care so much about him shows that he has great potential. Don't be afraid. Today, we will die bravely, and perhaps it is to exchange for a brighter future for the Qin clan. Qin Shanming was impassioned and unafraid of death. His words infected Qin Wenfeng. Great Elder is right. I don't regret cooperating with that man called Chen Yi. The old ancestor has made the same choice. Since the whole world knows that the Qin clan has followed the Tyrant clan's sovereign, we can only move forward bravely. Whether we live or die today, don't let others laugh at us. Chen Wenfeng sat on the ground, no longer thinking about escaping. Whether he lived or died in 6 hours, he would leave it to the heavens. Qin Shanming resolutely sat down beside Chen Wenfeng. Seeing the patriarch and the grand elder like this, the Chen clan elders also sighed and sat down on the spot. Today, they would either become history, or witness history. At the same time, the major tribes of the Mu dynasty, the counties of the Jade dynasty, the countries of the Pei dynasty, and the Sword Pavilion were all shocked by Feng Yuan's heavenly punishment. The name of the Tyrant clan's sovereign, Gu Chen, was known by all living beings, other than the four imperial dynasties. Many of the major forces of the Second Mountain and Sea also looked over because of Feng Yuan's movements. Qin Yunfei is actually the Tyrant clan's sovereign? How is this possible? Isn't this kid hiding his strength too deeply? The leaders of the Star Sea sect, Dragon Taming sect, Sea clan, Dawn clan, and other forces broke out in cold sweat. In the Holy Land of Alchemy, the master and disciple looked in the direction of the four imperial dynasties. Don't go. The art saint knew what his disciple was thinking and interfered. He did not want his disciple to die in vain. He had a bright future ahead of him. The alchemy saint immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. I am not going to repay kindness, but to follow the Tyrant clan's sovereign. The art saint was very anxious. What if the Tyrant clan's sovereign doesn't show up? Although I have only known the Tyrant clan's sovereign for a short period of time, I know he will definitely show up. I am going to be the enemy of the whole world. Then, I will be the enemy of the whole world. In the dominating cauldron world, Gu Chen's many companions were anxious and anxious. Finally, at a certain moment, the Golden Kingdom that covered hundreds of miles began to shrink. Zhou Fengling, Wuji Tyrant Dragon, Chen Daolin, Feng Yaya, and the others were all shocked. After a few days, the Golden Kingdom finally reacted. If there were no more changes, they might be caught by the rulers. Everyone looked at the shrinking Golden Kingdom in anticipation. The overbearing aura was receding like the tide. The golden light shrank from hundreds of kilometers to dozens of kilometers, and then to 1 kilometer. The smaller the range, the more dazzling the light in the center. Everyone squinted their eyes subconsciously. When the golden light finally converged to an extreme point and flickered intensely, the wind and clouds became lighter, and a slender figure appeared. This person had ink-black hair and a handsome face. Every muscle on his tall and straight body was well proportioned. Standing there, he naturally became the center of the world. All the companions rushed over, holding their breaths subconsciously. The Gu Chen in front of them was both familiar and strange. Apart from being taller than before, he seemed to have the innate temperament of an emperor. His eyes were closed. As if sensing everyone's gaze, he slowly opened his eyes. His golden eyes were as dazzling as 2 suns, making it hard for people to look directly at him. Their hearts trembled. Gu Chen moved. Every step he took was accompanied by golden lightning. It wasn't intentional. His aura was too powerful now. Even though he had restrained it, it still caused such a phenomenon due to the friction with the air. Everyone only saw a blur before Gu Chen appeared before them. Even Xiaoyao Tao Ancestor and Mo Xiaoyun didn't have time to react. What happened? Fortunately, Gu Chen's voice was normal. He asked immediately. The Tao ancestors were greatly relieved. Uncle Gu, how much do you remember before you passed out? Feng Yaya asked. I remember everything about the life dojo and everything that happened in my dream. Gu Chen paused. In fact, he had just familiarized himself with his current body, but he wasn't sure why his body had such a transformation and how many surprises were hidden. Then I'll start from after we escaped from the life dojo. Feng Yaya spoke slowly, and Gu Chen listened attentively. Soon, Gu Chen's expression turned grave, and golden lightning instinctively collided on the surface of his body. How long have Ugly Emperor and the others been gone? He asked. It's been 3 days. Everyone answered truthfully. Gu Chen's heart sank. 3 days, even for mortals, was just a blink of an eye. It seemed ordinary. However, when faced with the 5 rulers of the Tao world and the treacherous Feng Yuan, Gu Chen could imagine how difficult it would be to fight for 3 days. I'm leaving for a while. Gu Chen immediately said. The Ugly Emperor and Tao Ancestor Void Mirror were using the Divine Wander World to stall for time. If they hid their true bodies well, they might be able to save them in time. As he spoke, he was about to send himself out of the dominating cauldron world when Tao Ancestor Xiaoyao suddenly shouted. Wait. Gu Chen stopped and looked at him. Tao Ancestor Xiaoyao was furious. Are you planning to keep us here? The dwarf sovereign, unbounded tyrant dragon king, Chen Daolin, and the others also looked at Gu Chen with intense battle intent in their eyes. Gu Chen, have you thought about what kind of enemies you'll face and how bad the situation will be? This time, no ancestor can save you, right? Zhou Fengling said. Gu Chen nodded, his eyes as calm as the abyss. If you lose this battle, none of us here will survive. So, you don't have to worry about our safety in this battle. We're not that weak, and this isn't your battle alone, the great empress beside Zhou Fengling said. The water empress, who was standing beside Zhou Fengling, opened her mouth. During this period of waiting, her arrows had already been polished to the point that they were shining. Yi Yu, sword ancestor, and Hai Dongxin also nodded. They were already mentally prepared. The rebellion army is waiting for their leader. Dong Fengshan said. Gu Chen looked at everyone. Even Qian Darong and Ling Bing were not afraid at all. I understand. This is our battle. Let's go together. Gu Chen said seriously. Roar. The unbounded tyrant dragon king let out a deafening roar, and many of its companions looked excited. After the number of people was decided, Gu Chen used the power of the world to envelop everyone. Not everyone had to fight. For example, Clay Bodhisattva and Yuan Gongyi had entered deep seclusion and didn't know what was happening outside. The great prophet went back into seclusion after coming out. Apart from them, the state of the sky-devouring demonic butterflies was also surprising. This time, Gu Chen came out of seclusion not only because he had changed, but also because his connection with the Dominator world was stronger. These people in seclusion had another meaning to him. Let's go. Gu Chen didn't disturb them. Instead, he strengthened the barrier for them so that the battle outside wouldn't affect them. With a thought, Gu Chen and his companions disappeared from the Dominator world. Heaven's equal immortal emperor and void mirror Dao ancestor appeared before them. A large group of people returned to the Dao world and first appeared in the Black Mud Sea's alternate space. Where's the ugly emperor? After confirming that White Ape and void mirror Dao ancestor were fine, Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that the ugly emperor wasn't around, he had a bad feeling. Void mirror Dao ancestor sighed deeply when he saw that Gu Chen had returned. Facing the 6 rulers, the ugly emperor fought until the last moment. Even when he died, he planted the flag of the tyrant paragon on the Dao land of the massacre sect. Dead? Everyone had a premonition, and they were either sad or amazed. With his own strength, he had forcefully held back 6 rulers. The ugly emperor was someone who had changed the world. The successor of the mental demon died on the battlefield he wanted to die the most. Hai Dongxin had been with the ugly emperor for the longest time, so she had the most regrets. When Yuan Gongyi came out of seclusion and found out that no one would argue with him anymore, he would be very sad. Gu Chen fell silent. He didn't know how long the ugly emperor had spent the past 3 days and how he had racked his brains to hold back the 6 rulers. He didn't even have the chance to see him one last time. After so many years, he believed that his heart had been tempered to the point of being cold-blooded and emotionless. He could abandon all unnecessary emotions and focus only on the initial plan of entering the Dao world. The ugly emperor, a native of the primordial Dao world, had sacrificed himself without hesitation. This had stirred his heart, which had been calm for a long time. You died bearing my name. I will make sure that name resounds throughout the Dao world. Gu Chen's eyes turned sharp. He stepped out of the alternate dimension at the bottom of the sea, and the light he emitted dyed the bottomless darkness of the Black Mud Sea gold. There will be a time when the wind blows and the waves, and the sail hangs to the clouds to aid the vast ocean. Today was the day to cross the vast ocean. The Black Mud Sea was split into 2 towering walls of water by the formless domineering aura. Gu Chen stepped out from the bottom of the sea, and the group of Dao ancestors followed behind him. Countless living beings in the 3rd mountain and sea witnessed this shocking scene. An overlord had appeared between the sky and the sea. Time passed bit by bit. Within the 4 empires, there was no sound. It was extremely stifling. Countless living beings helplessly waited for heavenly monarch Yuan's judgment. Their hearts were slowly swallowed by fear. Finally, at a certain moment, a cold and emotionless voice resounded from the sky. 6 hours, that's enough. Heavenly monarch Yuan's words completely shattered the last bit of hope that countless living beings had. pushing them into a bottomless abyss. In Peidu Imperial Palace, Lu Yan and Tang Xuance's foreheads were covered in cold sweat. The weaker palace maids were already sobbing uncontrollably. Qin Shanming, the elders of Qin tribe, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Raise your heads and puff out your chest, there is nothing to be afraid of, we will die today." Green Willow Sacred Lands Willow Sage, Giant Scale Tribes and Dragon Rhinoceros Tribes Great Sages, Sword Pavilion Sword Sages all held their breaths, feeling despair. It was not easy to cultivate to the sage realm, but today, they would die like ants. There was no value in them at all. The panicking people fled, the helpless people cried, many families of different races chose to hug each other at the last moment of their lives, praying that someone could save them. Heavenly Monarch Yuan stood in the sky, countless voices entered his ears. He did not have the slightest bit of pity, only unhappiness at not achieving his goal. This trick still failed to make Guchen take the initiative to jump out, and he wasted another 6 hours. Forget it, you can't hide for long, cherish the last moments of your life, Guchen. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hands that covered the sky. The land of the 4 empires turned pitch black, there was no light at all. Before you die, let these people accompany you in death. Cold winds blew. Fang Yuan was about to make his move. Suddenly, an extremely golden line tore through the night sky. Fang Yuan stopped abruptly, his face showing a joyful expression. Guchen! You finally showed yourself. The voice rumbled like thunder. Countless living beings of the 4 empires raised their heads, looking at the golden light that was flying towards Jade Dynasty. Hope revived in everyone's hearts. The Tyrant race's supreme venerable had appeared. The golden light streaked across the sky like a shooting star and landed on the ruins of Mount Dingkong in the blink of an eye. Guchen did not raise his head to look at the hooting Fang Yuan, but walked towards the ruins, casually waving his hand to scatter countless rocks. Then he found Chumei Xian, who was covered in injuries, in a corner. As soon as he emerged from the black clay sea, he sent out his divine will, which was much more powerful than before, and quickly learned what was happening in the second mountain and sea. Especially Chumei Xian, who dared to wave her sword at Fang Yuan, he could sense that her life force was about to extinguish. She was barely breathing. Thus, he came here as fast as he could. The ugly emperor had already been sacrificed. He didn't want any more comrades to die because of him. He picked up the dying Chumei Xin from the ruins. Her eyes were closed, and her injuries were shocking. A normal person would have died long ago, but he didn't know what kind of willpower made her hang on to her last breath. Guchen's tall body carried her with one hand, and the other hand slowly placed on the area where her ribs were all broken. Green light slowly flowed out of Guchen's palm and entered Chumei Xin's body. Shockingly, her injuries were healing at a visible speed, and even her internal organs were no exception. This kid cultivated the great life technique? Fang Yuan saw all of this, but he did not stop it. It was impossible for this doppelganger to kill Guchen. His main body had already learned of this matter and was rushing over with the other 5 rulers. The clone's mission was to delay Guchen and not let him escape and hide again. As for who Guchen wanted to save, he could save. In any case, when he died, the people he saved would still die. It's the perfect ending. Guchen hasn't changed at all. Back then in the Chaos Sea, he sacrificed himself for a bit of his bloodline and companions. But now, for these insignificant ants in the 4 empires, he still appeared. Guchen, do you know why you cannot become a ruler? Fang Yuan spoke with a mocking tone. A true ruler cannot be bound by blood or morals. Just look at Tai and the others. Over the years, anything that could threaten their reign, even their children, would be crippled. That's right. Supreme forgets emotions. Supreme is emotionless. Standing at the peak is always lonely. Glory cannot be shared with others. Fang Yuan spoke more. He was finally going to get rid of this huge threat, but suddenly, he felt a little reluctant. Guchen still ignored Fang Yuan. Under the healing of the great life technique, Chumei Xin's injuries were gradually under control. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Chumei Xin opened her eyes and saw Guchen's face. She could not help but smile, revealing a satisfied expression. You can finally show your true appearance. Your real face is still more handsome. He was no longer that cold and calculative Qin Yunfei. The Guchen in front of her was the Guchen of the Chaos Sea. He seemed to have finally broken free of his restraints, or perhaps no one in the world could stop him from being himself. He could finally soar in the sky. Gu Chen's hands and chest were very warm. Chu Meixin was drowsy, she was too tired. Rest well, leave the rest to me, Gu Chen said. Chu Meixin grunted softly and quickly fell asleep. She felt too safe in Gu Chen's arms, she was suddenly not worried about the so-called ruler anymore. Gu Chen sent the sleeping Chu Meixin into the domination cauldron world before he finally had time to raise his head and look at Feng Yuan coldly. Feng Yuan's commotion was very exaggerated, this heavenly Emperor Yuan's figure was over 100,000 feet tall, his aura was clearly modified, he might have wanted to leave a mighty image to the world. As the saying went, the more one lacked something, the more one wanted to show off. Puji Venerable Master's appearance suits you better. Gu Chen finally responded to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan heard this and his expression sank. Little rascal, I will let you taste despair today. Gu Chen smiled in disdain, he hooked his left index finger as a sandstone floated out of the ruins and landed in his hand, he played with it casually. If you want to fight me, send your main body. Such a weak phantom, don't try to show off your prowess here. As Gu Chen spoke, he flicked his finger and the stone in his hand flew through the air, heading straight for Feng Yuan's towering giant shadow. The sandstone's trajectory was straight, it turned completely golden along the way, creating countless air currents as it continued to accelerate. It was clearly an inconspicuous sandstone, but when it flew into Feng Yuan's huge figure, boom, the celestial Arch Yuan's body directly exploded. Terrifying golden flame swept out, engulfing him with the force of a whirlwind. The shadow that shrouded the four imperial dynasties collapsed, the dark land welcomed the light of dawn. Countless living beings felt warmth, they raised their heads and saw that the sky was filled with golden light. It was a beautiful sight. The sky above the four great empires was filled with floating lights and gold, and the scene was magnificent. The Tyrant tribe supremacy had finally appeared and destroyed the insufferably arrogant heavenly the Arch Yuan with a grain of sand. This scene was too shocking. Countless living beings in the Pei Empire, Yu Empire, Mu Empire, and Sword Empire quickly burst into loud cheers after recovering from their shock and astonishment. They were saved. The Tyrant tribe supremacy had saved everyone at their most desperate moment. It turned out that the rulers were not invincible. Outside the four great empires, countless cultivators also felt a strong spiritual impact. The ninth generation of the Tyrant tribe supremacy had once dominated 9 eras, and now, the 10th generation of the Tyrant tribe supremacy had appeared. Was he going to start an era that belonged to him? Is that really Yunfei? Chen Xiaoming's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Chen Wenfeng quickly hid his shock and couldn't help but laugh. At least they didn't have to die, they chose to believe in the Tyrant tribe supremacy, and the Tyrant tribe supremacy didn't give up on them. All the forces related to Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief at this moment, and their hearts were incomparably excited. Amidst the cheers, Gu Chen stood above Mt Dingkong emotionlessly and coldly looked at the second mountain range that towered into the clouds. He foresaw the scene of the 6 rulers coming together. That would be the most dangerous stage today. The 4 great empires could only be truly safe if they blocked the attacks of the 6 rulers or even killed some of them. Not only the 4 great empires, but the people he needed to negotiate with for the countless living beings in the Chaos Sea who had come to the Tao world were also the 6 rulers. The 6 rulers mobilized the primordial Tao law to search for Gu Chen. At this moment, he was far away from many mountains and seas. Sensing Gu Chen's appearance, they still needed time to descend. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with golden light. The 6 rulers would cross the second mountain and arrive. By then, just the aftermath of the battle would be enough to destroy the 4 great empires. How this battle is fought is up to me. Gu Chen muttered, raised his left hand, and faced the direction of the second mountain range. On the center of his palm, golden electricity interweaved, and a powerful airflow appeared from nothing, rotating at a high speed in an anti-clockwise direction. A golden tornado formed in Gu Chen's palm. With a flick of his arm, it flew out. As it moved forward, it swept up a vast amount of origin energy in the world. The tyrannical power forcefully swept away the countless laws of heaven and earth, driving a powerful potential energy that rapidly expanded like a snowball. 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 10,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. The golden tornado grew at an astonishing speed, slowly advancing towards the second mountain range. Gu Chen, on the other hand, closed his eyes to rest. He was calm and composed as he waited for the next battle. Wherever the golden tornado passed, people quickly retreated. They all realized that an earth-shattering battle of sovereigns was about to begin. Countless plants and trees were swept up into the sky by the wind, and the river was also swept up. The empty city, with its buildings and city walls shattered, and was swept into the hurricane. The tornado continued to accumulate power, and everything that was sucked into it was flowing with golden light. Terrifying golden lightning could be faintly seen through the gaps in the airflow. After an unknown period of time, the golden tornado finally approached the foot of the second mountain range, the no man's land that stretched for thousands of miles. On the mountainside of the second mountain, the cultivators of the Swan Shadow Villa looked at the approaching hurricane. Fear rose in their hearts, and they immediately fled. Although fleeing was a capital offense, it was better than dying immediately. As of this moment, in every corner of the second mountain and sea, it was possible to see that next to the towering second mountain was a terrifying tornado that connected heaven and earth. The golden tornado began to meander after reaching the boundary of the second mountain range, accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed. It seemed to be preparing to attack the second mountain range, causing countless people to imagine. The 9 great mountain ranges were formed at the birth of the Tao world. Not only are they natural barriers that separate the 9 mountains and seas, but they are also considered the symbols of the Tao court. All of the Swan Shadow Villas are built on these giant mountains. The 9 giant mountains were formed by the primordial Tao earth of the chaotic sea under the pressure of the primordial Tao law. They have the toughest geological conditions in the Tao world, and can withstand any storm. Any storm? Including the attacks of the Tyrant clan's paragon? I don't know. The Tyrant clan's paragon has never appeared in the same era as the rulers. Both of them are symbols of invincibility. Today, we might be able to determine who is stronger. We are about to witness history. We will have no regrets in this life. Countless cultivators had fanatical looks in their eyes. Although they knew it was dangerous, they still wanted to get closer to see how magnificent this battle would be. The golden tornado gradually connected the sky and the earth. Inside the tornado, where the lightning gathered, numerous spatial cracks appeared in an exaggerated manner. Such a huge commotion was immediately detected by the 6 juggernauts who were hurrying on their way. Is this a declaration of war? Lin Jiao sneered. The Tyrant clan's paragon's strength has improved greatly. I wonder what the first-generation overlord has done. Ling Longtian said in a concerned tone. No matter what he has done, without the support of the primordial Tao law, he is dreaming if he wants to be on equal footing with us. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The power of that storm is a bit shocking. Should we avoid it and attack from different directions? Lan Ke suggested. Avoid it? With the 6 of us joining forces, do we still need to avoid the Tyrant clan's paragon? Won't we become the laughingstock of the world? Lan Ming shook his head. These words were a bit too provocative. I am Lin Jiao. You want me to avoid a mere glorious ancient overlord physique? Lin Jiao's temper was about to explode. Had the rulers become cabbages that everyone wanted to challenge? The ruler's eyes turned cold. The 6 rainbows suddenly sped up and headed toward the second mountain at full speed. The sky above the Tao world was turbulent, and countless people's hearts wavered. 6 rainbows cut through the sky and earth, heading straight for the Tyrant clan's paragon. Gu Chen, was the ruler stronger or the Tyrant clan's paragon stronger? Countless cultivators held their breath and waited. The rulers crossed multiple mountains and seas, closing in on Gu Chen. He could already feel their aura. All of a sudden, Gu Chen opened his eyes. The golden tornado had finally begun its attack on the second mountain. Tyrannical dance, demonic dragon sky rush. The golden tornado turned into the ancient underworld demonic dragon as it moved forward. The dragon head formed by the storm vaguely resembled the limitless tyrant dragon. It opened its bloody mouth, let out a loud dragon roar, and rushed toward the largest natural barrier of the Tao world. Boom! The demonic dragon pierced through the second mountain, causing a strong earthquake. Its power did not diminish at all, and its huge body rushed straight toward the 6 rulers. The 6 rulers did not retreat. Their bodies were like meteors, crashing straight into the demonic dragon's huge mouth. Bam! 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 The demonic dragon's huge figure quickly collapsed, and the 6 rulers were ultimately stronger. The golden storm turned into turbulence, and the 6 rulers were temporarily trapped by the domineering power, their movements greatly affected. Swoosh! Gu Chen's figure disappeared from Mount Dingkong. He took the initiative to attack, stepping into the turbulence with one step, and took the lead in waving his fist at Feng Yuan. How could he fight against 6 rulers alone? It was very simple. He just had to grab Feng Yuan and beat him up. The turbulence caused by demonic dragon Tian Chong dispersed the 6 rulers. For a moment, they were all restrained and could not attack or defend each other. Gu Chen charged into the turbulence with the world's fastest speed, and his first target was Feng Yuan. The vast golden blood qi soared into the sky as Gu Chen punched the enemy. Boom! Feng Yuan did not show any weakness. He also punched, using his physical strength to resist. The 2 fists collided, and the point where their fists collided shattered the void like a mirror. I am no longer the same as before. This body does not lose to brilliant ancient overlord body. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly. The red and blue light in his eyes burst out fiercely at close range. Gu Chen's eyes turned into double pupils. He did not have any intention of retreating, and a dazzling golden light burst out. Original realm exile. The 2 Zai powers collided, but no one could do anything to the other. Gu Chen continued to punch. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Feng Yuan took all of them and shouted, "Is that all you have?" Gu Chen did not say a word. He continued to punch. 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches. He punched 1,000 times in an extremely short period of time, and Feng Yuan also responded with his fists and legs. They clashed head-on, punching each other. Previously in the Karma realm, Feng Yuan had to use the book page world to avoid close combat with Gu Chen, but now he had no worries. He was extremely confident. It's useless. Be it speed or strength, my physique is not inferior to yours. Feng Yuan continued to shout, and when he punched Gu Chen again, Gu Chen's fists suddenly burst into golden flames. Then, Gu Chen's attack speed continued to increase, and his power continued to increase. Feng Yuan's expression gradually changed. He could not keep up with his speed, and his palms were starting to feel numb. Thank you for warming me up. My body has changed too much. I need some time to adapt. Gu Chen finally spoke, his lips curled up in a mocking smile. Dragging Feng Yuan into the whirlpool of close combat, it would be even more difficult for him to escape. Can you block my next attack? Gu Chen's murderous aura became sharp and fierce, and he constantly accelerated his punches. With every punch, sparks flew, and his body naturally entered the state of devouring gold. Not good. Feng Yuan's body gradually overheated. Even if ancient Ming's strongest eye could accurately capture Gu Chen's fist shadows, his body could not keep up. He wanted to retreat, but the speed of Gu Chen's punches increased again and again, constantly breaking his imagination and plunging him into a storm. Whoosh! Finally, there was a punch that Feng Yuan did not manage to receive, and his face took a heavy blow. Ouch! A searing pain. Bang! Another punch landed on his abdomen, and Feng Yuan's body arched in pain. Wait a minute, he said anxiously. He wanted to use the great transformation technique to escape, but he found that the tyrannical power that seeped into his body was much stronger than before. Gu Chen's merciless and concentrated fists rained down. Feng Yuan could not even shout anymore. He suffered hundreds to thousands of punches in an instant, his body bursting with blood mist. He was already a ruler. How could he suffer such a loss? The intense grievance made Feng Yuan's veins bulge on his forehead. The 9-colored lotus platform under his feet suddenly burst with colorful light, and the tyrannical primordial Dao Law sent Gu Chen flying. Gu Chen's body burst with endless golden light. Although he was sent flying by the primordial Dao Law, he was not injured. He sneered and was about to continue pouncing at Feng Yuan. Chaos Tao Tai. However, the 5 rulers gradually got rid of the demon dragon's attack. Ling Long Tian waved the world creation saber and launched a familiar attack at Gu Chen. What a pity. Gu Chen knew that the best chance to fight Feng Yuan alone was gone, and he had to face the 6 rulers now. World returns to origin. His body burst with dazzling golden light, and he destroyed the Tao Tai divine beast with his bare hands. The remnant power of the great chaos technique and great creation technique wreaked havoc, but Gu Chen turned a blind eye to it. Invincible, like a golden god, Ling Long Tian's eyes darkened. This little rascal's strength had indeed improved greatly. Tyrant Spear. Yin Yang Great Cut. Lin Jiao and Tai Yi attacked Gu Chen from the left and right at the same time. Giant Divine Weapon. The dazzling golden armor protected Gu Chen in time, he ignored the rulers and pounced at Fang Yuan like a tiger or a wolf. Fang Yuan, whose wounds healed rapidly with the help of the primordial Dao Law, was extremely furious. Did Guchen think that he was a pushover? Great storm technique. A storm surged in the sky. Fang Yuan tried to pull apart the distance between him and Guchen. He was already afraid, he did not want to charge at the front. Guchen moved forward with large strides while withstanding the storm. Dark golden lightning appeared in his palms at the same time. That is, Linglong Tian squinted her eyes, her soul was aching. Earlier in Life Dao Field, this young tyrant race sovereign used this move to injure her, but at that time, he had clearly used all his strength, his body had become thin, but now, it was as if he had it at his fingertips. A dark golden crescent moon appeared in each of Guchen's palms, the domineering power was compressed to the extreme. Buzz, Guchen only raised his right hand, and the storm that was everywhere dissipated a lot. Plow cord edge, the dark golden crescent moon in his right hand flew out and attacked Fang Yuan. Linglong Tian could not hold back, she waved the creation blade and attacked Guchen. Guchen's other plow cord edge in his left hand was reserved to guard against other rulers, but now, he did not even raise his head and sent it towards Linglong Tian. Boom 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 boom. A huge explosion occurred in Fang Yuan and Linglong Tian's direction at the same time. Lin Jiu, Tai Yi, Lan Ku, and Lan Ming attacked Guchen together. The rulers thought that Guchen had expended a lot of energy after using all 9 divine abilities in a short period of time, especially 2 plow cord edge attacks at the same time. It was the best time to kill him. Facing the attacks of the 4 rulers, Guchen's expression did not change. The majestic golden blood qi in his body soared into the sky. He did not take the attacks head-on. Instead, he used his outstanding battle and prediction instincts to fight the 4 rulers. This amount of blood qi that is as deep as the ocean, I'm afraid he is already close to the first era overlord. Tai Yi took a deep breath. This young tribe overlord had already matured. How could he have obtained such terrifying strength in such a short period of time? Guchen twisted and turned, circling around the 4 sovereigns. All kinds of great Dao techniques bombarded him. The glorious ancient tyrant body was impervious to all methods. As a top physique that could suppress great Dao techniques, any Dao technique would be greatly reduced. Swoosh. Guchen dodged the attacks of the 3 rulers and took on Lan Ku's big move, which he could not dodge. Half his body was covered in blood as he rushed out of the encirclement and approached Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan had just taken on plow cord edge and had many injuries on his body. Seeing that Guchen was charging at him again, he gritted his teeth in hatred. It turned out that no matter how many enemies there were, Guchen was only going to hold on to him. The other rulers also realized this, and they revealed strange expressions. Fang Yuan was truly a hateful fellow. Subconsciously, they slowed down by a few steps. A majestic golden phantom appeared behind Guchen and quickly condensed, the armor on his arm becoming thicker. Guchen punched again, the giant divine weapon at full strength also moved, the concentrated fists raining down on Fang Yuan like a small mountain. Fang Yuan roared in anger and retaliated helplessly. Bam 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 bam. Guchen's punches were too fast and powerful. Fang Yuan's head was bleeding from the punches. He cried out in pain. Previously, he could not wait to capture Guchen. Who could have thought that the situation would be completely different from what he had imagined? Why was this kid able to escape every single time? Why was he still the one being beaten after advancing to ruler? Fang Yuan was furious. He could not hold on anymore. His body was showing signs of collapsing under the countless punches. Tai Yi, Lan Ku, and Lin Jiu saw this and exchanged glances. They suddenly changed their target and attacked Fang Yuan. There was no friendship between rulers. Betrayal happened in an instant. Fang Yuan was suppressed by Guchen and was attacked by the 3 rulers. He had nowhere to hide and immediately screamed. His body was torn into pieces in the encirclement. His blood splattered in the sky, and even the 9-colored lotus platform under his feet collapsed. The rulers were ruthless. They wanted to use the power of the Tyrant clan sovereign to suppress the myriad laws and try to eradicate Fang Yuan completely. When Fang Yuan died, they would deal with the Tyrant clan sovereign. In this way, the order of the Dao world would return to a controllable range. Guchen had long guessed that Fang Yuan and the 5 veteran rulers could not be united, so the ruler's sudden betrayal was not surprising. Seeing Fang Yuan's body collapse, the vigilance on his face did not disappear. Although he tried to inject the tyrannical bloodline power into Fang Yuan's body during the attack, which should have some restraining effect on Fang Yuan's Dao technique escape, there was no guarantee of success. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Moreover, Fang Yuan was already a ruler. Gu Chen knew that he was not so easy to kill. Buzz, sure enough, Fang Yuan's figure appeared on the other side of the sky, quickly turning from phantom to solid. He looked unscathed, but his face was terrifyingly dark. The dissipated primordial Dao Law power condensed again under his feet, and his aura was still as bright as the sun. You want to take the opportunity to kill me? It seems that there is no need for us to cooperate. Fang Yuan's gaze towards the rulers was filled with cold intent. Haha, it's a misunderstanding. We wanted to attack the Tyrant clan sovereign just now, but we made a mistake. Long Ke lied with his eyes wide open. Yes, the battle changes rapidly, and we made a mistake in judgment. Tai Yi echoed indifferently, while Lin Jiu just sneered. They had given an explanation. As for whether Fang Yuan believed it or not, it depended on whether he was smart enough. Fang Yuan listened to this lame lie and was filled with killing intent, but he suppressed it in the end. Is that so? I hope you won't make a mistake next time. These guys' stance was uncertain now. They wanted to kill whoever had a flaw. If he directly fell out with them, they would simply join forces with Gu Chen, and he would fall into the most disadvantageous situation. Gu Chen was the biggest threat at the moment, so it was not wise to make more enemies. Fang Yuan looked at Gu Chen, his lips curling up into a sinister smile. Just now, hundreds of thousands of living beings in the 4 great empires were annihilated. This implied meaning caused Gu Chen's expression to change slightly. His divine sense instantly extended towards the Pei dynasty, Yu dynasty, and the other lands. In many cities and villages, a large number of people died mysteriously, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood. Even in the Paidu imperial palace, many ministers and palace maids had suddenly and mysteriously died. For a moment, panic spread. The people who witnessed the death of their loved ones screamed and cried in despair. Gu Chen's telepathic thoughts received a lot of negative emotions in a short time. Sensing the extinguishment of hundreds of thousands of fire spirits, he couldn't help but look even colder. Do you only know these despicable methods? Heavenly the Arch-Yuan. Gu Chen said coldly. Despicable? Hee, you can say whatever you want. In any case, every time this emperor is injured, a large number of living beings from the 4 great majestic empires will die randomly. This binding of the great fate art is quite interesting, right? Countless living beings from the 4 great majestic empires prayed for you to save them, but who could have thought that their families would be destroyed because of you? Fang Yuan mocked. How could his clone not do anything after arriving in the 4 great majestic empires? In his opinion, Gu Chen's only weakness was that he liked to talk about unnecessary benevolence and righteousness. Using the great fate art to kidnap countless people from the 4 great majestic empires was useless against other rulers, but it could make Gu Chen hesitate and restrain him. If he could weaken Gu Chen's strength like this, it would be best for him to gain the upper hand. Even if he couldn't, it would be good to disgust the other party and destroy his image. Come. Continue fighting. Fang Yuan was fearless. He laughed maniacally as he attacked Gu Chen. Great 5 elements art. Gu Chen frowned slightly. The giant divine weapon blocked the 5 elements power with both hands, defending passively. Seeing this, Fang Yuan attacked crazily. All kinds of great Dao techniques were at his fingertips, and the two completely switched positions. The Tyrant clan sovereign's fighting spirit seems to be shaken. Fang Yuan's method of kidnapping the 4 great majestic empires is actually effective? Tai Yi observed the situation and said in surprise. Since Fang Yuan used all the living beings from the 4 great majestic empires to block his life, then kill all the living beings from the 4 great majestic empires, his great fate art will naturally be broken. It's not difficult. Why is the Tyrant clan sovereign hesitating? Lin Jiu said disapprovingly. The Tyrant clan sovereign obviously cares about the lives of those ants. It seems that Fang Yuan is still more skilled than him. In this situation, which side should we help? Long Ke asked with a smile. Didn't you see that Lan Ming and Ling Long Heaven are not moving? Since these two have a life and death feud, it's better to wait and see. When they are almost done fighting, then we can reap the benefits, Lin Jiu said bluntly. Lan Ke had no objections. It seemed that everyone had the same idea. Fang Yuan attacked Gu Chen crazily, while Gu Chen defended passively, thinking of a way to break the enemy. The damage to Fang Yuan would be transferred to the people of the four great majestic empires. This great fate art was too disgusting. It seemed impossible to deal with, so they could only choose to abandon the people. The figure of the first overlord appeared in Gu Chen's mind. What would the ancestor choose at this time? The first overlord would certainly not give up the lives of these innocent people. Gu Chen took a deep breath. These people might be as weak as ants, but they also had emotions and the right to live. He inherited the unfulfilled will of the first overlord, promising to establish a will for heaven and earth, establish a life for the people, inherit the ultimate techniques of the past sages, and create peace for all ages. At this time, if he chose to abandon these people because of the strong enemies surrounding him, he would be going against his oath. Then, what difference would there be between him and the rulers? Gu Chen's eyes showed determination. After blocking Fang Yuan's attack once again, he teleported back to the sky above the four great majestic empires. See domination, great nirvana. A vast and boundless golden blood chi burst out from his body. This golden blood energy rippled out majestically and dyed the sky and the earth gold. Heaven and earth were the same color, every blade of grass and tree was dyed golden, and all the living beings of the four great majestic empires were bathed in the golden light. Within the Golden Overlord Empire, the power of all laws was repelled. All the life path connections Fang Yuan had established with all the living beings lost their effectiveness at this moment. He, Gu Chen, have you gone mad? Fang Yuan looked at the Golden Overlord Empire rising from the ground of the second mountain and sea, revealing an expression of wild joy. Such a shocking commotion, such a vast area, how much blood chi would be consumed? Gu Chen was facing him and 5 rulers. Such a huge force could clearly give him an advantage in battle, but he chose to use it to protect these weak ants. He had made the stupidest choice and personally destroyed his own future. Within the golden world, everything was invulnerable and all living beings were protected. With such a huge scale and vast power, it could be easily detected even if one was far away in the horizon. Countless cultivators watching the battle were shocked. The Tyrant clan sovereign had gone to such an extent to protect the 4 empires. Except for Fang Yuan, the other rulers were even more surprised. They did not expect this. Great Nirvana? The first overlord spent a lot of effort to help him. If we don't get rid of him today, I'm afraid none of us will be able to do anything to him in the future. Tai Yi looked at Gu Chen's figure and recalled the majestic figure that fought against the chaotic sea in the ancient underworld era. The figures of these two people were so similar that he could not help but feel his own insignificance. He was now a ruler and not in the ancient underworld era. Why did he still have such emotions? The Tyrant clan sovereign used such a huge power to protect an ant, which means that he can no longer hide and can only choose to bear the attacks of all the rulers. Is he too confident, or is he really hopelessly stupid? Lin Jiao sneered. I originally wanted to reap the benefits, but I didn't expect the Tyrant clan sovereign to choose death himself. Lan Ke frowned. The vast domineering aura made him very uncomfortable, and his body instinctively recalled the damage caused by the first overlord. The kid in front of him already had the demeanor of the first overlord. He was different from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a sinister villain who could be negotiated with, while Lan Ke seemed to be unable to coexist with them ideologically. Such a person was the most dangerous. You can continue to watch the show, but this is the best opportunity to kill the Tyrant clan sovereign. There won't be another opportunity if you miss it. Fang Yuan's voice reached the ears of the rulers. After saying that, he took a step across the sky and directly attacked the 4 empires. Great storm technique, great curse technique. He summoned a storm that connected heaven and earth, accompanied by countless demons and monsters, crazily wreaking havoc at the borders of the 4 empires. However, no matter how strong the storm was, once it came into contact with the golden barrier, it would quickly cease to exist. No matter how strange the power of the curse seeped into it, it would be completely tamed. This was the absolute domain created by the Great Nirvana. As long as Gu Chen did not die, no one could threaten the domain. This kid's thoughts are very dangerous. Fang Yuan is right, this is the best chance to kill him. Heaven of Ling Long also moved, following behind Fang Yuan. Out of everyone present, she had fought with Gu Chen the most. Before he had even broken through, he had already caused her quite a bit of damage. Right now, He already had strength close to an early-stage overlord. If he was not killed while he was in a daze, he would definitely become a more troublesome existence than Fang Yuan. Tai Yi, Lin Jiu, and Lan Ku were adaptable to the situation. No matter who was at a disadvantage, between Gu Chen and Fang Yuan, they would take the chance to add insult to injury. Now that Gu Chen had taken the initiative to expose such a huge weakness, the three of them exchanged a few glances and rushed forward together. Boom. 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 The five primordial Tao laws mightily transformed into a gorgeous aurora and charged at the four great dynasties. Such a scene was enough to make anyone despair. Lan Ming was the only one who hadn't made a move. He looked at the imposing figure in the sky above the golden world, and no one knew what he was thinking. I'm afraid the Tyrant clan sovereign is going to lose. The Tyrant clan sovereign is really a hero to fight against 5 rulers alone and protect the 4 great dynasties with his life. All the cultivators silently lamented in their hearts. Countless people in the 4 great dynasties even had tears in their eyes. Gu Chen faced the 5 rulers alone with no fear in his eyes, and the corners of his clothes fluttered in the strong winds. His essence, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated at this moment, and he slowly raised his left fist. This punch was different from the previous ones. His arm was very heavy because it bore the weight of the country. Behind him were the lives of the common people. Gu Chen had no way out and could only move forward courageously. Boom! An unprecedented battle intent surged from Gu Chen's body as he waved his fist. Lan Ming's eyes burst out with bright light at this moment. He saw this earth-shattering punch land on Fang Yuan, who was charging towards him with an imposing aura. Ah! Fang Yuan let out a miserable scream. With just one punch, half of his body was drenched in blood, and he staggered and fell from the sky. What? Linglong Tian's expression changed as she followed behind him. Gu Chen's fist was much more powerful than before. Gu Chen raised his fist again, and an invisible force gathered at the tip of his fist. Linglong Tian felt an inexplicable chill down her spine as she tried to dodge. However, although this punch was simple and unadorned, it was extremely fast and difficult to dodge. Boom! Linglong Tian was hit by the punch, and her body directly exploded into pieces. One punch to one ruler. Countless cultivators who were watching the battle thought that they would see the fall of the Tyrant clan sovereign, but they did not expect the result to be so different. They were dumbfounded for a moment. Geodesic long fist. Tai Yi sucked in a cold breath and stopped in his tracks. Lan Ku immediately turned around and ran as if he had seen a snake or scorpion. Previously in the life dojo, the remnant soul of the first overlord, who only had 30% of his strength when he was alive, used the geodesic long fist. It made him suffer greatly and left a deep trauma. Only Lin Jiu was stubborn. He roared and rushed forward, facing Gu Chen's punch head-on. Boom! Lin Jiu's body also exploded. After the geodesic long fist smashed Lin Jiu's head, it pierced through layers of space and left a 30,000-mile radius black hole in the sky. The world fell into a strange silence, and the blood of the rulers was scattered as if it was worthless. It was extremely tragic. 3 punches and 3 rulers. The strength of the Tyrant clan sovereign shocked, and fanatical countless creatures in the world. The emperor guards the gate of the country, and the king dies for the country. The geodesic long fist can only be cultivated in such a situation. Lan Ming looked at Gu Chen, whose fist intent was constantly rising to the extreme, and muttered to himself. The punch that once shattered the endless darkness in the ancient underworld era finally has a successor. The 10th overlord is really born. His voice was filled with emotion, as if he had waited for this for a long, long time. Gu Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind as he felt the power constantly gushing out of his body. It was only at this moment that he truly inherited one of the ultimate skills of the first overlord. The geodesic long fist could only display the most invincible fist intent when it shouldered the weight of the country and fought for the common people. The pressure exerted by the rulers had instead allowed him to create this peerless ultimate skill. Gu Chen. A hysterical roar sounded, interrupting Gu Chen's state of comprehension. Although Fang Yuan was seriously injured, he did not die. His body flew up again with the help of the 9-colored lotus platform. In the other 2 places, the vast power of the primordial Tao law enveloped Heaven Linglong and Lin Jiu's disintegrated bodies, and their auras were also recovering rapidly. The reason why a ruler is because we are immortal. Tyrant clan sovereign, no matter how strong you are, how many times can you resurrect? Heaven Linglong and Lin Jiu's voices were extremely cold, and when they overlapped, it was like rolling thunder. Gu Chen's gaze was solemn. It was too difficult to kill this group of people who controlled heaven's will. The emperor guarded the country, and the king died for the country. The Tyrant clan sovereign held the fort and did not abandon any of his followers. If the 6 rulers wanted to threaten the 4 empires, they would have to step over his dead body. What a unique charisma. Countless people had thought of the tragic end of the Tyrant clan sovereign, but they did not expect the direction of the war to be so unexpected. He defeated 3 rulers with 3 punches. He scared off Tai Yi and Lan Ku. The strength of the Tyrant clan sovereign made people crazy. His friends cheered, his enemies trembled, and the 6 rulers were disheartened and unable to back down. I am under the Tyrant clan sovereign. Why would I be afraid of mere rulers? The ugly emperor's words before his death had already spread secretly after the fall of the Lu clan. Many powers felt that he was a madman who overestimated himself and didn't know how high the sky was or how thick the earth was. They couldn't understand the reason behind his heroic sacrifice. However, now, the forces who were secretly spying on this ruler battle could somewhat understand the clown emperor. The Tyrant clan sovereign loved the people like his own children, completely different from the rulers who regarded the common people as ants. And when he defeated all the rulers with his fists, it seemed to prove that the rulers were indeed not a problem. Inside and outside the divine ascension realm, the scene of this ruler battle quickly spread quietly. Many ambitious people looked at the towering golden figure in the scene with fanatical admiration. Now you understand how dangerous this kid is and how many reasons there are to get rid of him here, right? Feng Yuan was extremely sad. If not for the 5 rulers holding him back, Gu Chen would not have come out of seclusion and created such a passive situation. No matter how strong the Tyrant clan sovereign is, he can never win against us in this Dao world. Lin Jiu flipped his hand and took out a pure black spear. The spear body was engraved with countless demonic patterns, exuding an extremely destructive aura. This was the weapon he had carried with him for many years, called the chaotic ancient demon abyss spear. It had killed countless experts of various eras and was stained with endless blood. This spear was the same as Heaven Linglong's world creation blade. It had been tempered by the primordial Dao law for a long time and was a ruler divine weapon. Lin Jiu did not use this weapon when the 5 rulers besieged Feng Yuan. But now, he took it out. The might of the earth god's long fist was too terrifying, and even his body was unable to endure it. Since it was like this, he could only resist it with his divine weapon. Seeing that even the arrogant Lin Jiu had taken out the chaotic ancient demon abyss spear, Tai and Lan Ku composed themselves. The 9-colored lotus platform under their feet surged with light. Just now, they were actually stunned. That was a serious loss of self-control. Clang, a heaven-splitting divine sword flew out of Tai's lotus platform and landed in his hand. Tai, a divine sword. This sword had been soaked in the primordial Dao law for tens of thousands of years. Now, it had finally met an enemy that could make it unsheath again. Dang, a Dao bell also appeared on Lan Ku's lotus platform. The sound of the bell shook the 9 heavens and could be heard throughout the ages. This bell was called the longevity bell. Previously, Lan Ku had only used its true form to summon the previous generations of Tyrant Supremes. The 3 sovereigns had all taken out their most powerful weapons, and the heaven of Linglong had also unleashed the full might of the Genesis blade. After being locked in a stalemate for so many years, the hegemon still had some degree of tacit understanding. The country long fist was too powerful. The Tyrant Supremes were at their peak and could only protect themselves with treasures. As long as they could block the other party's fist light, it would not be difficult for them to exhaust him to death with their great Dao techniques. Yes, exhaust him to death. The sovereigns were not confident that they could kill Gu Chen in a head-on battle. They wanted to use the endless power of the primordial Dao law to exhaust Gu Chen's life force. The sovereigns were immortal and had endless power. This was their best way to win. The Tyrant Supreme showing off for a moment was nothing. Kill. The 4 sovereigns' divine weapons protected themselves as they joined forces to attack Gu Chen. This time, their killing intent was very strong. Feng Yuan was overjoyed and followed closely behind. Gu Chen's fist momentum was climbing to its peak. He was not afraid at all as he struck out with the country-long fist again. Boom, it was still a fist light that was difficult to dodge. However, this fist did not hit Linjiao, who was at the front. Instead, it unexpectedly landed on Fang Yuan, who was at the back. The destructive power was still astonishing. Fang Yuan let out a miserable howl as he was torn apart, blood staining the sky. The four sovereigns in front had strange expressions. They took this opportunity to get close to Gu Chen and engaged in a chaotic battle with him. Fang Yuan revived in a sorry state and looked at Gu Chen, who was fighting 1 against 4, gritting his teeth. Among all the sovereigns, he was the only one who lacked a sovereign-level weapon because he had only advanced to sovereign level recently. Gu Chen saw this and deliberately chased after him to beat him up. Too hateful, too infuriating. Even though he knew that he had this weakness, he could not retreat at this time. The sovereigns had finally made up their minds to kill Gu Chen. If he avoided the battle now, they would have misgivings and he might lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, Fang Yuan braced himself and joined the battle, even though he was repeatedly targeted by Gu Chen. Gu Chen fought 1 against 5. Even though he had comprehended the country-long fist, he soon fell into a bitter battle. More and more injuries appeared on his body. He was badly mutilated and Fang Yuan's mental state crumbled several times. However, the sovereign's advantage was fully displayed at this moment. They were undying and could make a comeback again and again. Puff. No matter how strong his foresight and battle instincts were, he could not defend against a pack of wolves. Gu Chen coughed out blood. He was heavily injured. He is at the end of his tether. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. The four sovereigns also let out sighs of relief. Buzz, suddenly, from Gu Chen's bone-deep wounds, a surge of life force surged. In an instant, like a spring breeze, Gu Chen's wounds healed at a visible speed. How can this be? The sovereign's expressions changed. That is, great life art? Heaven Linglong was extremely bewildered. Gu Chen felt his body recovering rapidly, a bright smile appearing on his face. He discovered that this life force did not just originate from his flesh and blood, it was also connected to the dominating cauldron of origin in his body. After he came out of seclusion, not only did the first-generation overlord disappear, but the life Tao fields will also disappeared. In its place, the great life art seemed to be innately imprinted in his flesh and blood, becoming one with him. He knew he had the great life art, but he did not expect the first-generation overlord and the life Tao fields will to do things beyond his imagination. Almost at the same time he expended a lot of life force to heal his injuries. The dominating cauldron of origin world replenished him with new life force. Simply put, the number of times he could use the great life art had probably far exceeded the normal range. His endurance in battle was already very close to the sovereign's. Glorious ancient tyrant body, why can he use great Tao techniques? What's going on with this kid? The sovereigns were shocked and furious. Not only was the 10th generation overlord close to the 1st generation overlord's strength, he had even done something that the previous generations of tyrant race sovereigns could not do. The tyrants declined because their Tao inheritance was too unique and they did not practice great Tao techniques. But now, the 10th generation overlord had mastered a great Tao technique. The young tyrant clan supreme had subverted the ruler's understanding. The glorious ancient tyrant body was extremely powerful, and its only weakness was that its orthodoxy was incompatible with the 8 great techniques. But now, the glorious ancient tyrant body could use the great life art. What did this mean? The ancient balance had been broken, and all the rulers deeply understood why Fang Yuan was so obsessed with Gu Chen. Even if he can use the great life art, without the primordial Tao law's recognition, this power is not endless. Linglong's phoenix eyes were cold. I have to exhaust him to death. The rulers understood what she meant. This guy was different from Fang Yuan. There were too many uncertainties about him, and they could not easily compromise with him. Boom. 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 The 5 rulers and the 5 primordial Tao laws fused completely, turning into dazzling light pillars that attacked Gu Chen from all directions at an even crazier speed. Gu Chen went all out, and his punches smashed all the chaos. The battle between the two was earth-shattering, and the sky above the Tao world was like the end of the world, densely packed spatial cracks. Many rulers' bodies exploded many times, and Gu Chen was also seriously injured many times. However, one side had the protection of the primordial Tao law, and the other side had the vitality provided by the dominating cauldron world. No one could do anything to the other, and the stalemate lasted for a long time. The rulers were disappointed. Every time they thought that Guchen would no longer be able to use the great life art, his injured body would always recover in the next moment. This guy had already matured, and it was really difficult to kill him. The rulers' hearts gradually sank. This was probably another Fang Yuan that they could not get rid of. No, this guy was even more troublesome than Fang Yuan. Clang, Guchen's long fist hit Lin Jiu's vital gate, but it was blocked by his chaotic ancient demon abyss spear again. Sovereign divine weapons were indeed difficult to deal with, and the reason why he was repeatedly injured was largely related to these divine weapons. I can't let this stalemate continue. I have to find a breakthrough point and kill at least one ruler first. Guchen's golden eyes shone brightly, and his gaze quickly locked onto Fang Yuan. Only Fang Yuan did not have the protection of a sovereign divine weapon. He, who had been targeted many times, was currently the weakest. Their hatred had spread from the Chaos Sea to the Tao world. Fang Yuan understood him the most and was also the greatest threat. If he wanted to use all his strength to kill a ruler, he was naturally the best choice. Sovereigns were known to be unkillable and indestructible, but it wasn't as if Guchen couldn't kill them. However, with his current strength, he could at most kill one person, so timing was very important. He had to strike like a thunderbolt, a sure kill strike. Otherwise, not only would he consume too much energy, once the enemy was on guard, it would be even more difficult to succeed the next time. Guchen quickly deduced in his mind, calmly analyzing the fierce offensive and defensive battle, trying hard to grasp the rhythm of the battle. He had created an atmosphere in which neither side could do anything to the other. The sovereigns had been unable to take down Guchen for a long time, so it was inevitable that their killing intent would slacken. In addition, they had been unkillable for a long time, so they thought that Guchen couldn't kill them at all. Naturally, their attacks were even more casual, and they didn't consider all aspects. After all, Lin Jiu, Lan Ku, Tai, and Heaven Ling Long had been in charge of the Mandate of Heaven together for a long time. No matter how much they disagreed, they still had a tacit understanding when they attacked. But Fang Yuan was different. He didn't have any cooperation with the five sovereigns, so he drifted away from the battle line of the four of them. Guchen circled around the five sovereigns, looking for a gap to counterattack. After suffering another serious injury, he finally found an opportunity. Golden flames burst out of his eyes, and he took out the tyrannical cauldron of origin. The golden tyrannical cauldron of origin was thrown out in one smooth motion, crashing into the four sovereigns like a meteor. Weapon? What can you do to me? The Tai sword in Tai's hand cut through the void, about to shatter the cauldron. In their opinion, the most terrifying thing about the tyrant sovereign was his tyrant body. As for his weapon, how could it compare to the divine weapon in their hands, which had been refined by the primordial Tao law for countless years? Clang, the Tai sword's sword ray was extremely bright, as if it was going to split the entire sky. The tyrannical cauldron of origin was aggressive, and dense electric patterns appeared on the golden cauldron. Boom. The Tai sword's sword ray failed to shatter the tyrannical cauldron of origin, not even leaving a mark on it. What? Tai's expression changed slightly. How could this cauldron be so hard? The other sovereigns were also shocked, and only Fang Yuan showed deep wariness. Crackle, after the tyrannical cauldron of origin charged into the four sovereigns, the electric patterns on the cauldron's body intensified, turning into endless golden lightning that flooded out. For a moment, the four sovereigns were fluctuating in the lightning created by the tyrannical cauldron, while Guchen had already turned around and charged towards Fang Yuan. He raised his left fist, and a vast golden blood chi flooded every corner of the sky, moving heaven and earth along with his fist. Momentum, tyrannical sea, great nirvana, this was the strongest divine ability of the first sovereigns. When it was still, it could create an eternal golden world that was impenetrable by all methods, like the current four sovereigns. When it moved, heaven and earth would be dyed golden, and all living beings would undergo nirvana. The tyrannical power would distort and annihilate the existence of any dimension. Guchen's country-long fist was different from before. The golden heaven and earth around Fang Yuan started to distort, and space was undergoing nirvana. Everything turned into golden currents and lightning. Oh no! Fang Yuan felt an intense sense of life and death crisis. The nine-colored lotus platform under his feet shone brightly, trying to break out of the restriction of the great nirvana. He charged left and right in the distorted heaven and earth, but could not escape no matter what. The range of the great nirvana moved along with Guchen's fist momentum. He seemed to have fallen into a millstone, and would be sucked in no matter how he tried to escape. You want to kill me? Don't even think about it. Feng Yuan was hysterical as he frantically mobilized the power of the primordial Tao law, trying to resist Gu Chen to the end. But he soon discovered that his connection with the primordial Tao law seemed to have disappeared. The 9-colored lotus platform under his feet seemed to have become rootless, and its strength was rapidly declining. Could it be? Feng Yuan felt a chill down his spine. The power of the great nirvana seemed to have completely isolated him from the Tao world. Even the lotus and the primordial Tao law could not find a gap to enter. It was not that he did not know about the strongest divine ability of the first-generation overlord. A simple explanation was that the first-generation overlord used his overwhelming blood qi to cover the area he wanted to cover, turning this area into an absolute domain that was impervious to all methods. This move was mostly used to deal with chaos qi during the ancient underworld era, and he knew its power. But he did not expect it to be able to isolate even the primordial Tao law. The strength of the first-generation overlord was truly unfathomable. Feng Yuan felt an indescribable despair at this moment. He had once thought that even if he was not as strong as the first-generation overlord during the ancient underworld era, he was still considered someone of the same level. But now, after seeing the 10th-generation overlord, he realized that the first-generation overlord had already far surpassed everyone in the same era. It was just that he did not like fighting and had restrained most of his sharpness. His connection with the primordial Tao law had been severed, and Gu Chen's punch was far more terrifying than Origin Realm exile. Feng Yuan realized that if he died this time, neither the Great Fate Art nor the primordial Tao law would be able to save him. His life seemed to be coming to an end, and this time, he was powerless. End of chapter 2436. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.